The two talked for a while, and Ulan changed the subject and said, "There's another thing. The Empire is willing to help the Black Star Army establish a branch in the Central Star Sea to facilitate communication between the two sides. If you bring the mobile base here, you have such thoughts. The Empire supports it." "That's great." Han Xiao nodded. "I will ask someone to contact you for specific matters." Ulan said, "What else can I ask?" "You can tell me now." Han Xiao rubbed his chin. "I hope to get the ultimate knowledge of the mechanical department as soon as possible. I don't know if there is any chance." Ulan remained calm. "The resource reward of the Empire is to contribute allies. If you want to get it as soon as possible, I suggest you help the Empire do something. I will ask someone to sort out the matters that need manpower recently, and then notify you." After that, Ulan stood up, stretched out his hand, and signaled to see the guests. Han Xiao stopped talking, got up and shook her hand again, said goodbye, and turned around and left. The messenger waited outside the door for a long time and led him out of the palace. After Han Xiao left, Ulan leaned on the chair and closed his eyes and slowly said, "Claudia, you'll meet him later. Remember to control the situation." Claudia nodded and pushed the door out. On the land suspension vehicle, the driver turned around and did not return the same way, but went in the other direction. "His Excellency Black Star, everyone has been waiting for a long time. Next, I will take you to meet them," the messenger explained. Han Xiao didn't comment and recalled the negotiations with Ulan just now. The meeting was very simple and short. Ulan had a lot of troubles and had no time to talk about gossip. He talked about the important things. He mentioned the Shining World Cooperation Treaty. After the entire star domain was renovated, he, as an advanced exploration force, could obtain independent development of a region, just like an officially approved fiefdom. "I can govern this area, and all the powers such as mining rights belong to me, and I just need to pay taxes to the Empire on time." This is an important clause in the Cooperation Treaty, which is enough to make the Black Star Army go a step further. It is also something that Han Xiao cares very much about. As for the location and area of the fief, it depends on his achievements in the development of the star domain. The Imperial Alliance, evolution blocks, and the Black Star Legion Division are his rights and obligations as an ally. If you want to obtain the ultimate knowledge, you need to do some Imperial tasks. If Ulan speaks, you don't have to trigger the task yourself. The people of the Empire will organize the task list and come to him, which is much more convenient. Ulan, the head of the Empire, the joy and anger are not reflected in it, and it is not easy to see through it, Han Xiao said intimately. After just the exchange, the impression that Ulan left on him was full of majesty and the aura of the superior. Compared to the flesh and blood individual, this head of Empire was more like a symbol, making people ignore her gender, beauty, ugliness, and personality. Han Xiao basically dispelled the intention of showing off her favorable feelings. The head of state represents the Empire. Ulan may have cut off her desires, cut off her own weaknesses, maintained a cold mind, and never allowed herself to lose her composure, so that all personal feelings could not control her decisions. For such a character, the cost of making good impressions is high and the rewards are small, and Han Xiao does not intend to waste his energy. In comparison, it is easier to make friends with Super A level. Soon, the vehicle was parked in front of a villa, which was not a reception, but a residential area for internal personnel. Claudia stood in front of the door, expressionless, nodded and said, "Hey Xing, come in with me." Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Han Xiao walked out of the car and looked at Claudia with a strange expression. Not long ago, the two met at Ulan and took a car by themselves. In order to wait for him in advance, this guy ran over. Although the speed of Super A level is faster than that of land vehicles, Han Xiao couldn't help but feel funny when he imagined this picture. Bang! Push the door and enter. The two walked into the room, and the 6 Super A level gazes with different appearances turned over, staring at Han Xiao, full of curiosity and gaze. Claudia also found a seat and sat down, leaving Han Xiao alone to stand. Han Xiao glanced at him and found that he was familiar with these 6 people. They were all super A-level allies with names and surnames on the Red Empire, and there was also an ancient member. Han Xiao couldn't help but look at him more. However, among the 3 strongest people in the Empire, only Claudia was present, and neither of the others came. The 7 people present had different eyes. Some were eager to try, some were cold and indifferent, and some were full of interest. There were different imperial factions standing behind these super A-level, and their personal positions were actually different. Are you the Black Star with broken star rings? One of them looked up and down, and as his eyes swept over the evolution block, there seemed to be a malicious light hidden in his eyes. Otherwise, who do you think I am? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and he was not polite. Everyone is super A-level. He doesn't plan to be low-key here. Only by showing his edge can people be valued. 4 broken star rings. Oh, 5 super A-levels. You and Heber have joined the Red Empire. Which one of you is more powerful? Another person next to him asked with interest. If you were so curious, wouldn't you know if you try it yourself? Han Xiao shrugged, not wanting to stand, and asked someone to ask questions, so he found a seat and sat down. I don't know about these super A-levels. Although it was only the first time we met, Han Xiao knew their old background and knew the current situation at a glance. Among the 7 people, Claudia was transcendent and acted indifferent and calm. He represented the head of state's confidant faction, watching without interfering. A super A-level who leaned towards the Emperor Feng Qingxiang sect was full of interest in him and seemed to have the intention to win over, while the other 5 people had more or less intentions to test. Seeing Han Xiao's sharp appearance, the few people looked at each other and saw a little surprise in each other's eyes. In the past, those newcomers came over with the intention of making friends, thinking that everyone was talking in a harmonious manner, and the old-fashioned person would make the meeting look judging, constantly asking questions with certain provocative meanings, stimulating each other, and appreciating a super A-level attitude that endured his anger and asked questions. Most of the people here have experienced this step and left behind dark history, so this method is regarded as a tradition of accepting newcomers. If you can't help it, just speak with your fists and decide your future status and right to speak. Unless they have long-standing neutral super A-level franchise, they will give face, restrain themselves, and not want to provoke them. Black Star, who has been promoted to the top, is naturally not in this ranks. However, everyone had just started and had not even started to really provoke, but was criticized by He Xing. Obviously, the newcomer was not ready to answer according to their wishes. It was probably Heber who taught him the experience. In their opinion, Han Xiao seemed to have known their traditions for a long time, and on the side of the broken star ring, there was a Heber who left behind a black history. 80, mostly the Black Star, learned about the situation from him and wanted to use this method to prevent them from succeeding. Thinking beautifully, everyone looked at each other quietly and became scheming. The guy who spoke first said lightly, He Xing, you haven't recognized your position yet. Oh, Warjian Xing, what do you mean? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Weilu, super A martial arts, a branch of war soldiers, nicknamed Star Slayer, Star Divider, etc., comes from the old galaxy, and now it is backed by the Empire, developing in the Central Star Sea, and operates tens of thousands of interstellar martial arts dojos. This is the Central Star Sea of stars in the center of the universe. Do you think there are only 5 super A-level broken star rings? How dare you talk to us like this? Boom. Before he finished speaking, Weilu suddenly let go of his momentum and split into 2 sharply into the Villa of Heaven. The thick momentum pressed towards Han Xiao with his cold eyes, as if he was angry, and he paused word by word. What qualifications are there for a newcomer who has just advanced to the A-level class to be arrogant in front of us? Tisk. Claudia waved his hand and asked the patrol teams coming quickly to get close. Viru restrained his energy and did not affect other places, and he did not stop Viru's behavior. In addition to the super A-level guy who was leaning towards the young and strong, he shook his head and said nothing. The other few people pretended to be bad-looking, stared at Han Xiao, and put pressure on him. Even if Heber tells you the rules in advance, a group of super-level Empire allies target a newcomer at the same time, they don't believe in Black Star and are not afraid of offending them all. If Han Xiao is stubborn, they don't mind teaching a lesson. As for whether they will offend Han Xiao, whoever is not a super A-level force, and there is no one who flatters will be able to see if it is offended by the family, or if it is offended by several people even more. If they can test a super A-level stingy person, they will make a profit and will consider the attitude of interacting with each other in the future. Several people looked at Han Xiao's face secretly, trying to find a hint of panic or surrender on his face. The sharp aura seemed to be hanging in front of him. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. Okay, let's make things simple. Everyone is super A-level. If there is any conflict, we can solve it. As he said, without waiting for everyone to react, Han Xiao pointed to Wei Lu. How about you have a fight with me? Hearing this, the few people were shocked and very interested. This newcomer actually took the initiative to challenge and wanted to establish his authority. They are really confident. Do you know that they are all old-fashioned strong men who have been fighting for the Empire for a long time? They originally wanted to take the initiative to propose a discussion and inspire Black Star to take action, but they didn't expect this guy to propose it. Okay. Wei Lu's eyes sank. He showed his momentum, but Black Star still had to challenge him. Wouldn't he treat him as a soft persimmon and think he has a chance of winning? Not only did Black Star want to establish his authority, Wei Lu also did not allow his status to be provoked. Han Xiao looked calm. He guessed yesterday that only with his fists could he compete for the right to speak in the circle of super A-level allies. He was mentally prepared to take action and took the initiative to take the initiative. If you want to make friends with a super A-level, you must first show the strength that is valued in order to have the qualifications to communicate with each other. Fist is an eternal hard truth. At this time, Claudia spoke slowly. Go to the Yoning Ban ring to fight outside. Don't fight near the Mother Star. Howeist, Black Star is not happy to meet with all the pillars of the country. He challenged Lord John Star and decided to intervene with each other. Claudia and other pillars of the country are following. Listening to his subordinate's report on the internal communicator, Ulan Real did not change his face and said slowly, Claudia is responsible for this matter. You don't have to worry about it. Yes. Well, you go and notify Black Star's companions. After saying that, Ulan Real hung up the communicator and shook his head. She doesn't like the tradition of bullying newcomers among allies of the Super A, but she doesn't want to force the Super A unless it is necessary. However, a bad private relationship between the Empire's allies is not necessarily a bad thing, and it will not affect their cooperation with the Empire. Interests are the fundamentals. What? He fought with those allies. After listening to the envoy's remarks, Hela and other guards changed drastically. At this time, Aesop couldn't help but speak and comfort everyone. Don't worry, testing strength between Super A levels is just a normal exchange. I have seen their approach before. Unfortunately, no one listened to his words. Go and see. Emmer said nothing and walked out of the door with big strides. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The periphery of a Yoning Ban ring belt, Han Xiao and Wei Lu floating in the universe, and a spacecraft was watching from a distance. The spacecraft was carrying Claudia, several other Super A-class members, as well as Emmys and Aesop who later followed him, both of whom were watching the battle on the same ship. It's been a long time since I saw you, Aesop. The Ancient Man member said hello. Raven Lower, you are still alive. Aesop said angrily. Since you were kicked out of the Ancient Man, I have never heard of you. It turns out that I have gone to the most remote Broken Star ring. Why? Is it because other star fields can't survive? Ravenlaud's tone was amusing. You have lived too long, and your mind has begun to forget. How do I remember that I quit the Ancients on my own initiative? Aesop glanced at him lightly. Among the Ancients, Aesop had an average relationship with this person. When Aesop quit the Ancients, in addition to not wanting to hinder his own death under the name, there were also some factors that had the disagreement with him. As a powerful prophetic person, he did not like to use his abilities for irrelevant people. If he refused more often, it became the root of the contradiction. Emmys didn't know anyone, and stood alone watching the game, clearly distinguishing himself from Clot and his group. This is an opportunity to observe the strength of Black Star. Except for Clotty, who was indifferent to interest, everyone else cheered up and waited for the two to fight. Everyone knew that Wei Lu's strength and combat effectiveness had been tested countless times, and there was no doubt that. So the only problem was that Black Star would be beaten more passively. It is said that the Black Star has the nickname of Immortal Body, and its toughness seems to be able to go hand in hand with the domineering master. I don't know if it can stop Wei Lu's blade that cuts the sky and breaks the earth. Han Xiao activated the mecha, his helmet covering his face, making people unable to see his expression. Then he opened his arms. The gate of the secondary dimension opened, and the Black Mechanical Legion came out in full swing, instantly covering the battlefield. There are a lot of people, but in front of me, they are all miscellaneous soldiers. Wei Lu snorted coldly in her heart. Her muscles swelled suddenly, and her indigo flames rushing and burning on her body. His right palm made a gesture of a virtual grip, and the surging aura condensed in his palm, stretching continuously, turning into a blue energy knife hundreds of meters long, as if condensed into a solid body. According to the martial arts school they are good at, the martial arts system also has different branches. As the name suggests, the combat soldiers are good at using weapons to fight. This is different from the mechanical warriors. The mechanical warriors rely entirely on weapons to fight, and use mechanical power to increase the power of mechanical weapons. The martial artists only use weapons to better exert their own martial arts skills, and the one who exerts lethality is still the one whose martial arts aura. With a bulge of his chest, his aura poured into hundreds of meters of battle swords. Wei Lu slashed out several blue light blades in a row, and the length continued to extend, sweeping out blank spaces in the formation of the Mechanical Legion. The mechanical warrior who was first struck was shattered, and the power of the light blade continued to decline. Although the mechanical warrior behind was severely damaged, it was only knocked out and fell. Han Xiao activated many bonus skills in a row to control the Mechanical Legion to siege and kill. Wei Lu was surrounded by black mechanical warriors, and the sword danced into a blue light ball. The flaming light blades continued to break through the formation of the mechanical warriors, causing a huge damage, as if an energy tornado appeared in the universe. This guy is really lethal. I'm afraid Heber is not as good as him. Han Xiao was secretly shocked when he was brushed out like a flow of combat information. Compared to Heber's calming fist style, Villa's combat skills are mainly fast and sharp. The AoE damage is good, and the single body killing is even more terrifying. Just now, a defensive giant soldier with hundreds of meters high is fully opened, but it is still slashed into two pieces by Vilu with a casual knife, and the sword is not hindered at all. But Han Xiao didn't choose this opponent casually. Velu had strong attack power, but there was one thing he could not compare to Heber. That is, his flesh is far less than Heber. Although this guy is a martial artist and has a lot of damage reduction expertise, he lacks an extremely core flesh shield ability. He is not really immune to injury. Wei Lu has a specialty to reduce real damage by 50%, which is much weaker than real damage. Only half of the real damage is still terrible higher than normal damage. The styles of these two people are the meat tank warrior and the output warrior. The former is like a candy and can only be used to rub against each other, while the latter happens to be indirectly restrained by Han Xiao. The light blades were everywhere, and the dense formation was damaged considerably. The mechanical army responded and dispersed to baptize long-range artillery fire. As soon as the phantom cannons were fired, Wei Lu's sword light danced into a ball of light, using some martial arts, turning the sword light around the body into a special shield to resist most phantom cannons, and explosion light balls were born and disappeared while the sword light was scattered. However, the number of mechanical legions was too large, and with such an intensive attack, Wei Lu's defense was inevitably omitted. The phantom cannon that passed through the knife shield hit his cap, and the protective aura fluctuated continuously. Feeling the annihilation of cells in the body, Wei Lu's eyes changed. What a powerful power! The protracted war is not suitable for me, and I need to attack his body. Thinking of this, Wei Lu's arrogance shook suddenly, and the sword-light shield condensed around him spread, turning into a shock wave and shaking away the surrounding mechanical warriors. Immediately afterwards, he held the knife in his backhand, and his whole body turned into a blue phantom to charge towards Han Xiao, dragging out countless afterimages, rushing to the front army of the mechanical army. The sword turned into a forehand with a backhand and a stab. All the afterimages seemed to merge into this attack. Star-slaying martial arts, sword shadow, Benlu. Thousands of glowing blades burst out at the same time, spreading around, like a dam breaking a dam to release floods, instantly shattering the front line in one of the mechanical forces, penetrated several layers of defense, and the broken mechanical parts drifted all over the sky. Seeing this, Han Xiao grabbed his palm suddenly, and the blue and gold mechanical force shot out from the void dimension, like a large net of lightning, pulling all the parts and gluing them together. Abandoned modification. Advanced machine generation. The broken parts are restored to mechanical warriors. However, in this short moment, Wei Lu's figure disappeared, as if teleported through the numerous encirclements, flashed to Han Xiao, and the sword formed by the martial arts aura in his hand retracted from hundreds of meters to normal size, and its power became more concentrated, and he slashed it down with one knife. This is not the first time I'm fighting a mechanic. Wei Lu had no expression on his face. It's not a secret that the mechanic has the ability to abandon modification. He has rich experience. He had known that the mechanic would definitely use this move. Taking advantage of this moment, he used a special moving skill to instantly approach the face. He is a quick-tempered martial artist, and the methods of protruding face are richer than Heber. Brush. The sword light slashed through Han Xiao's body without any obstacles, as if he was slashing him in half. However, Wei Lu did not feel like he was slashing into the real object, which made his face suddenly change. The figure of Han Xiao, who was split in half, suddenly disappeared, and his true body was just more than 10 meters away, and his position was offset. Just now, Han Xiao misled the senses of martial artists with some kind of illusion field maker. It was very difficult to deceive a super-level martial artist who could lock his target with his chi. This special illusion maker is one of the advanced machinery created by Han Xiao. It can be used in combat at a super-level level to create a phantom that perfectly simulates its own energy fluctuations with a long cooling time. After a slash, Wei Lu kept moving, and in a hurry he turned his hand in another knife. The light of the knife stretched out faster and faster, slashing towards Han Xiao's chest, like a long whip that was swinging. Star-killing martial arts, whip killing. Originally, this knife was running toward Han Xiao's chest, but Wei Lu shifted the direction and slashed towards Han Xiao's head. However, Han Xiao's response made him stunned. He did not dodge or avoid and came straight to meet him. The sword light cleaves the outer shell of the mecha, slashing Han Xiao's forehead, dripping blood. Wei Lu was shocked. Before he could close the knife, he saw Han Xiao not caring about grabbing his arm and punching him in the chest at close range, and actually hit a tiger roar against the slot mecha. Dong! The vibration force echoed in Wei Lu's body, and a large number of cells were destroyed, and it was quickly born under the nourishment of Wei Lu's strength, which recurred, causing a burst of severe pain in his body. The attribute bonus brought by Mechanical Apostle and Mechanical Power Rule greatly increased Han Xiao's individual combat power, and the power of this blow was also increased. Immediately afterwards, Han Xiao's bloody wound recovered under Wei Lu's nose, and the nanoparticles of the mecha also repaired the gap in the armor. This recovery, Wei Lu's eyes suddenly shrank. At this moment, the Mechanical Legion behind Wei Lu turned the gun and fired at the two of them. Wei Lu's expression condensed, and she was about to withdraw when two enhanced and modified Oath Guards suddenly launched around Han Xiao and rushed forward to fight. He slashed out with one knife and slashed into the body of the Oath Guard, but encountered great obstacles and could not cut it off with one knife. The blue and gold mechanical force flashed in the wounds of the two Oath Guards. These two are super elite combat soldiers who receive the bonus of Emperor's Gift, and even Super A level players cannot be solved in one blow. Failed to smash the two Oath Guards with one knife. Wei Lu reacted quickly, and quickly shocked his strength to bounce the two mechanical warriors away. However, he was also hit by the Oath Guards and was bombarded in his chest by the chain of secret energy in his palms, and his movements were paused again. The plight cannons in the rear also came to catch fire, and a series of artillery fire hit the back. In a hurry, Wei Lu was unwilling to give up the opportunity to get close. The sword light turned and slashed a defensive light shield backward, barely blocking the moment of fire. Then he slashed and launched a fierce attack on Han Xiao. The sword light wrapped around the two of them and left their original positions, turning into a meteor to escape from afar. The two of them fought close together, and the sword light passed by Han Xiao's body again and again, and the pieces of mecha fragments and flesh were cut off. However, his recovery speed was visible to the naked eye, and the wounds recovered as before during breathing. The more Wei Lu fought, the more frightened he became. He had heard of Han Xiao's nickname Immortal Body. He saw it with his own eyes, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Claudia, who was watching the battle from a distance, put away his carelessness at some point. His face became solemn, and he focused on the battle between the two. Han Xiao's recovery also made him feel surprised. In his impression, no mechanic has such a strong body, even less than a martial artist. This level of combat power is not something a newcomer who has just advanced should have. One person spoke in surprise and expressed everyone's thoughts. Restorm, Thorns, and Void Dimension Jump took turns to resolve the opponent's tricks. The two of them chased each other and fought for a short time. The layers of mechanical legions finally dragged down Wei Lu again, allowing Han Xiao to get rid of the close combat. Han Xiao was almost unscathed after Wei Lu's series of fierce attacks. At least everyone could not see from the surface what damage he had suffered. Han Xiao patted his chest and opened his hands to Wei Lu. Without waiting for Veru to react, the Mechanical Legion's offensive increased instantly and cooperated with various traps to suppress it. Veru fell into a brief passive. At this moment, several huge, heavy mechanical gun barrels were unfolded behind Han Xiao, and the secret energy began to condense and emit strong energy fluctuations. Star Destroyer. Wei Lu's expression changed, and he actually took out this strategic killer. This is beyond the scope of competition. Suddenly, hundreds of electromagnetic chains suddenly shot out from the surrounding Mechanical Legion formation, wrapping Wei Lu's hands and feet torso from various directions, tied him tightly. Wei Lu tried to break free, but was shocked to find that he could not pull away this control method at once, as if it was an elastic tentacle, and he knew how to relieve his strength by himself. Polar Electromagnetic Positioning Trap, activated Single Body Control Mechanical Trap. This is a mechanical equipment transformed by Han Xiao using cutting-edge knowledge, activation theory. It can also play a short-term control role in Super A level. It belongs to the category of advanced machinery. It is mixed in the mechanical army. It was launched unexpectedly and caught Wei Lu directly. The next moment, teams of mechanical warriors gathered fire towards Wei Lu, and the secret cannons poured out like heavy rain. The light reflected Wei Lu's drastic face. He suddenly exploded his arrogance, turned into arrogance sword petals, and quickly rotated around his body, forming a protective defense mechanism like a shield. Knife control, Chi barrier. The explosion light ball in the distance swelled up, and Han Xiao controlled the energy-accumulated secondary Star Destroyer to fire. Several thick blue light columns gushed out and shot straight to Wei Lu, who was under the fire. The star-destroying cannon was halfway through when suddenly a ball of dark energy light appeared in front of him, blocking the shooting route, colliding with the phantom light column, exploded into a chain reaction explosion light ball, and continued to expand in the universe. On the other hand, dark energy barriers blocked the Legion's concentrated fire, giving Veru a chance to breathe. He hurriedly broke free from the trap control, activated some movement skill, turned into a blue light and escaped from the battlefield, floating on the side, looking dusty quite embarrassed, pale, and seemed to have suffered a serious injury. If it were Herbert, this attack would only be considered tickling, but Viru was not Herbert, and his health was greatly damaged. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, asked the Mechanical Legion to stop, and turned to look at the spacecraft. I saw Claudia standing behind the porthole, and at some point raised his hand. The dark energy just now was controlled by him, and he intervened in the battle between the two. The competition is over. Claudia slowly spoke in the communication channel. This game is treated as a draw. A draw? Everyone's faces were different. They are all discerning people and know that this is just a statement to take care of Wei Lu's face. Judging from the situation just now, Han Xiao is undoubtedly winning, and he also shows his combat style. With powerful recovery ability and huge Mechanical Legion, coupled with the strange attack power, this type of mechanic has almost no shortcomings. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised and put aside their slight contempt for Han Xiao's new identity and the background of the Broken Star Ring. Han Xiao's strength has been respected by them. Wei Lu had a bad face. As the challenge party, he was full of confidence, but at this time he ended up in a mess and was regarded as the target of his authority by a newcomer. He felt embarrassed and was in a bad mood. However, the opponent was so dignified that he had nothing to say, so he could only be secretly annoyed. Hearing Claudia's words, Han Xiao ignored it and put away the Mechanical Legion. The result doesn't matter. As long as the goal of showing strength is achieved, it will be enough for him. Besides, if Viru ignored the casualties and released his lethality with all his strength, his explosive power was only higher or lower than Heber, and even if he had strong recovery, he would not be able to bear it. I have the upper hand in the competition, partly because of the restraint of ability, partly because of the nature of the battle, which seems to be a comprehensive suppression. If I really fight, Wei Lu may not repeat the same mistakes, and his chances of winning are not stable. We still have to improve our strength. Han Xiao said intimately. In the Super A level, I have a strong war of attrition, but I cannot suppress my hard power. He has accumulated a lot of experience, and when the experience punishment period passes, he will usher in a new round of grading. By then, I guess I can only rise to a higher level among the Super A level group. Back to the spaceship, walked into the cabin, and everyone came up to meet. Han Xiao realized that everyone's eyes were no longer full of scrutiny, and with a certain amount of respect, he couldn't help but nod. After this competition, my strength was recognized by everyone, and I was officially accepted into this circle. Wei Lu walked in behind Han Xiao, sulking with a smelly face, turned his head and said in a deep voice, "We will discuss and fight again if we have the chance in the future." Then I guess there is no chance. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and joked, "There is no benefit. Why do you have to fight with you? I'm not a fighting maniac." But speaking of this, it seems that most martial artists are fighting crazier. Han Xiao couldn't help but think of Herbert's Brothers' Realm. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The spacecraft returned to its home star. On the ship, several Super A-level allies no longer showed off their propositions. They accepted Han Xiao seriously and introduced themselves. Han Xiao had known everyone's name for a long time, but he was just a formality. Some were direct Imperial branches, some were people who developed forces in the Central Star Sea, and only two were big shots from other star fields. One comes from the Sea of Stars, the other comes from the Old Galaxy, but the latter is the Super A-level who tends to be the young and strong in the military. Among these people, his attitude is the warmest. This person's qualification is not too old, and his name is Bioni, and his nickname is Burning Out and Fire of Origin. His superpower is not to play with fire, but seems to ignite various things from the micro level, even things that are not flammable themselves, and not only are they limited to matter, but energy is also in it. A more famous deed is that it ignited an asteroid, whether it was trees, soil, or metal, it burned, turning into a burnt planet. Some time ago, Han Xiao was naturally attracted by the situation of the relationship between the elites of the Empire. His care for Tenny was regarded as a friendly signal by the young and strong people in the Empire. Although Tenny has not yet reached the real high-level position, He has shown his strength within the U-Strong sect and is trained as the core of the future. Otherwise, he would not have been brought into the first batch of transformation teams by the U-Strong sect. So due to factions, Bioni wanted to make friends, so Han Xiao was fine, and the two had a pretty speculative conversation. In addition to this person, another ally that made Han Xiao quite concerned was Raven Lauder from the Ancient Man. He was lukewarm, and Han Xiao did not make friends with him. The Ancients are a loose alliance organization, with their members all strangers. Some are super A-level bosses, and some are special abilities. The common point is that they have a long lifespan and live a long life. In the Sea of Stars, the Ancients are one of the most well-known folk superpower groups, with members joining the 3 cosmic civilizations. For example, there are 2 ancient members and allies on the Red Empire. One is Ravenlord, and the other is one of the 3 strongest pillars of the country. The Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect also have different ancient allies. The Armored Country Manison is a senior ally named in the Glord Federation, but he is very independent. After all, he is the leader of the Armored Clan, and his subordinates have a huge force, forming a faction there. The Ancients represent a huge resource network, but unfortunately they have not been dependent on so many years and do not meet the standards for membership. Otherwise, Han Xiao would also want to join. Because of the exchange, just now, he won a certain position. Everyone returned to their home planet and communicated on the boat. Han Xiao and everyone had formally met each other and became familiar with each other. Someone wanted to borrow the evolutionary block, but Han Xiao did not agree immediately. This is like a tiger's wings for super A level, and there is no free lunch in the world. A direct empire like Claudia can enjoy unlimited quotas of the empire, but other side allies do not have such treatment. If they don't give any benefits, Han Xiao doesn't want to enhance their strength for them for free. After all, it may not be a problem in the future. When everyone heard that Han Xiao wanted benefits, they were different and did not express their opinions immediately. Originally, everyone planned to let Haitian give in to his weakness when they met for the first time and took the initiative to take out the evolutionary blocks to please them. But he didn't expect that Haitian was a little tough and was not easy to mess with. Naturally, this abacus was lost. He could only find a way to borrow it in the future. As a big man on the side, everyone was not impatient. After saying goodbye to the group, Han Xiao and Emmers returned to their residence. When Hela and others saw him back, they felt relieved. This is also my official debut in the circle of advanced combat powers of the 3 major civilizations, and stepped onto the stage of the Central Star Sea. Han Xiao said intimately, this was something that was expected. It is easy to do with many friends. After making friends with this group of people, they can indirectly use some of their resources. Of course, they're also positioned in the eyes of others. They are each other's connections and exchange resources. There are also disadvantages. Other forces will be regarded as bargaining chips on the imperial stage, attracting more attention from major forces, and the hostility and opponents they face in the future will be even more powerful. No one could do anything. If you get so many resources in the empire and don't want to take any risks, then you'd think too beautifully. The Central Star Sea has 3 high-level control over the 3 major civilizations. The power development is not free and is not suitable for key operations. It is still necessary to break the star ring and shine the foundation of the world's development. Here, just leave a contact point. After the matter is completed, it is better to stay away from this place of right and wrong for the time being. Han Xiao said intimately, if you want to increase your influence in the Central Star Sea, you don't have to gain a foothold here. Running a base camp is the king. Only when your own value is high can you easily improve your status. That night, Claudia informed Ulan Riel of the fight between Han Xiao and Wei Lu, and attached his views on Han Xiao. How great do you think Black Star is likely to touch a higher level of power in the future? It was already late at night, and Ulan Riel's office was still brightly lit. She stared at Claudia in front of her and asked in a deep voice, "It's not that there is no chance." Claudia said concisely, "The original one has been around for thousands of years. After studying it for so long, the grading of the above level, a level and above, has become clearer, and there are also differences in strength and weakness. Black Star is so young, with almost no shortcomings in combat style, and still has room for growth in the future, so it may not be impossible to go along with him. Claudia has a good evaluation of Han Xiao. In his long life, he has seen many super A-level people. Some people have exhausted their potential from natural disasters to super A and can only stay on the spot and have limited progress, while some people can continue to grow, which is the talent among talents. In his eyes, Black Star belongs to the latter. But after seeing him for too many times, he no longer likes to socialize and is too lazy to meet new people. Besides, Claudia is a direct empire and does not manage power. With his transcendent status and strength, he no longer has to deliberately make friends with anyone, so he ignored Han Xiao along the way. Due to his personality, it was not that he looked down on him. After all, not every super A-level person likes PY as much as a Korean technician. Ulan Rayer leaned against the back of the chair, musing on his face. Since that's the case, letting him stay in the Edge Star field is more useful. He is now focused on the Shining World, but after that, he is very likely to come to the Central Star C to develop. There is enough manpower here, so he doesn't need him. The three major civilizations of the Central Star C occasionally have frictions, but since they are base camps, there will be no big conflicts. Therefore, the Empire does not need so many super A levels to go to the Central Star C to develop in groups. Just enough manpower is enough. If there are too many, it is a waste of resources. Throwing these super A levels to other star fields to strengthen the Empire's control over those star fields. This is the meaning of the title Pillar of the Country. However, the Central Star C is the center of the universe after all, and countless people have sharpened their heads and want to have a voice here. For Ulan Riel, the allies here are too saturated, and she does not like so many people to develop their power here in the name of the Empire. Black Star brought the mobile base over, obviously to establish a branch. For the sake of the allies, Ulan Riel is willing to provide some help, but she is ready to secretly limit the expansion speed of the Black Star Legion in the Central Star Sea. In short, it is necessary to reduce the chance of Black Star coming to Central Star Sea to stay in the Broken Star Ring or Shining World. Ulan Riel believes in Claudia's judgment. He said that Black Star has the opportunity to touch a higher level and will definitely not misunderstand it. Therefore, Black Star can be regarded as an important chess piece. Since it is an important chess piece, it is naturally necessary to put it in the right place to achieve its effect. The news that Black Star was officially received by the head of the Empire was spread through the Imperial Channel. As Han Xiao expected, the Empire would not hide it, but would declare in some way that it had new bargaining chips. His name officially entered the sight of various major forces in the Central Star Sea. Han Xiao had no foundation in the Central Star Sea, so he had no way to understand the reactions of these major forces. In the next period of time, the Empire arranged for the garrison troops of the parent star to undergo evolutionary block transformation, and Han Xiao focused on cooperating with the other party's work. It took several days to finally complete the evolution and transformation of the Imperial Parent Star Force. During this period, the Black Star Legion did not wait. With the help of the Empire, the Black Star Legion used a small piece of real estate on the Empire's mother star and established a simple office, leaving a group of people ready to stay for a long time to facilitate contact. Before leaving, I received a vaccination with this group of members, and all the people selected were those who were willing to stay in the Central Star Sea. As for the Legion's mobile satellite base, the Empire naturally did not allow them to settle down next to their home star. So it gave Han Xiao a star map, asking him to choose a location in the territory of the Empire and place the branch base of the Black Star Legion. There is no need to hesitate to choose a location, and Han Xiao has already had a draft of the problem. Since this trip is to dig leaks with roots, the location of the base is naturally the main activity area for players. Han Xiao had something to do and had not left his mother planet for the time being. He ordered the troops to set out first. The public security in the Empire was very good. The Legion went to open a branch base, so he didn't need to accompany him in person. The reason why I stayed in the Homestar was that in addition to taking Emmys and others to visit, there was another goal, which was to plan for ultimate knowledge. The task list that Ulan Rueyer asked the people below to sort out had already been sent to Han Xiao's communicator. He picked and selected the task and finally determined a task. Ordinary idle tasks are not worth enough, and only difficult enough tasks are qualified to exchange for ultimate knowledge. Han Xiao chose a task that requires super A-level participation, a routine cleaning of the forces of the fallen ark. That is, fight against the strange god. The 3-star fields in the Central Star Sea are separated by desolate universe belts. There are border gaps between the three parties. They are more sensitive and difficult to manage, resulting in thugs who dare not stay in the 3-star fields flocking into the border gaps, forming a place of dirt and dirt. The area between the cracks on the border is very large. During the war period, the three major civilizations had a dog-brained battle and fought in front of their homes, as if they were endless. This large area was the ancient battlefield of that year, and countless planets were abandoned, becoming artificially desolate universe belts. Nowadays, a large number of thugs are hiding in it, which is difficult to find, and the cracks on the border are not dead. It is connected to the desolate universe belt outside the Central Star Sea. Once it has circulation to the outside world, it is even more impossible to eradicate it. Sensitive areas are not suitable for vigorous rectification. Anyway, the three major civilizations are connected by stargates, and serious passengers will not go through the desolate universe, which will have little impact on the security of the Central Star Sea. The team of strange gods has always been hiding in the desolate universe belt in the cracks on the border. They have always been quite secret. Recently, they seem to have been exposed and discovered by the observation device of the Red Empire. The strange god is notorious. For the three major civilizations, eating, sleeping, and fighting the strange god has become a daily operation and is called routine cleaning. Han Xiao and Yishun still have a grudge. Although Yishun wants to make a deal with him, Han Xiao will not think that Yishun is a friend because of this. Since he is now making a living in the order camp, it is best to draw a clear line in this notorious thug. Speaking of which, it was the strange god who was asking for trouble for him before. But this was the first time he went to the strange god's base camp to cause trouble. If it weren't for the Empire's clearance operation, I wouldn't have this opportunity, and it would be different to have a strong backer. He was a little afraid of the power of the alien god and did not plan to go by himself. So he invited a group of super A-level allies he had met recently. Claudia has a position and refuses without any suspense. The others refuse, and they don't have the same relationship, saying that they don't want to cause trouble for strange gods. Only the only one agreed to his invitation. When will we set off? In the communicator, Bioni shook the horns on his head. His fiery red skin had a volcanic rock-like texture, and there were agile fire snakes flowing. His eyes were blazing red fireballs, burning endlessly. He was not a human, but a psychic of the Flame Demon Clan. Tomorrow, I have notified the people of the Empire, and they will send us there. Han Xiao scratched his chin. He had handled all his affairs in the Empire's mother star and had nothing to do. Next, it was his turn to complete his two plans to come to the Central Star Sea. One is to plan the ultimate knowledge, and the other is to develop the Leak Land. The latter only needs the signature of the Black Star Legion and does not have to show up by itself. The troops are divided into two groups and are carried out at the same time. Just two of us, there may be risks. The fleet of alien gods is too large, and he himself is extremely dangerous. Bioni shook his head. We have more than 2 super A-level combat powers. Han Xiao glanced at Emmy's next to him. Emmy seemed to be unwilling to be lonely when he learned about this. He took the initiative to follow him. He did not refuse. Many people were always helpers. Seeing him looking over, Emmy's chuckled softly with an impatient meaning. An Imperial spacecraft slowly moved away from the red ring stars. In the cabin, Han Xiao stood in front of the porthole, looking at the shrinking outline of the Empire's mother star, expressionless. He accepted the task of extinguishing the Empire and notified the Empire that he specially arranged a spaceship to see him off. The operation was finalized yesterday, and there was no delay today. He and Bioni and Emmys took Hela and his group on a spaceship sent by the Empire to head to the garrison base at the garrison in the border cracks to participate in the routine cleaning of the fallen Arkansas. This time, I came and went in a hurry. Han Xiao's eyes reflected the increasingly distant mother star cluster of the Empire. He stayed in the parent star for only a few days, but he couldn't compare to the time he spent on the road. He didn't stay for long, and after completing the parent star's activities, he decisively left and acted vigorously. During this trip, I met the head of the Empire and met a group of pillars that govern the country. Deepened my connections with the Empire, expanded my connections, and made the imprint of the Empire clearer, fulfilling the wish of the Red Empire, and I will be considered a backbone of the Empire in the future. The Empire's army has been assembled and is waiting for the Super A level to go over and over the formation. Through the Stargate channel, we can meet with the large force in about 4 or 5 days. Bioni walked over from the side, spoke, and spit out sparks. The Red Ring Galaxy is the center of the Empire, and they're going to the edge of the star domain, but it only takes 4 or 5 days. It is not that the distance is very short, but that the traffic in the Central Star Sea is much more developed than that of the Broken Star Ring. The cosmic civilization has planted many stargates in its base camp to form a fast transportation channel. If it is replaced by a sparse star gate distribution like Broken Star Rings, the 4 or 5 days may take more than half a month. Han Xiao turned his head, thought for a while, and suddenly asked, "Have you participated in a similar operation before?" "Well, I have participated in the encirclement of the Fallen Ark twice. This is the 3rd time. Most of the Super A levels staying in the Central Star Sea have participated in this operation." Bioni nodded. It was really like eating, sleeping, and beating the strange god. All of the allies refused to provoke the strange god, but they just didn't want to come with me. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Then the strange gods have basically fought with all the Super A-level battles of the 3 major civilizations. It can be said that most of the time, we can only encounter the clone of the strange gods. Only a large-scale annihilation operation against the home team of the Fallen Ark can we encounter the Super A-level body. It is usually a Super A-level action of Claudi's level. The strange gods are too strong. I know that there are more than 2 Super A-level deaths in his hands. The whole universe is only a few Super A-level, which is really a terrifying record. Bioni shook his head. Because of his deliberate friendship, Han Xiao's relationship with him is closer than other Super A-level allies. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao nodded to show his understanding, and his eyes flashed. The alien god has the strength, but for the 3 major civilizations, gritting their teeth should be able to eliminate it, but tolerating him for so long, there is something strange about it. This time there are 3 Super A-level players in charge. Even if you're not lucky enough to meet the body of the alien god, you can still escape unstoppably. Bioni spoke again. "Bad luck? Hey, this time I will probably encounter the body of strange god." Han Xiao curled his lips secretly. When he arrived at the mother planet of the Empire, the strange god happened to be exposed. He didn't think it was a coincidence. Thinking of the strange god's words when he took the initiative to contact him, this is probably the reason, but he still chose to participate in this clearance operation. I put away my thoughts, opened the panel, and took a look. The routine cleaning task was placed in the list, and the reward was very good. Imperial Battle. The Fallen Ark repeatable. Task Introduction. The Fallen Ark, a paradise lost for the thugs of the universe, is evil and is notorious, and has been surrounded and suppressed by the 3 major civilizations all year round. Now, the Red Empire has discovered the whereabouts of a Fallen Ark fleet. You decide to participate in this battle and contribute your own strength. Tip: this mission is a series of camp tasks. You can complete the following requirements in this mission. Elite Pawn. Kill 2,000 enemies in total. Reward 380 W of experience. Contribution of the Red Empire plus 20. Strong General. Kill more than 200 C-level superpowers. Reward 810 W of experience. Contribution of the Red Empire plus 30. Scavenger. Kill a total of famous enemies. Reward 1. 335W of experience. Contribution of the Red Empire plus 50. Decaptor. Kill the fleet commander. Reward W experience. Contribution of the Red Empire plus 220. Face the Strange God Eye. Cumulatively destroys 0.5% of the blood volume of the Strange God, both body or clone. Reward W experience. Contribution of the Red Empire plus 350. Facially facing the Strange God 2. Cumulatively destroy 5% of the blood volume of the Strange God. Reward W experience. Contribution of the Red Empire plus 550. Facially facing the Strange God 3. Cumulatively destroy 15% of the blood volume of the Strange God. Reward W experience. Contribution of the Red Empire plus 900. Facially facing the Strange God 4. Successfully cooperate with the Red Empire troops to eliminate a Strange God clone. Reward W experience and 80 Empire contribution per 1% output ratio. And obtain People Advent Card. Alien God. This is not a one-time task. As long as there is a chance to clear the routine, this task will appear. The Red Empire is a force at the top of the Star Sea. The task rewards given are basically the standard for the middle and late versions, involving over A level, and the highest reward is even more than tens of billions of experience. This time the fallen art team was discovered near the border of the Empire, so the Empire took the initiative to send troops. Han Xiao accepted this task, and also took a fancy to the generous reward. The rewards of the Facing the Alien God series account for more than 90% of this repeatable task, which is challenging. At most, ordinary players can only complete the basic requirements of killing enemy troops. It is almost impossible to cause too much damage to the alien god, and even the accumulated damage is still difficult. But he is different. Once at the natural disaster level, the clone of the alien god beat him very badly. But now that the original body of the alien god has arrived, he may be defeated, but it is difficult for him to put pressure on himself just because of the clone of the alien god with limited energy. The contribution required by players to exchange for ultimate knowledge from cosmic civilization is the point, but their current identity is completely different. With a discount of half, 6,000 points can be exchanged for ultimate knowledge. The stronger the camp, the harder the better the favor. In the past life, players burst into full force for the ultimate knowledge. The business of training like him was very prosperous. At this time, Han Xiao did not want to stay in the Central Star Sea for too long to win the favor, so he was ready to use his strength advantages to complete the extremely high difficulty requirements that were almost impossible for players and earn a large amount of contribution at one time. In the task list given by the Empire, it is the most convenient that this task can meet his requirements for the time being. Just so, by the way, take this opportunity to draw a clear line with the strange gods and convey a signal. Don't want to continue to talk about this topic. Han Xiao changed his mind and suddenly asked, by the way, how about your relationship with the Machinery Kingdom? Bioni was the fire demon before he advanced to Super A, but now he also maintains a similar appearance. He still regards himself as a member of the Fire Demon clan, commanding a tribe in the Old Star River and widely recruiting the Super A race that reproduces in the harem, living a prosperous life. He is a big boss of the Old Star River. The military country of Manison is also entrenched in the Old Galaxy, and Bioni must have known others. Manison? Why are you asking about this? Bioni was puzzled. He is the top Super A-level mechanical department after all, and I have long been famous. Han Xiao said casually. Bioni did not doubt that he was. I have very little contact with him. His power was mixed in the Old Galaxy, far exceeding me. If you want to visit him, I can recommend it for you. But he is from the Glorious Federation, and it is not good to see him in private. You think too much about this. Cosmic civilization will not restrict our personal relationship. Well, in short, I don't like to meet people from other forces. Bioni shook his head. Han Xiao smiled. Although he was not going to provoke the Arsenal Kingdom, he was always a little extra concerned because of Araxia. As for the visit, he was not a lie. He was indeed very interested in Manison's immortal army technology, but it would not be the moment when he wanted to visit. The development of a shining world was about to be developed, and he had no time to run to the Old Galaxy. However, When it comes to the military country, Han Xiao couldn't help but think of an old enemy, Wanting. This guy has not taken action for several years. Han Xiao guessed whether he gave up, but the mission is still hanging on the panel and not disappearing. In the future, go to the abyss of stars to meet him. Han Xiao said intimately. He did not forget the trouble this guy caused him. Now his wings are gradually becoming fuller. He will find some time to settle it in the future. In the cracks in the border between the Central Star Sea, a huge fleet was sailing slowly, a branch fleet of the fallen Arkansas. There is a palace inside the main ship, with energy transmission circuits on the ground, connecting to the central throne. On the throne is a clone of a strange god. The energy core of the spacecraft continuously transmits energy to the clone of a strange god through the throne, just like a socket to charge the clone of a strange god. At this moment, the master consciousness of the alien god is descending on this alien god clone. I don't know who the Super A level sent by the Red Empire to suppress the formation this time. Ishan raised his chin and pondered. Information shows that Black Star is visiting the Red Empire's mother star recently. Well, will he come to me with the evolution block? He learned about Black Star's trip to the Central Star Sea more than half a month ago. If Black Star wants to trade with him, it needs an opportunity to contact. So it is no coincidence that Ishan deliberately let a team be discovered by the Empire and actively create opportunities. He cannot leave the Central Star Sea easily. If he wants to use evolutionary blocks on the body, he can only let the Black Star come to him. In order to avoid black beings and eat black, it is unlikely that the Black Star will come to him secretly. So he needs to create an occasion that is not easy to be suspected. He should understand what I mean. After thinking for a while, the strange god shook his head. He had no doubt about Black Star's sensitivity, but Black Star did not contact him and probably hadn't decided whether to trade with him. In this case, the strange god felt that Han Xiao might not dare to come over to contact him. The Black Star is set out, and Bioni will stare at him. In the office of the head of state of Tyran Hamel Palace, Claudia reported the situation to Ulan Riel without expression. Ulan Riel put down the documents in his hand, rubbed the corners of his eyes, and slowly said with his eyes closed, "He chose to fight the strange god, which was beyond my expectations. It was a bit too coincidental in time. He brought the evolution block. The strange god also showed interest in this thing, so he had to guard against it. Originally, Han Xiao chose what task. Such a small matter did not require her, the head of the Empire, to pay attention to it, but she noticed the doubts in it and had to pay attention to it. For the Empire, it is not a secret that the alien gods steal the evolution blocks. Han Xiao took the blocks to fight the alien gods, probably because he knew the alien gods' covetousness and wanted to show his sovereignty and take revenge, but may also be other unspeakable purposes. After all, Black Star is a new ally, and it seems that the Empire is taking care of everywhere. In fact, since he set off for the Central Star Sea, he has been closely watched by the Empire's eyes and ears. Bioni agreed to Han Xiao's invitation, partly because he was a young and strong school, and the other part was Claudia's request. While protecting him, he also stared at the Black Star's actions for Ulan Riel. The spirit of guarding against others is necessary. The Empire is unwilling to see any allies having an affair with the alien gods and be scattered outside. The information of Black Star shows that he is good at cooperating with all parties in the Broken Star Ring, dealing with many forces, and establishing his current foundation. He is obviously not a stable guy. Ulan Riel opened his eyes. His eyes were calm, and said slowly, "I hope he will not be too arrogant, use his old tricks again, thinking that he could deceive the Empire. Recommended 2 books, Don't Ascension, the author When Yin vs. Drink, Pentahedral, the author 197 movie. P.S. You should not ask for leave during the New Year _3. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel." A few days later, the desolate universe belt, carrying Han Xiao and his group of small spacecraft near a huge Red Empire fleet. This unit belongs to the Imperial Border Defense Army and is the 36th Legion. It is the troops responsible for clearing out the fallen Ark this time, waiting to connect with the Super A-level combat power sent by the Empire. All passes were tested and the identity was confirmed to be correct. The small spacecraft entered the fleet formation and connected with the Defender-class heavy-duty main ship with a square appearance like a coffin. Swish! The cabin door passage opened. Han Xiao and his group stepped into the main ship cabin, and several officers greeted him here. Old Haixing, Your Excellency Burnya, Your Excellency Dragon, I am the adjutant of Commander Muliriki, and I am ordered to welcome you. An officer said respectfully. Although Emmys is not an ally of the Empire, he is a neutral Super A-level person who followed Han Xiao, and the Empire will not neglect it. Han Xiao nodded, and the group followed the adjutant all the way forward. After walking for a while, they found that they had entered the living area, not going to the bridge command room. Will the commander meet us? Bioni was puzzled. The adjutant smiled, apologized, and said, The commander means to let you rest first and accumulate strength. He will control the tactics. Don't worry. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Don't he want to discuss with us? The commander is still discussing with the staff, and he can't get out of his body for the time being. When the tactics are improved, it will be notified that you will not be disturbed before. The adjutant urged. The enemy may be out of our lockdown at any time. The troops are not suitable for standing by for too long. We must set off and set off. We will fight the enemy soon. Please rest well. You will need your combat strength at that time. Hearing this, Han Xiao and Bioni looked at each other, and both shook their heads. As if they were watching the fire, the commander Mulilikai, who did not show up, was unwilling to let them interfere in tactical arrangements, and they didn't even want to discuss it with them. Then let's take a rest. Han Xiao followed the Imperial Army for the first time to fight. Since Bioni didn't say anything, he had no objection and stayed in accordance with the other party's arrangement. Seeing that the 3 Super A-level players had no objections, the adjutant breathed a sigh of relief and ordered his subordinates to settle Han Xiao and others, then said goodbye and left, and kept walking back to the bridge command room. The command room was quiet, and the personnel who operated the instruments did not make any sound while they were busy. Muliriki, the commander of the 36th Corps of the Border Defense Army, turned his back to him, standing in front of the huge star map. Looking up, and the staff officers beside him were silent. Commander, the 3 Super A-level combat powers have been settled. The adjutant stepped forward to report. Muliri did not look back. Do they have any opinions? No. Well, I don't like guys who point fingers. Muliri nodded lightly, notified the entire army, and set off immediately. He was responsible for this routine clearance. In order to wait for the Super A-level combat power sent by the Empire, his troops were on standby for a long time. These Super A-level combat powers were late. Muliri was very displeased with this. In his opinion, he missed the opportunity for the fight, but his status was transcendent. He was not an Imperial soldier, so he couldn't say anything. He didn't have much favorable feelings for the Super A-class that was not directly from the Empire. As the fleet commander, he looked at the problem with a tactical perspective. In his eyes, although these Super A-class status are high, after stripping away the halo of the pillars of the country, they are just extremely destructive tools on the battlefield. Muliri didn't want these Super A-level management to be too generous, and he took his command. The Empire handed over these tools to him, so he naturally used them. So he felt that there was no need to waste saliva discussing tactics with these Super A-level. No matter how high their status outside, a fleet can only have one commander, and this group of Super A-level ones is enough to act according to his orders. He asked the adjutant to receive the Super A-level reception because he was too lazy to greet him perfunctorily, and he didn't even want to see Han Xiao and his party step into his command room. Under Murelazi's order, the fleet took action and turned into a stream of light to travel through the desolate universe, chasing the enemy in the direction of the enemy. In the cabin room, Han Xiao, Emmys, and Bioni gathered together and chatted casually. The commander of this fleet seemed to be very repulsive of us. Emmers shook his head. Bioni refused to say anything and said, The Imperial Army attaches great importance to discipline, and the Super A-level army does not belong to the military organization. He has never obeyed orders unconditionally. The commander's words are not worthy, so some Imperial officers have always disliked letting us super A-level army point fingers. After pausing, Bioni was a little dissatisfied and said, "Although that's what he said, this person named Murelazi is too arrogant. He doesn't even want to greet us personally. He even asked us to wait for orders obediently. Do we, the pillars of the country, are his soldiers? Super A-level army are all big bosses with great power. They have never been ignored so much. If they want to be an outsider, they dare to show off in front of him and pinch them to death. Unfortunately, this is an Imperial soldier and cannot move." Bioni feels unhappy. Han Xiao was open-minded and waved his hand, not caring about it. After all, he is the commander. He wants to ensure his authority. A unit cannot have a second voice. Although our status is high, he treats everyone equally, but has nothing to do. If we give opinions at will, it will be difficult for him to deal with it. So he would just distinguish his responsibilities from the beginning and not let us interfere in the command. Bioni glanced at him. "You really don't think of yourself as a super A-level." Han Xiao shrugged. "Some old-fashioned super A-level people are used to being domineering and do not allow any disobedience or disrespect. They have a different mentality and do not have that great temperament. After all, he has a specialty in his profession. He is a professional commander and does not want to be guided by an outsider." But the reason is correct. Han Xiao also thinks that Muliariki is indeed arrogant. Anyway, it's not too much to give some respect to the strong men at the top of the Star Sea. It doesn't matter if you don't flatter. You have to be so arrogant. Do you think you are the marshal of the Empire? Shaking his head, Han Xiao no longer had this concern. He would probably encounter the body of a strange god this time, and he needed to think about it. The strange god deliberately attracted the Imperial army, which meant to test me. Han Xiao said intimately. The strange god once proposed to help him complete something unconditionally in exchange for the right to use the evolution block. He was moved, but after thinking about it, he found that the fire pit could not jump. This person is very bad. The transaction itself is a trap. The identity of the alien god is so sensitive. If he really makes a transaction, he will leave a handle. The strange god can survive in the gaps between the three civilizations. Han Xiao didn't believe it at all. If he agreed to the strange god's request, the other party might have broken the bridge and stabbed the matter to the Empire, and would not keep it secret for him. After using up the evolution block, the alien god can turn against others at any time. He has no credibility and is too uncertain. Even if he fulfills his promise, there is still a way to force himself to the opposite of the Order camp. The alien god is not afraid of doing bad things, and it is too easy to pull him into the water. Han Xiao also had a hidden worry, that is, the alien god stole evolution blocks from Cisco, exposing the situation where he had the evolutionary civilization data in his hand, and he could also use the evolution blocks, which was easy to be associated with, which must have caused suspicion. The Red Empire did not force him to question it. Perhaps it had investigated it secretly and expressed trust in him, but if the strange god made up his mind and gave him a shit, it would have some impact. If you delay, you can hide, and you can't hide, and you can't hide, and you can't hide, and the strange god is not a dead person. How could he be willing to stay by him? If you are impatient, you will definitely do something. At that time, you are not in the Central Star Sea, so it is difficult to cleanse the suspicion and be passive. Joining the Empire can develop in the long run, so why bother to take risks? He thought it through clearly. If he breaks, he will never jump into this fire pit. Anyway, you will not let him go. This time he will be completely enemies with the strange gods. Some people's PY looks attractive, but they are actually barbed. God of the alien god, we detected that the Red Empire's troops appeared behind us. At the current speed of travel, they will soon be caught up with them. Should we speed up and throw them away, or turn around to fight? In the main ship of the fallen Ark fleet, the alien god clone waved his hand as he listened to his subordinate's report. Let's go back and fight. He let this group of fleets wander around the border of the Empire in order to lure the Imperial army to take action, so he naturally would not escape. There are tens of millions of spacecraft in the fallen Ark, and there are many hidden points in the desolate universe. The Ishan family is very good, and it is not a pity to take out a branch fleet as bait. If Black Star does not come, this time when fighting with the Imperial Border Defense Army, the alien god is ready to capture some superpowers and take them back, and will not lose the fleet in vain. The fallen Ark fleet turned around and faced the direction the Imperial troops were chasing and prepared for battle. Before long, the 36th Legion of the Imperial Border Defense Army appeared in the observation radar. Although the fallen Ark was a group of undisciplined thugs, they were not a mob. They immediately opened fire and fired the Imperial troops beyond the visual range. At the same time, the thrusters were fully powered, and the entire army charged towards the Imperial troops with fierce fighting styles. The three major civilizations and the strange gods are old opponents. When the two sides meet, they don't need verbal negotiations, and they directly get angry. The two fleets rushed towards each other, inserted into their respective formations, intertwined, and fought. Spaceships explode in the universe, turning into dazzling fireworks in the universe, with cruelty in beauty. There is a desolate planet on the side of the battlefield, and the wreckage turns into meteors and falls to the surface, smashing out meteorite craters. The Guard-class main ship of the 36th Legion opened fire, and a dark energy annihilation ray shot out like a money-free fire, breaking the combat spacecraft of the fallen Arkansas Muliriki looked at the three-dimensional battlefield view and saw the battle situation. He stared at the enemy's main ship and said coldly, "Let them move first. Let the three super A-levels move together and force the alien gods out." The order sounded in the communication channel. Bioni frowned and said in a deep voice, "Don't the three fight together expose their trump card at once? It's not your turn to question. Execute my order." Muliriki heard the reply in the channel, and his tone was full of unquestionable toughness. "Well, when you meet a tough guy, Han Xiao is helpless. The Red Empire is good everywhere, but this is not good. The civilization is too strong, which gives some official members a sense of superiority and confidence." A hint of unpleasantness flashed in Bioni's eyes. He was not easy to care about during the battle. He endured it and stopped talking. He turned around and jumped out of the hatch door, entered the battlefield directly, and rushed towards the enemy main ship where the alien god was. Emmys was also a little unhappy and shook his head, about to step into the battlefield. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly called her inside. "Sorry, I don't know that the commander is so urinating, which makes you feel angry with me." Hearing this, Emmers paused and looked back at him. The beautiful eyes were flowing, and a little unhappiness disappeared, leaving only teasing. "Do you think I'm a child? Do you need your comfort?" His tone was full of smiles. After saying that, Emeth soared into the air, joined the battlefield, and flew from another direction to the position of the alien god. With a helpless smile, Han Xiao followed closely behind. As soon as the three of them joined the melee, the situation immediately changed. Wherever Bioni passed, enemy warships suddenly burned, emitting colorful flames. Even the high heat-resistant armor alloy was ignited on its own, turning into hot steel, and the entire ship melted and exploded. Emmys directly grabbed countless enemy ships with force field and swept left and right. The shipborne shield collided and exploded into a dazzling arc. The collision of the hull left a huge gap, sweeping out countless blank areas. The warship that was too close was squeezed from the outside to the inside by the force field and exploded. Both of them are good at AoE and are a big killer on the battlefield. Han Xiao didn't need to take action at all. He was happy to take the mechanical army behind the two, and he could only make up for the knife and complete some of the tasks. The three of them approached the enemy's main ship. Inside the main ship, the strange god clone looked at Han Xiao and was excited. He actually showed up. Buzz. The next moment, his figure disappeared in place and teleported in front of the three of them. He didn't even look at Emmys and Bioni. His eyes were locked on Han Xiao, and he couldn't wait to deliver a private soul voice transmission. His tone was expectant. "Hey Xing, you really have a tacit understanding with me. Have you decided to make a deal with me?" Bang! Han Xiao did not hesitate to gather fire. The endless secret energy bombarded the alien god's clone, and the light chips splashed everywhere, slapped it towards the surface of the desolate planet. The three of them followed closely behind, floating in the air of the desolate planet. Emeth pulled his palm and clenched the strange god clone that had smashed into the ground. The force field pressed the strange god clone into a twisted black shadow and was quickly pulled towards the three of them. Bioni aimed his hands at the alien god clone from afar. The dark body of the alien god clone suddenly burst out with a raging fire. Han Xiao closed his hands and activated gene liberation, and the mechanical legion fired at the inactive alien clone. Hesitation. The dark blue light is like a rainstorm, penetrating the clone of the strange god again and again, disappearing into the depths of the universe along the gravitational arc of the desolate planet. Bang! The clone of the alien god exploded into a ball of black mist and slowly dissipated. Even Zisco can easily kill 2 alien god clones with 1 against 2. Faced with 3 serious super A-level collaborations, an alien god clone with limited energy can only be ravaged and killed. No, Mureliki, in the main ship in the distance, nodded. Thunder, Tenjun, killed the strange god clone in the other party, and then he only needed to destroy the enemy's fleet. Just as he was thinking this way, a vortex of space energy suddenly appeared at the death of the strange god clone, and a hooded man stepped out of the air. As soon as this person appeared, it seemed to bring endless pressure, and the time and space around him seemed to freeze for a moment. At this moment, Muliariki's face changed drastically. Bioni's relaxed body suddenly tensed. Emers frowned. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. What comes is not the clone, but the body of the strange god. Notorious, many thugs who feared super A-level. The strange god stared at Han Xiao indifferently, spoke slowly, and his tone was cold. I'm very disappointed with your reply, but you shouldn't be so close to me when you reject me. The appearance of the alien god made Muliaki shocked. He thought it was just an ordinary routine extinguishing, but he did not expect that the alien god's body would appear here. There's a consensus in the Central Star Sea that if you encounter the original body of a strange god, it is best to escape immediately. However, when you think that you have 3 super A-level subordinates to command, Mulariki barely suppresses his immediate retreat and does not believe in the evil and wants to fight. You stop the strange god, lead him away, and buy time. Mulariki ordered the fleet to avoid fighting and accelerate the offensive against the Fallen Ark fleet. And on the other side, he decisively ordered Han Xiao and others. The evil name of the strange god is too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Although Muliariki is arrogant, he also knows that just his own people, it is impossible to kill the other party. His goal is to eliminate the enemy fleet, cut off the wings of the strange god, and leave the enemy's master general, so as to try to force the strange god back. If he does this, it will be a brilliant record. Although the strange god is the top group of super A level, he has 3 combat powers of the same level, which is just the right time to play it as a tool for Duizi. The Imperial troops began to act, but in the air of the desolate planet, Han Xiao and the other gods were confronting each other from afar, turning a deaf ear to Muliariki's words, and no one paid attention to him. The atmosphere was almost frozen, and the intention of killing continued to rise. Bioni did not dare to move his eyes away from the strange god, and glanced at Han Xiao in surprise. The strange god said what he had just said, and he also heard it. What's the answer? Did Black Star and the alien god have private contact? Han Xiao's fingers moved, and the Black Mechanical Legion's guns were aimed at the strange gods, but he did not take action immediately and spoke slowly. Do you really think I will agree to your conditions and give you the evolutionary block? Since I have joined the Empire, you and I are mortal enemies. This time I come to deal with you is to let you die. The evolutionary block is here with me. If you want it, come and grab it. Han Xiao did not hide the secret that the two had had private contact and took the initiative to make his position. The strange god narrowed his eyes and stared at Han Xiao's neck, as if he could penetrate the mecha and see the evolutionary blocks worn on his neck. Knowing that this time was a signal he sent, he still dared to come here to reject him in person. He took the evolution block and took risks to draw a clear line. Are you really not afraid of things being stolen by him? Or are you too confident in your own strength? The three of them joined forces to give you confidence. The strange god glanced at Han Xiao and the other two, and his tone was indifferent. As soon as the words came to an end, the strange god took action and reached out to push it. The rainbow-like energy squirted out, turning into countless rays of light, covering the sky and shooting at the three people. Shield! A green light flashed in Emmer's eyes, and the thick force field turned into a shield to cover the three of them. Rainbow energy crackled and exploded fireworks on it. The penetration power was extremely strong and had the attribute of decomposition. If Emmer's force field was not for the continuous operation, it would be difficult to block the attack. The strange god twisted his palm, and suddenly another force field came and squeezed violently. He also has the power field ability. Emmys was shocked and hurriedly supported his force field. The two force fields, one inside and one outside, would be stalemate for a while, but they were wrapped in the power field of the alien god. Force field abilities are very common and have low potential. Emmers is the only person who has trained him to Super A level superbly, but the low-level abilities absorbed by the alien god will be rewarded with his bonus to obtain Super A level power. The two of them are equal for a while. Han Xiao had an idea, and the Mechanical Legion outside immediately launched an attack. The strange god's eyes drooped, and the space around him suddenly solidified and became substantial, as if it had become a crystal structure. Countless phantom cannons were deviated, and all were refracted. Some shot into the sky and disappeared, and some hit the surface and exploded a huge explosion light ball, but none of them could hit his body. Pure energy refraction ability. Han Xiao's eyes changed. At this moment, Bioni released his power from afar and ignited the body of the alien god. Whether it was flesh, bones, or the power in his body, it all turned into fuel. However, the strange god was indifferent and took a breath. The flames on his body seemed to be absorbed by the skin. Bioni's ability turned into pure energy and was swallowed by the cells. Before several people could respond, half of the alien god's body suddenly turned into black fog, and the black fog condensed into a human form next to it, forming a new clone as if the cells were divided. Brush! The clone teleported and disappeared, ignoring Emmy's force field, appeared directly in front of Bioni, punched him in the chest, activated the speed, supernatural power, extremely fast. Bioni's reaction was extremely fast, and his strength flowed through his arms. At the critical moment, he raised his hand to hold the fist of the strange god clone. However, there was no force on the fist. The moment he touched Bioni, a strange energy penetrated into Bioni's body. Well, Bioni's face changed drastically. At this moment, he felt that the superpowers in his body seemed to have disappeared, and he could not even sense his strength. At this moment, the strange god clone shone in full light and expanded rapidly. Buzz! A black light ball was born and expanded rapidly, as if a black hole appeared on the surface, swallowing Bioni's figure. Some of the mechanical legions around were swallowed up and destroyed one after another. The mechanical warriors who were not in the center of the explosion hurriedly retreated and were shaken out by the shockwave, each with damage. Boom! The light ball explodes after expanding, leaving a sinkhole on the ground. A black fireball was floating in the air, and the surrounding black flames dissipated, revealing Bioni's figure. He was quite embarrassed at this time. His whole body was charred. His ability was suppressed by some supernatural power of the alien god. When his clone exploded, he finally sensed the supernatural power again, ignited the approaching energy, formed a hedge, offset the power of a large amount of explosion, and formed a blank area around him, so he did not suffer too much injury. Not far away, the space fluctuated slightly, and Han Xiao walked out. He avoided the edge through the void jump. On the other side, Emmys also stepped out of the void dimension. Her method of avoiding the explosion center was exactly the same as Han Xiao. After a brief fight, all three of them looked solemn, looking up at the strange god who was still moving. What a terrible guy! Although I had expected it, the strength of the alien god still scared Han Xiao. Rumors are one thing, and facing it in person is another thing. For the first time, the original body and the clone are completely different concepts. In front of me is a monster who has devoted countless years to collecting superpowers and has no idea how many abilities it has. The essence of this guy is the true meaning of super god, the omnipotent god of superpowers. The potential of superpowers limits the owner's level limit, and the upper limit of many unique superpowers is very low. However, after the strange god absorbed these superpowers, he used his Super A attributes as the source of power to drive, allowing many abilities that could not reach the advanced level to exert effects at the level of Super A level. No matter how simple the superpower is, the power of his hands is as amazing, and many strange abilities can even exert amazing effects. For example, the ability to suppress Bioni uses ability to silence other people's superpowers. This ability itself has a very low upper limit and cannot even take effect on a natural disaster level. However, the alien god is driven by its own power. Although it can only be triggered in close proximity, it cannot be exempted from Super A level. So many superpowers have made him almost have no shortcomings. For him, the two biggest restrictions are: one is his own energy limit, and the other is that he cannot use too many superpowers at the same time, which will bring huge load to the gene chain. He can suppress 3 people by one, and he is at ease. Looking at the entire universe, facing head-on confrontation, few people are his opponents. Fortunately, Bioni was also pulled over. If only 2 Super A were available, they would be very passive. Although the 3 of them could not beat him, they could at least barely hold him back. Han Xiao was in a serious mood and regrouped the scattered mechanical legion. Compared to the Super A-level players he has fought against, the alien god is the only opponent with overwhelming combat power, and the pressure he puts on him is unprecedentedly huge. It is worthy of being a thug whose name spreads throughout the sea of stars. Emmys took a breath and looked solemn. It was also her first time fighting with the strange god, and she experienced the other party's terrifying combat power for the first time and was shocked. The strange god glanced at the 3 of them and suddenly teleported and disappeared in front of everyone. Not good. Han Xiao suddenly looked up, his face changed, and he saw the strange god move into the Imperial Army. Mureliki, who was commanding the fleet, also had this idea. When he saw the alien god appearing in the fleet, his face changed drastically. The next moment, the strange god punched out, spewing out a black and red light column, heading straight for the main ship of the guard class, and suddenly pierced through the main ship's high-energy shield, blasting a huge gap on the hull, which was transparent from front to back, and armor fragments scattered everywhere. Alarm! Alarm! The hull was damaged by 10.8%. Engine 3 was damaged. The energy conduction circuit was damaged. The energy core output efficiency was reduced by 18%, and repair was underway. The vibration of the hull caused the people in the command room to fall and almost fell all over the ground. Muliariki finally stabilized his body and was already shocked. Retreat quickly. The main ship was attacked, and the situation changed suddenly. He was killed by the strange gods. The unyielding defeat in Muliariki immediately disappeared, and he did not dare to fight again. However, the target of the alien god is the main ship, shooting out a series of black and red light columns. Looking at the approaching attack outside the porthole and listening to the spacecraft's alarm, Muliariki suddenly realized that in the face of such great power, he was powerless, and the trusted fleet could not rescue him at all, and he was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Despair appeared on his face. The beam of light shot into the main ship, and the next moment, the internal light swelled, and the main ship exploded and shattered. Muliariki's eyes turned black, and he closed his eyes and waited for death. Suddenly, he felt the cold metal wrapped around his whole body. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the explosion of the main ship was getting farther and farther away from the explosion area. He was covered by a mecha and was rapidly away from the explosion area. I'm not dead. Moriariki's eyes widened, and he was still scared. Cece. At this moment, the tactical screen lit up and Han Xiao's face appeared. Although still alive, don't stand there. The fleet needs your command. Don't think of retreating. Although the alien god is terrible, it will not beat our 3 Super A levels for a while. It is very close to the border of the Empire. The border guards can come to support at any time. He will not delay here for too long. As long as he holds up, he can force him to retreat. When a main ship exploded, Han Xiao arrived and rescued Mulilikai. This guy cannot die yet. The fleet needs command. Black Star? This guy saved me? Moriariki's face changed. After hearing Han Xiao's words, he gritted his teeth, gave up the idea of retreating, and hurriedly opened the order channel, allowing the fleet to continue attacking, and the mecha on his body protected him from being beheaded. Han Xiao and the 2 of them surrounded the strange god again, entangled with all their strength, barely leading him away from the battlefield of the fleet. The 4 of them fought into a group. The strange gods dealt with the attacks of the 3, without showing any difficulty. Instead, the wounds on Han Xiao and the other 2 were increasing, and the casualties of the Mechanical Legion were gradually increasing. One-on-one was not the opponent of the strange gods, and they could only cooperate with each other, which felt like the 3 heroes were fighting against Lu Bu. In a fierce battle, Han Xiao suddenly received a voice from the soul of the strange god. I have always been curious about why you know how to use evolutionary blocks. Ishin was curious. He was really confused. The information about the evolutionary civilization was clearly in his hands. He had checked Han Xiao's resume and had never had any intersection with the evolutionary civilization before. Why did he know how to use evolutionary blocks? Han Xiao blocked an energy impact of unknown powers against the Yoning shield, and his whole body fell into a stiff state. He gritted his teeth and barely said, I are lucky. Luck? Do you think I'm easy to cheat? The strange god looked disbelief. The password to open the evolution block is so complicated. If you try your luck, the probability is infinitely close to 0. But will you miss it? There's only one possibility that information about the evolutionary civilization must have been leaked from somewhere. After a pause, the alien god flashed through Emmy's force field impact and suddenly shook his head. Forget it. You know how to use it is the key. The reason doesn't matter. This may give you confidence to be fearless, but unfortunately, you underestimated me and looked up to yourself, bringing the evolutionary block that has become a portable state to me. This is the biggest mistake you made. At this time, the alien god raised his palm, and a blue light ball was suspended in the palm of his palm. The next moment, the light ball suddenly disappeared and turned into a familiar small silver square. Han Xiao was shocked all over and hurriedly lowered his head. The evolutionary block worn on his neck disappeared. When it disappeared, there was no movement at all. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Space replacement ability? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. You don't seem to be nervous at all. Ishan narrowed his eyes and suddenly realized something. His fingers suddenly used force to crush the small silver square. When my palms loosened, silver alloy fragments spilled out of my palms, and there was no evolutionary energy. Seeing this, the strange god's movements froze. Han Xiao smiled. Don't you think I would really come to see you with the evolutionary block in person and give you your words back? Do you underestimate me too much? This guy is not Cisco, who has occupied the block for many years and has almost refined it into a magic weapon. The strange god has no sense of the block's mind power to help him immediately test the authenticity. The strange god was silent for a few seconds and shook his head. That's right, since I decided to reject me. How could you bring the real thing here? I've been misled by you. When the original body just appeared, Han Xiao was very tough and said that if he wanted to evolve the square, he would grab it. He attracted the attention of the strange god to focus on the evolution square on his body, and he had preconceived ideas, and the two sides fought, which made the strange god have no time to think about it, subconsciously thinking about it. I just said that I was not easy to cheat, but I didn't expect that I would be teased immediately. The strange god's face was not very good looking. It is not a secret that the evolutionary block becomes a portable mode, because Cisco is eyeing it, so it is impossible to hand over the treasure to others for custody. And Han Xiao has always created this illusion, which makes people think that the evolutionary block is always on him. Therefore, in the eyes of the strange god, locking Han Xiao's whereabouts is equivalent to locking the position of the evolutionary block. Because of preconceived ideas, he fell into a misunderstanding of thinking and did not immediately consider the situation of the evolutionary block leaving Han Xiao. The data left over from the evolutionary civilization record the way to locate evolutionary blocks. But unlike Cisco's thought power sensing, this method is a special detection instrument that matches the blocks and can only be accurately positioned within a certain range of the evolutionary block. The technology of the block detector comes from countless years ago. Compared with today, it has certain defects. Moreover, the remaining technical data of the evolutionary civilization is not complete, and the detector has limitations, mainly scope limitations. The principle is to receive a special energy band emitted by the evolutionary block, which takes time to propagate between the universe, and is like a ripples. The farther away, the weaker it becomes, resulting in the detector being unable to locate infinite distances. When the strange god once stole the block, he first knew that the evolution block was on the Cisco's parent planet and had a rough location. So he went nearby to use the detection instrument to save Cisco's mental power, shielding to obtain the precise position of the block in the mother planet. Then the strange god clone could use teleportation power to avoid the guards of the Star-Eyed God clan and smuggle in. If there were no blocks at the beginning, the detection instruments would not be able to find a needle in a haystack and would find a target all at once through the vast star field. The detection instrument is external equipment, unlike Cisco, which has its own abilities. The alien god has preconceived ideas and is restrained by 3 people and does not check the instrument. Otherwise, anomalies will be found. The detector did not detect the evolution block nearby. Cisco's mind power is connected with evolutionary blocks. Although the positioning is too far as vague, it is infinitely distanced, which leads to Han Xiao usually keeping things around, and it is safest to have his own super A-level protection. But this time it was different to come to contact the strange god. If he had known that the other party had many methods, Han Xiao would not have been unprepared. The evolution block is really not on him now. Not long ago, he set out from Chihuan Star and took several days to reach the border. On this way, Han Xiao quietly released a spaceship and walked separately, not coming to the border, but alone in the Empire's territory and leaping and sneaking, keeping moving. The real evolution block was placed inside him, and this matter was not disclosed to anyone. Cisco is far away from the horizon. The further away the distance, the less accurate his sensing will be. He only knows the general direction of the evolutionary block in the Central Star Sea. Not to mention that he didn't know what was going on here. Even if he knew that the evolution block was separated from Han Xiao, a celebrity from the Void Spirit sect could not enter the territory of the Empire, so the threat from Cisco could be ignored for the time being. And to be on the safe side, another mechanical force is stationed in the hidden spacecraft that keeps the real evolution block. Because of the Emperor Mechanic's skill quantum distance transmission channel, even if the Legion is far apart from Han Xiao himself, it can also transmit mechanical power on a large scale, allowing the distant mechanical Legion to have super A-level combat power. Sitting in the ground, let the mechanical Legion with super A-level combat power go on an expedition. This is the characteristics and strength of the super A-level mechanic, the super kite flow. If the enemy is not present at the scene, how can the enemy still make the face stand out? This is similar to the clone of the strange god, and even more than that. The Army Country Mansion is this way of fighting. Even his figure cannot be seen when fighting with him. Han Xiao does not use this tactic at present because the Legion's foundation has not yet reached the height of the military country, and his own flesh is a trump card, so it is a waste not to use it. But the mechanical legion he released was also capable of crushing the natural disaster level, and was enough to temporarily act as a guard of the evolution block. Various thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's hand, and he kept controlling the mechanical legion to gather fire. Although the energy offset shield of the alien god can exempt most of the energy cannons, Han Xiao has some ways to deal with it. The mechanical legion has a variety of attack methods. It is impossible for a super A-level power to leave a super A-level helpless. His mechanical legion can even counter the metal control ability. It is not difficult for him to have a mere energy-skewed ability. Moreover, the alien god cannot use too many abilities at the same time, so it is naturally impossible to keep defending and not attacking all the time. There are two other super A-level restraints next to it. One fight, 3 cannot do anything to the strange god, but equally, the strange god cannot easily defeat the 3 of them and join forces. It is impossible to decide the winner in a short time. The two sides are deadlocked and restrain each other. On the battlefield, Moliariki, who escaped from the disaster, had no time to relax and command the fleet to attack. Although he was arrogant, he could command a border guard army alone, and his professional ability was not in vain. Under his tactical command, the Imperial troops attacked wildly, firmly gaining the upper hand, swallowing the enemy fleet with big mouths. Without super A-level intervention, this branch fleet of the Fallen Ark was not his opponent at all, and he was soon killed by him. The strange god responded to the siege of the 3 people, looked at the battlefield, frowned slightly, and he could see that 80% of the fleet would be wiped out. It has been confirmed just now that the evolutionary block is not on Han Xiao. This battle is no longer necessary for the alien gods to continue. It is too close to the Imperial border, and reinforcements will not take too long to arrive. Even he does not want to face the Imperial border guards that have been launched in large quantities. Even if he can escape unstoppably, he does not want to provoke the 3 major civilizations too much. If there were too many troops in the Red Empire, the Red Empire would probably immediately assemble a large army to go deep into the sensitive area and launch a chase and clearance against its main forces of the fallen Arkansas. Then the 3 old gangsters of the Empire will come. Although the strange gods are not worthy of them, they will lose far more than this wave of branch fleets by then, so it is really impossible to make any mistake. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly spoke in the spiritual connection between the two and said in a deep voice, "You have the ability to replace space. You didn't plan to trade with me from the beginning, it's just a trap." The strange god raised his hand to resist Emmy's force field, and he heard this, and his tone was entertaining. "I really have no credibility, but this time you guessed it wrong. I was actually full of sincerity. Originally, the evolutionary block was the only hope in my eyes to reach a higher level, but now it is not. I have seen a broader new world. For me, the evolutionary block is no longer my ultimate goal. It is just a tool I want, and it is not indispensable. If you are willing to borrow it from me, I really won't do anything to you." Higher level? Han Xiao's heart moved. The alien god synthesized a super high-risk superpower that was explicitly prohibited and accepted countless interstellar wanted criminals to establish the fallen Arkansas. Everything he did was for stronger power, and his motivation was very pure. Do you want to imitate the original, break through the limits of individual power, and discover a new realm? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Han, the strange god did not comment, and suddenly changed his mind and sighed. "Speaking of it, I want to thank you. It was you who let me see new hope and change my goal." "Thank me?" Han Xiao was puzzled. "A few years ago, my clone fought with you in the Broken Star Ring. You played tricks on you and threw it into the wormhole." The strange god said inexplicably, "It's a pity that you didn't travel through the wormhole with me. You don't know what you missed." The meaning inside and outside of him showed a feeling of being a blessing in disguise. Han Xiao was stunned, and suddenly a flash of inspiration connected the clues that had been around and said in surprise, "Is it because of this that your people deal with Herefar?" When the leader of the Dark Star ran back to assassinate him and used the clone of the alien god, It was also the first time he had an intersection with the alien god. At that time, he was no match for the alien god clone. He used the surrounding wormhole environment and cooperated with a mechanic of wormhole research to introduce the alien god clone into the wormhole and exiled him. Later, the subordinates of the Yi Shan sect stole the evolution blocks, but killed Halenful. Han Xiao was not sure of the reason. It took a long time to go through this matter. He did not expect the Yi Shan to mention it on his own initiative, as if there was something else. Halenful, the strange god, paused, as if he had thought for a while before he remembered the name of the person. Well, that's right, it was the guy who made my clone with you at that time. I got the data from that wormhole passage from him. Han Xiao was surprised, and the strange god said that he saw hope for further. What did this guy see on the other end of the wormhole? When the alien god got the data from the wormhole transmission, was it because he wanted to locate the location of the random transmission and build the stable channel? What did the wormhole lead to that time? It is worth the great fanfare of the alien god. Han Xiao felt itchy, but the strange god was no longer interested in continuing. He suddenly teleported away from the siege of the three people. With a wave of his hand, a portal opened behind him. Across the distance, the strange god's eyes stabbed Han Xiao like a knife. From his eyes, Han Xiao understood the meaning of the strange god. Let's let you go this time. Let's play slowly in the future. The future will be long. The two of them collided with their eyes and met tit. Immediately afterwards, the alien god took a step back and disappeared without a trace with the portal. He retreated. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Floating in place, his face changed, and the mechanical legion lost its target and stopped. This time, if you don't get the evolution block, the alien god may be ready to go back and slowly draw it. I don't know what means he will use to deal with him in the future. The two completely turned against each other this time, but this guy couldn't leave the central star seat easily. I don't know when the next time he fought. There are also the wormholes mentioned by the alien god, which aroused his curiosity. When Han Xiao thought of the strength shown by the strange god in this fight, he couldn't help but feel heavy, and his pressure increased sharply. It is worthy of being the ultimate boss of the chaotic and evil camp. If I want to deal with him, my current level is not enough. Han Xiao felt a sense of urgency in his heart, and he still needed to improve his strength. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. After being on guard for a while, the alien god did not appear again. We force him back. Bioni's voice sounded in the communication channel, his tone full of suspicion and seemed to be unbelievable. Emmys looked at the one-sided battlefield in the distance and shook his head. Do he even want the fleet? It's all a group of wanted criminals, not a good thing. Han Xiao said slowly. All corners of the universe, new criminals are born every minute and every second. Countless people come to seek his protection, and there are endless people. How can the alien god care about his life and death? If he cares, he will not use his subordinates as bait. Without the alien god, the fallen Ark fled in all directions and was chased by the Imperial troops. The pursuit was handed over to the Imperial force. The three of them did not take action against these warships and flew back to a subship. The main ship was blown up by the alien god. Muliriki moved to the subship for command. As soon as the three of them entered the spacecraft, they met several soldiers who had been waiting by the cabin door. Three of you, Commander, please go to the bridge. The soldiers were a little nervous. All of them on the spacecraft saw the scene of the three confrontation with the alien gods and had a deep understanding of the power of the three. Is this guy willing to let us go to the command room now? Han Xiao laughed and walked in front, and the soldiers hurriedly followed and led the way. The three of them walked through the passage and into the bridge command room. Muliriki was staring at the tactical view at this time, talking non-stop, issuing orders one after another, and making every effort to expand the results of the battle. He turned around and saw Han Xiao and the other two walking in. His face turned solemn and hurried to the front of the three. Hello, Haixing. You saved my life. Thank you. It was my fault before. I am sorry. Muliriki looked serious and gave a big gift. His attitude was very different from his previous arrogance. He was so respectful that he could not be respectful anymore. He was saved by Haixing. No matter how bad he would no longer put on airs to his life savior. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at him, but did not take advantage of the situation and said lightly, "You are the commander. You can be arrogant, you can have all kinds of problems, but you can't leave your post without permission. The battle is not over yet. You throw your command job and come over to apologize to us? To put it bluntly, no matter how your attitude is, it cannot change the status gap between you and us. Do you think we care about your apology?" The command room was quiet, and the people around him changed their faces and were silent. Muliriki was shocked. He clearly wanted to apologize with a sincere attitude, but he didn't expect that hearing such a straightforward answer would be almost humiliating. He couldn't help feeling aggrieved, looked embarrassed, and stepped back with a tough bullet and didn't dare to speak anymore. He returned to his post and continued to command the battle. Han Xiao turned his head and left, and the people in the room dared to breathe heavily. Seeing this, Bioni's depression disappeared. He followed him and patted Han Xiao on the shoulder, laughing. This kind of imperial official relies on his identity and does not know how to respect the strong, so he should teach him this lesson. Han Xiao glanced at him and shook his head secretly. He was not angry with Muliriki's attitude. If he was the only one, he would reveal it with a generous smile. However, it was not his own affairs. Emmys was not an ally of the Empire. He kindly followed him to help, but was treated like this. He could not think that nothing had happened. So, even if Mulilikai took the initiative to arch his butt, he still slapped it away, took the opportunity to beat this guy, and stepped on Mulilikai's face and sense of superiority into the soil. Emmys is not an ally of the Empire. He has no position to speak like this. Only he can vent his anger for her. Even if she doesn't ask for it, Han Xiao will do so. Emmers looked at Han Xiao with interest. "Oh, this is the first time I have seen you show off your super A-level identity. Young man, are you finally inflated?" Han Xiao glanced at her and raised his eyebrows. "Don't tell me you don't like it. You are smart." Emmer shook her head and laughed, stretched out her slender and white fingers, poked Han Xiao's side face, and pushed it gently. "No matter how you talk, don't touch your little hands." Han Xiao had no choice but to turn his head, grabbed Emmys' palm, and pressed it down. Chatting about the battle just now, the few people returned to the room. Han Xiao walked into a room alone, closed the door, and then he had time to take a breath and start to reminisce. This time he felt that he had gained a lot. Come here to participate in the routine cleaning. The obvious goal is to complete the task and improve the contribution level, and to clarify the position and draw a clear line with the alien gods. The target in the dark is to test the combat power of the alien god. Technician Han was full of thrusts and hid the evolution block in advance. But he didn't think he was the opponent of the alien god at the moment, but at least he was super A-level, so he wouldn't be too timid, and he still had the qualifications to fight with the alien god. Since he is an enemy of the strange god, taking advantage of his help, Han Xiao took the initiative to test the other party's strength this time, and personally felt the difference between his strength and the strange god. He would only know what he had when he met in the future and would not be caught off guard. The result of the test was that the alien god gave him the feeling as unfathomable as the vast ocean. Today, he only showed a drop in the ocean and put a lot of pressure on him. The level, expertise, and ultimate knowledge must be kept up, and the Mechanical Legion must continue to expand. Han Xiao thought to himself, the Legion of a super-level mechanic can be expeditioned. In addition to its own abilities, is to improve the scale and foundation of the mechanical force. After obtaining the ultimate knowledge to activate the Teacher of Kings, this time, it can train the Mechanical Legion and carry forward the style of a super-level mechanic. The first purpose of personally contacting the strange god is to give this guy a look. The alien god has many abilities, but he is not a magician after all. Even if there is only a slight chance, he always has to try it out to know whether he can succeed. Han Xiao, with a try-making mentality, quietly threw an observation mark on the strange god during the battle. Unfortunately, the other party was able to find the observation mark and was slapped by someone. Han Xiao did not regret this. It was just a gambling, but it became a surprise. If it didn't work, he was mentally prepared. Ding! At this moment, the panel suddenly popped up a prompt for completion of the task. Han Xiao's heart moved. The battle is finally over. Open the panel and look at the prompt. Battle of Empire. The Fallen Arc, repeatable. Completed. The goals you have accomplished are Elite Pawn, Power General, Scavenger. Face the Alien God I. Face the Alien God 2. Face the Alien God 3. Face the Alien God 4. Task Evaluation. Incredible. You get the Incredible Evaluation reward. Additional W experience. Random reward X2. There are a lot of experience. Han Xiao was in a happy mood, and he involved tasks of super A-level characters, and the experience rewards were extremely rich, as was the same with Heber before. This time, the total number of rewarded experiences is close to 30 billion. Even at his level, there are quite a lot. The main reason is that the rewards of several branches related to the alien god account for the largest proportion. His strength can be easily completed, but it is extremely difficult for players. After glanced at the settlement prompt, Han Xiao's mouth curled, and this wave made a lot of money. The contribution of the Red Empire reached 8,000 plus, which was enough to exchange for ultimate knowledge. 2 random rewards were stored by Han Xiao, and he looked at the introduction of the Alien God character card that was rewarded by facing the Alien God 4. People Advent card, Alien God. Personal power, silent power. Through close contact, suppress the target's superpower genes, making it impossible for them to use superpowers. The target needs to be a superpower to take effect. The probability of success and the duration of control depends on the level difference between the characters on both sides, the power level difference, and the lucky attribute difference. If it takes effect, the minimum control time is 0.25 seconds, and the upper limit of use is 0/2. Superpower is silent. Han Xiao glared at his eyes and remembered that this is the superpower that the alien god used against Bioni. The god has many abilities, and only one of them is drawn by the character card. Drawing this ability will help him a lot, and it is worth it to touch forwarding before the war begins. Han Xiao pondered. The ability of this character card happened to restrain the alien god, which was a surprise, but the difference between him and the alien god was very big, and it was almost impossible to judge him successfully. Perhaps this character card will only have an effect on the strange god when the level catches up with the strange god in the future. Han Xiao had a certain look and took back the character card and kept it as a trump card. I drew a clear line between the strange gods, which eliminated some hidden dangers. The purpose of this time has been achieved. I can change the ultimate knowledge next, and then it is time to meet with the Legion to contact the players of the Constellation Corridor. The 2 goals that came to Central Star C completed 1, and Han Xiao planned his next itinerary in Central Star C. By the way, there is another thing. Han Xiao thought about it. He was a little concerned about the wormhole mentioned by the alien god, and wanted to know what the alien god was planning. When I return to the Broken Star Ring, I will find time to visit the civilization where Herifar is located to see if I can get the data of the wormhole. I have to figure out what the alien god has to find the set of data. Unfortunately, that guy was killed by the alien god subordinates. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He had an intuition that this was not simple, and he might surprise him. In another room, Bioni turned on the communicator and dialed Claudi's number. Soon, the communication was connected. Beep. Claudi, my battle is over. How was the situation? Claudi asked lightly. We met the original body of the alien god. Bioni described the process. Claudi frowned, but after hearing this, his brows unfolded again and nodded. It seems that the alien god has indeed contacted Black Star, but Black Star did not agree. Well, it is not ruled out that they are acting. In short, thank you for your hard work. I will report the situation to the head of state. I don't think it's like acting, Bioni said to Han Xiao, and said, I think Black Star knows that the Empire has secretly doubts about him. This is a deliberately and open statement to reassure the Empire of him. After all, he is a super A-level ally who has just joined. Even if he has doubts, it will not be made public. It is impossible to send someone to interrogate a big man like him. So he needs to do this. Claudia heard this and did not comment. He was only responsible for reporting and finally judged that it was Ulan Riel's job. By the way, Blackstar also asked me about the country of machinery. Bioni thought, "It's nothing strange." Claudia shook her head. After saying a few more words, Bioni hung up the communication and exhaled a mouthful of Mars. He was not only close to the young and strong military faction, but also the confidant of the head of state. This time he accompanied Han Xiao to act together. In addition to the intention of making friends, he also secretly received Ulan Rueyer's orders and stared at Blackstar's actions. The Central Star's Sea Desolate Universe Belt, a fallen Ark fleet, is hidden far from the battlefield. Above the fleet, a portal like a space vortex appeared, and the strange god walked out. The main ship opened the hatch door to welcome the strange god to board the ship. Back in the main ship hall, the people on standby stood up in scattered voices one after another. "Your Excellency God." "Boss." The strange god ignored him and came to the throne, lifted his hooded robe, turned around and sat down, glanced at the people below, and spoke slowly. "How is the research progress of the scientific research team?" "I'm still matching the coordinate data. I don't know how long it will take to accurately locate the data record. That set of data is too strange and seems to be no longer in the exploration universe. Even if we have the data, there is no matching target on the star chart, and the workload is still too great. I just need the result and determine the position as soon as possible," Ishan said in a faint tone, and turned to look at the right-hand man beside him, saying, "Help me contact the people of the Zuling sect." "Oh, what do you want to do with them?" The man licked his lips. His purple tongue was like a long whip covered with barbs, and a bright red mask was embedded in the bones of his face, as if it was soled with a soldering iron, covering the upper half of his face, without even his eye holes. Only his mouth and chin were exposed. He is an upright spinal creature, non-human, about 1.7 meters, with a hunchback like an old man, with thick skin, dark purple skin, rough skin like sandpaper, 2 pairs of upper limbs and 1 pair of lower limbs, thin bones, and purple limbs like purple deadwood branches. He was wearing a trendy beggar hood with the same style as a strange god, and his whole body exuded an evil and gloomy temperament. Huckizin, nicknamed Purple Nightmare, was one of the super A-level seeds of the Central Star seen many years ago. He was once a super wanted criminal who was chased by cosmic civilizations. Later, he defected to the fallen Ark and has been an important cadre under the command of the alien god for hundreds of years. Tell the people of the Zuling sect that they don't want the information left by the evolutionary civilization, and they can give it to them. What are the conditions? Huckizin tilted his head. Cooperate to grab the evolution blocks and tell them that if they can succeed, the evolution blocks will belong to them. I only need to use them a few times and don't compete with them." The strange god said slowly. After suffering a loss, in order not to repeat the same mistake, he decided to use Cisco's ability to sense evolutionary blocks. Since he had massacred the Star Pupil God clan, Cisco would not cooperate with him. So the alien god planned to negotiate secretly with the Zuling sect directly. As long as the Zuling sect speaks, he can secretly borrow Cisco's ability. The Zuling sect had an unusual enthusiasm for evolutionary blocks. Since the alien god stole the block from Cisco and let others know that he had the data on evolutionary civilization, the Zuling sect secretly put forward many conditions to him in exchange for information on evolutionary civilization. According to the speculation of the alien gods, the fanatical worship of gods by the Void Spirit sect is probably an important motivation for their pursuit of evolutionary blocks, and the specific details are unclear. Although Ishan knew that he was the public enemy of the 3 major civilizations, since both sides had common goals and involved interests, there was no possibility of secret cooperation. What's more, the negotiating object is the strange and mysterious Su Ling sect, one of the 3 major civilizations who is the most difficult to judge. Compared with the Glorious Federation and the Red Empire, the Su Ling sect has the lightest murderous intention to fight him. We want to make a deal with the Zuling sect? It's such a risk. If there is a chance, they might get rid of it together. Huckizin's tone was amusing. "Huh, The strange god smiled faintly, without answering, and said slowly, "I'll leave the matter to you. I need to sleep for a while." Bang! Huckizin shook his tongue, whipping his air in the air like a whip, which meant the same as snapping his fingers, indicating that there was no problem. The strange god nodded, lowered his head, covered his hood, and his face turned into a whirlpool-shaped black mist again, entering a state of sleep. Huckizin is not surprised by this. Many of the superpowers of the strange god exist in his body in the form of a gene chain, which has a huge load on the body. Constantly switching various superpowers will make the cells age very quickly. In other words, the ability of the strange god itself to absorb other people's superpowers is actually exchanging life for strength. The cell activity of the alien god has entered a period of decline, and his lifespan has reached the old age stage. However, he has the ability to inhibit aging and temporarily restore youth. It needs to be triggered through sleep, that is, to give himself the pain. This is why he often sleeps. Generally speaking, after experiencing fierce battles, the alien god will take the initiative to sleep. Black Star. Huckizin picked his tongue. He knew that the alien god was going to negotiate with Black Star this time. Obviously, he didn't agree and returned home in Black Star's hands. He became a little interested in this person. After cleaning the battlefield, Muliariki's army returned to the border garrison base, and Han Xiao and his group returned. There are millions of border garrison bases in the entire empire, distributed on the vast borderline, and the highest rank of chief in charge of a garrison base is lieutenant colonel. After the battle, everyone bid farewell to the highest commander of the base and left here. Han Xiao and Bioni agreed to get together again when they had time, and then parted ways. Bioni left alone, and Han Xiao took Emmys and others on a spaceship to the Black Star Army to establish a branch position. After taking a long way on the way, Han Xiao recovered the evolution block and another mechanical force. After returning the things to his body, he felt much more at ease. Because the Legion's mobile base had not reached the place, and everyone was in a hurry, Han Xiao slowed down his navigation speed. Hela and others came to the Central Star Sea for the first time. They walked and stopped on the road, occasionally visited the colonial stars of the Red Empire, and took everyone around. In the Constellation Corridor, with Han Xiao's identity, the group of people can pass through their faces anywhere. Han Xiao was paying attention to the Constellation Corridor section of the player forum along the way and paying attention to player feedback. Since more than half a month ago, he revealed on the Broken Star Ring that he was coming to the Constellation Corridor. The players here have been in excitement and expectation, hoping that the Black Star Legion will cross the star domain and contact them. The transportation in the Central Star Sea is convenient. When Han Xiao was still halfway, the large army of the Legion that was operating separately finally arrived at the destination and arrived among the players. Han Xiao had not been present in person, but from the forum's Constellation Corridor section, he deeply felt the huge response brought by the Legion's cross-server. The enthusiasm of the players exploded. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Star C has passed 2 versions. Each star field is like an independent server, with different main events, and the players' experiences and encounters are different. They serve different civilizations, contact different characters, and experience different scenery. Although many events in the star field are different, the trends of the major versions have the same characteristics. Version 1.0, players were born on the novice planet and experienced events on the planet. Version 2.0 experienced the turmoil of the novice planet and were guided by different camps. They officially entered the Star C universe and took risks within the galaxy. At the current version 3.0, the player's stage began to gradually expand to the star cluster where they are located and went deeper into all aspects of the Star C. Professional clubs in each country choose different star fields as base camps to facilitate the acquisition of resources, thus attracting ordinary domestic players to gather together, thus forming a difference. The Constellation Corridor is mainly home courts for professional players in Russia and Australia, and there are also some small country clubs. Of course, ordinary players are not limited to this. They can choose to start different star fields at will. Even the Broken Star Ring has many international friends, and the Constellation Corridor also exists in players from various countries. The players here have experienced the rebellion of the novice planet Soderian. This planet was originally a remote fief of a galaxy-level civilization. Due to historical factors, it has been an autonomous region for a long time. The planet's rulers are self-respecting. Because this person involved a sensitive incident, they were suppressed by the galaxy-level civilization in version 2.0. Soderian's rulers are unwilling to surrender and openly resist. In the middle and late stages of version 2.0, the rebellion was suppressed, and the civilization regained Soderian. The ruler led the fleet to escape. Due to external forces, the players entered the interstellar planets. Unlike the Broken Star Ring, the Black Star Legion deliberately guided. The players in the Constellation Corridor went their separate ways. Some people were recruited by galaxy-level civilizations. Some people escaped with Soderian, and some people became free people to travel through the universe. The civilizations scattered in the surrounding galaxies were divided into many camps, a plate of loose sand, which was very different from the Broken Star Ring. When it comes to the 3.0 Red Tide, because the Constellation Corridor is the base camp of the Red Empire, almost all civilizations are controlled by the Empire and dare not cause trouble. Therefore, unlike the turmoil in the star field outside the Central Star Sea, there is even little friction between civilizations. A few months after the version was opened, the main line of the secret war on the Broken Star Ring was over, and the players in the Constellation Corridor triggered the main plot shortly after they had just joined the Star Cluster-level civilization and were still in the exploration stage of the plot. It is precisely because of the numerous camps and the security of the public is too good that the players here are looking for fun and advocating PvP, which leads to frequent guild battles, grabbing each other's resources and territory. Because Russia and Australia coexist here, ordinary players on both sides take the initiative to treat each other as opposing camps, fighting each other happily, and it is very lively. In order to facilitate communication, the player group will always abstain from the existence of public areas to form a clustering effect. The largest safe area recognized by Constellation Corridor players is a trading planet called Gilman in the initial star cluster. It is extremely prosperous and is also a Stargate transit station with convenient transportation. Many players set up stalls and team up here to treat it as a public area. The location of the Black Star Legion branch is Gilman Star. As usual, many players took interstellar flights to Gilman from other places and lined up at the planet spaceport. The queue of spacecraft extended out like a river of light, which was quite crowded. Among one of the interstellar ships, the vice president of the Power and Glory Guild, Spirit Vodka, and many guild members are among the interstellar ships. This guild is the official guild under the most famous club in Russia. The business goal is to provide resources for the club's Glory team players. However, some Chinese players prefer to call them the White Emperor Holy Sword Team. The Spirit Vodka took people to do tasks in other civilizations and collected a batch of equipment. This time, when returning to Gilman Star, he came back to rest and deposited the batch of equipment into the warehouse of the Gilman Star Guild base. The captain sent a notice saying that there was a problem with the identity of the fleet ahead. We had to wait for about 10 minutes to get in. A guild cadre walked into the room and reported to the Spirit Vodka. "Thank you for your hard work." Liquor Vodka nodded. Everyone was accustomed to it, so they opened the panel on their own and waited while browsing the forum. The same is true for the Spirit Vodka. He was browsing the forum, and many posts about the Black Star Legion jumped in his eyes. He shook his head and couldn't help but speak. "The Black Star Legion has been talking about the topic for half a month, and I don't know if it's really a branch in the Constellation Corridor." Hearing this, everyone started talking. "We can't even contact the Red Empire now. Who knows if the Black Star Legion has arrived? They have been received by the head of the Empire. The level is so high, we can't meet it. Yes, even if they come to open a branch, we may not be able to meet it. Who knows where they will appear?" At present, the players in the Constellation Corridor have not joined the Red Empire, and Han Xiao has not brought players here. The Legion directly came from near the super-large Stargate Empire's parent star. and there was no player witness in the middle. Due to information asymmetry, the players in the Constellation Corridor have no way to know the Black Star Legion's actions. While everyone was chatting, someone glanced out of the porthole, casually. His face suddenly froze, he suddenly turned his head and stared out of the window with a look of surprise. "What is that?" Everyone was stunned, looked over, and were also stunned. I saw a fleet guarding the huge mobile satellite base, sailing out of the Stargate not far away, slowly approaching Gilman Star. Not only the Spirit Vodka and others, but also the players and interstellar citizens who were queuing outside the airport saw this scene. On the hull of the fleet, the Black Star Army is engraved, and players in the Constellation Corridor also recognize it. Black Star Legion. They actually appeared here. Under the shocked eyes, the Black Star Legion's satellite base slowly stopped in the outer space of Gilman Planet and sent a fleet to negotiate with the planet's guards. Looking at this picture, the Spirit Vodka was stunned for a while, and suddenly said in surprise, "Oola, is the Black Star Legion going to establish a branch on Gilman Star?" Hearing this, the faces of the surrounding guild members changed, and they were overjoyed. Not long after, the news of the arrival of the Legion quickly spread across Gilman Star. Players on the surface could see the satellite base in outer space. When they looked up, their eyes widened and they became excited. Soon, the Legion's large army completed negotiations with Gilman Star. Because of the identity of the Legion commander and the authority given by the Red Empire, Gilman Star was not qualified to refuse the Legion branch to be stationed here, so he had to send people to help the Black Star Legion resettlement base. Immediately afterwards, while the players were waiting and watching, the Legion finally officially issued a notice to the world, announcing the establishment of a branch here. As soon as the news came out, it swept across the forum like a hurricane, and all the players in the Constellation Corridor were sensational and were greatly surprised. After waiting for more than half a month, the Black Star Legion really appeared across the star domain. Everyone had made various speculations about the way the Black Star Legion contacted them, but no one expected that the Black Star Legion would actually descend directly in the public area, like their main city. The players' response was directly reflected in the forum, and the slaughtering mode was soon started. The topic of the Legion's appearance on Gilman Star instantly soared to the top of the hot topics in the Constellation Corridor section. The expectations for half a month have turned into a flame of excitement, igniting the enthusiasm of all players. This is the first cross-star domain camp to come into contact with Star C players, and the forum sections and other star domains also attracted excited eyes, especially the Broken Star Ring. The Broken Star Rings, the people coming and going, countless players stopped at the same time, opened the forum, and were excited. The Legion crosses the star domain. The forum section of the Old Russians has exploded in an instant. Join in the fun. Let those foreigners experience the feeling of our Legion. Although it is separated by the star domain, maybe everyone is in the same camp in the future. Hey, do you think this is called developing party members? The players of the Broken Star Ring were excited and spontaneously organized a visit to the forum section of the Constellation Corridor and posted a building post there. The title and recovery were all "Welcome foreign friends to the group." In just a few minutes, this post was folded by Chinese players for nearly 100,000 floors. The Black Star Army headquarters sent a congratulatory message. The Broken Star Ring sent a congratulatory message. Welcome the bear humans and kangaroos to join the Black Star Army. Welcome newcomers to join. Remember that our slogan is, "The commander of the Legion is awesome." It feels like a blasting other people's forums. From 1.0 to 3.0, the Black Star Legion has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Seeing its growth camp develop to this point, many players in the Broken Star Ring are both relieved and proud, and they feel like we finally pulled the baby with one handful of shit and one pea. Many players who first met Black Star, such as Kwang Dao, Meat Bao, and Feng Yu, were even more deeply touched by this. After following the Black Star Legion through so many ups and downs, those memories seem to surge in their hearts. It turns out that I have already walked so far. It's mixed with flavors. In the eyes of everyone, The Black Star Legion's action this time seemed to be opening the prelude to a new era. Perhaps this is the starting point for players to sail across the star domain. Perhaps one day in the future, all Star Sea players can gather in the same star domain, which will set sail from this moment. The Legion branch was officially established on Gilman Star. Its influence on the Constellation Corridor players immediately emerged. Almost all players who were doing missions outside turned around and rushed to Gilman Star from various galaxies. Since the 2.0 version entered the interstellar world, there has never been any player gathering again in the Constellation Corridor. This time, due to the appeal of the Legion itself and the sensation across the star domain, a grand event was triggered. Almost everyone was attracted by the Black Star Legion and gathered thousands of miles away. With a shout, the Lee Clouds come. The Legion branch opened the port terminal and issued an announcement on the Quantum Network, stating that the branch had just been established and needed to recruit large numbers of people. The specific details can be found on the Legion's homepage. Because the players in the Constellation Corridor do not have a sense of belonging to the Legion, what attracts them is entirely the interests and fame of the Legion. There are examples of broken star rings. Basically, all old players know how good the benefits of the Black Star Legion are. The operation of the 3 versions of Han Xiao has given the Legion's signature to have a very high status in the player group. After reading the recruitment information displayed by the communicator, Liver Vodka blew his nose hard inside. The benefits are so good. Salary, bonus, camp specialties, internal services of the Legion, massive mission resources, and various benefits of the Black Star Legion are much better than all the factions that players in the Zodiac Corridor have experienced. Especially the faction store is the most attractive. Han Xiao has accumulated a large number of low-level drawings and has invested mass production for the logistics department over the years. Now the army sells more than 10,000 kinds of mechanical props and equipment. They are classified in the store and enter the conditions to search for the props you want. Basically, there's always one that is suitable for you, including customization, repair, strengthening, and other value-added businesses. In addition, there are many miscellaneous props, such as copy crystals, genetic agents, manufacturing materials, and various consortium products connected to other channels. The Legion's camp store is like a trade transfer station, with a wide range of products and everything. Vice President, are we going to join the Black Star Legion? Go to their distribution. Liquor Vodka was very moved. Not to mention that the treatment of the Legion was so attractive. Just because the Black Star Legion was an ally of the Red Empire was enough to dispel his hesitation. Spirit Vodka took the guild idiom to the Legion branch of the outer space. He drove into the dock, walked off the spaceship, and followed the bionic machine receptionist to the hall. Noisy sounds came to his face. The hall was crowded and crowded. Almost all the players who were staying on Gilman Star ran over. There are many big guilds, and the Spirit Vodka saw many old opponents, all of whom had acquaintances who had fought guild battles before. Everyone comes to join the Legion and needs to submit their resumes and participate in the test, mainly to test their combat effectiveness. Today, there are almost no players below sea level except new players, which is nothing. The Spirit Vodka squeezed all the way to the center of the hall, and in front was the gate leading to a practical test room, with batches of players queuing here, waiting for their turn to test. The Spirit Vodka group waited for a while, and finally it was their turn, and the task popped up on the panel. Capital Mission, Black Star Legion Test. Mission Introduction. The rise of the Black Star Legion is full of legendary experience. Now, it is a super large force with the broken star rings and an allies of the Red Empire. Now, the Black Star Legion crosses the star field, recruits soldiers, and establishes branches in the Central Star Sea, and you get the opportunity to join the Legion. However, the members of the Legion have been strictly selected. If you want to join this camp with endless potential, you need to prove your strength. He is undoubtedly the one, with Liquor Vodka and others, and another group of players are walking into the actual test room with their heads raised. At the same time, somewhere in the Constellation Corridor, there is a bustling tourist planet. This is a planet with almost no trace of artificial transformation, with beautiful mountains and rivers, blue seas and blue sky, and large vegetation covers the surface. The plants here emit light fluorescence at night, like dreams, and various beautiful mild creatures live on the surface. In the dense forests, groups of silver-light beasts can occasionally be seen floating in the air, like swimming fish roaming the sea. This planet is so beautiful. Han Xiao and his party passed by this planet and stopped to visit. The spacecraft was suspended at a high altitude. The group gave up flying and walked slowly in the forest at night, with beautiful scenery everywhere they saw. Aurora likes the breath of nature very much, full of vitality. Walking in the front, Emmys and Hella and other guards were in the middle, looking around to enjoy the scenery. Han Xiaoluo was at the end, paced with his hands behind his back, looking at everyone's backs with a smile. He smelled too much of the smell of engine oil and metal, and was breathing the fresh air at this time, as if cleaning his lungs, which made him feel relaxed, and hummed a small song. Hella slowed down and stepped back to Han Xiao, looking at him. "You seem to be in a good mood today." Han Xiao curled his lips and smiled. Today, he finally raised his sickle to the mature leeks in the fields of others. How could he be unhappy? Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You joined a new camp, Black Star Legion. You have obtained the identity. Member of the Black Star Legion. Black Star Legion faction panel is opened. Black Star Legion meritorious system is opened. Black Star Legion faction store is opened. According to the relationship between Black Star Legion and various camps, some forces have changed their views on you. In the crowded Gilman Star Legion branch hall, the Spirit Vodka led the guild cadres to walk out of the actual test room with the crowd, and everyone was looking at the prompts on the panel, feeling overjoyed. Looking at the unlocked camp store, the dazzling array of goods inside made everyone unable to take their eyes off, and there was desire in their eyes. Vice President, news comes from the club. How is the situation? Haha. Tell them that there is no problem. Those professional players can join. It is worthy of being the Broken Star Ring players who run 2 or 3 versions of the growth camp. The basic to advanced professional knowledge here is almost the same. Liver Vodka rubbed his hands and had not yet escaped from his excited state. At this moment, a group of guild players came towards us. The leader was the vice president of the Kangaroo Guild, Ship Henry, an official guild under the famous Australian professional club Kangaroo Boxing. He is also the old rival of the Spirit Vodka. He has fought many guild battles on both sides. Hey man, you came earlier than us. Captain Henry saw the Spirit Vodka and others, raised his hand, and greeted him. Are you here too? Liquor Vodka stopped and started chatting. We didn't know each other. We played 3 versions together. We were both acquaintances and half of our friends. We had a good relationship when we didn't fight guild battles. Although both sides were competitors, the players did not have a deep hatred. Have you added? Yes, there are quite a lot of people. Please wait and queue up. After chatting for a few words, the Captain Henry took people to test. The old Henry of the Spirits watched the group leave and touched his lips. A guild cadre whispered, "Every guild will send people to join the Legion. No one misses this opportunity. Then in the future, everyone from the same camp will have fewer competitions." You are wrong. Since the Black Star Legion is about to expand, there will definitely be a large number of mission resources in the short term. Even if there are many resources, there will be good or bad differences. For better tasks and better resource points, various guilds must compete. I think the competition in the guild will not decrease, but will be more frequent. Liver Vodka shook his head, not optimistic. Is that right? I see that the Chinese people on the Broken Star Ring rarely fight guild wars and grab resources. Who said that they're the same, but they're not so intense. After all, most of them are Chinese guilds, and they fight fewer people. There are too many guilds in different countries here, and they are born to be opponents. Besides, our camps have been in opposition for so long, and everyone is used to it. As he said, the Spirit Vodka suddenly remembered something and was excited. By the way, when it comes to Broken Star Rings, we are now from a Black Star Legion. The Legion is a cross-star field camp, and the base camp is there. I wonder if we can follow the Legion troops to Broken Star Rings. This is a key question, and everyone was curious. The Spirit Vodka took out the communicator and downloaded the Legion Assistant as prompted. Buzz. Philip's virtual projection appeared above the screen, about the size of his finger, and was very cute. He bowed obediently and spoke tenderly. Welcome to use the internal assistant of the Black Star Legion. I am a subprogram of the Legion Intelligent Philip. I am very happy to serve the brave Black Star Warrior. If you want, you can set a new appearance for me and give me a new name. Oh, cute. The cute projection hit his weakness, and the Spirit Vodka heart was about to melt. He was originally a strong, bearded man, but now he smiled like a wrinkled chrysanthemum with hair. He didn't look like a Russian bear-fighting man. Well, Vice President, pay attention to your image. The guild cadre on the side almost wanted to dig out his eyes. The Spirit Vodka wiped his mouth and asked hurriedly, I want to ask, can we, the newly joined, follow the Legion back to the Broken Star Ring? That's right. Follow the highest instructions of the Legion commander. The recruited personnel here usually stay by default to help the Legion expand, but it is not impossible for you to go to the Legion base camp. According to the Legion's itinerary, we will borrow the Red Empire military's Stargate passage from time to transport supplies from the base camp to the branch of the Constellation Corridor. If you really want to go to the Broken Star Ring, you can submit an application and follow the transportation troops back. Everyone was shocked, and they looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. Sure enough, they could really cross the star domain. Live Vodka suppressed his excitement and asked, So will the Legion troops return to the Broken Star Ring recently? Some are buzzing, Philip said with his fingers and said with a crisp voice. The Legion commander will sit here for a while and will set off and return. It will take about a month or two. You can go back with the Legion commander. Live Vodka's eyes flashed with a shiny light. He focused his head and looked back at everyone. We're going to talk to the president and the club people. The first group of players who stayed on Gilman Star joined the Legion one after another and shared various news within the Legion on the forum. Players from all star fields are paying attention to the forum section of the Constellation Corridor. Most people know that players in the Constellation Corridor can choose whether to cross the star field by themselves, and they're extremely envious for a while. The players of the Constellation Corridor who were still rushing to Gilman Star Road couldn't help but enthusiastically discuss this topic on the forum, arguing whether to stay or leave. A large number of people hesitated. We have played several versions in the Constellation Corridor and are already familiar with this place. After so many camps and characters have gained favor from them, now we're going to break the ring. Isn't the energy we invested before going to break the ring? Staying here is also doing the mission of the Legion. There's no need to start the breaking ring again. That's right. In fact, joining the Legion is mainly for their welfare. Why do we do the broken ring? There are millions of players over there. Most of them are Chinese. They have operated several versions there, and we have no advantage, and we have to compete with them in the past. That's right. We have not even explored the Constellation Corridor. So why do we go to another star field? This is the Central Star Sea, the most prosperous place in the universe. If we don't develop here, aren't we just enough to eat and eat? The time and energy invested in the three versions is the sunken cost, and many players are reluctant to leave these achievements. If they go back at any time, they would not hesitate, but now they can only follow the Army's troops across the star domain. Who knows how often the Legion will send a transport force, and they don't know if they can be approved to come back after they go. If the Broken Star Ring is not in line with their wishes, they don't know how long it will take to come back. Of course, there are oppositions to any viewpoint, and some players also agree to breaking the star rings. We're the first group of players across the star domain among all. Why do we give up such a good opportunity? Others have no way to cross the star domain. Go to play with the Chinese comrades who broke the star ring. Don't forget that the mission of the Shining World is topped on the Legion's mission list, which is obviously a new main line. And the mission introduction is written. Developing the Shining World is the action of the Red Empire. The Black Star Legion is just one of the participants. This main line is more like the plot of the Empire itself. So, we join the Legion to explore the Shining World, which is actually doing things for the Red Empire. Yes, Maybe helping the Empire expedition to explore the new star domain is originally one of the main plots of our constellation corridor. The potential meaning of the Black Star Legion to recruit us may be to bring us over and let us participate in the mission. In the past decade, the Red Empire's plan for the Shining World has been well known. Players in these empires naturally know that although they do not know the importance of the Shining World in the future, they're also very interested in the Shining World. After the Dominator's party, Han Xiao kept putting the main task of the Shining World in the Legion list. After preheating for so long, the effect was significant, which just attracted the Constellation Corridor players to explore the Shining World with him. That is, it was convenient for him to transplant wild leeks to the greenhouse at home for unified cultivation. Of course, it is impossible for him to catch all the players in the Constellation Corridor in one place. It only takes a few days to meet the head of state, but before leaving, Honda Technician planned to stay in the Constellation Corridor for 2 or 3 months, with the purpose of giving the players here enough time to wait for more people to make up their minds. From his position, the more players are willing to follow him to explore the Shining World, the better. The debaters on the forum have different opinions, and the influence is getting bigger and bigger. A few days have passed. More and more players have rushed from all over the place to join the Legion, and more people have gathered. Soon, the players who stayed on Gilman Star broke through 2 million, and the number was rising every day. Almost all the great guilds have stations on Gilman Star, and soon, club guilds in Russia, Australia, and various small countries began to discuss this issue. At the residence of the Guild of the Power and Glory, the presidents and vice presidents of 6 Russian guilds gathered together. These 6 guilds are the largest guilds in Russia. They all have club backgrounds behind them. They are basically the representatives of the Russian professional circle and are also the leader in the minds of many Russian players. They occasionally fight guild battles, but when they encounter big things, they will discuss countermeasures together. Everyone, have your club considered it? Do you decide whether to leave or stay? The president of the Strength and Glory Guild spoke. The people above said that the team's players would not go over, but asked us to draw some guild personnel to Broken Star Rings and try to hold a branch to run there. We are the same. The club's people think that the opportunity to cross the star domain is rare and cannot give up. There may be additional benefits in the future. Everyone answered one after another, and the president of the Honor Guild looked around and said, "It seems that the plans of our big guilds are similar. We are planning to let the vice president lead some people across the star domain to explore the way for us." The Spirit Vodka came out and nodded to everyone. He was the candidate who was sent by the club to Broken Star Rings to manage the branch. I don't know what Australia does. It's probably the same as us. So we still have to compete with them when we go to the Broken Star Ring. Then we have to call on some ordinary players to go there. Otherwise, people will suffer losses. Because these 6 companies are authoritative representatives of the professional circle, they have a certain appeal to ordinary Russian players. If they raise their arms and set an example for players, they can attract many people to follow them and act together. Hey, it's not just the guilds of Australia, but the territory of China. Let's communicate with the clubs of China first. They have operated 3 versions there. After all, they're the owners. It's better to say hello and go there. At the same time, the guilds in Australia also gathered together, and the situation was almost the same as those in Russia, and they all decided on the same policy. Russia and Australia clubs quickly contacted the leading clubs in China, both of which were colleagues in the professional circle and had their own contact information. The various major guilds in China held meetings for a long time. Blue Sky has entered the chat room. Chao Xue and Mu Shuang has entered the chat room. Jupiter has entered the chat room. The 4 wealthy families of the Temple, Chong Kong, Dynasty, Fish and Eggplant, as well as the presidents of some well-known clubs such as Heavy Rain, Madman, and Jiangxing have entered the chat room one after another. The president of the Sky Domain, Bikong Yuyu. The Russians and the Australian Club Guild want to come over? Are you doing something? I'm surprised / Yuluoking Shan, the president of the Shiyu Jianghu, Yuluoking Shan. Helpless / Broken Star Rings are the home court we chose. I have operated 3 versions here. I don't know what the people on the club think, but they will agree to this kind of thing. The president of the Nine-Gate San got, hold the star, the club fruit is sorrowful. If you don't agree, you have to. Jupiter, president of the gods, typing in Mandarin, I can't understand the baby. Bikong Yu, how old is you? You still call yourself a baby. Are you disgusting or despise / the president of the eternal dynasty, Chao Shui Mushuang, gave a funny smile. Everyone talked about it. Although they were the managers of the club's guilds, they could not make decisions on this matter. They could only do things according to the wishes of the club's senior management. Their guilds were prepared to meet the possible competition, and they could only do so. There is no way. The club is unwilling to come and grab resources and want to always enjoy the resources of the Legion, but they cannot decide this. The Black Star Legion's actions were due to the plot. The Legion decided to bring people back, so they had to accept the facts. However, these guilds are not panic. Broken Star Rings are their base camp and have great advantages. Players coming from a Constellation corridor cannot compete with them. If these foreign clubs and guilds are obedient and not causing trouble, then forget it. But if they want to compete with the Chinese club for the benefits, in order to ensure the resources of their own professional players, these wealthy and well-known clubs do not mind mobilizing the guild staff to fight with many Chinese players, provoking national wars, and let these foreign guilds know who is the master of the Broken Star Ring. Just as this topic gradually fermented, causing discussion among the 2-star domain players in the Zodiac Corridor and the Broken Star Ring, Han Xiao and his group, who were traveling slowly along the way, finally arrived at Gilman Star, and for the first time, the real person arrived in front of players in another star domain. Han Xiao did not arrive silently, but made great efforts. The Legion branch issued a notice to all members to welcome the arrival of the Legion commander. Many new players came to watch. They had been hearing about the name of the Broken Star Ring Black Star and had never seen this big boss with their own eyes. Gilman Star and the Legion Division. Countless players looked out the viewing window and saw a spaceship flying out of the Blue Star Gate not far away, slowly approaching the division, becoming clearer and clearer. Swish! The entrances of the spacecraft in the airport are densely packed, like a honeycomb. The spacecraft sails into one of the holes, embedded in the electromagnetic track, and follow the slide rails to enter the spacious dock. The docks and ports of the branch are already crowded with players, and countless people have turned on the video and screenshot functions and uploaded the forum simultaneously, and are very excited. The hatch doors slid open. Han Xiao, wearing a black robe and surrounded by the floating guards as head, walked down, glanced at everyone, smiled slightly, and connected to the quantum network. The next moment, Han Xiao's face appeared at the communicator of countless people present at the same time, and the same sound sounded. I'm Black Star. Welcome everyone to join the Legion and serve the Legion. The sounds of all communicators were completely synchronized, overlapping into the same sound, echoing with a buzzing sound, and inexplicably feeling a sense of great solemnity. Everyone was immediately in a state of uproar, with a look of surprise. They had never seen a high-level mechanic hack into so many communicators at once, and they seemed to do it casually. With such abilities, everyone felt that they were quite powerful and had a great pomp. They are not like the 3 old players who accompanied Han Xiao in the Broken Star Ring. Everyone encountered the natural disaster level in their previous plot at most. This is the first time they are close to the legendary top-level combat power of Star C Super A-level characters. After hearing so many rumors about Han Xiao on the forum, players in the Constellation Corridor had various opinions about Han Xiao, and the first impression Han Xiao left on them for the first time was that it was unfathomable. The Spirit Vodka mixed in the crowd and dumped Han Xiao a player's own detection ability, and the actions of the players around him were surprisingly consistent with him. Based on your level, you can only get the following information. Han Xiao, Black Star Army Commander, green name, level, properties, ability, danger degree, extremely fatal. It's indeed a bunch of question marks. The Spirit Vodka murmured in a low voice. Emmys followed closely behind, standing side by side with Han Xiao, and Hela and his group also walked off the spaceship and guarded Han Xiao. After glanced at the crowds around, Emmys turned his head to glance at Han Xiao, smiling. Congratulations, your army has expanded again. Why doesn't it sound like it's sincere? Han Xiao joked. Before he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. Bang! A strong light suddenly lit up in the crowd, shaking everyone's eyes. Rumble. Dozens of figures popped up in the crowd and started attacking Han Xiao and his group at the same time. They threw various shells, magic, and superpowers at Han Xiao for no money. Hiram had no expression, stepped forward, and her fingers were connected, and dark red energy beams shot out, penetrated everyone's body, took the lives of these attackers, and easily killed them in seconds. The next moment, these attackers turned into white light and disappeared, and they were suddenly a group of players. Seeing this, Han Xiao twitched his lips, not surprising. Although a large number of players play for the Legion, he has never forgotten the chaotic characteristics of players. There will always be a small group of people taking risks or causing trouble for fun. When they meet for the first time, the big boss went through the motions, and dozens of particularly chaotic and funny players attacked without any consequences. They probably have the mentality of fighting the boss. If you want to change to the Broken Star Ring in the base camp, Chinese players who know him 3 versions will basically not do such things. However, the Legion has no foundation in the Constellation Corridor, not to mention that the players here still like to boldly try various possibilities and not be uncomfortable with foreigners. Many players were startled and looked at each other with laughter and laughed. Someone actually attacked the Super A-level boss Black Star. He was simply a group of gamblers who knew they would not succeed and would make trouble. The players present have just joined the army, but they have no intention of uniting against the enemy. Most of them are watching the fun. Just looking at the characters' detection information does not feel very intuitive. The cadres around Black Star randomly killed dozens of B-level players in seconds. The combat power shown made many players feel terrified, and some players who were ulterior motives but had not yet made up their minds to act secretly dispelled their thoughts. Just kidding, this kind of boss is better than all the NPCs they have ever seen. The efficiency of their heads being sent to the scene is probably not much different from the plot kills. Among the players who joined the Constellation Corridor, there must be some time bombs mixed with. Han Xiao was not surprised by this. He gave Philip a command in his mind. Philip immediately issued a wanted reward to the attacker through the Legion Assistant subroutine. The Legion branches were under Philip's surveillance, so it was not difficult to lock the attacker's identity. Ding ding. Everyone's communicator immediately issued a reminder, and when they saw the wanted order, they were shocked. That group of people was wanted just now. It seems that there will be rewards for every time they kill them. I seem to know a few of them and have added friends. Oh, there are tracking coordinates on the communicator. Are they resurrected on Gilman's star? Most people were gloating, and many people who were ready to move saw the consequences of attacking the Legion cadres, and all stopped. Being wanted by the Legion means that these attackers have become famous players in the eyes of the Legion members and will be chased by countless players. In the future, they will probably suffer from the destruction of other players. Han Xiao is already quite familiar with this process, and the attacker made him not surprised but happy. Isn't this a good partner who comes to give him a pillow and takes the initiative to help him establish his authority? What kind of spirit is this? This is an internationalist spirit, a spirit of setting an example and self-sacrificing oneself for others. It's just so that the players in the Constellation Corridor can understand the consequences of messing around. Let them see the price they have to pay for causing trouble, and remind the players in the Constellation Corridor to do bad things that require cost. This little episode did not cause any storm. Looking around at the foreign players around, Han Xiao did not intend to stop and give a speech and led the group through the crowd. Players made a way out and watched Han Xiao leave, and the discussion gradually dispersed. Walking on the road, Han Xiao pondered secretly. The players in the Constellation Corridor naturally have no sense of belonging to the Legion. Inducement is the main reason. In the future, people will gradually increase their sense of identity for popularizing the Legion's history. There are several main reasons why he is not going to cultivate feelings with this group of people as he did when he treated the Broken Star Ring players. First, the Black Star Army has been operating for many years in accordance with his plan. The faction attraction formed by its foundation, reputation, fame, etc. has become the main tool to attract players. The faction panel can basically meet all the needs of players. As long as they spend in the faction store, they can provide themselves with profits, and they don't need to take action in person. Second, too many players want to win their favor, trying to trigger tasks or learn skills, so they come to chat and give gifts. Han Xiao doesn't want to receive gifts for 24 hours. Third, because of identity, as the commander of the Legion, you cannot be exposed to everyone too easily, and the Legion's superior and subordinate system still needs to be maintained. Therefore, Han Xiao stipulated early on that only members who have accumulated a certain degree of contribution in the Legion and have reached the middle level in the meritorious system can apply to meet with the Legion commander or senior Legion cadres. For players, it is an opportunity for characters to impart skills. Han Xiao uses this to inspire players to contribute to the Legion's mission and give them the opportunity to win the favorable impression of cadres. Only when you have a high favorability level can you learn the special skills of the characters. This move is to package your own personal favorability and cadres into scarce commodities, which are rare and easy to live in order to increase your value and allow players to devote more energy. After cutting leaks for more than 10 years, Han Xiao has already learned this method with ease. Now, most players in the Constellation Corridor are considering whether to leave or stay. I will stay here for more than a month before going back to let the influence ferment. Just wait for the Red Empire to prepare for the troops that explore the shining world. I thought that the Constellation Corridor players were just a trivial matter, but I didn't expect that it had an unexpected impact on the forum, which made the Chinese players who broke the Star Ring dissatisfied. In the 3 versions, Chinese players have the deepest feelings for the Black Star Legion and regard them as their main camp. Han Xiao, as the commander of the Legion, is a recognized leader of the camp. But now, the Legion commander went to other star domains to recruit people, but was attacked by the players in that star domain, making people feel that kindness is regarded as a donkey's liver and lungs. Although this cannot cause danger to the commander of the army, many Chinese players feel it is too much, just like a beloved thing being treated rudely by others, arousing the desire to unite against the enemy. The public opinion trend of the forum suddenly changed, and many people on both sides started arguing. However, this did not affect Han Xiao's plan. He still led his group to stay at the Gilman Star branch, staying here, waiting for the continuous stream of players to gather here. Of course, he is not waiting. While waiting for players to gather, he stays in the machinery workshop every day, invests a lot of time to expand his own mechanical army legion, and develop new advanced mechanical drawings. After 2 days of settlement, Han Xiao contacted the people from the Red Empire to apply for ultimate knowledge. This time the Empire did not refuse again and spent 6,000 points of camp contribution. The first ultimate knowledge he was thinking about was finally replaced by him. Energy branch, mechanical life, fire. This is the pre-knowledge to activate the core skill of the Emperor Mechanic, teacher of the king. The professional knowledge tree of the mechanical department is divided into 5 levels: basic, advanced, high-end, cutting-edge, and the final ultimate, and the improvement of mechanics is getting bigger and bigger. As the top-level professional knowledge, each of them can bring a complete change to the mechanics technology in a certain aspect. For example, this knowledge can allow mechanics to truly have the ability to transform mechanical creation into mechanical life, which is almost equivalent to the creator god of mechanical life. Turning the machine from a dead object without life into a real-life unit is intuitively described. The expression on the panel will no longer be an item introduction, but a character information. Just like NPC characters, it has levels, attributes, and skills. It can also be continuously upgraded, have complete growth ability, and even grow into elite templates and boss templates. Of course, good things are never cheap. Without mentioning the difficulty of obtaining ultimate knowledge, the potential of learning ultimate knowledge alone is very expensive. Originally, the cost of the mechanical department's professional knowledge is increasing, with 1 basic point, 2 advanced point, 3 high-end point, and 4 cutting-edge points. However, the ultimate knowledge is doubled directly, requiring 8 potential points. This is still the cost of the branch's knowledge after the transfer. If you're learning the knowledge of other branches, just like cutting-edge knowledge, the cost will also be 3 times the original, which is 24 points. Han Xiao is a virtual mechanic, and mechanical life fire is the ultimate knowledge of the energy branch, and the fee per level upgrade is exactly 24 points. It's so difficult for ordinary players to get to 24 o'clock. In addition to upgrading, the method of mechanical players to collect potential points is basically to upgrade each drawing skill to the full level, but this requires a lot of experience. So for mechanical players in a later stage, doing tasks to upgrade their skills to gain potential points. If they reach the level within the version, they will still have to earn experience. Generally speaking, only high-quality, and professional players have such high demands. However, if professional players have clubs to help with number training, they will not be too sensible. If they're ordinary casual players, they can only make choices. Most mechanical players only learn the ultimate knowledge of their own jobs. However, the situation of Honda Technician is completely different. The high potential cost of other branches' ultimate knowledge is enough to make players desperate, but he is not unable to bear it. If you don't have enough experience, come and make up the leaks. Due to the punishment of evolution blocks, Han Xiao has not upgraded during this period and has accumulated a lot of experience. He came in handy at this time. He opened the panel and selected many drawing skills and devoted his experience to the full level. In the attribute panel, the potential value continues to change, growing little by little, and finally reaches 24 points, and the experience slot consumes a lot. As the character's total level increases, the upgrade costs of some low-level skills will also increase and will not maintain the original low fees. Players can choose to push the level and slow down the upgrade pace to reduce the cost of upgrading skills. However, there's several problems. First, the number of drawings is too large, and as the character level rises, low-level drawings are gradually eliminated. Second, if you push the level, you can only do tasks of the corresponding level, and the speed of earning experience is naturally not as fast as that of the advanced characters. If you fall behind, it will be difficult to catch up with the front echelon. Therefore, there are pros and cons, and the good and bad are different. Generally, only those who practice small trumpets, such as Korean technicians like this, will choose to press the level and earn more potential points. And from the very beginning, Han Xiao was destined to be impossible to take the lead. 22, 23, 24 points. Seeing that the potential points were enough, Han Xiao immediately invested all the potential points and learned the ultimate knowledge. Clear potential points. Studying. Study successfully. You have mastered the mechanical life fire. The prerequisite requirements have been achieved. Your skill, Teacher of Kings, has been activated. You gain expertise, Ultimate Knowledge Master. Ultimate Knowledge Master. The mechanical creation attributes you create plus 15%, mechanical affinity plus 150%. You have mastered the ultimate knowledge of the mechanical system. You have a deeper understanding of the way of machinery. And now you are a well-deserved mechanical master. You have gained the expertise creator of mechanical life. Mechanical life creator. The mechanical life created by you will regard you as the creator. Your belief and loyalty to you exist in the underlying logic. When you accept your mechanical power bonus, you will get the inspiration effect, basic attributes plus 10%. You comprehend the skill Fire Awakening. Tire Awakening. This ability can transform mechanical creation into mechanical life and ignite the mind fire of mechanical life. Usage conditions. Only use mechanical targets that have received the blessing of Teacher of Kings, and Mechanical Fusion Grant can be cast in groups without cooling. Consumption. 50% health, 50% strength, 80% physical strength. Because Teacher of Fire, your Emperor's Gift, gets a new effect. Change. When you use Teacher of Emperor on A. Mechanical Life, you have a chance to improve the target template and gain higher growth. for example, from an ordinary template to an elite template. Note, the higher the target template, the smaller the trigger chance. Don't bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. Happy New Year's Eve. Each ultimate knowledge involves a field similar to God, and the learning prerequisite is extremely high intellectual attributes. Han Xiao chose the mechanical life fire of the energy branch, not only to activate the teacher of the king, but also because the scope of application of this ultimate knowledge is more extensive. Compared to the ultimate knowledge of virtual technology that specializes in civil war, mechanical life tinder is something he can use more at the moment. As a result of the complex knowledge and materials poured into his mind, scenes flashed through Han Xiao's eyes. On the barren black earth, a figure planted a ball of metal. After the world changed, brightly lit mechanical cities rose from the ground, and metal spread rapidly on the surface, replacing the soil. Countless beautifully decorated blue creatures knelt on the ground, and their consciousness followed the pipes and entered the mechanical components of the cultivation cabins, abandoning their physical bodies. It was like an underground rift valley in the abyss, with countless abandoned parts scattered in the dark. One day, a golden thunder descending from the sky shot straight into the rift valley, spreading out golden energy waves. The abandoned mechanical parts were like being aggregated by invisible forces, turning into crude mechanical life bodies. These are the origins of mechanical life. Various illusions flashed. Han Xiao's eyes moved slightly, and he knew it in his heart. Machinery itself is just a tool that countless races learn to use and manufacture in the development of civilization. The Star Sea has many races, and purebred mechanical life that was born and evolved for nature almost does not exist. Most of the origins are artificially created. Some races create mechanical soldiers for war, giving birth to mechanical lives. Some races abandon their fragile bodies to transform into mechanical lives in order to survive disasters. Some races lack the ability to act realistically and create mechanical lives as companion slave groups, etc. Super A-level mechanics are the big players who create mechanical life. After learning the knowledge, Han Xiao let out a breath to stabilize his brain running at high speed. I took a look at the new abilities prompted by the panel. 2 specialties. Ultimate Knowledge Master is the ability to learn the first ultimate knowledge, and Mechanical Life Creator is the specialties brought by Mechanical Life Fire. Han Xiao looked at the new skill, Tire Awakening, which was the highlight. With a thought, the floating guard array surrounding the back of his head buzzed and flew in front of him, and they all flew in front of him, dazzled and combined into a human-shaped mechanical warrior. The smooth silver alloy armor has a streamlined body. The muzzle of the floating cannon was embedded in the palms, knees, shoulders, head, and ribs, and was densely packed. The gaps in the armor were filled with blue light of secret energy, and the atmosphere of technology was rich. This is one of the elite mechanical warrior types mastered by Han Xiao, called floating fissioners. They can not only act as their own floating guards, but also combine to become mechanical warriors, advanced machinery, and orange equipment. This floating fissioner is controlled by the combat intelligence Spartan, standing quietly in front of him without moving. Try to see how the effect is. CC. Han Xiao raised his palm, grabbed his 5 fingers, and used Teacher of the King. A ball of blue and gold lightning mechanical force was generated in the palm, and the mist was like thunder clouds crackling. The next moment, the ball of mechanical force hit the floating fissioner with a sensation, turning into blue and golden snake-like electric wires gushing on the surface of the machinery, and then drilled into the gaps in the armor and integrated into the energy furnace of the mechanical warrior. He kept moving, and a ball of mechanical force appeared in his palm, which penetrated into the body of the floating fissioner and used mechanical fusion grant for him. After completing these 2 things, Han Xiao activated Fire Awakening. His eyes blew golden light, and a ball of golden mechanical force appeared in his palms, which was extremely dazzling. Although Tire Awakening itself has no cooling time, it has restrictions on usage conditions. Only mechanical targets that have been transformed by Teacher of Kings and mechanical fusion granting and have a growth prototype can use Tire Awakening, and these two skills have cooling time. These three skills, coupled with Emperor's Gift, are a complete skill sequence that sublimates mechanical life. As soon as he handed his palm, the golden mechanical force surged into the floating fissioner, making a sound like energy discharged from the flood. His health, physical strength, and strength were immediately consumed greatly, and his condition instantly dropped below half. The 50% blood volume and blue volume were consumed in an instant, and half of the blood was lost in an instant. The feeling of weakness was like a kidney strike, the whole body was as if it was over-electric, and the legs became weak, as if the body was hollowed out. This move is really a bit tiring. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Since I advanced to the A level, this should be the most blood loss at once. I took a breath, letting my body recover slowly, staring at the floating fissioner in front of me. Bite! Suddenly, the energy of the floating fissioner was shining brightly. The next second, the mechanical components of the body moved on their own, and the armor leaves on the surface opened and closed like scales. Kerala, Han Xiao could sense that the floating fissioner is undergoing a transformation at the micro level. Countless nanoscale, silicon-based nerve fibers grow wildly along the mechanical structure in the body, rustling, and the components of the body gradually merge into an organic whole. The electric sparks of thinking are ignited in the chip circuit, colliding with each other to build a special thinking organ, forming the underlying logic, and the energy flows endlessly, providing fuel support for this transformation. Bang! It seems that something has awakened in the body of the floating fissioner, igniting the fire of life. Woo 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 woo. This state lasted for a long time before the energy light of the floating fissioner returned to normal. Han Xiao looked up and down and said, "Sparta, give me a test report." After the test, a new consciousness has been born in this unit. It is very immature and is trying to communicate with me. I temporarily closed its network interface. What should I do now? Please give the master the order. Sparta appeared in the field of quantum network vision and spoke in a solemn tone, not like Philip's liveliness. Well, first build a data firewall for its thinking, check its underlying logic, see if it has solidified the instructions that cannot betrayal, and then open its network interface and filter some information for it to download. Han Xiao gave an order, then reached out and gave the floating fissioner a palm, causing damage and triggering the combat information. The properties of the floating fissioner are displayed on the panel, no longer an equipment introduction, but become the attribute panel of character information. The race is displayed as mechanical life form. With the character level, it is as high as 185. It can be upgraded like a character. The mecha value becomes health value. Various parameters become attributes such as strength and agility, and various weapons and components become a large number of specialties and skills with self-growth. It became a unit of life. Han Xiao was energetic and then said, "Sparta, let control its body." Sparta responded and temporarily stopped manipulating the floating fissioner. Buzz! The floating fissioner shook all over his body, and his originally tense body seemed to relax. It twisted its head and seemed to adapt to the field of view provided by the sensor. Then it raised its palm and touched its face, and the metal rustled. The feeling is immediately different. When a combat intelligence controls the mechanical warriors, although the mechanical warriors are not stiff, they will not have any extra movements and are dead objects that are prohibited from being executed. When the control authority is also given to the floating fissioner who awakens the fire, his actions are immediately filled with vitality and becomes a living body that can think, question, and move around. Philip and Sparta are products of virtual technology and belong to intelligent life, which is essentially different from these mechanical life bodies in the physical sense. The independent thinking of mechanical living organisms is equivalent to their freedom and soul with emotions and emotions. But their thinking is generated from the chip circuit and the soul in an unconventional sense. So, It is immune to normal mental attacks. For mechanical life, the means of virtual mechanics are mental attacks, which can invade the consciousness of mechanical life and rewrite their underlying logic. Han Xiao presets the command logic of the floating fissioner. The permissions of AI intelligent control are higher, which is equivalent to the highest military order that cannot be violated. This is quite like the Zerg, or is the mechanical Zerg. The floating fissioner looked around and turned to look at Han Xiao, using the voice system to make a questioning sound, using the preset interstellar common language. Master man, Han Xiao nodded, walked around it for a while, looking at it from beginning to end. The floating fissioner stood there. His body was still moving. His head was rotated 360 degrees, and his eyes were always following Han Xiao, full of the ignorance and doubts of the newborn. Why is it a bit scary? Han Xiao smacked his lips. Do you have anything to ask? Think, ask. The floating fissioner paused, as if the thinking circuit was moving rapidly. After thinking for a while, he asked, Who am I? Where am I? What am I? What am I? What am I? Why do I do? Yes, the ultimate question. Han Xiao was amused when he heard this, and shook his head and said, Sparta, turn on the network interface for it, and instill information. The next moment, the floating fissioner stopped, and countless information about interstellar, life, and battle poured into its thinking, quickly digested, instantly crossing the ignorant period of young children exploring the world. It was silent for a while, and suddenly knelt on one knee towards Han Xiao and changed its name. Heard Black Star, my creator. Its voice system simulates a respectful tone. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, thought for a while, and asked, Do you know who you are now? I am your family. It gave itself a name. My name is Yozu. Yozu? Why don't you call Yuquan ancestor? Han Xiao complained in his heart, and then said in a deep voice, You are the first generation of mechanical life I created. Let me see the combat power. Hakak. Yozu moved, took turns to test various weapons, disintegrated into a single floating guard again and again, flying like a butterfly, and then merged again and again. The combat style is extremely agile, dazzling. Mechanical life bodies have extremely high application of the body and can understand the skills themselves and solidify them in the character panel. Han Xiao's use of mechanical force bonus on it is also effective. Without AI control, Yozu can exert his strong combat power by himself, and his strength is stronger than before the fire hell awakens. Come back. After testing, Han Xiao said, and Yozu took the initiative to disintegrate into a floating guard, surrounding him again, very well behaved. The effect is good. Han Xiao was satisfied and thought to himself, only by using a complete set of skills, such as Fire Awakening and Teacher of the King, can we create a self-growth mechanical life body. The efficiency is limited and mainly used to raise soldiers and let them slowly grow into elite units and small boss units. As for the vast majority of mechanical warriors, Han Xiao does not intend to become mechanical life for the time being. First, because of efficiency limitations, the advanced mechanical forces will awaken first, and second, because the casualty rate of cannon fodder is too high, and the long-term effect is not as good as that of advanced machinery. It becomes a mechanical life body, and its growth is transformed, and it can even develop mechanical civilizations by itself. There are some mechanical civilizations under the command of the mechanical country, all of which are his vassal states and relatives. Han Xiao thought, letting mechanical life develop civilization is also a route, and it is not impossible to imitate it. Cultivate a mechanical civilization that obeys oneself, operates fully automatically, reproduces and incubates offspring, and provides a continuous source of troops. The only problem is that it is very time-consuming. However, I have a long lifespan, strong strength, and a long time span of version updates, which is not a big problem. Or can you steal other people's ready-made mechanical civilization? Han Xiao had this idea and immediately gave up. He thought for a while and said, It would be better not to make enemies everywhere and kill them. It is impossible to wave, and being a tumbler is the urinary nature of Honda technician. After successfully mastering the ultimate knowledge, Han Xiao was satisfied and full of spring breeze. He walked out of the mechanical workshop and saw several figures at a glance. Hella, Fording, Hardaway, and other guards were waiting at the door. "What are you doing here?" Han Xiao's eyes swept over everyone and froze on Hardaway. This guy stood in front of everyone with a mysterious smile on his face. Hardaway took out a stack of Veen cards and showed Han Xiao the top one. "Look, your card has been updated again." Han Xiao looked closely and saw that this one was the powerful card Black Star Han Xiao, which was drawn. The information was finally updated to Super A level, and the suffix of Red Empire allies was added. The description added the story of his battle with Herbert and Cisco, and the card effect was greatly improved. Isn't this a matter of time sooner or later? You came here specifically. Could it be that I just wanted to see this? Han Xiao was speechless. With the status, how could the manufacturer of Veen card not update his card? If you dare not update, you'll beat him up. Hardaway smiled, rubbed his fingers skillfully, and then brushed the ground, and his hand was like a peacock spreading his face. Han Xiao glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. These cards were Hella, Fording, and others, and were standardized as Black Star Army Guard officer. Just like the Vanguard officer in the warfield, he had his own cards. When the Guard officer was formed, one of the goals was to make Hella and others famous. Now that this goal has been completed, the identity of the Guard officer of the Black Star Army has become their label and maiden name. The group came here to share such good news with Han Xiao. This is not bad. Congratulations, you have a place in the universe. Han Xiao smiled slightly, grabbed Fording's shoulder and touched it, which caused Chen Xing's eyes to roll. At this time, Aurora spoke up briefly. "Uncle, there's one more thing. A special person wants to see you." "Who? Is the man from the Empire?" "No. That man claims to be the Lord of Soderian, named Troy." "Soderian's Lord?" Han Xiao's heart moved. Soderian is a novice planet for Constellation Corridor 1.0. Because the Lord was involved in political factors, he was suppressed by the galaxy-level civilization as a rebellion. The Lord fled with the fleet, hiding from all over the world, and has not been arrested yet. What did this guy come over to me for? Han Xiao was curious. There was only Troy in the conference room, and he looked worried. This person is a humanoid race, male, with yellow hair tied into a braid with an alien style, pointed ears, and a pair of small holes growing in the center of the face. He looks quite good, but he is a little older, tall, with hands, feet, but no tail, and a pair of wide wings on his back, covered with yellow feathers, and a certain feather biological genes. I don't know if Black Star will agree to help me. Troy's eyes flashed. He fled with his fleet and was chased by galaxy-level civilizations. The situation was very unoptimistic. If this continues, he will be chased by galaxy-level civilizations sooner or later. Because it involves some secret political secrets and the secret operation of political enemies, Troy knew that once he was caught, his fate would definitely be worse than death. Just when he was extremely anxious about the future, he got the information that the Black Star Army had opened a branch on Gilman Star and recruited people extensively. His mind suddenly became active, thinking that Black Star might be able to help him. As long as he can defect to the Black Star Army, follow the Black Star Army's fleet to borrow the Stargate of the Red Empire, leave the Central Star Sea, and flee to the Broken Star Ring to take refuge, he will be safe. Troy originally wanted to conceal his identity and join the Legion and quietly smuggle away from the Central Star Sea. However, when he thought about it, he felt that the risk of being discovered by the Super A level was too great, and it was difficult to hide it from others. Even this retreat would be lost at that time. It would be better to take the initiative to ask Black Star to explain the ins and outs of the Black Star, openly make his request, and try to persuade Black Star to help them take refuge. In his opinion, only by leaving the Central Star Sea can we have the opportunity to make a comeback and come back to take revenge on political enemies in the future. Troy's expression became even more gloomy and resentful when he thought of his political opponents ruining his years of hard work. He became a rebel and could never return to civilization. Now the situation is stronger than others, so he can only escape. If he is asked to seize the opportunity one day, He will destroy everything about his political enemies without hesitation and take revenge on the civilization that pursues him. Brush. The sound of opening the door interrupted Troy's thoughts. He hurriedly stood up and looked respectfully at Han Xiao, who was walking in. Hello, Black Star. Troy hurriedly saluted respectfully, introduced himself, deliberately acting quite frightened. I have heard of your deeds. It is said that you are a rebel now. What are you doing to me? Han Xiao asked. That's it. Troy took a deep breath, and in a sincere tone that had been practicing hundreds of times, he said the words he had prepared long ago. The general idea was that he was framed by his political enemies, which led to misunderstandings from civilization. In order to protect himself, he had to resist and flee and was forced to become a rebel. Now he wanted to come and surrender to the Black Star Legion and was willing to serve the Legion in exchange for the opportunity to take refuge in the Broken Star Ring. That's it. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Troy. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes gradually became strange. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, I finally used a red envelope card to snatch my naughty kid back to write a computer. I updated the number of words in the past few days. Please give me a monthly ticket for the new year. Happy New Year. Staring at Troy's panic and respectful expression, Han Xiao smiled and asked, What do you mean? You are framed to the point where you are now. Are you innocent? Troy swallowed and said with a hard time, I was plotted by political enemies. Many charges were placed on me. Han Xiao said a long time ago, without any objection, and said, You want to surrender to me now, take refuge under my command, and let me protect you? Troy said carefully, I dare not ask for your protection. I just ask you to allow me to leave the Central Star Sea with the fleet of the Black Star Army. I am now wanting for galaxy-level civilization. Without anyone's help, I cannot borrow the Stargate. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. All civilizations in the Constellation Corridor are controlled by the Empire. Don't you know I am an ally of the Empire? You are now a wanted criminal of the Empire's vassal civilization. It would be nice if he didn't catch you on the spot. Do you still want me to take risks and take you to the Broken Star Ring? You said so casually, I hope I can help you for free. Do you think I look like a philanthropist? No, you misunderstood. Troy waved his hands repeatedly. Although I want to come to take refuge, I am sincere in my joining the Black Star Legion. Your rise in Broken Star Ring spread throughout the universe. I admire you for a long time. If you don't dislike me, I am willing to serve you and be loyal to you in the future. Oh, Han Xiao put his elbows on the table, his palms overlapped on the tip of his nose, staring at Troy, and slowly said, You said you were innocent. Do you think I believe it? Your ambition failed and was wanted by civilization. I just wanted to find me as your backer and use my name to pay the price of failure for you. Is there such a good thing? In fact, this guy was not innocent at all. In the years he ruled Soderian, he secretly planned a lot of conspiracies and planned greater power. After the matter was exposed, he was suppressed by civilization. Although there were exaggerated elements of political enemies, he was not clean and neither of them was good birds. The incident process described by Troy was not a problem, but he just changed the reason for it, deliberately concealed some of his own factors, and did not tell the truth. He wanted to pass the blame, reduce the severity of his guilt, and portray himself as a forced image in an attempt to reduce Han Xiao's vigilance. However, this set is useless to Han Xiao. Soderian is the earliest novice planet in the Constellation Corridor. There is information that players have discovered. Han Xiao knows the ins and outs of the background, and Troy can't hide it all. Moreover, Han Xiao checked the forum and browsed the chronicle posts recorded by players in the Constellation Corridor, which recorded a hidden mission. When Troy escaped and retreated, he arranged personnel to lay high-energy explosives in the government building of the capital city of Soderian, which was enough to level more than a dozen blocks. It ignored the casualties of staff and civilians, which was very cruel. However, this triggered the player's hidden mission, and the trap was destroyed by the player. Troy's backhand failed, but it also proved that this guy was not a good thing. He would take revenge and use any means. Under Han Xiao's gaze, Troy's face froze and his heart was anxious. If he hadn't been desperate, he wouldn't have been in a hurry to seek medical treatment. He gritted his teeth, gave up his face, and suddenly lay down at Han Xiao's feet. In interstellar general culture, this action represents the important etiquette of surrender. What is your identity? Who dares to deceive you? I didn't express it clearly, which caused your misunderstanding. I apologize to you and hope you can save my life. I am willing to serve you forever. Han Xiao curled his lips secretly, knowing Troy's idea. It was nothing more than being desperate after committing a crime. The army just so happened to recruit people, so he wanted to come over to take refuge, trying to hide the truth and failing to make trouble. If he fails, he wants to find a backer to help bear the consequences. How could such a cheap thing be? If Troy hadn't had a special effect, he would have asked someone to arrest Troy for a bounty, and the money bag he delivered to his door would be in vain. Han Xiao stood up, lowered his head, and glanced at the back of Troy's head. I don't need you to serve, let alone your gratitude. I'm too lazy to catch you. Just pretend that I haven't seen you. Now I'm gone away from my eyes immediately. Don't let me see it anymore otherwise. Brush. The door slid open, and Hyla walked in, staring at Troy coldly, explicitly asking him to get out. Troy's face was pressed against the ground, and he couldn't see his expression clearly. After 2 seconds, he got up and patted the hem of his clothes, as if he wanted to dust off the dust that did not exist. His head was hanging, his eyes were slanted to the ground 45 degrees, and he didn't dare to look up at Han Xiao's eyes. Under Hella's sharp eyes, he remained silent, clenched his fists, walked out of the room step by step, and was escorted away from the branch satellite. After he left, Han Xiao's face relaxed, and he showed an inexplicable smile. I don't know if this step of chess can come in handy. Han Technician deliberately let Troy go, and as one of the novice planets, Troy has a unique purpose. As the main NPC on one of the novice planets, there's a plot. According to the development of his previous life, Troy fled for life and finally escaped from the pursuit. Because he was wanted, he fled into the cracks in the border of the Central Star Sea and survived. Later, he was absorbed by the Fallen Ark and became a member of the alien god. Not even a cadre. But because he was once the main NPC of the novice planet, he noticed it and recorded this information. The important NPC in the early stage became an ordinary person in the later stage and was regarded as an Easter egg by players. So Han Xiao remembered Troy's experience. So, before Han Xiao let Troy go, he quietly got a look. The alien god is immune to observation marks, and Troy comes to his door, which gives Han Xiao a sudden inspiration. If Troy joins the Fallen Ark as usual in the future, then he can monitor the alien god's actions. Although I don't know whether this moving eye position will take effect, and when it will work, since it is a casual chess that can be easily made, Han Xiao is just trying it out. After all, there's no good way to target the strange gods now. If you can make a profit, you won't lose money. 40 days passed in a flash. Han Xiao has been on Gilman Star, waiting for the branch to recruit people. During this period, he was not idle. He expanded the Mechanical Legion every day and used the new ultimate knowledge to slowly transform mechanical life. With Yozu as the leader, the first generation of mechanical life under his command reached 3,000. It's not that he didn't want to get a few more, but there are several main reasons. First, the cooling of Teacher of Kings is a bit long in units of days, and this is the pre-level skill of Tinder Awakening. Second, although Fire Awakening can be cast in groups, the upper limit of the group cast objects is not many. If the skill is upgraded to the maximum level, it can only be used by more than a dozen targets at a time. Moreover, he discovered that the initial level of mechanical life cast by the group is not as high as that of mechanical life cast by the group. The single and the group consume the same skill and share more targets, so the energy received by a single person will be less. Third, he used it too frequently, and his kidneys could not bear it. This also strengthened Han Xiao's idea of developing mechanical civilization. Using Fire Awakening alone is not efficient in creating mechanical life. His blood recovery is fast, but his physical strength needs to be restored. The form Mechanical Civilization can explode soldiers by itself. Not only is it fast, it also saves worry and effort without having to work day and night. In the past 40 days, the recruitment of the Gilman Star branch was finally settled. Central Star C has many super A-level forces, and the Black Star Legion's appeal here is not as high as the Broken Star Ring. The Gilman Star branch has recruited only more than 10 million new members during this period, and the growth rate has gradually slowed down and is becoming saturated. Compared with the super A-level forces of the Central Star C, this scale is quite small, and the branch has just started. Among them, more than 4 million new player members account for about 85% of the total number of Constellation Corridor players. Through Legion benefits and word-of-mouth transmission of the forum, most Constellation Corridor players come to join from surrounding galaxies. Among these more than 4 million players, most of them choose to become members of the Legion Mercenary Department. There are two types of members. One is the backbone, obeying the Legion's orders, and the other is the half-organized member, who serves the Legion but is free in itself, and mercenaries are typical of the latter. The system of mercenaries is already loose, and the mercenary department retained by the Legion does not violate the rules of interstellar mercenaries. Most players in the Constellation Corridor just come for welfare benefits. It is more free for them to act as mercenaries, and they're doing things for the Legion in exchange for resources. The relationship is simple, and they will not be completely bound by the camp. Han Xiao was not surprised that other Star Domain players have been together for a short time, and their relationship needs to be cultivated slowly. He gave the Constellation Corridor players plenty of time to make choices. Among the more than 4 million player members, 700,000 people accepted the main line of the Shining World and applied to follow the Legion to the Broken Star Ring. Most of the 700,000 players are ordinary players, including the club guild mobilization factor, while the remaining millions of players decided to stay in the Birth Star Domain for the time being to continue exploring. And by the way, they watched the situation of these cross-star domain players. The first batch poached 700,000 leaks, and Han Xiao was quite satisfied with this number. Today is the day to set off. A huge Black Star Legion transport fleet is ready to go, and 700,000 players have already boarded the ship one after another. At this moment, players from all star fields are following the trends here through the forum broadcast posts. The first case of cross-star domains is interesting to every player and may be used as a reference for their future cross-star domains. Therefore, this has become the most attention-grabbing action in the history of the Black Star Army, and the popularity it has attracted among the players has broken the previous record. On one transport ship after another, many players whispered and were very excited. I don't know what it feels like to cross the star domain, and what is the difference between it and ordinary stargates. I'm leaving, and I'm still a little reluctant to let it go. I don't know when I will come back. Will the players of the Broken Star Ring bully us? You said, if you jump out of the spaceship during Cross the Star Domain, will something fun happen? Guard, that's this guy. The bridge command room of the main ship. Hella stood with his arms against the wall. Aurora sat in the main driver's seat and kept operating. Fording lowered his head and watched. Hardaway sat on the sofa, holding a blue crystal square wine bottle in his hand, swaying the mercury-colored wine in the bottle and pouring it into his mouth with a heroic choking, making his face turn red. There's a Veen card game on the table. The rule is that who loses drinking. There are a bunch of empty bottles at his feet. The old man Aesop, who was forced to come over in his opponent's position, looked helpless, and his expression is as if he suspects that you just want to drink. Emmer stood in front of the viewing window with her hands behind her back, looking at the fleet around her. She has been accompanied by Han Xiao, Hera, Aesop, and other close people for more than a month. She stayed here for vacation and was quite comfortable. Han Xiao stood in front of the star map, and the target location was set early. When everyone got on the ship, he immediately sent an order to the fleet. Start. Rumble. The thruster gushed out the tail flames, and the warships took off one after another. We're finally leaving. Many players on the ship were excited, and countless people who followed on the forum also widened their eyes. The fleet slowly left the Gilman Star branch and began to accelerate, carrying 700,000 uprooted leaks toward the Broken Star Ring. Broken Star Rings, Red Empire Military Stargate Station. The Black Star Legion transport ships drove out one after another from the Blue Vortex Stargate, and the blue space energy wrapped around the hull shield quickly dissipated like fog. I'm back. Han Xiao breathed in the command room of the main ship. Although the Central Star Sea is prosperous and stable, the shadow of cosmic civilization covers the star field, like a mountain, bringing him invisible pressure. Although the broken star ring is remote and chaotic, he has been here for more than 20 years and is the base camp of the Legion, giving him a sense of peace of mind and relaxing. Emmys walked to him with long legs, looked at the cosmic scene outside the porthole, and said, "I'm very happy to travel with you in the past 2 months. Since I'm home, I'll leave first. So anxious? Let's go with us. Longton recently drifted to another star cluster, and I'm different from you." Hearing this, Han Xiao had to nod. "Okay, I'll give you a spaceship. By the way, the Empire has almost finished preparing. I will set off recently and lead the army to explore the shining world. Do you want to come together? There should be many new and interesting things." Emmys waved his hand. "That's the mission of the Red Empire, so I won't go together." Aesop on the side touched his beard and interrupted, "Yes, yesterday I had a new prophecy, which is related to the shining world." "Is there another prophecy?" Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he said curiously, "Old man, did you help me predict it again?" "Well, let me explain first. I didn't help you specifically. Anyone who is close to me will have some kind of fate entanglement with me. My ability to randomly perceive certain things that these people may encounter in the future, just like dreams, very vague, basically just a premonition. Yesterday, I felt the sensation of your exploration of the shining world and developed a sense of intuition." Speaking of this, Aesop paused, his tone became solemn, and reminded, "You'd better be careful of the Zuling sect." "Zuling sect? Don't they give up and try to grab the evolutionary block?" "It seems that this is the only possibility." Han Xiao blinked and saw that Aesop had no following and couldn't help but wonder, "Just this reminder? Is there any useful information such as time and place?" Aesop spread his hands. "In such a distant future, the situation may change at any time, so there is no accurate prediction. Just this intuition, nothing else. I know. I will keep a mind and make people stare at the movements of the Star Pupil God clan. If the Zuling sect wants to deal with me, Zisco will definitely not be idle." Han Xiao nodded and patted Aesop's arm. "Oh, by the way, there is another thing." Aesop scratched his beard and said, "I heard that some ancient people are secretly asking for your information. Several ancient people members seem to be very interested in you." Han Xiao felt a move and glanced at Aesop from above and down and asked in confusion, "Where did you hear it? After all, I was one of them. Is there a few friends strange?" Aesop shrugged and said, "I will follow you to the capital of the Empire and show up in front of those Empire allies. Ravenlord, share my information with other ancient people. Now, those guys know that I, the former member, are following you and Emmys at this time, and some friends have contacted me." Hearing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but sigh that Aesop is old, with unfathomable qualifications and connections, and can always get some information that ordinary people cannot get. There's really an old family, like a treasure. Who is mainly asking me? The country of machinery, the Sun Hunter, the Lord of the Void. Aesop's tone suddenly sank, and he whispered, "There are still thousands of shadows." The previous few ancient people, except for the country of machinery, had never had any intersection. The Sun Hunter is a gunman, and the Lord of Void is a void creature. I don't know why I asked about him, but when Aesop mentioned whinnying, Han Xiao's eyes immediately narrowed. The Shadow Warrior, who interrogated Wan-Ying, was Aesop's help. Aesop also knew that Wan-Ying had made a bad plan against him, so he took the initiative to mention this matter, which was a reminder. Maybe he wants to continue to deal with me. He is in the star field of the Guanghui Federation. I have no choice but to settle the score with him in the future. Han Xiao remained calm and kept this in mind. Pret, the mission has not changed. He didn't know whether Wan-Ying gave up on dealing with him before. Now it seems that this guy is suspicious of being thief-hearted, but his strength is different from what 1A could do easily. At this time, Emers suddenly spoke and said softly, "Hey Xing, I'm thinking about something recently. I want to discuss it with you." Han Xiao turned his head and looked at Emers and caught a look of hesitation from her face. This is rare in Emers. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you going to discuss with me? Are you going to borrow money? Is 50 million INR enough? Who borrowed money from you? Do you think I'm very poor?" Emers' eyebrows were shaking slightly. "Actually, I'm thinking about Longtan's development plan recently." Han Xiao and Aesop's eyes were wide open at the same time, with a shocked expression on their faces. "You change your sex? Is this the question you should consider? Is I that unreliable in your heart?" Emmys was helpless. "I'm the leader of Longtan. I occasionally worry about the power. What's strange about it? There is no problem with others, but it's really strange for you. It's really strange. Who doesn't know how lazy you are, cough, how indifferent you are?" Han Xiao hurriedly changed his words and concealed his smile. Emmys has been a handoff manager for so many years, guarding Longtan to live his own homegirl life. He never thought about developing the camp. Her image as a salted fish has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Who knows why it suddenly came to a whim? "Stop kidding, I'm serious this time." Emmys glanced at Han Xiao with beautiful eyes. She has never had any enthusiasm for developing forces, but as such days lasted for a long time, she also developed a quiet and thoughtful mind. In the past decade, she has witnessed Han Xiao leading the rise of the Black Star Army step by step. With such an example, she has developed a little interest in developing forces. If she wants to imitate Han Xiao and manage Longtan better, it has nothing to do with ambition. Emers mainly regards this as fun. After a long time, you have to find something to do. However, Emmys would not admit to Han Xiao that her interest was attracted by Han Xiao's deeds. "Okay, I just treat it as real." Seeing that Emers' eyes were not kind, Han Xiao suppressed his smile and waved his hand. "Don't laugh anymore. Talk about serious matters. What should you discuss with me?" Emers was silent for a while and said slowly, "Longtan has been wandering in the universe for a long time. I want to find a place to stay." Han Xiao thought for a while and nodded. "Oh, this idea is quite reliable. A fixed position base camp will make people more confident in Longtan. As a super A level, you have extraordinary appeal. As long as you reverse the inherent impression of the Broken Star Ring Superman of you and show the momentum of serious expansion, there will definitely be dozens or hundreds of times more people willing to serve you than now." Han Xiao touched his chin, looked at Emmys, and joked, "What's more, you're so beautiful, and your appeal may be stronger than me." Hearing this, Emmys' face became strange, staring at Han Xiao, and his tone was surprised. "So you think I'm good-looking? What's strange about this?" Han Xiao was confused and didn't know where Emmys had such a big reaction. Shaking his head, Han Xiao returned to the topic and asked, "Have you chosen the address where Longtan stays? This is what I want to discuss with you." Emmys calmed down for a while, seemed to hesitate for a half-second before slowly saying, "I'm going to let Longtan stay on Hylon Star for a long time. What do you think?" Han Xiao was stunned. "No." Emmys raised his eyebrows and smiled. "More than 10 years ago, your mother star suffered a disaster. You announced through the interstellar media that Hylon Star is a planet that Longtan is interested in. With Longtan's name, Hylon Star has received a large amount of investment from the consortium over the years and has developed well. Even the Ghidorah civilization acquiesced to Longtan's control over Hylon Star. You should regret it." Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. Back then, the Black Star mercenary group was just a younger brother-level force and did not separate from Longtan. Relying on the banner of pulling Longtan, Hylon Star had the opportunity to develop rapidly into the interstellar. After the split, the Black Star Army took over the management of Hylon Star. Longtan did not ask. He thought Emers didn't care, but he didn't expect that he suddenly mentioned it now. "Since C Blue Star is nominally the planet under my control." Emmy smiled with beautiful eyes, and Han Xiaodan's painful expression made her happy, and she chuckled. "Then it is legitimate to choose the C Blue Star as the site of the base camp. Can you still drive my people away from your mother's star?" Han Xiao was surprised that Sea Blue Star was the foundation that supported him to obtain a seat in the Broken Star Ring Civilization Parliament, and it was impossible for people to give in. "Are I such an excessive person in your eyes?" Emmys said angrily. "Don't worry. I'm like your Legion headquarters, staying in the outer space of the planet and not interfering in the Hylon regime. Isn't this discussing with you?" Han Xiao's eyes moved. "If this is the case, it will not only be a bad thing, but also a great thing. The headquarters of the Legion has been stationed in Kinmen Star for so many years, which has brought unparalleled development opportunities to Kinmen Star. The economy and public security have been greatly improved, and it has become a prosperous colonial star in Ghidorah's superline. If Emmers does this, the development speed of Aquarius will soar again, indirectly obtaining more resources. Moreover, with Emmers, a Super A-level neighbor, the safety of Hylon will also increase dramatically, reducing worries." The thought flashed, and Han Xiao understood Emmers' idea. Choosing Hylon Star as London base camp was far more than just a legitimate reason. He sighed. "It seems that I want to owe you a favor again. It's good to know it's a good deal for you." Emmers' eyes bent. "I promised you. At that time, I will ask the Hylon Star Legion branch to cooperate with you. For specific details, I will ask Suiya and the others to handle. Well, then I will ask Jenny to help me deal with." When talking about Jenny, Han Xiao suddenly remembered something. "By the way, have you notified Jenny about this matter in advance?" "No." Hearing this, the two of them stared at each other and remained silent for a while. "Then you're still thinking about it," Han Xiao secretly complained, and he thought Emmers had really thought about it. Sure enough, this is her style of conduct. Cough. "The matter is over, then I'll leave." Emmers covered her mouth with a fist, coughed twice, concealed her embarrassment, and then turned her head and left. Han Xiao watched Emmys and Aesop board the small spacecraft, leave the fleet, and disappear into sight as streams. Only then did he order the fleet to continue moving forward and return to the Legion headquarters. The cross-star domain has been completed. Han Xiao opened a forum and looked at the players' responses. Just after passing the Stargate, the more than 700,000 players in the fleet did not have any special reactions. Instead, the players who broke the star rings responded even more. It was precisely because players from other star fields came to their territory and couldn't wait to get in touch. The first example of players crossing the star field is of great significance. Players from major star fields have recorded this moment in their Chronicles posts. Star C calendar, March 18th, 705. Guided by the Black Star Legion, 700,000 players left the Constellation Corridor and arrived at the Broken Star Ring. This is the first successful crossing of the star field by players from all Star C players. This time, recruiting players in the Constellation Corridor was very smooth. Han Xiao knew the reason. Because the players in the 3.0 version cannot choose enough camps and understand the needs of the players themselves. The Black Star Legion is the best in the camp at this stage and is more attractive. Even if players regard him as a transition camp, it is the first choice. As players' levels get higher and higher, more and more powerful camps can be selected, such as the 3 cosmic civilizations and superstar cluster civilizations. By then, the Legion will not be so easy to attract and recruit players. This is inevitable. For a novel experience, there will always be people trying new camps. Han Xiao is tirelessly expanding the Legion and improving the competitiveness of the camp, and is also preparing for the future. In a sense, the remote and chaotic Broken Star Ring as the base camp is actually a good thing, reducing direct competitors. After more than 10 days of navigation, the fleet finally returned to the Legion headquarters. At this time, millions of Broken Star Ring players gathered at the headquarters of the Legion, looking forward to contacting outside players in the Constellation Corridor, and more people came to watch the fun. The more than 700,000 Constellation Corridor players in the fleet looked through the porthole at the satellite base of the Legion headquarters that was gradually enlarged outside. The excitement was like feathers, constantly stirring their hearts. After staying on the boat for so many days with anticipation, I finally arrived at the place. Transportation spacecraft slowly landed and stopped at the headquarters airport. More than 700,000 Constellation Corridor players stepped onto the ground of the headquarters, and millions of Legion players came to watch. From the airport dock to the hall, it was crowded with people. The loss was that the area of the Legion headquarters satellite base was large enough to accommodate hundreds of millions of members. This is the first time that players from different star fields have met outside the professional arena. Whether they are Chinese players, Russian, Australian, and other players, they're international friends in the eyes of each other. The first time they meet, they inevitably look at each other. When you compare them with each other, you can see a clear difference between the two sides. More than 700,000 Constellation Corridor players have uneven equipment styles, colorful, and look quite messy. For millions of Legion players, the armor and weapons on them are basically black and silver. Although there are many styles, they are not as complicated as more than 700,000 foreign players. Most Legion players know it. After actual experience, they basically use several Legion combat armors that are recognized as the best performance. They look like an excellent army, giving people a neat feeling, and the differences in personal subtle equipment are not so obvious. Moreover, the various equipment is engraved with the emblem of the Black Star Army, which looks like the difference between a genuine army and a miscellaneous army. After getting off the ship, more than 700,000 newcomers, some of them took the initiative to say hello and communicate with each other. Some of them were curious about observing the headquarters and heading to various functional areas, while others went to interact with the Legion NPC members. The huge crowd was scattered and entered the headquarters and became familiar with the environment. Ordinary players have their own ways. Spirit Vodka and Captain Henry took several Russian and Australian guild cadres to the presidents of the guild in China. In the guild resident of the Black Star Army headquarters, the president of the Sky Domain, Bikong Yu and Xiao Xuemu Shuang, the president of the Age of Chaos, representing the two wealthy guilds and receiving several major guild cadres from Russia. Friends from China, it's great to meet you. I'm the vice president of Power and Glory. Liquor Vodka and several companions introduced themselves. It's a great pleasure to have friends coming from afar. Bikong smiled happily, and his translation function conveyed his meaning to the spirits of Vodka and others. After chatting for a few words, the Spirit Vodka talked about the serious business. The people above asked us to cross our domain to operate the branch. Some time ago, the clubs on both sides had already negotiated. The people above said that you two wealthy families will give us some help in the early stage. Chao Shui Mushuang smiled. Yes, I'll ask how many guild members you brought to run the branch. Lai Liquor Vodka. I brought 12 guild backbones, 150 formal members, and 1,200 peripheral members. The representatives of several other guilds also said it, all of which were about 1,000. The official guild of large professional clubs, the backbone and official members are serious professions and play games with salaries. As for peripheral players, some are volunteer and some are studio, and they can also get bonuses from the club. You thousands of people run a branch union here, and everything has to start from scratch. Purchasing various tools, props, and vehicles requires money, and repairing, strengthening, and updating equipment is the same. There are also expenses for building a guild base, travel expenses for going out to do tasks, etc., and you also need to find channels such as experience, materials, money, etc. that can generate stable profits. The sooner you turn losses into profits, the better, right? Liquor Vodka and others nodded repeatedly. For them, running a guild is a job and takes on tasks. If the branch is well run, it is performance for them. Chao Xuemu Shuang and Bikong Yu quietly looked at each other, smiled slightly, and said slowly, "Some time ago, we finished the main mission of the Black Star Legion Secret War. Many people have received the title of Internal Meritorious Service of a Legion Secret Warrior. With this honor, all consumption within the Legion can be 10% off. Of course, you do not have such treatment. Only the Legion players who participated in the Secret War have such benefits. This is an out-of-print title released by Han Xiao. The players who join later have no chance to get this thing. These cross-star guilds have figured out this situation early through the forum, and it is impossible to say that they do not envy them." "You mean, Yes, we can provide you with discount channels. We buy Legion products with 10% off. You buy them from our two companies with 10% off. We have enough funds and contributions to meet your needs for bulk purchases. Of course, you can also find ordinary players and give money to others to help you buy, but there is always a risk of being cheated of money. The Spirit Vodka is not up to date. Han Xiao and Chong Kong clearly want to make a difference. As the manager of the branch, he must be careful in calculating. Compared to purchasing supplies from the Huaxia Club, he prefers to find reliable, ordinary Chinese players to cooperate with, borrow permissions to purchase at 10% off, and at most he can regularly share some resources with the cooperative players, which is more cost-effective than 10% off. However, Chao Xuanmushuang saw through the thoughts of several representatives of the Russian Grand Guild and smiled faintly. If you purchase from us, we will help you in other aspects. What? For example, some high-quality mission resources, some hidden information from NPCs. If you accept certain difficult tasks, we can provide manual help. And we can ensure your safety. Safety. The face of the Spirit Vodka changed. What do you mean? Chao Xuanmushuang. Broken Star Rings is a territory that we started operating several versions of the China Club. Dozens of large guilds and countless small and medium-sized guilds have divided up many high-quality resources here. As outsiders, you rashly came to our territory to manage the branch. I don't guarantee that other guilds will not have any disputes with you, but you are just branches that have come from afar with limited manpower. If you fight a guild battle, you will suffer a lot. One of the business goals of the club guilds is to provide resource support for professional players of the club team, and the big guilds of each country are their biggest competitors. The clubs in China cannot sit idly by and watch other professional clubs operate the branch safely in their territory. The senior management issued an order to ask its guilds to find some solutions to curb the development of their competitors. Even if these clubs and guilds in other countries are rich and powerful, if someone continues to destroy their tasks, snatch their resource points, and chase their members, causing them to run into walls everywhere, they will not be able to develop and will always be in a loss-making state and cannot become a climate. Chao Xuanmushuang's words reminded Liquor Vodka and others that if you do not pay some protection fee, some of the first and second-tier clubs below will cause trouble for you. Of course, the Chinese club did not go too far. After all, players from all over the world were watching the first batch of cross-star domains at this time. As the masters, it is difficult to blatantly bully a group of outsiders with no foundation. Even if they are competitors, they have to take into account their recent attention. They don't want the Chinese professional circle to leave a bad impression on other countries, so they still give a little discount to make foreign clubs not lose money on the surface. Of course, ordinary players will not be targeted, but clubs in various countries are first and foremost commercial groups. In order to operate better, they need to rely on the honor of professional players. While making money, they also shoulder the expectations of players. Professional players compete on the field, and official guilds such as them have to compete in the game. If the Huaxia Club went to another star field to hold a branch meeting, the situation they encountered would be similar and would be stymied everywhere. The Spirit Vodka and others looked at each other and responded helplessly, but they didn't give in so easily. They secretly decided to find opportunities to cooperate with ordinary players in the future, conceal the Chinese club, and pay less protection fees. On the other side, the guild resident of the Temple Club, Jupiter and Albert Star, the other two wealthy clubs, are meeting with representatives of the Australian guilds such as the Kangaroo Boxing Branch, Captain Henry, and the discussions are exactly the same as those of Chong Kong and the Dynasty. The four wealthy families have already reached a united front in private. Compared with their plan, this protection fee is only a small profit. For more than 700,000 newcomers, the Legion headquarters is the new main city. When they were familiar with the environment, Han Xiao returned to the Corps Commander's office, and cadres who had been staying at the headquarters for 2 months were waiting to report to him. Han Xiao leaned on the chair, looked at the cadres of Sivia, Melas, and Renard at the table, and raised his chin. How is the situation of the Legion during my absence? Sivia took a step forward. During this period, We have digested the gains of the last expansion and have successfully connected with the business channels of many of the allies of the Broken Star Ring. Now the Black Star Legion's business scope covers more than a dozen industries, forming a complete trade system, intelligence system, transportation system, etc. Renard said in a deep voice. The logistics department has added 126 machinery workshops and factories in various places and is stepping up the manufacturing of more satellite bases. According to the Legion's blueprint, we will place more branches in the 7 star clusters one after another to expand our sphere of influence. Melas nodded. Because the number of members has increased and the scale of power has expanded, the Legion fleet is also expanding its organization, and the logistics department has a large amount of work, so we place orders for the cooperative consortium and civilization, and batches of brand new warships are released every day. Han Xiao nodded. These were all things he ordered before leaving. He asked, apart from these, are there any other situations? Zaiwia was a little embarrassed. Our funds are not enough. Han Xiao glared. So many businesses, including many resources and many civilizations, share with us. How could we lack money? The expansion expenses are too high. The maintenance fee of the Legion is now extremely high. The logistics department is working hard to increase production crazily. The capital consumption is very terrifying and too expensive. Moreover, the recent off-season of the trade, the sales of many cooperative consortiums have decreased, which has extended the income period of the mining resource planet, resulting in a tight flow of our capital flow. You haven't looked for people from the Red Empire and the Amethyst civilization. Do you want them to allocate funds? I didn't say that you can find them if you lack money in normal operations. Han Xiao was surprised. I asked. Zaiwia was helpless. They didn't refuse. They just said that they would lend money when you say something in person and only recognize your face. Okay, I'll contact them later. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. These two families only recognized him as an ally. There was no way. Although the Legion was big, the real core was still him. There's one more thing. You asked me to gather and develop the troops that shine the world. I have prepared it and divided it into many fleets. I will stand by at each subbase of Colton. I can set off at any time and wait for your order. Sivius said, yes, I guess Sui will urge me to set off during this period, so it won't delay. Han Xiao stared at Zaiwia with a very appreciative look. The three of them reported the details again. After talking about the main business, they relaxed and started chatting when they saw that Han Xiao had no other instructions. Why didn't I see Lockie? I'm back. The deputy commander just came to see me. What is he busy with every day? Han Xiao was curious. He is very busy every day, either busy playing cards or sleeping. Sivia was angry when she mentioned Raki, and then turned her head to glare at Melas. And you, he is holding you to play cards every day, and you don't refuse? You know the fun of card friends? You know nothing. Melas hummed. Don't play cards in front of me. Han Xiao said angrily. I'll ask you, how did Raki teach Tomar? Tomar is the protagonist-like character he poached back, and Han Xiao did not forget. I heard that I learned very quickly. Han Xiao nodded and looked at Renard again, looking forward to his tone. What about my godson? Did he show any special mechanical talent? Oh no, Renard told the truth, but he learned very quickly, and he has talent in the way of mechanical. Alas, I don't know if this trick can steal the perfect mechanical sense. Han Xiao was helpless and waved. I'll take him out for a walk in a few days. You guys will go out first. The three of them nodded and left the room. Han Xiao took out the communicator and contacted the Amethyst civilization and the Red Empire, and successfully asked the two families to lend money. Sui also reminded that the Red Empire's development troops have been raised, so Han Xiao will lead people to the Dawn Star cluster of the Shining World in the near future to join the Imperial forces, and then the exploration of the Shining World will be officially started. After dealing with the backlog of chores, Han Xiao then observed the actions of more than 700,000 new players at the Legion headquarters. These players from the Constellation Corridor are still familiar with the headquarters map. He discovered a phenomenon that although these more than 700,000 people cross the star field, they're still used a posting in the original Constellation Corridor section on the forum. Although the players on both sides communicated a lot on the forum, at the Legion headquarters, only a small number of players interacted with each other. Although they have become members of the Legion, there are still obvious differences between players in the two-star fields. They are not clearly distinguished. They are each grouping together and playing their own games. This is not possible. Seeing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. This is like blind dates. When you meet on both sides, you don't talk, I don't talk, just sit and stare blankly. How can this be done? He thought about it and quickly wrote 2 camp tasks. Through the faction panel, he released them to all Legion players. Only players can receive. Instruct new recruitment. Repeatable. Mission introduction. Recently, the Black Star Legion has expanded again, bringing back new warriors from other star fields. The Legion's veteran members can choose to teach newcomers and help newcomers become familiar with the Legion's work as soon as possible. Mission requirements. Team up with newcomers, players from other star fields to complete any Legion mission. Reward. Point Black Star Legion contribution degree. Note. This task is only accepted by players who have joined the Legion for more than 1 year. Ask veterans. Repeatable. Mission introduction. As a newcomer who has just joined the Black Star Legion, veterans are the best learning objects. Go and ask them to help you understand the situation of the Legion. Mission requirements. Team up with veteran warriors from the Black Star Legion, players who have joined the Legion for more than 1 year, to complete any Legion mission. Reward. Point the Black Star Legion contribution. Note, this task is only accepted by players who have joined the Legion for less than 1 year. Looking at the 2 tasks released, Han Xiao smiled. In the 3 versions of the Legion's contribution has long become a key resource that is no less important than Einel, and no one is afraid of it. He does not want the players in the 2-star fields to form different groups. Those clubs and guilds are commercial competition. There is no way. But ordinary players are different, and there are not so many profit factors. Internationalization has been advocated for many years. Since he came to his base camp, it was a bunch of leaks. He needed these newcomers to have large-scale intersections with the elderly and play together. Social attributes are an extremely critical part of the player's experience. Since the players on both sides are so reserved and do not take the initiative to communicate with international friends, Han Xiao seduces them to socialize, and it is about to burn. In this way, it is conducive to the integration of the Constellation Corridor players into the Legion system. Not only can they get used to the new environment as soon as possible, but they can also slowly remove the label of the Constellation Corridor on these people, so that their mentality will be transformed into Legion players. In this way, the interpersonal relationship between players will become another reason for them to stay in the Legion, using players to attract players and strengthen the attraction and identity of the camp in disguise. Han Xiao suddenly patted his forehead and his face became strange. How come you feel like pimping? Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Han Xiao released the 2 missions, and all the Legion players' panels immediately changed. They took a look and their faces changed. Can you give new players extra rewards for the contribution of the faction? This seems quite cost-effective. It's okay to complete any task of the Legion. So is running errands or something? It's definitely a matter of counting. Even the copy crystal produced by the Legion seems to counting. You can repeat these 2 tasks. Can you make a lot of money? You have to form a team with players who have joined a faction for less than 1 year. And you can only be a newcomer born in Dear Star in version 3.0. It's the same as those from the Constellation Corridor. Haven't they just joined the Legion? The 2 camp tasks were packaged into a camp activity, setting off a wave among the players. The mission released by Han Xiao is not to force players, but to induce them. Many players will not refuse such a rare opportunity to make contributions. They just form a newcomer and play together. They will not lose much to them, but make a lot of money. Perhaps some players are unmoved, but in comparison, more players are willing to seize this opportunity. As long as most people are not limited to their own small circles, they take the initiative to team up with newcomers and take the first step in socializing with strangers in other star fields, their goal will be achieved. When new and old players play together, they can always establish some friendships. At least it is normal to add a friend or something. The two tasks are supporting. For different groups, instructions for recruits make old players willing to team up with new players, while instructions for recruits let new players take the initiative to find old players to lead them. The ones that fall into the category of newcomers are not only players in the Constellation Corridor. The 3.0 version of Han Xiao is also new players absorbed by the other novice planet Deer Star. The old players in the Broken Star have the right to choose, so they naturally tend to play with their own people. Questions for veterans is to let foreign players take the initiative to find old players in the Legion instead of just letting the Broken Star Ring players take the initiative. Compared to these old players who have been in one or two versions in the Legion, these new talents need more contribution and are more enthusiastic about this task. Under Han Xiao's secret guidance, the situation at the Legion headquarters changed quickly, and the various areas where players gathered became lively, and teams of people were driving the radio to form a team. For missing one is all old players in the Legion. If you're a new player at level 100 or above, don't be a martial artist. Do new soldiers and do new and old soldiers missions to make contributions. A level 88 gunner, click deadly firepower, and bullet splash. The main output skills are all above level 4. The main combat weapon, 38 type explosive R cannon, and the Snakebone electromagnetic kinetic energy submachine gun are used. The 8th generation mobile Black Snake armor is all purple equipment in the Legion. Newbies ask the old people to form a team to make contributions. The 30-man team is ready to fight the dungeon, Secret War, Spiro Mono Defense Battle. There are now 4 empty spaces. There are several advanced players in the Constellation Corridor, at least C+, need tanks and field control. Don't output. Repeat, don't output. Come quickly, drive full of people. The communication between players suddenly became warm, and the players in the Constellation Corridor enthusiastically found old players in the Legion to form a team, and the old players basically refused everyone. The original situation of playing each other was immediately improved. Foreign players entered the teams of players from different legions, quickly integrated into the environment, and worked on tasks together because players were waiting to do the main line of the Shining World. They are now mainly brushing dungeons, which has promoted the sales of dungeon crystals in disguise. The player has no doubts about these two tasks. It just so happened that a group of newcomers came across the star domain. In the eyes of the players, it is normal for the Legion to ask the old man to advise the newcomers. Hey, brothers in China, do you know when this event will end? Don't worry, just brush it all. You don't seem to be surprised at all. There are few such group activities in our star field. Our Legion's camp activities are very frequent. I have participated in many large-scale missions with hundreds of thousands of players acting together. After a while, you'll get used to it. This is the feature of our Broken Star Ring. Ordinary players have recruited people to form teams, and the club guilds have also organized, and the 4 major guilds have had a lot of fun. I just reached a price difference agreement with the foreign guild, and it was still very enthusiastic. This task immediately popped up. Lao Russia and Lao Australia guilds are both newcomers. The representatives of those guilds went out and ran back happily and asked them. Even the camp is helping them. After surveillance for a while, Han Xiao nodded. Quite satisfied with the impact he caused, he broke up countless small groups of players in the 2-star fields that often play together, allowing ordinary players to take the initiative to accept newcomers and gradually integrate into each other's group. This is a good start. If there is no activity guidance, the worst situation in the future may be that the situation where Chinese, Russian, and Australian players are teaming up together will gradually become fixed. Of course, the probability of this extreme possibility is very low. If the players are allowed to develop naturally, the various groups will not communicate too frequently, and the factions will still be obvious, which is not conducive to the harmony within the Legion players. With your own pace, you can greatly accelerate the efficiency of communication between players on both sides, which is very beneficial to the camp. He was going to keep these 2 missions going for a while. I will explore the Shining World soon, and there are countless tasks just for players on both sides to act together. After closing the forum, Han Xiao left the office and returned to the bedroom. His bedroom in the Legion was decorated very simply, with silver alloy walls and a perspective viewing skylight on the ceiling, so he could look straight at the vast universe. In the center of the room is a large black bed and simple living equipment such as mecha display cabinets, bookcases, refrigerators, automatic cooking machines. Biological waste treatment boxes are placed in turn by the wall. Only a pot of green plants is placed in the corner of the wall, adding a touch of vitality to the cold-toned room. This was planted by him. After taking off his coat, Han Xiao took a shower and came out in a loose bathrobe. His strong and slender body was covered with water droplets, and he was steaming hot steam. He took out more than a dozen tubes of special nutritional paste with different tastes from the refrigerator, bite it open at will, and poured it into his stomach in one mouthful. This thing is very fast to recover, and the price is not cheap. Super A level can basically not eat or sleep, and replenish yourself by absorbing various energy, but he chooses to retain his habits as a human being. The improvement of strength and the changes in race will also change the way life looks at the world. He does not need to rest, but just reminds himself that human nature still exists. Because of the amazing control of the body of Super A, Han Xiao can no longer fall asleep naturally and can only actively control his brain to enter a dormant state. He went to the Central Star Sea for 2 months, and it was not until now that he fell asleep in his own home for the first time. Lying on the bed, before going to bed, Han Xiao entered the quantum network and greeted Philip. "I'm asleep. If you have something to do, good night." "Philip, Master, good night." After resting for a night, Han Xiao opened his eyes and woke up on time, lifted the quilt, got up and washed up, took off his nightgown, put on his black coat, and restored the image of Black Star. The first thing is to open the forum and take a look. Because of the cross-grouping, more and more new players are active in the Broken Star Ring section and communicate with Chinese players. After a glance, Han Xiao found that there was an additional post on the forum, which was a new episode of the popular program released by the Starsea Times. The cross-star domain matter should be mentioned. Han Xiao's heart moved and opened the show. After watching the familiar opening, the two hosts shared events and interesting stories from each star field, and quickly mentioned the first batch of players across the star field. Just a while ago, the famous NPC camp of Broken Star Rings, the Black Star Legion, provided a channel to the Broken Star Ring to the Constellation Corridor players. According to statistics, a total of 713,000 players chose to follow the Black Star Legion to complete the first known player cross-star domain story. In version 2.0, the Black Star Legion is the guide camp for Broken Star Ring players to go to the interstellar world, and now is guiding players from another star field to cross-star domain. Perhaps this conveys a signal. In the next version, players can cross star domains on a large scale and freely go to different regions. We have information to testify that the evolution trend of the player's activity area is like this: version 1.0, Novice Planet; version 2.0, Enter the Interstellar; version 3.0, Explore the star cluster where it is located. In each version, the player's range of action will be expanded. We originally thought that players would mainly explore the Birth Star domain in the next version, but the actions of the Black Star Army gave us new ideas. Because of the theme of Star Sea, players in various star domains will sooner or later have intersections. So based on this trend, we can infer that the next version is the stage where players freely cross the star domain. After watching the show, Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. This speculation is logical, but Starsea Times only guessed half of it. In the next version, players can indeed cross the star domain on a large scale, but not like the Starsea Times speculated that players can freely choose to go to different areas, but gather in the Shining World. Starsea Times misled a wave of players. Except for Han Xiao, no player knew that Shining World was the main stage of the next version. Han Xiao smiled secretly. Now, these players who followed me to Shining the World to open up the land have taken advantage of. After half an hour of the forum, Han Xiao did a serious business, inspected the army headquarters for a while, and then came to the logistics department. When he walked into Renard's office, he saw Nilo buried in the mountain of books at a glance. "Godfather." Nilo looked up, and his deep dark circles were clearly visible. He found that it was Han Xiao. His tired face was filled with joy. He threw down the mechanical theory book in his hand and crashed into Han Xiao's arms. After looking at the terrifying homework assigned by Renard, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. This is already considered a child abuse. He secretly whispered Renard, and Han Xiao patted Nilo on the head. Let's go. Take you out for a trip. Really? Nilo was surprised and almost cried. When leaving the aquarium star, Nero thought he was going out to play with his godfather, but unexpectedly, when he came to the universe, there was still endless homework. With Renard's serious temperament, his best skills are cramming education. In the past 2 months, Nero feels in hell. Now seeing Han Xiao is like seeing an angel who descends to earth to save himself. He can finally escape from the sea of suffering. I promised you. Han Xiao smiled. In fact, he didn't exactly take Nilo on a trip, but mainly to the Terra civilization where Herifar was located, looking for the wormhole positioning data that the alien god clone had traveled. In addition to Nilo, Han Xiao only brought Hela, Aurora, and Ferdine, set out lightly and simply, taking the extremely fast black light lurker. It doesn't take too long to go back and forth, and it won't delay the action of shining the world. Because Herifal had been killed by the strange god subordinates, the hope of finding the wormhole data is very slim. So Han Xiao deliberately brought the 2 mascots, Fording and Nilo, to make up for his fortune. After all, the one who believes in metaphysics the most is still the Africans. The blacklight lurker jumped through the Stargate, without any stopping in the middle. After a few days, Han Xiao and his party came to a ruling star of the Terra civilization and visited the Advanced Mechanical Academy, where Herifar once worked. As Han Xiao's identity, as long as he does not have malice, all civilizations of the Broken Star Ring welcome Han Xiao to visit. Well, except for the Krent Empire who cursed him in circles every day, and the Star-Eyed God Clan who secretly stabbed him. This mechanical college has an official nature and has cultivated many mechanical talents for the Terra civilization. The college is proactive and very grand. The dean brought people to the college gate early, and Han Xiao and his group came to the college and were welcomed. Our high star is here. This is our honor. The dean smiled. You're so kind. Han Xiao nodded to greet him. Please come with me. The dean reached out and summoned mechanical hoverboards, which were all public vehicles in the college. Following the customs of the countryside, Han Xiao stepped on the skateboard and followed the dean to the reception room, chatting and laughing all the way. The group passed through the campus, but Han Xiao did not expect it to attract onlookers. It seemed that some students recognized him, and they spread from one to another. Groups of students followed them on mechanical skateboards and watched from afar. Han Xiao looked back and said in surprise, "Those are students from the academy. What are you looking at behind us?" The dean said helplessly, "Hello, Haixing. Our mechanical academy is here, and all the students are super-powered people in the mechanical department. So, ahem, you don't seem to know your position in the minds of the mechanical department students." Han Xiao suddenly realized and immediately understood. He looked back and observed. The students following far behind were full of excitement, surprise, and admiration on their faces. The eyes staring at him were full of respect, as if they were pilgrimage. He is the only super A-level mechanic in the Broken Star Ring. He has a more special status in the eyes of the superpowers in the mechanical department. He is equivalent to the authority of the Broken Star Ring. When visiting this mechanical academy, it caused a sensation among students. The dean smiled and said, "Her High Star, why don't we organize a lecture here and teach you the experience of mechanical methods? What do you think?" Han Xiao thought about it, but did not refuse and waved his hand. "It depends on the situation. If this trip goes well, it will not be impossible. What is your purpose in this visit?" The dean's eyes flashed. Han Xiao was just shunned, and he had not yet expressed the goal of this trip. "Herifar is my friend. I'm here to find a set of data left behind." The dean was stunned, and then a little sad. The academy was attacked not long ago, and he was kidnapped and killed by a group of people. He is a good researcher. What a pity we lost a talent. The murderer was the subordinate of Ishan, and I have already helped him take revenge. The dean was sad for a while and suddenly asked, "Did the subordinate of Ishan kidnap him for the data you mentioned?" This was not difficult to reason, and Han Xiao was not surprised. He glanced at him and nodded. "That's right. When Harfar was studying the Terrorim wormhole group, I visited several times. One of them was sneak attacked by the leader of the Dark Star. I was forced to fight with the alien god clone. However, I couldn't beat him at that time. Thanks to Harifar's help, the alien god clone caused a wormhole to be exiled. The positioning data of that wormhole crossing was what I wanted. The wormhole group of the Terrorim star cluster is the center of the Broken Star Ring. The teleportation location of each unstable wormhole is random and does not have fixed coordinates like the Stargate. The probability of wormhole repeating is nearly zero, so it is useless to find a wormhole that crossed that time. Only the positioning data recorded by the teleportation instrument is valuable." The dean shook his head. When Harifar was kidnapped, all the wormhole detectors in his laboratory were taken away, and nothing was left. He should enter the data into the internal database of your college. I hope you can borrow my permission and let me check it. The internal database involved in the experiment is top secret. Only by obtaining the permission of the top civilized leaders can I allow outsiders to access it. And I don't know whether Harifar has backed up the data. Also, there is too much wormhole data he detects. If you don't remember the date and time, we don't know which set of data you want. Then please inform me of the senior management of the Terra civilization." Han Xiao said in a deep voice. This kind of internal database with an official background must have strong virtual defense measures. When the official channels have the hope of obtaining data, he does not want to rashly invade a star cluster level civilization. As a super A level, he can't always do things secretly, and he doesn't know what the set of wormhole data mentioned by Ishan is like. The group entered the college's Central Academic Affairs building. The students of the mechanical department who followed were not allowed to enter at will. They wandered outside for a while, but they were still unsatisfied and slowly dispersed. Several people came to the dean's reception room. The dean asked a mechanical assistant secretary with bionic skin to serve the drinks for guests. Han Xiao and his group were asked to sit down, and then said, "Hello, Hei Xing. Please wait for a while. I will report your application to the senior management above." Han Xiao nodded and watched the dean leave, while everyone stayed in the room to wait. Nilo lay in front of the window, looking at the scenery of the college curiously. Small mechanical floating islands floated in the sky, with metal buildings lined up on the ground. The exterior walls were painted in yellow and blue colors, and students walked through the buildings on mechanical skateboards. The red, yellow, and green forests planted in the college swayed and undulated under the air waves of the propeller, as if they were forest waves. Alloy buildings and artificial green plants coexisted, forming a harmonious tone, which looked like a special beauty that took into account both machinery and nature. The appearance here is so different from Aqua Blue Star, so beautiful Nilo felt everything fresh. What's this? The Imperial Academy of the Red Empire's Mother Star is so many times more spectacular than here. Han Xiao laughed and took Nilo out for a trip. In addition to taking advantage of his European aura, he also took him out to open his eyes. "Really, I want to go and see it." Nilo was very interested. "I have a chance to take you there in the future." Han Xiao waved and asked Nilo to come back. He pointed to the drink on the table and said, "Come and taste it. This is a good thing." On the table were a few cups of hot white liquid, exuding a rich milky aroma, and the fragrance was everywhere. It was a kind of dairy product specially supplied by Terra civilization. The liquid shone with a light golden light as it shone, as if the sunlight of dusk was shining on a milk river, sparkling. Nilo took the cup and took a sip, stared at him, then raised his head and took a big sip, let out a sigh of relief, licked the white stains on his lips, looking unsatisfied. "Don't it taste good? It tastes good milk." "God, Dad, what is this?" "I have never drunk such delicious milk." Han Xiao smiled and introduced. When the Terra civilization was developing a colonial star, it discovered an endangered interstellar creature in the universe called the Here Beast, commonly known as the Nebula Giant Beast. Its body is extremely huge and covers the sky and the sun, but its body passes through the interstellar. Some people call them giant godmouths. The nebula giant beasts have extremely low reproductive power and will only mate every 100 years or so. After giving birth to the young beasts, it enters a 3-month breastfeeding period. After 3 months, the young beasts are weaned. Only during the breastfeeding period will the nebula produce milk. It is rare and precious, with a unique flavor, and is very nutritious. What you drink is their milk, which is priceless but not marketable. So that's it. Nello suddenly realized and rubbed his stomach. No wonder his body is warm after drinking it. Do you still want to drink it? Drink mine, Han Xiao said with a smile. Nello licked his lips, a little greedy, and had a psychological struggle after doing it. Finally, he shook his head. You can't finish all such precious things, so I'll drink them too, my godfather. Hearing this, the few people laughed. I won't drink it. Han Xiao waved his hand. A luxury that is extremely precious to ordinary interstellar citizens is just that in his eyes, and there is always something to want. But he has no interest in luxury consumables. If you have the spare money, it is better to buy a few extra nutritional creams. This is his favorite. It is easy to eat, recover quickly in physical strength, and has a very high cost performance. After chatting for a while, before the dean came back, Han Xiao turned his head and looked at the mechanical assistant secretary who was still moving against the wall. What can I do to serve you? The mechanical assistant secretary sensed his sight and immediately responded. Han Xiao waved his hand and observed the bionic skin of the mechanical assistant secretary. Not to mention, the dean looks respectable and respectable. The bionic appearance that the mechanical secretary put on is extremely charming and seductive. I am afraid it really has the full set of functions of a secretary. After waiting for a while, the dean pushed the door and finally came back. Sorry, we have been waiting for a long time. Mr. He Xing, the person above agreed to your request and allowed me to use my own permission to help you find data. Okay. Thank you to the senior management of Terra Civilization for me. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It was much easier to solve the problem by scanning his face. He couldn't help but think that once the galaxy-level civilization did not give him face, and he had to ask for help. Now the Super A-level face fruit has much stronger ability, and the Star Cluster-level civilization is willing to give face directly. The dean pressed the desk a few times, and the color of the desktop changed and immediately became the operating screen of the internal database. He looked up and asked, Hello, He Xing. Do you still remember the time and place of the data? Han Xiao nodded and said it. The dean immediately entered the relevant parameters, ran the search system, and looked for the relevant data. Although he promised to help, he naturally would not let a super A-level mechanic get started with the internal database, and it was still the dean who did it. I have brushed countless items like flowing on the screen. After scrolling for a while, there is only one item left on the screen, which completely corresponds to the search parameters. The dean exhaled. It's found. It seems that Herifar has uploaded the archives before, and the time and place are correct. See if it's the data you want. Han Xiao came over and browsed them carefully. Although he didn't look like Herifar specializing in wormholes, he had relevant professional knowledge and could understand the positioning coordinate data. However, this set of coordinates is not in the star map that has been explored in the universe. The parameters are very complicated. Without reference to the star map, you can't see anything based on the data. Only after researching can you know where you will eventually lead. The strange god cares about this set of data so much, and I don't know where his clone was thrown to the universe. Han Xiao said in his heart. It was confirmed that this set of data was the time when Herifar exiled the strange god. Han Xiao blinked his eyes and instantly took hundreds of photos and sent them to Philip's database, and then nodded to the dean. It seems that I'm lucky. I made a backup. Thank you this time. The dean turned off the screen and restored it to the desktop and laughed. It's good that you're satisfied. I want to ask you for something. Han Xiao was not surprised at all. Terra's civilization naturally planned to trade something from him and would not help in vain. I will help if I can. Hey, you misunderstood. We just want to hire you as an honorary professor at the official mechanical college of Terra in the name of the college. That's that simple. Han Xiao was a little surprised, thought for a while, then suddenly realized. As the only super A-level mechanic in the Broken Star Ring, if he becomes a professor at the official mechanical academy of Terra civilization, the academy will become famous and the enrollment attractiveness will soar. Many students in the mechanical department will apply for the college for his reputation to provide more talent resources for Terra civilization. Moreover, taking the position of professor in an official college also represents a certain position and tendency, and Terra civilization will definitely not lose. He just helped, but Han Xiao would not refuse such a request, and nodded. I agreed. The dean's face was happy. Then I'll ask someone to deal with it immediately. By the way, you're the honorary professor of the college. I hope you can hold a lecture here, which will be held tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and will not waste too much time. If you have no objection, I will let someone promote it in the college. Okay, then I'll disturb you for a few more days. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiao thought for a while, and suddenly said, By the way, since I have become a professor of the college, you can copy one of the basic and advanced courses of your college. This kind of course in the official college has been carefully compiled, and basic textbooks are of great use to the camp. Take it back and systematically train the superpowers of the mechanical department that can systematically train the Legion. Although some advanced superpowers are strong in their personal strength, they're not necessarily good at teaching. For example, Ray Cumshot Education Nader is like this. Now the Legion's mechanical courses can basically be summarized as from entry to infiltration, from advance to entry into the coffin. Players don't care, and ordinary training recruits are much worse. Since he has become an honorary professor at the college, Han Xiao also takes some benefits and makes the best use of the goods. The next day, Terra Civilization announced that they had successfully hired Black Star to become an honorary professor at the official mechanical academy and contacted a large number of interstellar media to spread the news. Nowadays, many civilizations of the Broken Star Ring are allies in the Black Star Legion's business, and becoming an honorary professor at the official college is further than the business relationship. The first thing I got was the star cluster-level civilizations with Broken Star Rings. They were surprised, and suddenly, why did Black Star suddenly get together with the Terra civilization? The Amethyst civilization was even more shocked and suspicious. It would be fine if we got on the thief bed of the Red Empire. We can't afford to offend it and admit it, but you are still flirting with our shameless neighbor. You are so damn, and you still have me as the original wife in your eyes. Wow. Are you the first allies and the most involved ally? After being bombarded by Lever's phone, Han Xiao finally comforted the other party. This news also caused an uproar in Terra's official mechanical academy, and countless students were shocked. Haixing serves as our honorary professor and wants to hold a lecture. How did that perverted dean talk about Black Star? Countless students were excited, very honored, and had a light on their faces. Originally, the lecture was arranged in the teaching building, but there were too many students coming to listen to it. The college finally decided to let Han Xiao give an open-air lecture in the central square. On the day of the lecture, the scene was crowded and full, and the location was not enough. Countless students were listening in the air with mechanical skateboards, and more than 90% of the people in the entire college came. Most teachers and professors also ran over to listen. In front of super A-level mechanics, they were also students. Han Xiao stood in the middle of the temporary platform in the center of the square, looking around the audience, smiling bitterly. He thought he was just teaching experience to a small group of students, but he didn't expect that the college would have such a big scene, and it would be fine if everyone was watching. There were also many video equipment next to him, recording all his every move, which was like a concert, and even a bit like preaching. Stage fright is impossible. It doesn't matter if Heber fights shirtlessly in front of the interstellar citizen who has recorded the numbers. Now, teaching will not change his mentality. With his super A-level, just talking about some experience can satisfy these students. However, Han Xiao always feels not very adapted to this style of painting. Currently, The one who uses lectures as his core competitiveness is the bad old man in Austin. Ahem, let's start. Han Xiao cleared his throat and started speaking. Black Star ran to give a public lecture to an official college of star cluster-level civilization. It's all about to shine the world. He still has the time to do this. At the headquarters of the warfield, Heber was confused. I'm afraid this kid doesn't want to learn from me to create a mechanical cultivator or something. Austin looked strange in the secret technique hall. TSK, I hate mechanics. Star-eyed God's mother star. Cisco turned off the screen without saying a word. He didn't want to see Han Xiao at all. Every time he saw the evolutionary blocks worn by Han Xiao on his neck, his heart hurts. How many hurt a few? Oh, is this guy starting again? He shook his head and laughed. In his opinion, Han Xiao was not satisfied with the status quo and went to form an alliance with other star cluster-level civilizations. He was happy to see that as long as it did not delay the serious matter, Suba would not have the influence of the Empire's allies in a star field. Some players who were playing together at the headquarters of the Black Star Army also found a broadcast on the Interstellar Channel, which was spread across 10 or 10, and soon spread among the players. More and more players opened the communicator and were curious to watch Han Xiao's lecture. It's strange. I thought the Legion commander had been staying at the headquarters. I didn't expect that I would go to another civilization after not seeing each other for a few days. What is he talking about? Jili Guru, why can't I understand it all? Just as many players were curious about watching, suddenly, all the mechanical players on the watch were shocked, and all of their panels showed a prompt. You are listening to Black Star, LV, telling about the knowledge of the mechanical department. Because the gap is too large, you make a judgment on intelligence and luck. The judgment is over. You don't understand. You have gained some experience with one random mechanical department skill. You are listening to Black Star, LV, telling about the knowledge of the mechanical department. Because the gap is too large, you make a judgment on intelligence and luck. The judgment is over. You think about it. You have gained some experience with two random mechanical skills. You are listening to Black Star, LV, telling the knowledge of the mechanical department. After the judgment, you had a sudden enlightenment and suddenly realized your random 4 mechanical skills gained some experience. All the mechanical department players who watched the broadcast were shocked. Is this teaching skills and experience? Many mechanical players were overjoyed. This is the prompt when NPC teaches players skills or experience, but it rarely encounters randomly increasing skills and experience. Many mechanical players did not expect that they were just curious about watching the broadcast of the Legion commander, which would trigger such a good thing. Soon, the news was exposed on the forum, and it reached the ears of all mechanical players like a hurricane. They were extremely surprised, and they opened the broadcast and watched. Damn, my mechanical skills have been upgraded. I'm encountering a random event. This is much faster than my ability to do tasks. Although my intermediate mechanical affinity is level 9, and I'm still 1 level away from it. The Legion leader is so awesome. Upgrading skills has always been a bottomless pit that consumes experience, and mechanical players almost started to have fun. Players in the other 4 series can only envy, jealousy, and hate, and watch the mechanical players encounter random events and make a fortune. For a long time, Han Xiao did not personally teach the players skills. Because there was no frequent interaction, many players gradually forgot his past deeds. This wave of accidents, by coincidence, made countless players suddenly recall his identity as a mentor. His image in the minds of players was instantly consolidated, a recognized top professional mentor in the mechanical department. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. His Excellency Haixing, welcome to come to the college to see you anytime. At the airport wharf, the dean brought someone to see Han Xiao off. The morning lecture was effective. Not only did the students of the college gain, but he also felt that he benefited a lot. At this time, he sincerely expressed his closeness to Han Xiao. Well, let's contact you more when you have time in the future. Han Xiao nodded and stepped onto the black light lurker behind him. The spacecraft started and turned into a stream of light that shot into the vast, dark universe along the airport orbit. After getting the data, he promised the dean's lecture to be completed. The goal of this trip was completed, so he did not continue to stay and said goodbye to leave the Terra civilization. As for the influence of his hookup with the Terra civilization, he didn't care much. Terra civilization is a neutral civilization in the Broken Star Ring, with strong strength, rarely being provoked by other forces, and does not provoke others very much. The residual heat of the Black Star Legion's massive expansion has not been eliminated. This news will not cause much storm, and at most it will cause a star cluster-level civilization at the same level to react a little. However, the excited mechanical players on the forum surprised him a little. After reading the post, he realized that the public lecture triggered a random event in advanced NPC teaching, which gave many mechanical players unexpected benefits. There are many ways for players to obtain experience. This kind of passive access to advanced NPCs is also one of them, but it is difficult to meet. In addition to the luck component, the chance of occurrence also depends on the gap between the NPC and the player and what the NPC tells. Martial arts and magic players are not unfamiliar with this. Martial arts can eavesdrop on and secretly learn skills in some genres. It is risky and does not necessarily succeed in secretly learning. It is mainly to avoid making contributions to the faction, and the same is true for the magic system. I didn't expect that such a coincidence would consolidate my image as a tutor in the Department of Mechanics. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. This was not a bad thing. Consciousness sinks into the field of view of quantum networks and pokes Philip. How is that set of data research? It's too complicated to estimate the time it takes to crack. The location data of the wormhole has been handed over to Philip for computing analysis, and a lot of experiments and measurements are required. I don't know how long it will take to produce the results. However, Han Xiao was not in a hurry. Since Terra civilization knew that this set of data was targeted by him and the strange god, he would definitely think that there was a secret of this set of data. He would definitely organize professional scientists to secretly study it. The research speed of collecting the power of a star cluster-level civilization will naturally not be slower than that of himself and the strange god. He had a good relationship with Terra civilization and had the intention to lay eggs. If Terra civilization researched clues, he would also have the opportunity to enjoy the results, which would be very comfortable. He is also planning to find time to send the data to the Empire and use the Empire's technological power to crack the secrets of data. If you have such powerful allies, it's useless. All the road was calm, and the Blacklight Lurker returned to the Legion headquarters. After a few days of rest, the Empire's official convening order was finally issued, allowing the Black Star Army, Warfield, Krent, and other allies to go to the Shining World immediately through the Empire's Stargate station on the outer edge of the starfield. After so long preparations, the Empire is finally about to officially carry out the first phase of the Shining World. Han Xiao immediately issued a mobilization. When the departure date is reached, Philip's broadcast notification echoes with the entire Legion headquarters. All members of the Legion who participate in the development of the Shining World, please board the ship immediately. We will set out in 30 minutes. Repeat all. Many players couldn't wait to set off, enter the airport, and set foot on a ship with wide, open cabin doors. After the end of the Secret War, the Shining World warmed up for several months, which is already the main line of the next version in the eyes of players. Exploring a strange star field is the most grand main event they have ever encountered. Millions of players are excited, and with the example of the out-of-print title of Secret Warrior, most Legion players have accepted the main mission of the Shining World, and the number of people participating in the event is unprecedented. Many players are excited just by thinking about it. Among them, players from the Constellation Corridor were even more excited. Players of Broken Star Ring had similar experiences before, but players of Constellation Corridor performed only a handful of large-scale collective missions. As soon as they came, Broken Star Ring participated in such a terrifying, super-large camp activities, and many people were born out of the countryside to enter the city. In the past, I just heard about the benefits of the Black Star Legion, but now I have experienced this feeling myself, and the evaluation of the Legion in my heart by more than 700,000 foreign players has improved again. The personnel from the Legion headquarters quickly assembled and all boarded the spacecraft. At Han Xiao's order, the fleet set off in a mighty way and began a long voyage. A few months ago, Sivya had deployed all the teams. When a main fleet of the Legion headquarters set off, the standby troops from the many Legion subbases of the Colton Star Cluster also set off and headed straight for their destination. According to the plan, the teams will slowly approach the main fleet and meet with Han Xiao during the process. The fleet and manpower sent by the Legion this time were extremely large, and almost all idle troops that could move freely. It was the largest operation in the history of the Legion, and it was unprecedentedly grand. Exploring the new star field, no matter how many people are invested in, the exploration troops sent out this time will build strongholds in Shining World and will not come back for a long time, and Han Xiao himself is the same. Now, the Black Star Army has gained a foothold in the Broken Star Ring, operating its base Colton Star Group with airtightness and stable business. Moreover, with the support of the two allies, Empire and Amethyst, as well as the protection of the identity of the Broken Star Ring Civilization Parliament, there are basically no worries. The Shining World is the center stage of the next version, and developing the Shining World is a key part of the Legion's next development. The allies of the Imperial strife of the Broken Star Rings are the first forces to explore. Han Xiao has gained such an advantage through multiple operations. Opportunities cannot be missed. Only by gaining greater opportunities and laying a solid foundation can he cope with countless forces competing for territory in the future. Somewhere in the Broken Star Ring, Longtan Floating Island, Dragon's Palace. Is that so? The Black Star has set off. The communicator showed the message from Han Xiao. Emers withdrew her gaze, glanced at the Longtan cadres on both sides of the Dragonbone throne, and spoke softly. Set out and go to the Sea Blue Star. The Central Star Sea, the Abyss of Stars, the Glorious Federation's home star. Glorious President Bader Ojacid put down the intelligence in his hand, looked around the elders in the room, and slowly spoke. The Red Empire is finally about to officially explore the Shining World. The Empire's main energy in the future will be focused on this, and it is expected that the exploration of the Shining World will last for dozens or hundreds of years. The chief elder paused his crutch and said hoarsely, "The Shining World is the area that our detector discovered first. When the ownership of the Shining World was traded to the Red Empire, it exchanged a lot of benefits. It took them a long time to recover their capital and benefit. When compromised with the Red Empire, it was not only for exchange of interests, avoiding the Empire's edge, and calming the red tide, but also had more plans in the secret. Well, Bedell said lightly, in order to develop a new star field, the Empire will inevitably invest a lot of manpower and resources. The Shining World will become a quagmire that will drag the Empire's troops in the next few decades. The Empire will be difficult to compete for other levels for a long time and will be unable to cause trouble. This is very beneficial to us." The chief elder stroked the light crystal at the top of the crutch and said in a deep voice, "The Empire exchanged the ownership of the Shining World from us and established an agreement that stipulates that in the process of early exploration, only the Red Empire can build a Stargate, and other civilizations cannot build a Stargate channel to the Shining World without authorization. If a force without permission breaks in, it will be regarded as an enemy by the Empire. However, the agreement is just a bunch of words after all. Bedell, we don't need to come forward. Those supercluster-level civilizations that are ambitious and always want to challenge our status are smart enough. They understand the position of our and the Zuling sect, and they're very clear about this. This is an excellent opportunity to make a profit in the cracks. Few companies will let go of the resources of the Nova Star domain. Although these chess pieces are usually disobeying, as long as they see extremely low risks and huge benefits, they don't need to do anything. They will act according to our will and become obedient." After a pause, Bedell continued, "So many eyes are staring at, and the Empire does not have the ability to monopolize the Nova Star domain. For factors such as political influence, trade circulation, etc., it is estimated that after creating a complete star map, the Empire will open the world to the entire universe. It may be under pressure or actively open up to obtain countless foreign labor and resources, thereby reclaiming a large number of direct military and human resources from the Empire. The chief elder nodded. The Empire has the right to own the star domain, but the greater the profit, the greater the pressure they are under. Let the Empire bear it. Only by owning one thing can there be a loss. We can retreat to advance and take down huge benefits. Badder's hands overlapped, his eyes lowered. Since the Empire is willing, let them be under greater pressure. Central Star C, Constellation Corridor, Red Empire Mother Star. After reading the information about the Black Star Army and the Warfield Dispatch, the head of the Empire, Ulan Riel, put down the information in his hand and looked up. Everyone present was the top officials of the Empire. His Excellency, the allies of the Broken Star Ring are the earliest troops to explore. We will gradually invest in more direct Imperial troops and Imperial allies in the future. Although the Glorious Federation has made nominal concessions and compromised, it will definitely breach the contract secretly. The Glorious Federation, the Void Spirit sect, and those superstar cluster-level civilizations will definitely take action quietly. I know. Ulan Riel's tone was calm. Since entering the Star Sea calendar, the Glorious Federation has lost its spirit and is unwilling to bear pressure. Why should we swallow the greatest interests? I didn't expect them to abide by the agreement from the beginning. In the next few decades, we may be more difficult, but history will eventually prove that those who give up the future will be abandoned by the future. Everyone nodded silently. The guy who makes trouble in secret will not reveal his identity. With such an opportunity, it just shocks those increasingly irregular supercluster-level civilizations. Ulan Rier's eyes set and loudly. Let them recall the style of the Empire. Fallen Arkansas Harrison shook his tongue and woke up the sleeping alien god. There is a response from the Zuling sect. The strange god woke up, took a breath, and said slowly, "What did they say?" They expressed their ignorance. That was agreed. The strange god narrowed his eyes. Let the fleet turn around and get close to the desolate universe belt of the Zuling sect and see where the temporary stargate they prepared for me was. The edge of the Broken Star Ring. The border of the universe has been explored. In a deserted darkness, a huge stargate stands in the universe, and the huge Black Star Legion slowly approaches. This is a dedicated stargate station for the Red Empire to connect to the Shining World. Currently, only this channel can go to the Shining World. This site is hosted with a large number of Imperial warships, and no one is allowed to smuggle. After reporting his identity, the Black Star Army fleet entered the Stargate in batches and disappeared into the blue space vortex. We're going to open up the land. Brothers, I'm a little excited. The players on the transport ships were ready to go, looking expectant. The main ship is about to enter the Stargate. On the bridge, a group of guard officials, including Hella, Ferdin, Hardaway, subconsciously turned around and looked at the dazzling starry sky behind him, which was the direction of the Broken Star Ring. Seeing this, Han Xiao also looked back and moved slightly. I should have been away for a long time before I could go back. The experience penalty period of more than 10 months seems to be spent in the Shining World. By then, you have already explored the universe, and your level should be far beyond the current level 240. And the universe treasure in your hand may be more than one evolutionary block. Withdrew his gaze, Han Xiao looked at the blue Stargate vortex ahead. The other end of the Stargate was a vast world full of opportunities. Dong! The next moment, the main ship entered the Stargate, and the hull was shocked. In an instant, only a dazzling blue light remained in the field of vision. Shining the world, the morning light clusters. The main ship Han Xiao was riding through the Stargate and instantly crossed the vast, desolate universe belt, jumping directly from the Broken Star Ring to the Shining World. The Imperial fleet is also stationed on the other side of the Stargate. Han Xiao looked out the window and glanced at the dense starlight distributed in blocks. Unlike the bustling star domain in memory, the Shining World is still very desolate and primitive, with no traces of development. The quantum network is silent. and there is no lively scene as much as the exploration of the universe. At this time, the only quantum network signal that can be connected to is the Imperial Military Base Station channel, which means that this new star domain is not open to the outside world. As soon as he passed through the Stargate, the main ship received a communication request from the Emperor Asterisk side. After connecting, a three-dimensional projection appeared in front of everyone, an old Emperor official, not a stranger. Hyla, who was standing beside her, glanced at the dense badges on the man's body, and then looked at the military rank emblem on the cuffs of the military uniform, and concluded that this guy was an imperial general and a complete senior military officer. The man's eyes were fixed on Han Xiao, nodding slightly, without showing his majestic side. He smiled gently and spoke. "I am Terakov, the Commander-in-Chief of the Shining World Development Force, Lord Blackstar. Welcome to the Dawn Star Cluster." Commander-in-Chief. Han Xiao nodded. Terakov is also an acquaintance. When the player in the previous life version 4.0 was active in the Shining World, Terakov was the Commander-in-Chief of the Empire's troops stationed in the Shining World. At that time, many Empire's pioneering missions were released in the form of military documents, and the signatures were all Terakov's name. He was the highest person in charge of the Empire's Shining World. All Empire missions were promulgated by him, so players were naturally familiar with him. Now he leads his team to explore the Shining World. Terakov is equivalent to half of his boss. He contacts many allies on behalf of the Empire and passes on to them the Imperial orders. Han Xiao knew that he would deal with this guy for a long time. Fortunately, Terakov is a military boss with a very old qualification and a moderate. He has always been steady and not difficult to get along with. It is also because of this reason that the Empire sent him to preside over the affairs of the Shining World. I won't say anything extra. Herber's Warfield and Krent have arrived in the Shining World the day before yesterday. You bring the troops here as soon as possible. When you arrive, we will discuss and decide on the plan to explore on the spot. Okay, Han Xiao responded, and Terakov cut off the communication. Open the three-dimensional star map, and the current map of the Shining World is displayed in front of everyone. Only the Dawn Star field is marked as green as explored. The star map is relatively complete, while more than 90% of the other areas are gray and there is no detailed information. The Empire built strongholds in the Morning Star Cluster. The planet where the main stronghold is located on the edge area bordering the Morning Star Cluster and the unexplored area. It is a major transportation route and is named the Lighthouse Star, which means it is a lighthouse that guides explorers to return. This is where the Terakov marker meets. It will take some time for all fleets to cross the Stargate. Aurora pulled a few times on the operating table and called out the intelligently calculated countdown for the entire army assembly. Cadres in important positions such as Sevilla, Melos, Renard, and Loki stayed at the Broken Star Ring and presided over the operation of the Legion headquarters. Han Xiao only took away some senior Legion cadres during this trip, such as Hela, Ferdine, Hardaway, and other guards. Most of them were idle staff. At this time, the positions were reassigned so that these people were exploring the troops to be responsible for different affairs. A lot of mixed subjects that Aurora took were handy and became Han Xiao's affairs secretary to handle the chores here. Philip planned the route. Han Xiao said, "Okay, Buzz." A glowing line immediately appeared on the star map, marking the fastest route to the Lighthouse Star. The Empire was well aware of the importance of transportation. It arranged military Stargate channels on the Dawn Star Cluster on a large scale, and they were marked on the star map, which facilitated frequent jumps, greatly shortened the distance of navigation within the star cluster, and the transportation convenience reached the level of the Central Star Sea. But this is only a temporary situation during the closed exploration period. Han Xiao knew that after the Shining World opened, the Empire would recycle some military channels. Han Xiao thought for a while and ordered, distribute several engineering fleets, let them leave the large force, lay our army's quantum communication base station in the Morningstar Cluster. Don't hide it from the Empire. Just say that this is convenient for us to communicate with the people at the Broken Star Ring headquarters. Quantum networks are all over the explored universe. relying on countless and ubiquitous base stations and network nodes. The shining world has not completed infrastructure and has not yet connected to the quantum network that has explored the universe. At present, it can only be transferred to the base station through the Imperial nodes. Han Xiao's move is to lay out the Legion's network base station here and spread his own eyes and mouthpieces. When the star domain is opened in the future, it will be equivalent to a natural intelligence channel. Generally speaking, this is the power of a high-level civilization. Now, this is one of the benefits of the Empire's allies, and the Empire will not stop it. As long as the Empire's base station is not demolished and replaced with its own, people will let it go. Legion battleships passed through the Stargate, and soon all the people gathered in the shining world jumped and set off immediately and rushed to the lighthouse star. There are no outsiders in the celestial star cluster for the time being, and the fleet is calm all the way. It took several days to pass through dozens of military stargates connecting various strongholds, crossing the entire celestial star cluster, and the lighthouse star is in sight. Outside the porthole, what appeared in everyone's eyes was a planet surrounded by dense warships. At this time, the small planet gathered three forces, namely the Imperial Direct Exploration Team, the Warfield Exploration Team, and the Krent Empire Exploration Team. In addition, the long-awaited Black Star Legion Exploration Team. The number of spacecraft exceeded 100 million. Very spectacular. In the impression of many cadres, this scene is second only to the grand scene when the Legion commander made a fight with Herbert. Among them, the Imperial Direct troops are the largest, and the cosmic civilization is extremely productive, accounting for about 70% of the total number of spacecraft. Not far from the planet, there are several Stargate stations at the same time, but they're not activated at this time. The surface of the lighthouse star is covered with machinery and metal, and no soil is exposed. The Empire Exploration Team used the Empire's famous Fool-style planet base expansion package on the lighthouse star. Through high pressure, it leveled the Earth, increased the planet's density, transformed the landform and crust, and directly turned the planet into a planetary military fortress. The fleet stayed in outer space, and Han Xiao took his guards to a small spacecraft and landed on the ground dock of the lighthouse star. Swish! The hatch door opens. Han Xiao stepped onto the metallic dock. His eyes slid through the rows of metal buildings and landed on the most conspicuous building in the distance. This is a tower that reaches the sky, thousands of meters high, stands out from the crowd. All the buildings around look like dwarfs at the feet of giants in front of this tower. This is the headquarters of the lighthouse star. There were officers waiting on the dock. After saluting, they invited Han Xiao and his party to board the ground vehicles and headed all the way to the lighthouse star headquarters. Ho ho ho! The group of people took a vehicle to shuttle through the base group on the surface, and the wind roared. Han Xiao observed and found that the ground buildings were mainly hangars and material warehouses, and countless vehicles and mechanical assistants were like hard-working ant colonies, carrying trucks of supplies. The lighthouse star is the logistics base of the exploration force, where a large amount of supplies are stored. The officer accompanying him saw everyone observing the surroundings, so he explained. Han Xiao nodded. The three-star clusters that were open in the first phase were Renor, Gaolu, and Guanhuan, which were all adjacent to the Dawnstar cluster. The lighthouse star guarded the main traffic route and was the best transit station. The ground distance was very short, and the group quickly entered the lighthouse star headquarters and sat on the anti-gravity suspension ladder to the central floor of the headquarters, about 1,400 meters above the ground. Following the instructions, he walked into a huge strategic conference room. There were already many people in the room. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and saw Herbert at first sight. His figure was like a hill, the most conspicuous. Herbert also turned his head and looked over. His eyes touched Han Xiao, with no sadness or joy. He sat in his position and did not move. He nodded casually and said hello. Behind him were all 8 Vanguard officials in the war field, and they all cast bad eyes on Han Xiao, especially the chief pioneer Frothers, who seemed to want to stab Han Xiao's body as a knife, was about to spit fire in his eyes. The enemies were particularly jealous. Although the Black Star Army reached an armistice agreement with the warfield and promised not to violate each other during the exploration period, the hostility of cadres in the warfield toward Han Xiao would not be weakened at all. Seeing this, Hela's face darkened, and he took a step forward. The guard behind him also followed one after another, staring at the vanguard under Heber. Han Xiao's guard officer confronted Heber's vanguard officer, his eyes as if they were about to collide sparks in the air. Hela and Frother's eyes were entangled, and the atmosphere became tense. Once, when Han Xiao attended the meeting of the domineering party for the second time, Frother's once spoke out to challenge Han Xiao's subordinates. Hela, as the captain of the guards, took over the challenge. However, Heber appeared and scolded Frother's, leaving the two unable to fight. Meeting again at this time, this incident appeared in both of them. One is the chief vanguard officer in the war field, and the other is the captain of the guards of the Black Star Army. Regardless of identity, status, and strength, they're natural oppositions. Whoever wins will have the meaning of overcoming the other side's camp. The two of them looked cold and secretly listed the other side as the enemy who must have a battle in their hearts. Now Aurora has sufficient security. Hela does things for Han Xiao in addition to repaying her, and also wants to become stronger. Because she was once controlled by others, she has a paranoid pursuit of power. Although she has not gone to extremes like she did in her previous life, she also does not give up the opportunity to challenge the strong. Han Xiao didn't care and waved his hand to let the guards retreat. It is impossible to fight under the Empire's noses, so don't stare at the opposite side. Even if you stare at them, you can't stare at them. Seeing the two sides settle down, Han Xiao smiled at Heber. You came very early. I don't like being late like you. Heber responded calmly. He regarded Han Xiao as an equal figure, but he did not intend to be friends in depth, so he made up his mind to go his own way. The two sides have deep grudges, but they are reluctant to be allies due to the Empire. Although they are at peace at this time, they're still exploring competitors who shine in the world. Since he is a business opponent, Heber doesn't want to show a very friendly attitude. His previous initiative to cease fighting with the Black Star Legion has already caused his prestige within the war field to decline, so that people will not think that he is really afraid of Black Star. Han Xiao laughed, and was too lazy to care about Heber. Little Baba has had a hard time recently, and he will not be able to demolish the situation. Ignoring Herbert, Han Xiao turned his head to look at Terekov standing next to the strategic analysis board, and smiled and said, Commander-in-Chief, we finally meet. His Excellency Black Star, Sui may have said this, but I still want to say it again. On behalf of the Empire, I welcome your joining. Just as Han Xiao was quarreling with Herbert, Terekov watched with interest and said nothing. When he saw Han Xiao speak, he smiled and responded to a polite word. It seems that we will be colleagues for a long time in the future. Han Xiao reached out and shook Terekov. Please sit. Terekov smiled and pointed his palm towards a seat. Han Xiao nodded and sat down with the people. Heber's men and horses were sitting on one side of the room, separated by the Krent Empire's men and horses, as if they were separated by a Chu River and Han realm. The leader of the Krent Empire was a strange guy who looked like a high-ranking person. He had no good looks on Han Xiao and was too lazy to beat him even if he greeted him. Compared with Krent, Herber's grudges were nothing. Krent's 10-year plan was completely overturned, and the secret war that had been fought for 10 years was ended by Han Xiao. The resources invested did not return any profit. Is it okay if my underwear exploded? Hate the Amethyst civilization? They almost won by lying down and didn't do anything. Hate the Red Empire? It seems like I dared. Hate the field of war? You should be more awake. Therefore, hatred could only be thrown on Han Xiao's head. If the degree of hostility toward Han Xiao on the war field is 2 stars, Krent also started with at least 10 stars and hated him to the core and wanted to chew him as a rib. Since we have all, let's start. Terekov ignored the rift between the 3 parties, opened the strategic analysis board behind him, called out the unexplored star map of the 3 star clusters of Renor, Gaolu, and Guanhuan, and patted the table. These 3-star clusters are the goals of the first phase of development, the field of war and the exploration of Reynolds and Krent. The direct troops of the Empire explore the Crown Ring, and the Black Star Army explores Gaolu. These are the goals you have chosen long ago. Now we'll talk about the specific precautions. The exploration task is very cumbersome, and in the end, it can be divided into several key points. Terekov stretched out a few fingers and said slowly, "Star map, drawing and large-scale layout of regional observation buoys, transportation network laying, transit stations, and stronghold construction, improvement of detailed information of each planet, and collecting resources." Han Xiao nodded when he heard this. These are the main goals. There is too much work to be done, in fact. It is necessary to open the map and build the same. The scope is terrible. Bringing so many people over is to divide the troops and speed up efficiency. At this time, Terekov said again, "The Empire has the most personnel. In order to ensure the progress, we will dispatch some troops to follow you 3 parties to provide assistance." Han Xiao couldn't help but feel moved. The Empire's troops accounted for 70% of them. It is normal to give them some people, but providing personnel is only one of the reasons, and there's also the meaning of surveillance. The Empire is willing to let the Imperial allies explore and let allies share their benefits, but it is not completely let go. It sends military supervisors to prevent allies from hiding or reporting them lies after discovering resources, stopping the behavior of secretly taking over, and ensuring the authenticity and correctness of the exploration results. The Empire has invested a lot of costs, so it is understandable that it will take away the resources of the new star field. Han Xiao pondered secretly. However, there are still places where the explorers can make great contributions. Others don't know what is on the planets that have not been explored, so they can only explore one by one, which is a complete attempt. Han Xiao didn't know the situation on most planets. Although he was a hardcore player in his previous life, he didn't remember the information of every planet so abnormal. However, he still knew some very famous and unique planets in the Shining World. This means that he doesn't need to explore and has long known which planets are so fat. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and fell in a deep thought. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Commanders Heber and Krent knew that the Empire would send surveillance troops, and were also not surprised and indifferent. Terekov pointed at the star map to explain the precautions, and everyone listened silently. After Terekov finished speaking, Commander Krent suddenly asked, "We know all of what you said. I want to ask another thing. Our allies in the Broken Star Ring are the first advance team to participate in the exploration, and the Empire will arrange for allies from other star fields to join in the future. So when will the next group of allies participating in the exploration arrive?" The star field is too vast. Although their families seem to have many people thrown into a star field, it is just a wave in the sea, very small. With them alone, after exploring the Shining World, I don't know that it will be the year of the Monkey and Horse Month. So the Empire will invest more people in the future to open up the land, and the subsequent Empire allies are not only partners, but also new competitors. What Krent cares about is when the next group of competitors will arrive and how much time he has to lead. Terekov smiled. This depends on the arrangements of the Empire's senior management, the progress of the aggregation of allies, and the progress of our exploration. I have not received a notice yet. I guess that the Empire will send the next group of exploration teams at least half a year later. Before that, the Empire will rely on you. If the exploration progress is gratifying, the Empire will not be stingy with rewards. Several people nodded. If the exploration is smooth and the results exceed expectations, it will become their credit. The Empire will take over the resources, so they will be rewarded based on the results of the land reclamation, which is the focus of competition between the two sides. The smoother the land clearing and richer the harvest, the greater the contribution. Terekov paused and asked, "Everyone has chosen the cluster of exploration. Where will it be prepared to enter?" The cluster has a vast area and can be divided into dozens of galaxies, all of which are explored from the edge to the center. The borderline is extremely long, so the direction of entry is very important. If you start exploring from a barren area and delay a lot of time, but don't find much resources, you will lose a lot. The exploration team's reference materials are only semi-finished star maps for astronomical observations, which at most avoid the obvious desolate universe belt with sparse distribution of planets. But the degree of resources of each planet is unknown. Although Terekov only asked questions now, several people had already analyzed privately and had plans. Heber and Krent were in the same group, ready to divide their troops into 23 units and enter a selected galaxy from 23 positions. The troops are not too far apart, arranged in a comb-shaped manner, and prepare 23 troops to advance together and respond to each other, gradually gather at a certain point, establish a large transit stronghold, and then continue to divide the troops and explore, trying not to overlap the exploration ranges of each unit. Han Xiao, who was beside him, listened to Commander Krent's explanation of the plan and nodded silently. Heber chose very well. The first area to explore was called the Jeritan Galaxy. In his previous life, it was a very rich galaxy in the Renor cluster, and its resources were indeed rich. If the star map of the Shining World is planet and connected with the explored universe, then the Dawnstar cluster is located at the westernmost end of the Shining World. The three bordered star clusters are Guru, Renor, and Crown Ring from north to south. Renor is sandwiched in the middle and has a superior geographical location. The Jeritan Galaxy, which Heber and Krent explored in the first step, is the bordered galaxy southwest of Renor. Terekov nodded and turned to look at Han Xiao. What about you? Han Xiao pointed at the border galaxy in the southernmost part of the Galu star cluster, then drew upwards, drawing a route that ran through more than a dozen galaxies, connecting the southernmost part of the Galu star cluster and the easternmost part of the Galu star cluster. What do you mean? Terekov was surprised. Okay. Han Xiao smiled mysteriously and said casually, I asked the large army to explore the southernmost border galaxies, and at the same time send a task force to advance with the Stargate equipment. On the way, only the Stargate was set up, and no stopping at the rest of the time. First build a Stargate route, and connect these dozen or so galaxies. Do you want to build a long-distance transportation route first? Terekov raised his eyebrows. Not only that, whenever the task force connects to the next galaxy, I will continue to divide my troops and send people to explore other galaxies. Han Xiao shrugged, his face still not changing. Terekov frowned slightly when he heard this, and Heber and Commander Krent also looked at each other, speechless. In their eyes, the problem with the Black Star exploration plan is too obvious. That is, there's not enough manpower. With such a few people, it takes a lot of time to explore a galaxy. Black Star has to explore more than a dozen galaxies together. Can humans use it? My appetite is too big, and I have exceeded my ability limit. It was a good thing for the Empire to build a long-distance transportation route first. Terekov had no objection to this, but this was not in the interests of the Empire's allies, so Han Xiao's decision was beyond his expectations. Because this is not a tycoon, it is useless to connect more than a dozen galaxies first and explore them yourself. Since the exploration efficiency is limited, the long-distance Stargate channel that was set up by people will be used to make wedding clothes for later generations. Because there's an empire here, it is impossible to occupy the channel and not lend it to other allies, so it will facilitate later forces to go to other galaxies to compete with them, which will do more harm than good for first generations. Krent would rather take steady steps and explore one of the galaxies first and then go to the next area. In contrast, they're exploring in a range, while Han Xiao's side is exploring in a linear manner. In order to balance the interests of allies, the Empire's plan is also gradually advancing, exploring the past slowly and not preparing to lay a complete Stargate transportation network in the unexplored areas immediately. Because astronomical observations have given semi-finished star maps, they do not lack overall maps, but lack field exploration and data improvement. So the goal of the first phase of exploration is only 3 areas bordering the Dawn Star cluster to build a bridgehead. During the gradual exploration, the exploration team has been setting up stargates, so the long-distance Stargate passage will naturally appear, and there is no need to send someone to create them. Then the Black Star Legion's move was a waste of its own resources and time, and it was half the result with twice the effort, which made Terekov, Heber, Commander Krent, and others very puzzled. Do you want to rethink it? Terekov asked kindly. Han Xiao waved his hand and smiled. No need. I like to try my luck. Maybe I can discover some fertile resource planets in advance. Seeing the Black Star going his own way, Commander Krent watched coldly and sneered in his heart. This kind of exploration plan that has not been carefully considered will definitely not be smooth. They will definitely be able to compare the Black Star Legion this time, and will be very outstanding in front of the Empire, making Black Star pale. Okay. Terekov no longer persuaded him. No matter what posture the Allies explore, the Empire will not lose much. After all, the entire starfield is theirs, and the loss is only the interests of the Black Star Legion. Since Black Star doesn't care, he will not care. Han Xiao smiled, making the other people unable to see through his thoughts. In fact, this kind of exploration plan that seems to be eager for quick success and instant benefits is most in his interests. Why did Su say that he had the least power to explore the Gaolu cluster? It is precisely because among the several galaxies in the southern part of the Gaolu cluster, there are obvious desolate universe belts, and the resources are not abundant. If he followed Herbert and others, he would only explore one border galaxy, and the result would be obvious, and he would definitely not get any credit. He adopted this exploration plan to first develop the famous and rich planets in his memory. On this transportation route from the south to the east of the Gaolu cluster, there are several galaxies that are very prosperous areas in their previous lives. There are many famous planets in their previous lives and abundant resources, which is only known at present. After lengthening the exploration line, the Empire's surveillance forces may have some disconnection, which gives room for operation. Han Xiao would not give up such a good opportunity. If the Black Star Army slowly advances, it will pick up the sesame seeds and throw the watermelon, enter the treasure mountain, and return empty-handed. But the beauty seduces her, but doesn't swear her. Just one word, it's a loss. The second purpose is to create a trick. Han Xiao hopes to go to the east of the Gaolu star cluster as soon as possible without any suddenness. Because the unintentional universe treasure shining in his memory is located in another star cluster bordering the eastern part of the Gaolu star cluster. Only by establishing this Stargate line can you get the unparalleled universe treasure as soon as possible. Terekov closed the star map and said in a deep voice, "That's the matter. You are here for 2 days. I will dispatch troops to incorporate your team and hand over exploration equipment, such as stargates and buoys to you. We will officially set out in 2 days." Okay, Commander Krent responded. Han Xiao and Heber nodded without saying anything. Everyone stood up and left the conference room. Walking out of the door, Han Xiao and Heber looked at each other, and invisibly it seemed like a bayonet was used to hit a ball colliding with Mars. Then the two turned their heads and left the cadres in the opposite direction. "What do you think about Black Star?" Heber and Krent walked together. On the way, a pioneer officer couldn't help but ask the chief of staff Jod beside him. "What do you want to say?" Jod glanced at him. "Don't we know about Black Star's character? He is cunning and scheming, and he is not a person who is willing to suffer losses. He knows that there is no benefit in establishing a long-distance Stargate passage first, so he must have other intentions." Chowda's eyes flashed when he heard this. Indeed, Black Star's decision is strange. "Chief of Staff, what do you think he has the purpose?" People around him pricked up their ears and quietly eavesdropped on them. "I'm not Black Star." Chowda was helpless. "The only thing I can think of is that Black Star is unwilling to explore the barren border galaxies of the Gaolu star cluster, but there is no need to waste time spanning more than a dozen galaxies at once. I can't think of other reasons. Maybe his appetite is too bloated, or do you really want to try your luck? Will he want to seize the future planet as the throat of the traffic? If you think too much, the Empire will not allow a force to master too many strategic locations. Since Shining World is an undeveloped new star domain, everyone subconsciously presets the conditions. That is, no one knows the specific situation of Shining World, so basically no one can guess Han Xiao's motives." Commander Krent's eyes flashed. He quickly walked up to Heber and whispered, "Hisser Domineer, do you think we want? If you have something to say, don't let me guess." Heber looked straight. Do you want to send someone to the Gallu star cluster to monitor the movements of the black star? What's the point? Herbert glanced down, glanced at him, and asked back, do you dare to interfere with the exploration work in front of the Empire? Commander Krent was stunned, and after thinking about it carefully, he was shocked. Exploring the Shining World is an important strategic goal of the Empire, so even if they know what the Black Star Legion is doing, they cannot interfere. If they block the exploration progress for personal gain, the Empire will never be ruthless and will definitely kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, so that other allies who participate in the exploration will see what the strategy of daring to disrupt the Empire will end. Thinking of this, Commander Krent stepped back awkwardly, no longer mentioned this matter, his eyes flashing. It seems that if you want to surpass the Black Star Army, you can only compete with the results of the two sides' land reclamation and compete in a dignified manner. Fortunately, Black Star chose the Gallu Star Cluster and adopted an exploration plan that was eager for quick success and instant benefits, so they had a firm victory in the field of war. The fleet stayed on the Lighthouse Star for 2 days and received various exploration equipment from Tarakov. Huge alloy containers were transported by ground transportation vehicles to the transport ships of the Black Star Army, neatly placed. These are exploration materials equipped by the Empire, such as Stargate equipment, full-type planetary fortress expansion package, cosmic monitoring buoys used to improve star maps and provide dynamic environmental monitoring functions, etc. They are all military equipment and will not circulate in the formal interstellar market and will appear occasionally on the black market at most. Han Xiao asked Philip to count it and receive about 500 sets of Stargate equipment, 6,000 full-type planetary fortress expansion packs, and 15 billion universe monitoring buoys. It was not given to him, but borrowed mission props, which took a while. In addition, Tarakov sent an Imperial fleet to temporarily merge into the Black Star Army to assist him in exploring the Gallu Star Cluster. The commander was a major, general-ranked officer under Tarakov, named Seneco. Tarakov was in charge of Lighthouse Star as the commander, and the several Imperial fleets sent out each had their commanders. Seneco was Tarakov's direct subordinate and one of the Imperial cadres stationed in Han Xiao's memory in the Shining World, which was a bit of an impression. Because he is a partner in the future exploration period, Han Xiao met and Seneco and reached a simple consensus on cooperation. Seneco said that he would not interfere with the exploration plan of the Black Star Army, and they mainly assisted. 2 days after preparation, the commander-in-chief finally announced the official operation to begin. The fleets of all parties entrenched in the Lighthouse Star parted ways and went to the cluster of stars they chose. The Renor cluster is explored by the Warfield and Krent. The Gallu cluster is explored by the Black Star Army, and the Crown Ring cluster is explored by the remaining Imperial Direct Fleet. In contrast, the most people are used to open the Guanhuan Star cluster, while the fewest people are used to open the Guanhuan Star cluster. The Black Star Army fleet and Seneco's fleet went to the southernmost border galaxy of the Gallu Star cluster. Before departure, Han Xiao had notified all members of the Legion's exploration plan, including millions of players. He put all kinds of work on the camp task list, including exploring the planet, placing floats, etc., which are subdivided into different areas, with a large number of tasks, but each type has a limit on the number of people, for millions of Legion players to choose. Various exploration tasks have caused discussions on the forum, because the mechanism of the main task of Shining World is a point system, divided into individual points and full points. Different exploration tasks give different points, depending on actual gains. Only after completing them can you know how many points you give. At this time, players can only guess and analyze, but they still enjoy it. On the forum, players generally believe that exploration of planets is the most theoretically profitable, and the behaviors of discovering resources, discovering life, archaeological planet history, mining resources are rewarded with points, and the process is full of unknown fun. In the eyes of players, other tasks such as setting up monitoring buoys, setting up stargates, and building stronghold transit stations are all cool laborers, and currently the fewest people are selected. Han Xiao knew that after the player understood the exploration process, the guilds would start to fight openly and secretly. The guild hoped to use the planet with rich resources as the guild's resource points. Although it could only obtain a small part of the total resource mining, it was only equivalent to getting some fuel, but in terms of the average wealth level of the players, it was already extremely rich. In the past life, there were two important reasons for the melee between players from all over the world, namely the faction battle and the competition for planetary resource points. Now, millions of players belong to their own camps, and there will be no factional battles, so competing for resource points is the only reason. Han Xiao knew that in order to compete for various planets with rare resources, the guilds compete fiercely, frequently broke out guild wars, and seized each other's territory. Although it was not yet that stage, he knew it in his mind, especially at this time. There were club guilds of different countries within the Legion, and competition would inevitably occur. He promotes social interaction between new and old players. Another purpose is to prepare for the future and minimize the impact of competition among guilds in various countries on ordinary players. Ordinary players cannot avoid fighting each other for fun. What he prevents is that there is a clear hostile mentality between ordinary players. So he uses two tasks to make contributions to encourage players from various countries to actively make friends. As long as the internal players do not create obvious cracks, the guild competition will not be a loss for him. Anyway, if the player's equipment is damaged, it will still have to be repaired, which will promote consumption. The fleets of all parties sailed for some days, entered their predetermined positions, and officially started their own exploration work. The Black Star Army Exploration Team came to the southernmost border galaxy of the Gallu Star Cluster and built the first transit station according to the plan to connect to the Dawn Star Cluster. The engineering force used a full-style planetary fortress expansion package for a deserted planet at the edge of the galaxy. The transport ship opened the delivery warehouse, and hundreds of thousands of giant mechanical pedestals with their own space propellers flew out, looking like steel nails. These are fortress nodes. The fortress nodes are arranged in the outer space of the planet, with the same spacing between the nodes forming a large net that covers the entire planet. Immediately afterwards, the propellers of these fortress nodes sprayed out surging orange-yellow tail flames, breaking through the outer space, like hundreds of thousands of space-based gravity weapons, landing on the surface of the planet, all of which were deeply penetrated into the Earth's crust, raising endless dust. Next, all the fortress nodes are activated, and red light appears at the top, and they begin to transform the planet's atmospheric environment and topography. Each node is vibrating, bursting out a series of shock waves, causing rumbling earthquakes, tearing the underground rock layers, and pouring into a large number of metal structures. Silver, gray metal continues to extend from the nodes, spreading to the Earth, covering the soil, and turning the planets into metal surfaces. According to the preset procedure, these engineering alloys with nanotransformation capabilities are automatically deformed and assembled, and bases, fortresses, and warehouses rise from the ground. After dozens of hours, the initial transformation was completed, and this yellow-black barren planet had been completely renewed, turning into a silver-gray planetary fortress, becoming the first stronghold of the Gallu Star Cluster. The Imperial engineering ship was not idle either. He dragged huge Stargate parts with a traction beam and assembled the Stargate next to this stronghold. The unopened Stargate looks like a huge hollow mechanical ring. After activation, the inner circle of the mechanical ring illuminates the blue light like the indicator light in turn, releasing space energy, and connects one of the Stargates near the lighthouse star according to the set coordinates. After completing the activation process, the hollow part of the mechanical ring turns into a wormhole-like blue vortex, turning into a complete Stargate. In addition to the troops who stayed to build strongholds, the others were dispersed. Some of them went to the surrounding areas to arrange cosmic monitoring buoys, and some of them went to explore unknown planets. A galaxy is divided into about 10 star regions. At this time, the large troops of the Black Star Army began to explore the first star region. According to the plan, Han Xiao sent a contingent team, led by Hathaway, and took 150 sets of Stargate equipment to operate alone, with the goal of crossing more than a dozen galaxies to the east of the Galileo star cluster and establishing a long-distance Stargate passage. The spacecraft configured by the task force are all high-speed transport ships with high warp speeds, with a limit of 14.1 warp speed class, and they keep jumping at the extreme speed. It will take about 4 months to reach the destination across such a long distance. After the task force established a long-distance Stargate passage, the 4-month trip could be shortened to a few hours because it was not a direct Stargate, and it had to be transferred within a dozen galaxies in the middle, so it needed a little extra time to travel. Countless Legion members divided the work and cooperated, and Han Xiao himself was not idle either. He took a main ship and took a group of normal Legion soldiers and Legion players to explore a planet in the center of this star area. In his memory, this planet was a trade transit station in his previous life, one of the gateways to the Galileo star cluster. It has great mining value and does not have an overly harsh environment. It is a livable planet with indigenous civilizations on it. Nowadays, this planet has no name, only number, so it is just taking it down in advance for development. The outer border of the Broken Ring. Here is the edge of the explored universe, separated from the shining world by a long and desolate cosmic belt. Fleets left the border from different directions, turned into a series of leaping lights, and entered the desolate universe belt, heading straight for the direction of the shining world. News of the Red Empire developing the shining world has long been spread throughout the Starry Sea. Although the Empire explicitly prohibits other civilizations from entering, a single agreement cannot scare away the senior forces. They all want to bypass the Empire's monopoly and enter the shining world in advance to seize the opportunity. These fleets were not the first ones. They came from different civilizations and organizations and did not want to be discovered by the Empire and concealed their identities. Because I could not borrow the Stargate of the Empire, I could only smuggle to the shining world, carry the Stargate equipment, and plan to quietly establish a secret Stargate passage to avoid the surveillance of the Empire. Even if these fleets have a high warp speed, it will take at least a long time to cross the desolate universe and reach the shining world. Among these smugglers, most of them have ulterior motive for the sake of their interests. One of the groups is the direct personnel secretly sent by the Zuling sect. I caught a cold. I slept for 11 hours in one sleep. My thoughts were the same as my nose, not very smooth. I have to pack up my things tonight, and I have to catch a plane tomorrow morning, so I will have a relatively small number of words in the past 2 or 3 days. Try not to ask for leave. Broken Rings, see Blue Star. The blue planet rotates slowly. Occasionally flowing light flew out from the planet, and flowing light came from the universe, and batches of spacecraft visited or left. The sun shines on the capital city with tall buildings. The windows reflect the blue sky and white clouds. Trains whiz along the aerial tracks, and anti-gravity suspension vehicles shuttle between the cities. The whole city is full of vitality and a peaceful and prosperous scene. Bennett is waiting here with a bunch of people at the airport terminal of the capital Black Star City. Standing in front of the viewing window, overlooking the vibrant capital, Bennett's face was filled with relief. After Han Xiao helped Hylon to join the Broken Star Ring Civilization Parliament, many consortiums and forces attached more and more importance to Halon's development prospects, bringing a new round of development opportunities to Hylon, with frequent trade circulation and becoming more and more prosperous. The people of the Sea Blue Star, who have experienced many pains, have increasingly smiled on their faces. The more they enjoy the happiness of the prosperity of their mother star, the more they admire the Black Star, the guardian who brought them all this. A spaceship entered the dock, the cabin door opened, and several Legion soldiers escorted Nilo out of the spaceship. Nilo saw Bennett, with a long-time separation and reunited with relatives, and ran to Bennett quickly with his short legs. "Dad!" Bennett turned around and looked down at him, with some confusion. "Why are you back so soon? What did Black Star take you to do in the universe?" Nilo scratched his head. His tone was depressed. "I spent most of my time studying the theory of the mechanical department. My godfather took me out for a few days and threw me down." Han Xiao took the large army to develop the Shining World. He didn't know when he would come back, so he naturally didn't bring Nilo with him and asked Suiya to send someone to send him back to Hylon Star. As he said that, Nilo was a little depressed. Teacher Reinhard said that this time he just gave me a vacation and assigned me vacation homework. He said that I could only come back and stay for 2 months, and he would send someone to pick me up next to him to continue learning the knowledge of the mechanical department. Reinhard received Han Xiao's order. When he was not around, he taught Nilo. Reinhard conscientiously performed this duty and had arranged for Nilo for the course schedule for the next whole year. Black Star is willing to train you. The opportunity is too rare. Don't let him down. Bennett smiled twice, squatted down, letting his height be level with Nilo, looking at his child kindly, and asked, "Tell me what you have seen in the universe." Nilo pulled his finger and stood up with a happy tone. Although the homework assigned by Han Xiao made him very depressed, he was still very satisfied with his trip to Nilo when he went to the universe for the first time and saw all kinds of novel and weird things. Bennett nodded while listening, smiling and sighing in his heart. He could sense that Han Xiao was optimistic about Nero, not only because this kid was his child, but Nero seemed to have some talent that Han Xiao valued. Bennett was quite proud of this. The baby he made himself has such outstanding talent. It seems that his genes are still very good. Bennett is secretly considering whether to have a second child. He is unwilling to be too utilitarian, but considering the future of Hylon, if he gives birth to a few more children with superior talents and all become students of Black Star, the bond between Hylon and Black Star will be stronger. Although he is old, the martial arts master's body is still fierce and has sufficient ammunition. On the list of the most popular charming men selected by the Aquaman, Bennett, as the Aquaman leader, ranks second and has been supported and loved by countless people. The people's hearts are one of them. On the other hand, his status, age, and strong body form a steady and reliable old manly charm, which is very charming. As for the number 1 place in the most popular charming male at Hylon, it is undoubtedly Han Xiao. No one can shake his status. With so many achievements to base it, the people of Hylon think he is handsome no matter how they look at it. Not long after, Nello spoke. His throat was dry, and he took a breath, and wanted to share his experiences in the universe with great enthusiasm. Bennett stopped him, touched his head, and stood up. "Okay, when you look back, you can tell me carefully. You can go home and rest first. I will wait here." Nero was surprised. "Aren't you here to pick me up?" Bennett shook his head and turned to look at the universe outside the viewing window. "I also want to receive an extremely important guest." At the same time, at the extreme distance of the Sea Blue Star, a secret blue cocoon spacecraft hovered in the universe, observing the Sea Blue Star from a distance through the Beyond Visual Range mode. This is the Sea Blue Star, the mother star of the Black Star. In the cab of the spacecraft, a creature with secret blue skin stared at the screen with a stern tone. He is the captain of the ship, with 4 arms and 3 eyes, and all the crew behind him, with the same physical structure as him. All the people in this ship are Star-Eye God Clan. The captain turned his head and looked around the crew and said coldly, "The Black Star took away our national treasure. This is a humiliation to our entire race. Our leaders are weak. Our compatriots swallowed their anger. What they cannot and dare not do, we Avitan souls can do and dare to do." The captain's tone was sonorous, and all the crew members were excited, with indignation on their faces, and they held the weapons in their hands tightly. Once, because of the evolution block, Avita was attacked, countless compatriots died, and our relatives and friends were killed in that disaster. So many people died, so we cannot allow the evolution block to fall into the hands of others. Perhaps the culprit in that attack was not only the alien god, but also the Black Star was suspected. The captain pointed to the direction of Hylon and roared, "Only by the same blood revenge can Black Star regret his shameless behavior, and let him understand that the shame he left to the Star Pupil God Clan and the despair he left to us will be asked back from him." Many crew members shared the same hatred of the enemy and shouted repeatedly. In the beginning, in order to lure the tiger away from the mountain, the alien god almost wiped out most of the Aviatin Star. The disaster was a painful memory of the Star-Eye God clan. The anger of losing everything made some survivors lose their minds and go to extremes. An extremist organization was born, called Aviaton's Dead Souls. These extremists were basically survivors of Aviaton, or had relatives and friends died in the Aviaton disaster. Because of the loss of the evolutionary block of the country-suppressing treasure, Cisco's prestige in the Star-Eye God clan declined. Extremists blamed Aviaton's tragedy on Cisco's incompetence and deeply hated the culprit, the alien god. Since the root of the disaster of Aviaton is the evolutionary block, so many compatriots sacrifice for this. Aviaton souls have developed a pathological obsession with the evolutionary block, so they also hate the Black Star that took away the evolutionary block from the Star-Eye God clan. The evolutionary block is the treasure of the country in the eyes of the Star Pupil God clan. This concept has been maintained for many years, and the evolutionary block has changed to a new master. So the Star Pupil God clan has always been hostile to Han Xiao. The Aviaton's Dead Soul is even more extreme. Cisco cannot regain the evolutionary block and seems to have stopped because he is afraid of the Empire. This makes the Aviaton's Dead Soul lose confidence in Cisco, and they decide to use extreme methods to retaliate against Black Star. Hearing that Han Xiao led his troops to leave the Broken Star Ring for a long time, Aviaton's Dead Soul felt that the time had come and decided to take this opportunity to attack the Black Star's mother star without fear of death and carry out terrifying revenge, so that the Black Star far away could only watch its mother star be destroyed. Aquarius is now a member of the CPC of the Broken Star Rings of civilization. Even Cisco cannot do anything casually. However, the rules that the top leaders follow have never been a question that extremists are willing to consider. They are unexpected factors beyond common sense. They ignore the rules and do not care about the consequences at all. Everything they have has been destroyed, and their reason has been burned out by anger. Although Cisco is recognized as the best leader of the Star Pupil God clan, he cannot control the thoughts of each tribe. There will always be extreme cases in every group. Some people are always blinded by hatred. Even the Star Pupil God clan, which has a very high average evolution, cannot avoid internal differences. The captain turned his head and looked at the deputy. How is the weapon condition? The deputy focused his head. 5 super heavy nuclear-type Phantom Annihilation bombs operate well and can be fired at any time. Very good. It is said that 1 bomb can destroy a continent, and more than 3 can destroy the planet's surface environment. Our goal is to drop all bombs on the Aquarium Star. Let this planet be buried with us, and let them feel Aviaton's pain. The captain's tone was cruel, and the people in the ship were not planning to leave alive. Although the power of this advanced Phantom bomb is not as powerful as that of the original Phantom, it is also a restricted level weapon that is prohibited from being used at will by the 3 major civilizations, which will leave a terrible Phantom pollution effect. Generally, only Star Cluster-level civilizations have inventory. Aviaton's Dead Soul is an extremist organization that was established shortly after and does not have the corresponding technological strength. The bomb was actually secretly funded by someone, and the sponsor was the Star Cluster-level civilization in the area where the Star Pupil God clan is located. They have always regarded the Rising Star Pupil God clan as a threat because of the background of the Su Ling sect. They cannot target the Star Pupil God clan openly. The birth of Aviaton's soul gave this Star Cluster-level civilization the opportunity to obstruct his opponents. So they borrowed the name of a puppet force to conceal their identity and secretly supported Aviaton's soul in an attempt to cause trouble for the Star Pupil God clan. Just as the captain was about to order action, a light spot suddenly appeared in one corner of the observation radar, and the spacecraft intelligently issued a notice. Alarm! An unknown large target is approaching. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the corresponding direction through the porthole. They saw a floating island in the space-floating distance, wrapped in a large yellow shield. Long Tan, the captain recognized this wandering island that was well known in the Broken Star Ring, and secretly wondered why it would appear here. It seemed like he was going to Hylon. Long Tan floating island slowly approached the secret blue cocoon spacecraft. Compared with the size of the two, it was like an elephant and a sesame seed. Next to Longtan, the spacecraft produced by the Star-Eye God clan was as small as dust. Let's get out of the way and don't stand in Longtan's way forward. The captain hurriedly directed the pilot to retreat aside. Longtan was a neutral force and would not actively attack any passing spacecraft. He planned to suspend his operation and wait for Longtan to leave before attacking Hylon. Everyone was located under the Longtan. Looking through the porthole, they could only see the rocks at the bottom of the Longtan, and they could not see the full picture of the Longtan. The pilot raised the spacecraft and flew above the horizon of Longtan, flush with the horizontal line of the city. The captain and others were stunned to find Emmys in a black dress standing at the most conspicuous place in Longtan Pier, with his eyes staring at their spaceship. She's looking at us? This thought just arose in everyone's minds, and an unparalleled force field suddenly came. Puff! Blood flowers explode. All the bodies of the star pupils on the ship were pinched flat at the same time, turning into a ball of red and blue flesh paste. Their thoughts were frozen in the last thought, and they died without any warning. At Longtan Pier, Emmers put down his hand casually, retracted the force field, and ordered to Verna, who was waiting on the side, "Search for this spacecraft to see if there are dangerous weapons hidden inside." Okay. Verna immediately went to organize the manpower. Then Emmys turned his head and looked at Aesop beside him, with his brow raised slightly. "Are you sure the people on this ship want to be ill-treated against Hylon? Didn't you kill the wrong person?" Aesop stroked his beard and smiled. "You want to move Longtan to Hylon, so I made a prediction about Hylon a few days ago. This group of people are members of Zisco. It seems that because of the evolution block, they want to destroy Hylon to take revenge on Black Star. Although this group of people failed in the end and were blown up by the dark energy orbital defense cannon left here by the Black Star. But since we are here, let's do it." Emmers shook his head, a little helpless. I didn't expect that he really helped him guard the family. Aesop glanced at her. "Isn't you just moving Longtan to Hylon to protect the Mother Star?" "Haha. I'm maximizing Longtan's interests and implementing the Covenant among allies. What does it have to do with him? Even for others, it's for my 2 students." Emmys turned and left with his hands behind his back, his black skirt floating against the ground like a blooming flower. Aesop watched Emmys go away, then turned to look at Jenny, who was increasingly scarce in hair. "We're almost to Hylon. Let them know." Jenny nodded with expressionless face. Bennett has been standing at the dock, looking up at the universe. A shadow suddenly appeared at everyone's feet, expanding rapidly, covering the entire dock. I saw an extremely large floating island appearing in my sight, slowly approaching the sea blue star, magnifying in Bennett's sight. Bennett laughed. "The distinguished guest has finally arrived." Longtan hovered near the blue star of the sea, like a huge satellite celestial body. When the people on the surface looked up, they could find a huge golden island in the sky. Countless people looked shocked, stopped, and looked up on the street talking. "What is that? It looks familiar." An old man pressed his glasses tremblingly and activated the telescope function. "Mom, I have seen it in textbooks. It is the legendary Longtanfu Island drifting in the universe, the palace of the Dragon Lord." A child was excited and took the hand of an ant next to him, pointing to the sky and shouting. Oh, it turned out to be Emmers. The ant suddenly realized, after breaking through Ghidorah's quantum network blockade, the people's cognitive level has improved dramatically within more than 10 years, and they have some understanding of the environment of the universe and the famous figures of the broken star rings. Because of Han Xiao, survivors of the age of Alien are quite familiar with Emmers. The people not only knew that she was once the boss of Black Star, but also remembered that the turning point in their connection with the stars was the protection of Longtan. Emmers has a special status in the hearts of the people of Hylon. At this time, when Longtan appeared near the blue star, many people couldn't help but feel surprised and confused. They called their friends and shared the news. They spread one by one and 100 times, attracting widespread attention. The personnel of major consortiums who were staying in Hailangsing's business also found Longtan staying, and were surprised and hurriedly asked Hailangsing's government, eager to find out the reason. Meanwhile, Emmys and others arrived at the dock in a small spacecraft to meet Bennett. His Excellency Dragon, see Blue Star welcomes you. Bennett saluted with a solemn tone and full of awe. He and Han Xiao are very familiar with each other. They are old friends for more than 20 years, so they are casual in their attitudes, but he and Emmers are not that familiar with him. Bennett responds according to interstellar etiquette. Even if he knows that Han Xiao and Emmers are close, he dare not surpass it. Emmers waved his hand and signaled not to be so polite. He chuckled. Black Star has said my request, and Ginny has also contacted you. I came to see you this time, mainly to go through the motions. Bennett focused his mind. He had received a notice from Han Xiao some time ago. When he learned that Long Tan was stationed in Hylon Star, he was shocked at the time, and then was very surprised. He realized that this was a rare opportunity and hurriedly mobilized personnel to cooperate with Long Tan's work. According to Emmys' idea, the matter was kept confidential until it was confirmed and not disclosed until the raw rice was cooked. The purpose was to create suddenness and cause a sensation in the star field, which was conducive to Long Tan's breaking his former inherent impression and allowing more interstellar citizens to establish a new understanding of Long Tan. To this end, Bennett did not issue a notice to the people of Aquarium Star in advance and is now planning to announce it. I will hold a press conference in the name of Aquarium Star to announce that Long Tan will establish a base camp here. How long will it take? It will take only a few hours. Some interstellar media will leave someone here. It won't take too long to invite them. What do you think? Emmy said no, agreeing that Long Tan will stay here for a long time. Her trip was to attend a press conference and let others confirm the authenticity of this matter. By the way, I just met a group of extremists from the Star Pupil God Clan. They were wandering near Hylon. There were dangerous plight bombs in the cabin. It seemed that they wanted to attack Hylon. I killed them and seized their spaceship. There are videos on it. It was left to you to deal with it. It was not my business. Bennett was stunned. The Star-Eyed God Clan. This is because of Black Star. Their hatred towards Black Star was transferred to Hylon Star. I will notify Your Excellency Black Star. Bennett's tone was solemn, involving another supra-level tribe. He, a leader who had not reached the galaxy-level civilization, was difficult to deal with, so he was about to ask Han Xiao what he meant. Although this incident was stopped in time, it was said that the Black Star implicated the Hylon Star, and the fire at the city gate affected the pond fish, causing the Hylon Star to encounter an unpredictable disaster. Hylon Star has suffered similar unstoppable disasters, such as Stephen, under Wei Ning's command, regards Hylon Star as a weakness in order to deal with Black Star and causes disasters. But Bennett had no complaints. He knew very well that since he enjoyed the rich benefits brought by Black Star, he would inevitably be paid attention to Black Star's enemies, and there was no reason to make a profit without losing money. High-level battles are like stormy waves, and now the Blue Star is just a small boat in the sea. If you are not careful, you will be affected and the boat will be destroyed. But if you are afraid of the enemy of Black Star, you will abandon the opportunity for civilization to rise and turn a break with your guardian. This is indeed the behavior of your younger brother. If the Six Kingdoms were in power, you might consider such a choice, and Bennett would not be shaken. Now that Long Tan has arrived, a Super A-level person is in charge. The safety index of Hylon Star will be improved by several levels. No one will regard Hylon Star as the weakness of the Black Star, and will solve this hidden danger in one go. Bennett naturally didn't know Emmy's motivation to come to Aquarius, so in his opinion, there must be Han Xiao's operation behind this matter, otherwise Emmys would not appreciate his face. He couldn't help but admire Han Xiao's foresight. 3 hours later, many interstellar media gathered together, and reporters were waiting for the arrival of the speaker at the press conference of the government building. As soon as Long Tan appeared, the Hylon Star government was in a hurry to hold a press conference. What wanted to say should be related to Long Tan. Inviting us so urgently, there may be a big event to announce. No, it is logical that Long Tan drifts everywhere and never stays in one place for too long. It is not a big fuss to come to Hylon Star by chance. Many reporters were whispering, and suddenly heard many government staff coming in with equipment and laying broadcast devices in the venue. Seeing this, everyone was secretly surprised. Is this going to be broadcast simultaneously to the world? Generally, only major events can be used. Just as everyone was guessing, the door of the venue slammed open, and all the reporters turned their heads and stared at them. Their eyes suddenly glared, full of surprise. I saw that the familiar Aquarium Star government speaker came in, but the government head Bennett arrived in person. Beside him was a famous figure who shocked all reporters, and it was Dragon Emmers. Wow, all reporters were shocked. This is the press conference of the Hylon Star government. Will Emmers appear here? In amazement, they stared blankly at Bennett and Emmers to the stage. There is one thing to be announced to the world, and even the entire star field. Bennett cleared his throat, looked around the group, and spoke in a solemn tone. From today, Longtan will stay in the outer space of the Sea Blue Star for a long time. On behalf of the Sea Blue Federation, I welcome our new neighbors. Without waiting for everyone to react, Emmers spoke lightly. Longtan has been drifting for too long, so I decided to stop wandering. Starting today, this is Longtan's base camp. The needles fell in the field, and everyone was stunned. Boom! The next moment, a commotion broke out. Everyone's faces changed drastically, and the audience was in an uproar. All the reporters were trembling with excitement. It's a big news. The news of Longtan establishing a base camp on the Sea Blue Star spread like wildfire, sweeping through the broken star rings like a hurricane, and all the forces that learned were shocked. Longtan stopped wandering. In the eyes of interstellar citizens, this is a signal that Emmys finally stopped salting fish and was about to officially start operating the power. But this is not the most surprising. What shocked the entire star field was that the location of Longtan Base Camp was actually on the Black Star's home star. All major forces know that the most obvious base camp of the Black Star Legion is the headquarters of the Legion that is usually located in Kinman Star. However, after Han Xiao obtained a seat in the Broken Star Civilization Parliament with the Sea Blue Star Civilization, many people agreed that Sea Blue Star became Black Star's second base camp, not to mention that this was his mother star. So what does Longtan mean? Build your own base camp at Black Star's base camp? Is the alliance between just two super A-level forces becoming closer? No, it's definitely more than that. When Herbert made a fight, Black Star and Dragon Zodiac were on the same front. The Black Star Legion and Longtan are allies, and it is well known that everyone is breaking the Star Ring. But allies belong to allies, and the territories of the two sides are clearly divided, and the business scope does not conflict. There are many branches of the Black Star Army, while Longtan wanders everywhere and has no fixed territory. But now, Longtan actually stayed at Hylon Star. This is not a random branch, but his own base camp. If there is no special reason for interstellar forces like this, even their allies will not let their base camps be in the same place, and at most they will establish branches on their territories. The Dragon's home moved to the Black Star's home star, obviously not to grab territory. According to the news, Longtan will not move easily. This represents absolute trust. I believe that each other will not betray each other. Otherwise, I will not leave my back to my allies. Among the interstellar forces, this kind of trust is extremely rare. The relationship shown by the two sides is too close, and it has exceeded the scope of ordinary allies. It is so close that various forces can't help but think of another possibility. Do these two companies have the opportunity to merge? Generally speaking, one Super A-level will not easily become another Super A-level subordinate. So the Super A-level forces are basically incompatible with each other. But in addition to surrender, cooperation, and alliance, there is another relationship. It is very common among ordinary creatures, but rarely appears between Super A-level. All forces are not random thoughts. According to the various deeds of Black Star and Dragon, this is not aimless. Moreover, some time ago, Black Star went to see the head of the Empire and brought Emmers with him, which has exceeded the position of neutral forces. This is a dangerous sign. If the two companies really surpass their allies and merge, it means that the Broken Star Ring will give birth to a crushing unofficial force, which will once again rewrite the pattern of the Star Domain forces. At the beginning, many forces prompted the Black Star Legion to break up with Long Tan, but unfortunately they failed and could only accept the facts with their noses. Now many forces are still unwilling to see the relationship between Long Tan and the Black Star Legion become closer. Involving vital interests, many forces have sounded the alarm bell. Without mentioning the idea of the major forces in the Broken Star Ring, many consortiums were excited. Hylon Star has a good development prospect. Now that Long Tan is more in charge, its potential has increased dramatically. The consortium that had already cooperated decided to add a large amount of investment, and more interstellar consortiums took a fancy to the business opportunities brought by Long Tan and sent people to Hylon Star to seek cooperation. Naturally, there is no objection to the people of Hylon Star, and they only feel surprise. Shining the world, Galu Star Cluster. The transitional lights passed through the universe and stopped in the outer space of a blue-purple planet. This was the fleet where Han Xiao was located. Although it is the main fleet, most of the manpower has been dispersed to explore other unknown planets, so the fleet is not large at this time. This blue-purple planet is the trade transfer station in Han Xiao's memory of this star area. It is the goal he is preparing to explore himself. It was called Pan-Gilid Star in his previous life. Because there was no star gate passage in the unopened area, the fleet flew for a while before reaching its destination. The preset location has arrived. Commander of the Legion, please give the next order. Aurela stood up straight with a snap, pretending to be serious, and reported a Han Xiao in the form of a soldier, and it seemed to be like that. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she didn't tense up and laughed. She was glaring at Hera on the side, and then she stopped smiling. The engineering force first throw a stargate here, detect her ship, circle the planet in the air, draw a terrain map, and use detection equipment to sense life signals and underground resources. After the map is completed, the ground exploration team will be released for carpet-style global exploration, and then, before Han Xiao finished speaking, Philip suddenly appeared in his mind and interrupted him. Master, there is an emergency news from Hylon. The message unfolded in the field of quantum network. It was a message sent by Bennett, indicating that Long Tan has been successfully welcomed, and also mentioned the matter of Avidan's deceased souls attached with the internal video of the spacecraft. The video shows evidence of Avidan's deceased souls plotting to attack Hylon and asked him how to deal with it. Han Xiao immediately raised his eyebrows. Cisco didn't mess with me, but someone in his clan wanted to deal with me. Avidan's soul? It seems that there is such a small organization. Isn't it a hatred for the alien gods? Even I was vented, I didn't even think about it. I want to engage in suicide attacks and blow up the entire planet. As for such a deep hatred, it's really a tiger. And where did their advanced phantom bombs come from? Han Xiao was a little helpless. This was also one of the sequelae of occupying the evolutionary block. He was no longer surprised by such extremists. Individuals have different psychological endurances. Disasters and wars have always been the best medicine to catalyze extremist organizations. Logic has never been the only way for a smart creature to judge things. The motivation from emotions is stronger than logic, and hatred is one of the strongest motives. As long as it is not a tribe without desires, there will always be people who are influenced by them. However, the revenge of these extremists is helping Cisco too much. Han Xiao shook his head. He didn't plan to calm down and pretended that nothing had happened. Since Aquarius has a seat in the civilized parliament, it is equivalent to receiving treatment from galaxy-level civilizations and is also protected by the peace regulations. The people of Cisco sent an opportunity and took the opportunity to attack. I replied to a message which contained instructions to Bennett. Save the evidence. Contact the Amethyst civilization in my name. Poke this matter to the Parliament of the Broken Star Ring civilization. Expose this matter to all civilizations. And just let me come to rest. Although it is impossible to treat Cisco like this, it is still possible to disgust him. A small group of tribe members were in trouble and handed the handle to their own hands. In the end, the entire Star Pupil God clan had to take the blame. I don't know if Zisco would be tired. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. After instructing Bennett, Han Xiao withdrew from the perspective of quantum networks, returned to reality, and supervised Pan Guladexing's exploration work. The engineering ships are stargates in outer space, and small detection ships enter the planetary atmosphere, travel around the world at high altitude, and sense the surface conditions through detection devices. Soon, one piece of information came back, and the three-dimensional projection of the bridge became a map of Pangurid Star, and the details were being improved rapidly. Han Xiao and a group of cadres silently watched the increasingly detailed three-dimensional projection of the three-dimensional planet. Not long after, all the detection ships returned to the fleet and completed the first step of detection. The map indicates the detailed parameters of the planet, including gravity level, air composition analysis, climate environment, surface area, land-to-ocean ratio, vegetation coverage, and other data, and the general situation is clear. In addition, the three-dimensional planet map also indicates areas of different colors, representing the various resources initially detected and the gathering areas of life signals. Aurora reads the report of the detection ship. This planet contains rich, ordinary resources. In addition, there are many rare resources underground, such as the black gold vein, purple silver mineral vein, and Yuan energy crystal vein. These are important raw materials for some magic galaxy-level civilization technology systems, no less than 60 INAR per 10,000 tons. This is the general price in the interstellar market, and this planet has about trillions of tons of reserves. And in the huge mountains in the north and south poles of the planet, we detected the rare mountain essence, with a reserve of about 800,000 tons, and the price per ton flowed around 6,000 INAR. We also found some soul ingots and source substances containing psychic energy, which are not large in quantity, worth about 1.2 billion INARs. Han Xiao listened for a while, nodded, and said, "Tell me the overall value assessment of the planet." According to the detection results, the initial estimate of this planet is around 18 billion INARs. If more rare resources are found deeper underground, the value will increase. It's quite valuable. Han Xiao smiled. Among the standards of resource planets, this valuation belongs to the upper middle level. Evaluation is only one aspect. The materials produced by different resource planets are different. Some rare materials also have bonus points, such as the essence of the mountain, soul ingot, and source quality, which are quite rare materials. However, although the valuation is beautiful, it takes dozens or hundreds of years of time to obtain all the benefits when actually mining. In the universe, the resource planet is a private place that all civilizations firmly hold in their hands and will not be sold like a desolate planet. Civilization will slowly explore resource planets, carry out sustainable development, and gradually make profits. Even high-level civilizations will not carry out destructive mining as long as they are not in an emergency, and they will fish in the end. The resource planet is an important source of economics for interstellar civilization and has a savvy profit. Private miners can only go to the barren planet mining sites and corners to support their families. Civilizations do not look down on the cost-effectiveness of barren planets. So, occasionally selling barren planets to private forces and obtaining the mining rights of resource planets like the Black Star Legion is already the limit of normal private forces. Developing a shining world is an excellent development opportunity. After the Empire's allies discovered the resource planet, although they would notify the Empire to let the Empire take away the big head, the exploration team can also obtain a certain amount of mining rights and share some of the profits. When the Black Star Army discovered Pangulid, it was qualified to leave troops here to mine. The number of planets in a star field is vast, and the benefits are huge. For non-civilized forces, this is equivalent to the mining rights of countless resource planets. Moreover, after discovering and reporting a certain number of resource planets, you can also receive additional rewards from the Empire. However, the advantage of Pangurid Star is not only resources. It will become one of the gateways to the Gaolu star cluster in the future, and it has a superior geographical location, so it has become a trade transfer station. With this added value, Pangurid is not an ordinary resource planet and has great appreciation potential. Seeing that Han Xiao didn't say anything, Aurora continued. We had detected a large number of life signals on this planet, spread all over the world, most of which are wild animals. It is not clear how many species there are, and only one of the intelligent species has signs of civilization. As he said, that a biological projection of the same proportion appeared in front of everyone, which was a projection simulated by the detection ship after scanning the biological structure. This creature is 3 or 4 meters tall, quite tall and human-like. Overall, it looks a bit similar to the elves in the universe, but there are differences in many subtle places. It looks slender and strong in animal skin clothes, and looks quite primitive. Aurora, according to observation, this intelligent species is the indigenous civilization of this planet. It is in a state of tribal civilization in the development stage. It has their settlements in various regions around the world. It makes a living by hunting. Our detector ships have not yet contacted them. Han Xiao nodded. He had known that Pangulide had a rather backward indigenous civilization. This indigenous person called himself Son of the Forest. To be honest, this title has become a huge street in the sea of stars. There are not 1,000 or 800 intelligent races in the universe who call themselves the Son of the Forest, and there are also series such as the Son of Rock, the Son of the Mountain, the Son of the Ocean, etc. In previous lives, others used to use the name of the planet as the prefix to call the natives, and this race was also called the Pangurid Giant Elves. Send a ground exploration team and contact them first. Han Xiao said, in the Starfield clearing, there's a recognized sensitive problem in the universe, which is how to deal with the relationship between indigenous people. There have been too many negative examples throughout history. If high-level civilizations want to mine resource planets, they are easily regarded as invaders and are resisted by indigenous people. Maintaining the diversity of cosmic species has always been the rule for high-level civilizations to act. Cosmic civilizations like the Red Empire will not massacre the indigenous people for the sake of mining. The Code of Commander-in-Chief Tarakov said that when encountering indigenous civilizations, communication and education should be the main focus and violence should not be abused. In this case, the weaker the indigenous people, the easier it is to deal with it. The discovery of indigenous civilization is also the result of the exploration of reward task points. Pangulide Star, Qinglu Forest. This is a dense forest covered with huge ancient trees of 50 or 60 meters. The leaves are connected into an ocean, swaying in the wind. The sunlight shining through the gaps of the sea of leaves is cut into golden leaves-like spots. These spots are also shaking on the humus-filled ground as the sways of the swells. A clear river passes through the forest and is divided into 2 forests. Hundreds of animal skin tents 6 or 7 meters high are located on the shallows of the river, arranged horizontally along the river. The tents are hung with strings of golden red dried fruits, like decorations, simple and primitive. The bonfire is rising, like white snakes rising from the cooking fire. This is a Pangurid giant elf tribe, primitive and lively. Some people pick fruits on the trees with baskets on their backs, some waving bare branches to drive away livestock, and some people carry spears and wooden shields to set out for hunting. Hunters, there is not enough food in the tribe. You should catch more prey this time. At the entrance of the tribe, the chief led some villagers to surround a dozen hunters who were about to set off, with hope on his face. Wait for us to return with a full load. The old captain of the hunter smiled heartily. The chief sighed. Oh, we were attacked by other tribes half a year ago. Our young people were seriously injured. Now we can only rely on you old hunters to hunt. You're getting older and older, and I don't know what to do in the future. The captain of the hunter patted a young man next to him on the shoulder and praised. Don't worry, we are training young people. Du Ji is the fastest hunter who can learn and can already hunt with us. Maybe he will come and take over my class in the future. Du Ji held his chest with a proud look on his face. He is strong and looks very strong. What a great young man. Please give me yours. A group of villagers surrounded the hunters and praised them with respect. Listening to the villagers' praise, Duji looked proud and confident and was glorious as a hunter. Suddenly, his eyes passed through the cracks and saw a bonfire in the distance. A young man looked at him with a longing and envious look on his face. He was his good friend Rosso. Duki raised his arms and showed off his arm muscles to Rosso from a distance. Blinking proudly, both of them laughed. "Let's go," Captain Hunter greeted and took the people away. Seeing this, Duji waved to Rosso casually as a farewell, and then hurriedly turned around and followed the troops. A group of hunters entered the forest and disappeared from everyone's sight. The villagers around the entrance of the village sighed and dispersed one after another. Luo Sual watched his good friend leave, put away the smile on his face, silently fiddled with the food and the bonfire, and suddenly sighed. Hunters assume the responsibility of hunting and fighting, and are respected in the tribe. Basically, every young man regards it as a target, but Rosso is an alien. He has no interest in hunting and fighting, and he has no talent in this regard. Rosso prefers to do things that are meaningless in the eyes of others, such as writing and thinking. But this makes many people in the tribe dissatisfied with him, thinking that he is a lazy person and coward who only wants to be protected by others. But he also wanted to be respected like a good friend. For this reason, he worked harder to pick fruits, sew clothes, and did everything he could. However, the remaining elderly, children, and women did these tasks, and it would not make others feel better about him. Although Rosso cares about the ideas of outsiders, he does not want to go against his true nature to be a hunter he is not good at in order to reverse other people's views on himself. He hopes to contribute to the tribe in other ways. But in a tribe, it seems that only by becoming a hunter is the pursuit that a young man should have in everyone's eyes. Just then, a strong wind suddenly blew. The river ripples arise. The smoke from the bonfire is dispersed. The fine sand and gravel in the shallows are blown up by the wind. Dust is raised, and the surrounding animal skin tents are shaking, making a creaking sound. "What's going on?" Luo Sual looked up in shock. His eyes widened, and he was stunned. He had never seen this thing before. I saw a black rectangular box slowly falling from the air, hovering above the tribe, and a huge shadow covered the entire tribe. The face of the Pangurid giant elf in the tribe changed drastically. "God of the forest, what is this? Is it a flying monster? Escape quickly." This incomprehensible scene shocked many people. Suddenly, a small hole appeared on the abdomen of the black monster, and groups of creatures wrapped in strange metal clothes flew down and landed in the center of the tribe. A dozen soldiers from the Left Behind tribe roared, rushed up, holding a wooden spear, and stabbed them hard on the creatures falling from heaven. Click, click, click. The wooden spear broke on the surface of the armor, and the wood chips flew. Take off his armored helmet, half of whom are Legion warriors and half are players with ID on their heads, including Quang Dao, Hao Ian, and others, most of whom are backbone members of the Sky Domain. This group of players accepted the mission and contacted the natives without killing. Quang Dao pressed the interstellar language translator and spoke in a sincere tone. %*UN Sigma. What are you talking about? The giant Pangurid elf looked confused. There is no way. I first came into contact with the giant Pangurid. Their language has not been entered into the database and cannot be translated. Monster! Monster! Many women screamed, with fear on their faces. They picked up the stones one after another and threw them hysterically. The stone hit the armor and made a thudding sound, which was naturally useless. Many players looked at each other, unable to communicate. How could they appease the excited natives? They had no experience in this. The NPC team leader, with a cigarette on the side, was familiar with the way. He raised a Legion-style explosive gun in his hand and fired a shot at the woods next to him. Call out. A blue laser shot out, passing through dozens of trees in succession, leaving holes that melted through. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion occurred in the woods. With a rumbling sound, a large pit was blown up, and the trees fell down one by one, making the noises amazing. This scene scared all the natives. They stared blankly at the result of this attack, and looked incredible and fearful expressions on their faces. They stopped their attacks and shivered. The captain spitted a cigarette and turned to the player next to him and said, "Brother, see it. Treating the indigenous people who cannot communicate is enough." Just when the atmosphere was tense and all the Pengurid giant elves were scared, Rosso tried his best to keep himself calm, carefully observed the group of strange creatures of unknown origin that appeared in an incredible way, and a thought suddenly arose in his mind. These creatures seemed to be hostile. Although they didn't understand, they seemed to be talking just now. This group of creatures also have wisdom. It should be true. They want to communicate with us too. Rosso's eyes changed, hesitated for a while, took a deep breath, and suddenly stepped out. His actions instantly attracted the common attention of both sides, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. After swallowing, Rosso turned his head and shouted to the tribe, "Don't panic. We are not their opponents, but they don't seem to want to kill us. Don't anger them." As he said that, Rosso came to Quang Dao and looked down at the group of little men who only reached his waist. He suppressed his fear and half kneeled down to level the height, pointing to his mouth and ears, hoping that these creatures from heaven understood what he meant. After understanding the mad knife, he took out a spare interstellar language translator and threw it out, making several gestures to show how to wear it. Russell understood and hurriedly put it on, and the translator immediately read his thinking signal. "Can you understand now?" Russell's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. The team leader smiled and said, "I know how to communicate with us. This guy is quite smart. The representative of this tribe will choose him." Remember the mobile version, page 1/1. Add to bookmark for easy reading. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Due to the violent explosions from the warships in the sky and the direction of the tribe, a group of hunters who had not long set off returned in a hurry and looked at the huge flying monsters in the sky like mountains in horror. Many hunters hurried back to the tribe. Although the fear of the family members was still trembling, there were no casualties. Seeing this, these hunters felt a little relieved and pulled their tribe members to ask what had just happened. Duji looked around and suddenly felt a slump in his heart. There was no sign of his good friend Rosso in the crowd. He became anxious and hurriedly asked someone to ask. Then the group of people said a few words to Rosso and then took him away. Before leaving, he asked us not to be afraid, saying that those people had no malice. Where are they going? Duji was furious. No matter what Rosso said, he only knew that his good friend was captured by a group of dangerous monsters, and he could not sit idly by. The villagers pointed in one direction tremblingly, and the members of the army did not return to the spacecraft, but walked into the forest. Duji didn't say anything, carrying his weapon, strode, and rushing towards that direction. The hunter next to him shouted loudly, but he turned a deaf ear and wanted to save his good friend from the monster. Seeing this, Captain Hunter was afraid that Duji would encounter danger. He hurriedly gave a few instructions and followed him and chased after him. The tall giant elf ran rapidly in the forest, extremely flexible. Duji identified the footprints of the soil, ran for a while, and finally caught up with a group of members of the army. Many players are waving their weapons to cut down trees, clearing out an open space, preparing to plant a portable small base expansion package here to form a small base. In accordance with the mission requirements and the Legion's instructions, teams that contact the indigenous people should build a base near each tribe to facilitate contact with the indigenous people. There's a life signal. Mad Knife cut off an ancient tree with a chainsaw knife. At the same time, the radar detected Dookie's existence, and the other members of the Legion were the same. Duji squatted among the treetops, not knowing that he had been exposed. He observed these monsters wearing metal all over and saw Rosso surrounded by a cliff at a glance, and his face was happy. The next moment, Duji kicked his legs and fell from the air. The strong jumping force made him land directly not far in front of Rosso. He rolled up and stood up, bringing up a piece of mud. He then followed the hunter training countless times and stabbed a spear at the lower body of a metal monster in front of him and launched a fatal blow. Bang! The metal-covered crotch was stabbed, and the wooden spear broke without accident. The attacked Legion member kicked out lightly, fearing that he would kill the natives and cause the mission to fail. However, Duji was unable to react and barely lifted the wooden shield to block it. A huge force that could not resist came over and over. Boom! The wooden shield exploded and turned into fluttering wood chips. Duji was kicked out dozens of meters and rolled on the ground for more than a dozen times. His arms were sore and soft that he could hardly lift them up. His chest felt stuffy, and he couldn't help vomiting a mouthful of sour stomach juice. He lay on the ground and couldn't get up, staring at the attacker with an extremely frightened look. "Don't kill him. He is my friend," Rosso hurriedly shouted, then looked at Duji and asked in surprise, "What are you here to do?" "Ahem. I'm here to save you." Duji could hardly stand up. His tone was weak. He was just an ordinary creature. He was kicked by a sea-level Legion warrior. Not dead was the reason why the opponent had 99% of his strength. "Oh, I don't need you to save them. They have no malice. They're all my friends. You should leave quickly." Rosso had no choice but to plead with the members of the army. For a while, he had learned about the general situation from the members of the army. Although he didn't understand many nouns, it did not prevent him from confirming that these people were not enemies. When Duki heard Rosso tell him to go back, he raised his head and saw Rosso talking with a group of creatures. There was no danger at all, and no one needed help. Rosso received the reply, and his face was happy, saying, "I pleaded for you. They decided to let you go. You should hurry back to the tribe. I'm fine here. Just wait for my news. Don't be impulsive anymore." "Let me go," Duji repeated, looking up at Rosso, with extremely complicated emotions in his eyes, as if he had recognized this good friend who had been out of touch with other people since childhood and was unpopular. A sense of gap arose in my heart. Duji clenched his trembling palms into fists, pinching the ground, and the soil squeezed out from his fingers. At this time, the Captain Hunter finally arrived. Looking alertly at the many members of the army, he looked shocked when he saw Duki lying on the ground. Rosso hurriedly called him and explained a few words. Captain Hunter was skeptical and carved Duki, who had temporarily lost his ability to move, turned around and ran back. Luo Sual watched the two of them go away, breathing a sigh of relief and not thinking too much. A group of ground landed and contacted all tribes at the same time. These warships that stretched across the sky were like gods descending to earth in the eyes of the giant Pangurid elves. The peaceful life was broken, and all the natives who came into contact were frightened and alert to the aliens who were coming from the sky. According to the Code of Exploration, members of the Legion established strongholds near each tribe, selected one or several representatives from the tribe, and taught them to use the translator to convey their intentions. At the same time, Han Xiao did not let others be idle, and sent ground mining troops to land at resource points, build mining bases, use various excavation equipment to drill the ground, and open up the ore veins. Large areas of woods were eradicated, and cold metal was replaced, and bases rose from the ground on Pangurid Star. There are a large number of manpower and interstellar mining equipment. Han Xiao does not need to do it himself. He only needs to command the main ship in the high-altitude orbit of the planet, which is very leisurely. His Excellency Black Star, have you discovered a resource planet containing rare resources? Seneco, the commander of the Empire Squad, was delighted when he received the news. At this time, most of them were conducting a comprehensive exploration of the First Star Zone, and each team arrived at the planets they were exploring. Most of them were very ordinary, containing common ordinary resources in the universe, with low value, and few planets with an estimated value of more than 6 billion NRs. Pangurid is the most valuable planet that everyone has discovered in the First Star area. Well, I have improved the planet information in the database, and there are indigenous civilizations here, and my people are in contact. Han Xiao said. Seneco thought for a while and said, "That's it. You will be responsible for the development of that planet. I will send a team to help. According to the rules, as long as it is a planet discovered by the Black Star Army, Han Xiao can temporarily share the mining rights. If the Imperial Fleet is the first resource planet to be discovered, Even if the Imperial allies intervene, they are limited in their qualifications. Generally speaking, the allies will have the greatest benefit to mine the planet they discovered. Therefore, Seneca's troops are both companions and competitors. After chatting for a few words, hanging up the communication, Han Xiao opened the panel, and the main mission of shining the world popped up many tips, discovering rare resource planets, discovering indigenous civilizations and other achievements, which gave him a lot of personal exploration points. Players who follow him to Pangurid Star get the most points among all players at present. As the exploration progresses, new points will continue to be recorded. On the forum, players exploring each planet showed their points and saw the points of players exploring the Pangurid Star, and they all became envious. I still earn the most with the Legion Commander. What a pity many of the mission quotas that follow the Black Star have been divided up by those big guilds. I didn't get the remaining quotas, and my face is too dark. Although players go to explore different planets and divide them into teams far apart, they can communicate and share information across distances on the forum, which seems very lively. Among the players led by Han Xiao, there are a large number of club guild players, including the 4 giants and first-line guilds, and there are many professional players. Turning off the panel and looking at the light spots representing the Legion troops on the map spread across various areas of the planet, Han Xiao suddenly asked, "How is their contact with the natives? Is anyone resisting?" Aurora shook her head. There are more than 10,000 tribes on this planet, and the population of Pangurid giant elves is about tens of millions. Our soldiers use deterrence methods to make them feel scared, so there were no casualties at this time. There seemed to be some accidental deaths, but the number did not exceed 100 people. Han Xiao said, the natives on this planet were still in the early stages of civilization, with a small population, and only no more than 100 people died in the first contact, and they were still within the acceptance range. Let the ground troops appease those tribes and slowly educate them. Now is only the first day. This is a long-term process. Let our people not be eager for quick success and instant benefits. Even if the indigenous people resist, they will not cause much damage to us, so try not to use violent means against them. No resistance now does not mean that there will be no future. The indigenous people just don't realize what they are facing. One day, the feelings of their homes will be sprouted, and there will definitely be someone to resist. Fortunately, the indigenous people are too weak, and their resistance is meaningless. It also protects themselves. Han Xiao knew that there were some indigenous civilizations that barely reached the galaxy level on the Renault star cluster, which was much more difficult to deal with in Pangurid. If they were encountered by the war field, it would be enough to make them embarrassed for a while. It takes too long to educate a group of indigenous people, at least decades or hundreds of years of work, so he naturally would not delay such a long time on a planet. Now, it is just laying the foundation. After the Empire's men arrive, the education work will be handed over to the Empire's professionals. He only needs to leave some troops to mine here, and then he can explore the next planet. Representatives of each tribe returned to the tribe with the kindness of the Black Star Legion, expressing that they did not mean to hurt them. At the same time, they also brought food seeds suitable for the climate of this planet. After the guarantee of the tribe representative, the Pangurid giant elves gradually no longer felt so fearful of aliens, and transitioned from fear to familiarity, and then developed a strong sense of curiosity. The strongholds next to each tribe have the functions of a school and are open to the indigenous people. Because the translator collects the indigenous language, they can communicate normally now. Some indigenous people, with more courage, take the initiative to try to learn from these strongholds. The main points teach various life knowledge, including agriculture, handicrafts, etc., and free seeds and food were distributed. After learning it, some indigenous people return to the tribe to try it and start planting crops. Through learning, various tribes also learned the origin of these alien visitors and the existence of the Black Star Legion and the Red Empire. The members of the Legion popularized basic astronomical knowledge and the history of the Legion to the natives. The natives could not imagine that there was such a powerful force in the sky that could easily cross the universe. All this exceeded their perception, and in their eyes, the existence of the Black Star Legion is like an incredible miracle. In the Qinglu Forest Tribe, Russell's life has improved. After becoming the representative of the communication between the tribe and the aliens, Rosso kept learning and brought knowledge back to the tribe. He was very talented in this regard. With his efforts, the tribe began to frequently communicate with the Black Star Army, learn novel things, and change his lifestyle. Russell suddenly discovered that all the tribe members who had no good face to him became respectful to him. In the tribe, his status suddenly surpassed that of the chief and became the most respected person, and every tribe member was in awe. These indigenous cultures have not yet been completely formed, and there is no so-called abandonment of tradition, and are attracted by novel knowledge. The tribe members once respected the most was the hunter. Only when the hunter brought back the food, the tribe could eat enough. Nowadays, the most respected people have become those who go to the stronghold to learn and bring back knowledge. They have brought back food and seeds, making everyone more comfortable and full, bringing back handicraft knowledge, making clothes more comfortable and tents warmer, and bringing back a weapon called crossbow that is given for free at the stronghold. With this weapon, hunting has become easier. The hunter is a warrior in the tribe, and serves as the duty to defend the tribe. However, in front of the members of the Legion, the hunter has no power to fight back. The clan members' trust in the hunter gradually weakens. Although the hunter is still respected, it gradually tends to be marginalized. Looking at Rosso, who was surrounded by his tribe members, Duki felt mixed feelings. This was his glory. Although he was good friends with Rosso at that time, he had a potential sense of superiority psychologically and believed that he was covering Rosso. But now, the status of the two has changed. Luo Saw, who was once unwelcome to his tribe, became respected, while he, a young hunter who was originally highly anticipated, was gradually neglected and ignored. Duki's sense of gap became stronger and stronger, and he was in a depressed mood. After dealing with the tribe, Rosso hurriedly walked up to him and said carelessly, "How is your injury?" "I'm fine." Hearing Rosso's concern, for some reason, Dusso only felt harsh, a little annoyed, responded coldly, turned his head and walked away, as if he was a stranger. Seeing Duki so cold, Rosso was confused. Duki was obviously very cheerful before, but after being injured by a member of the army last time, he became taciturn, as if he was intentionally hiding from himself and unwilling to communicate with him. He didn't understand why. On the other side, Duji was bored and simply walked out of the tribe and ran wildly in the forest. Feeling the wind blowing in the forest, his mood gradually became relaxed. After running far away, Duki planned to go to his secret base. He accidentally found a cool spring in the forest. He occasionally came here to take a bath and relax. Every time he took a shower, he felt refreshed. However, when we arrived at the destination, the scene here made Duji stunned. The spring water disappeared, replaced by a huge pit that was unsightly. Surrounded by several metal buildings, members of the Legion were moving here, manipulating strange instruments to dig the soil. "What are you doing?" Duji was furious. He was very repulsive of the outsiders these days. He held the weapon in his hand and was about to approach when suddenly his eyes flashed and a member of the army quickly stopped him. "The mining site is ahead, not open to outsiders. Leave immediately." "Where's the spring water here? Where's my spring water? What have you done?" Duji heard this. A burst of anger surged, pushing the members of the army in front of him, wanting to rush into the mining site. Bang! A powerful force came, and Duji was pushed out, fell a few times, covered her stomach, looking in pain. "Sorry, please do not hinder us from mining resources. If you have any needs, you could go to the stronghold near the tribe, which is not open to outsiders." The Legion member shook his head. "Why don't you let me go? This is clearly the place I found." Duji clenched his fists and looked angry. At this time, he saw those aliens digging out a pile of shiny crystals from the original location of the spring water and cheered and leaping. Seeing this, Duji seemed to understand that the group of people drained the spring water to dig the crystals under the spring water. He looked up and saw that the surrounding trees were cut down and the woodland was replaced by metal. He was a giant elf running freely, but was turned away by an outsider. Thinking of the various experiences these days, an inexplicable sorrow surged in his heart, but he didn't know where this emotion came from. In a daze, Du Ji seemed to have a feeling. This should have been something that belonged to them. It was the first time that he had this consciousness, this forest, this earth, and this planet were their home. Uncle, is it not good for us to do this? In the main ship in the sky, Aurora hesitated for a while and suddenly spoke. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. What do you want to say? Hela, who was beside her, also looked over. Aurora pursed her lips and whispered, We do this. It is actually an invasion of the indigenous homes. I know what you mean. Han Xiao waved his hand. We are adopting education, bringing knowledge to the indigenous peoples and making them civilized, which is different from a simple invasion. But Aurora mustered up the courage. This planet was originally their hometown, and these indigenous people do not have the ability to defend their homes, so they can only watch their homes be occupied by us. Are we a bit bullying? They should be glad that they do not have the ability to resist, otherwise more people will die. But, needless to say, Han Xiao interrupted Aurora and said helplessly, Do you think they have a choice? In fact, we can avoid the indigenous planets and explore other unknown planets. Aurora blinked. Han Xiao shook his head, came to the porthole, looked at the universe outside the window, and sighed. You are too idealistic. When this planet, no, when this star field is discovered by the three major civilizations, the fate of all life in the star field is changed, and they no longer have the power to develop freely. We can avoid the indigenous planets, but after the Red Empire opens the shining world in the future, do you think other civilizations like wolves and tigers will let them go? They are destined to lose a lot of things. Let outsiders share their homes and accept the Empire's education, which is already a good ending. Weak people cannot do the best of both worlds. Aurora was silent, worried that because of the supernatural powers of life, she was more sensitive and had a strong empathy for other lives. She sympathized with the experience of the natives. Even if the current Pangura giant elf still didn't know the meaning, she could hardly refute the theorem of the prey on the weak in the universe. Hela looked calm. She was different from her sister. She always believed that weak is the original sin and rarely had unnecessary sympathy. Han Xiao paused and said, There is no need to delve into it. It is indeed not a noble act, but you must know that no ethnic group has the obligation to help the development of another ethnic group. The Empire brings education because the indigenous home has rich resources, which is essentially a transaction, although it is an overlord transaction that the indigenous is not qualified to refuse. In his previous life, after years of development, Pangurid Star became a trade transit station, and the indigenous people were divided into two factions. One faction received education and became interstellar citizens, learned various knowledge and technology, and began to climb the science and technology tree, allowing civilization to quickly cross the primitive stage and develop rapidly. On Pangurid Star, there's its own city. Because it is in line with the interstellar, the tribesmen can travel interstellar from time to time. The other faction rejects education and chooses to maintain a primitive lifestyle. This faction is hostile to interstellar people and compatriots from the education branch. They tried to resist, but they had no effect. In the end, they decided not to contact the outside world, live in the deep mountains and old forests, and still be with wild animals, and no one disturbs them. The Pangura giant elves was thus divided and formed two branches. However, every year, the tribes in the original branches yearned for civilization, left the tribes in the mountains and forests, and joined the giant elf city of the education branch. This is already good compared to the exploration period. Fording, who was standing beside him, said. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded. The Shining World is actually a microcosm of the exploration history, but the difference is that the three major civilizations now have enough power to dominate the universe and suppress all dissatisfaction, so they have the confidence to take gentle measures. During the exploration period, various civilizations discovered each other, and their first idea was to destroy each other. The war was raging, and the casualties were heavy, which was much darker than now. In the face of overwhelming power, no matter what the Pangurid giant elves think and do, they cannot interfere with the fleet's mining resources. The efficiency of interstellar mining equipment is very gratifying. Every resource point in the world is constantly producing various raw materials. Batches of minerals fill warehouses, and daily income is considerable. During the mining process, some exploration troops discovered more resources deep underground, which increased the planet's valuation again. Han Xiao looked at the report and felt relieved. Although the profits of mining the resource planets of civilization in the Broken Star Ring are quite good, there are dividends on other people's territory, which is a bit restricted and not free enough. And mining the Shining World resource planet you discovered can make a big fuss. As long as it is not destructive mining, the Empire will not interfere more. These rare materials can be sold to the Empire or brought back to the Broken Star Ring for wholesale sales. Han Xiao temporarily hoarded them, allowing professional market personnel to be responsible for the sales and try to sell them at high prices. After the Stargate was built, an Imperial team came over, greeted Han Xiao, and joined the ranks of collecting resources and brought professionals to take over the indigenous education work. After completing the simple handover, Han Xiao reclaimed some of the manpower. The preliminary exploration of Pangurid Star has been completed, and only mining is required next. He decided to stay on this planet for 2 days, let the players move around, and then set out to explore the next planet. Now all Legion players have explored the first planet and have a certain understanding of the mechanism of the Shining World mission. Players who encounter resource planets are faced with a choice. That is, they can choose to leave behind mining resources. Of course, ordinary players refuse. How can they give up the entire forest just because of a tree? However, many frontline guilds in China are just the opposite, because most of the core backbones of the guild follow Han Xiao's main fleet action, and Pan-Gilidexing's rich resources make them reluctant to give up. For guilds, 10 birds are worse than 1 bird in the hands. They need long-term resource points to provide benefits to guilds. There are many members of the 4 major Chinese families and frontline guilds, leaving behind a group of peripheral personnel to mine resource points here. Because the output of large-scale mining equipment belongs to the Legion, these guilds purchased a batch of worker bee armor from the Legion and distributed it to left-behind personnel for them to mine it themselves. This part of the output is the long-term profit of the guild. Players have their own ways to generate income, and Han Xiao will not stop them. This is just a little profit, and it will not hinder the players from exerting their own subjective initiative. The more they make these guilds full, the more they agree with the Legion. The Club Guild of Lao Russia and Lao Australia from the Constellation Corridor has developed a group of peripheral personnel during this period. They follow the example and barely share the manpower at the resource point, thinking about getting a share of the pie. Seeing this, the 4 major families plan to wait until the large army leaves and ask other frontline guilds to help, causing trouble for these outsiders so that these foreign guilds cannot collect resources with peace of mind. As long as the large army leaves, the people who stay on this planet will be slaughtered. In the past life version 4.0, guilds from various countries were damaging each other's resource points in the Shining World, and they were having a lot of fun. Now the guilds of the Old Russia and the Old Australia are in the base camp of the Huaxia Guild, and the Huaxia Guild will not sit idly by and watch their competitors develop with peace of mind. Because Han Xiao asked some players to cross the star domain in advance, guild competition appeared earlier than in the previous life. Pangulite Star, a certain sea area. Storms are storms and waves are surging. A mining base is located on the sea, motionless in the surging sea, and a semicircular energy shield looms, covering the entire base, and the waves slapped on the shield, leaving pieces of white foam. At the edge of the base, a soldier wearing underwater work armor was launched one after another with detection equipment on his back, some of which were players. There is a melting crystal vein below this base. These people went into the water to detect the situation in this sea area. Feng Yu also accepted this mission. She was parading underwater in underwater armor and soon dived for thousands of meters. The field of view was full of deep blue sea water, extending to the distance. The sea water turned black, full of unknown fear, and the ears were silent. Only the sound of drops detected by radar, the sound of one's own breathing, and the sound of heartbeat in the chest. This quiet and terrifying atmosphere made Feng Yu tremble a little and almost wanted to shrink into a ball. Let's go back. At worst, don't do this task. Feng Yu was scared. Although her combat power reached B level, the character's attributes would not bring any mentality bonus to the player. She was just as scared as she should. She felt that she might have a slight deep-sea phobia. Just as he was about to float up, the radar suddenly issued an alarm. A large living body was detected. The target is approaching. The sea water around him surged. Feng Yu's body was uncontrollable and drifted with the flow. She hurriedly turned on the stabilizer, and white light spewed out from the ribs of the armor, which stabilized her body. Before she could observe the surroundings, the radar showed a spot of light rushing towards her at a missile-like speed. Feng Yu turned her head in panic. Suddenly, a huge monster suddenly appeared in her field of vision, with countless claws and webbed eyes, and her head was like a plesiosaur, opening her bloody mouth towards her. Her eyes turned dark, and she was swallowed in one bite. After the hunting, the monster slowed down and was about to enjoy the delicious meal, but its huge body suddenly twitched, looking extremely painful. The next moment, a dazzling blue light exploded from the monster's body, blowing it into pieces. Bang! Purple blood and minced meat sputtered in the sea, and Feng Yu's armor was covered with viscous liquid, mixed with blood and stomach juice. Looking at this bloody scene, Feng Yu quickly turned on the green, healthy, and fresh mode, and then she felt that the picture was much more harmonious. She was just scared and forgot to resist for a moment. After she came to her senses, she used the combat power of a B-level mechanic and killed an ordinary beast very easily. Feng Yu recovered the explosive bomb turret around her. She couldn't stand the deep-sea atmosphere and was about to float up when the radar suddenly prompted her to detect an abnormal metal object right in the monster's broken body. What did I find? Feng Yu's eyes moved. As a plot stream player, her curiosity has always been very strong, and she intuitioned that she might have discovered some hidden elements. After hesitating for a half-second, she stopped floating, endured the disgust and search for the monster's corpse, and released magnetic force with her palms. Clang! A metal creature about 1 meter was absorbed into the hands. It looks like some kind of detection probe, broken and full of corrosion marks, and the surface is sunken several times like a bite mark of a living creature. You find an unknown detector. This seems to be the wreckage of some kind of space probe, which has been seriously damaged. Its technological content is far more than that of the indigenous people on this planet. It seems to be from other civilizations. Maybe it contains some information. You can try to identify it or hand it over to special characters for rewards. Or you can try to repair it and activate it, which will lead to special consequences. Please choose carefully. Requires mechanical ability. You get 6 personal exploration points. This is a hidden mission prop. Feng Yu's eyes shining. She instantly threw the fear of the deep sea behind her head and repeatedly looked at the unknown detector in her hand, full of interest. She liked to explore such unknown plots the most. Without saying a word, she immediately returned to the base with props, without even taking off her armor, and hurriedly began to identify the detector. Her mechanical capabilities met the requirements, and the panel quickly popped up the results. Assessment is completed. You have obtained Broken Positioning Beacon. This object uses space beacon positioning, long-range quantum connection, gravitational space voyage, and other technologies. Its current status: severe damage, system failure. All functions are stopped operating. The technology level is not low. Feng Yu was surprised. This has reached the level of a galaxy-level civilization. This means that the Pangurid star has been discovered by a civilization. It is also possible that this beacon may have broken in the universe, lost its positioning ability, and was finally captured by the gravity of Pangurid Star, fell into the deep sea, and was swallowed by marine creatures as food. Otherwise, Pangurid Star might have had visitors long ago. Feng Yu was in a tangle. This beacon is valuable information. If you hand it over to the Legion, you will definitely get a reward. However, she couldn't help but feel strange and wanted to repair this beacon to see what the special consequences in the prop introduction are and who will attract. After hesitating for a while, Feng Yu gritted her teeth and curiosity prevailed. You use intermediate maintenance for broken positioning beacon. According to the judgment, the judgment is passed. Your level, intelligence, professional knowledge, and skill level meet the preconditions. Repair progress 2%, 14%, 35%. After the repair, you get the Barassi positioning beacon. Feng Yue was happy and chose to activate the beacon without saying a word. Didi, the indicator light of the beacon illuminates, sending invisible quantum positioning data to the receiver of unknown forces. You trigger the hidden mission beacon of unknown origin. Task introduction. You found a positioning beacon with high technology content on an indigenous planet in the Shining World. You don't know who put this beacon, but you choose to repair and activate the beacon and send the location information out. Maybe this will attract unknown forces. Task requirements. Contact unknown forces that put beacons. Task reward. 300 W experience, 70 points of personal exploration points. Bold Explorer skill fragment X1. 2 pieces can be synthesized. Bold Explorer, special skill when exploring unknown locations, identifying unknown tools, etc. You can use this skill to get inspiration, force a part of the information, and reuse a target, and cool down for 7 days. Every time you use it, you'll get a negative state, recklessness, with a 60% reduction in luck attribute, lasting for 14 days. Note, as long as you are brave, the universe is my home. This mission is linked to the main mission's main mission. You can report the situation to the camp to which the main mission belongs and get help from the NPC camp. Strongly recommended. Reward skill fragments? This kind of mission reward is so rare, and you can even ask for help from the camp. It means that the consequences of starting the beacon are serious. Feng Yu was surprised. The figure of the Legion commander appeared in her mind when she thought of handing in hand. Have you discovered the beacon of advanced civilization on this planet? Looking at the beacon in Feng Yu's hand, Han Xiao's eyes showed confusion. Originally, he thought Feng Yu was just here to learn skills, but he didn't expect to bring him a hidden prop. At present, only the Empire is developing this area, so this beacon can only come from an unknown indigenous civilization in the Shining World. According to the technological content, the investor should have a galaxy-level development level. This beacon adopts conventional thrusters and gravitational flight technology. Even if it takes hundreds of years, its speed is limited. Then the civilization that launches beacons should be in this galaxy. But Han Xiao remembered that in the southern border galaxy of the Gaolu cluster in his previous life, there was no local galaxy civilization. The exploration data of the Red Empire did not show that he encountered galaxy-level civilizations here, and he had never heard of similar events from those NPCs who were exploring during the version update in his previous life. Could it be that the civilization that puts beacons has long been destroyed, and now there are only remains? This possibility is not without. But Han Xiao took the beacon from Feng Yue's hand, and a prompt popped up on his panel, which also triggered this hidden task. The task requirements indirectly indicate that this unknown force still exists. Han Xiao's heart moved. The early exploration of the Shining World in his previous life was a matter during the version update. The player later restored the exploration through various information records and character retelling. The incident he encountered now may be a hidden plot that even the Empire had not discovered in his previous life. Feng Yu didn't know that Han Xiao could accept the task, and was thinking about how to explain the information she knew that the beacon was useful. At this time, Han Xiao spoke, "Let me study this thing for a while, and maybe I can find some problems." Upon hearing this, Feng Yu thought it was a task item, so she did not refuse. Watching Feng Yu leave, Han Xiao carefully studied the beacon in his hand, his eyes flashing. I didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected discovery on Pangolid Star. This group of players' ability to find hidden tasks is still reliable. Han Xiao smiled secretly. The reward of this hidden mission made him moved. Bold Explorer is an identification ability that reaches the scope of special predictions and has few players in their previous lives. Although it is not helpful for combat, it is a magical skill in doing tasks and discovering hidden plots. I only know that there is a chance to get skill fragments when triggering hidden tasks, and there is no fixed access channel. Although the skills are very limited, they are useful to me. Not to mention the strange data left by the strange god, I still have no idea about it, and Aesop can't predict any scene. If I get this professional skills, I may get some clues. It's a pity that it's not a complete skill. There's only one skill fragment. Han Xiao felt a little regretful. Shaking his head, Han Xiao immediately entered the field of view of the quantum network, studied the beacon, and deciphered the other party's positioning data in coding. This beacon uses quantum linking technology, which means that he can use the ability of a virtual mechanic to track it in reverse. The task requirement is to contact this unknown force. It seems that you only need to wait and see. But in fact, there is another mystery. The Shining World is not like the explored universe. There is no order like the interstellar society here. The indigenous civilizations here are still in the dark period and do not know each other's existence. Therefore, once the beacon is discovered to be activated, it means a war for the sender. Contact means facing attacks from the sender. Therefore, instead of the person being sent to the door, Han Xiao is more willing to send someone over on his own initiative. Anyway, he only asks for contact, and anyone who finds the other party first can do so. After searching with the quantum link for a while, Han Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, opened the star map, searched for a while, and pointed his finger at the position of several star regions separated from Pangolid, which was also within this galaxy. We found you. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He remembered that there was no indigenous civilization in this place in his previous life. After thinking about it, Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and the Yozu who was surrounding him immediately formed a shape and stood in front of him. Master, I have a task to you. Han Xiao said slowly. You bring some mechanical lives and some mechanical troops to find the guys who put the beacon in the direction of the data sending of the beacon. If they attack, you will subdue them. I understand the master. Yozu nodded, making a rustling sound of metal friction. Then he split into many floating guards, flew out of the room, and immediately formed a team. Because it was too abrupt to pass by rashly among several star zones, and it was a waste of time, Han Xiao did not plan to take action himself. Now, he has mechanical life to stand alone, and the quantum no-distance transmission channel allows mechanical warriors not around him to get mechanical power bonuses. His mechanical legion already has the ability to expedition and has super A-level combat power after countless light years. Super A-level mechanics are fearful in the starry sea, which is one of the reasons. The ability range and battlefield range are the most terrifying among all professions. At the same time, the data sent by the positioning beacon was transmitted to a desolate planet outside several star regions along the quantum link. A huge mountain-like disk warship is quietly parked in a crater with a diameter of about 30 kilometers and is iron gray all over. The material used is an ordinary alloy. In the space warship that has been explored, the disk warship has anti-gravity suspension and high-concentration nuclear energy thrusters, and its transition technology is very low level. If there are interstellar citizens here, you will know that the technological level of this warship is between galaxy civilization and surface civilization, which is equivalent to the technical level of a planetary civilization that has begun to colonize outer space shortly. The only thing that is dazzling is the technology that has quantum communication. There are a large number of frozen dormant cabins distributed in the cabin on the lower floor, and countless crew members are sleeping in them. Only a few are awake, maintaining the life-saving function of the spacecraft in the bridge cab. Dozens of creatures wearing simple combat uniforms were busy in front of the operating tables. These creatures were quite short, had 6 arms, and their skin was brown. At this time, one of the operating tables suddenly issued a prompt. Didi, I sensed that the beacon number 0278 was activated and the positioning data of the beacon was received. All the operators in the room turned their heads quickly and rushed to the operating table, whispering to each other. Immediately afterwards, a tall creature, obviously other species, pushed aside the crowd and squeezed into the operating table. Let's go, let me see. Haha, have we discovered a new planet? This tall creature is obviously the leader, nearly 3 meters tall, with a short operator around him to his thighs. The man was wearing a metal armor and walked with a bang. He looked lawless and ferocious, even more ferocious than an orc, and basically did not meet the aesthetics of most humanoid creatures. The leader of Kikiga, this beacon has long been lost. Unexpectedly, it is now activated. Our beacon was discovered by unknown smart creatures. They repaired the beacon. An operator was quite frightened. Isn't that better? You can also capture them as slaves and offer them to the Emperor. The Emperor likes new species the most. Kikiga laughed roughly. Big leader, it's not that simple. The goal this time is different from the race we invaded. The ability of the other party to repair the beacon means that they have a technological level close to ours. There are not many people in the entire universe that can catch up with us. This time the goal is not that easy to deal with. They actively repair the beacon, probably because they want to look for us in reverse. What? They dare to look for us? Hearing this, Kikiga's expression became fierce and said angrily, "It seems that they are a group of unknown guys. They have never heard of the name of our great universe core. They also want to track us in reverse and seek death." If Han Xiao was here, he would be familiar with the name of the Great Universe Core. This is a local force in the Shining World. He was once a wandering civilization that lost its parent star due to disaster. He originally wandered in the center of the Gaolu star cluster, looking for various resources to support his life. In the early days of wandering, they used beacons to detect the surrounding planets and gradually discovered some backward civilizations. Due to lack of trust and inability to communicate, they eliminated all the civilizations they encountered, plundered a large amount of resources and science and technology, and gradually got used to this development model, transformed from wandering civilization to star pirate organizations, and made a living by plundering the planet. Since most of the indigenous civilizations of the Gaolu star cluster are relatively weak and have no interactions with each other, this force is domineering in the central area of the star cluster, and no one stops it. They accumulated a large amount of resources and manpower through plundering, and there was no civilization nearby that could resist them anymore. This group of people thought they were the overlord of this universe, so they changed their name and called themselves the Grand Universe Core. Listen, from this name, you can tell that this group of people is quite inflated. Later, the Great Universe Core began to explore further regions. With their technology, they naturally couldn't figure out the overall distribution of the star clusters. They were completely blinded to the unknown areas and could only explore. Although they occupied many planets as territories, they did not conduct a complete exploration of galaxies and lacked various infrastructures. It was equivalent to occupying some planets and thought they dominated an area. Compare with the in-depth development of the civilization that has explored the universe. This group of people is completely out of order. This is an unordered, unopened star field, which makes this special force appear. It has a sphere of influence that exceeds the galaxy-level civilization, but its strength is not as strong as the most ordinary galaxy-level civilization. Because of the lack of opponents, I feel very good about myself. Their power is limited to indigenous standards. In Han Xiao's words, this group of people is commonly known as the frog in the well. In his previous life, the Empire explored the Gaolu star cluster and left only a short piece of information on this group of forces. Han Xiao laughed for a long time after reading it, because in the records of the Empire, the deeds of this Grand Universe Core can be basically compared with the Wanshun Heaven Kingdom in reality. However, when the beacon was discovered, the name of Hidden Mission was quite confusing, which made Han Xiao preconceive that this was a mysterious civilization in this galaxy. The Great Universe Core was located in the middle of the Gallu star cluster. In the records of the previous empire, it was not mentioned that the Great Universe Core appeared in the southern border galaxy of the Gallu star cluster. Moreover, the Empire only has a brief record of the Great Universe Core, because for the Empire, this local force is too weak and has made a common mistake made by the natives, which is arrogance. This little episode has not much worth recording for the Empire. In his previous life, the exploration of the Empire was a matter during the version update. The player did not experience it personally. After officially entering the Shining World, the Empire of the Great Universe had long been completely unlucky. Han Xiao could only understand it through the words recorded by the Empire. It felt that it was not important, and he did not have a deep impression. So he didn't think about it at the beginning, and didn't know that the goal of the mission was this force. But even if he knew, there was not much difference for him. The operator was trembling. I think it would be better to report this to the Emperor. We are probably not enough for just people. What did you say? Kikiga slapped on the table with an irritable and slapped it on the table. Don't be angry. The leader, the Emperor, asked you to be responsible for this jurisdiction. If we act without permission, the Emperor will be angry. When he heard that the Emperor might be angry, Kikiga hurriedly shivered, his anger disappeared, and hesitated. Then report to the Emperor. Everyone hurriedly contacted the Emperor, holding their breath and concentrating. Soon, a projection of a portrait appeared on the screen. The person in the picture is a human-like race, with his whole body wrapped in black and purple mechanical armor. Only his head exposed. He has a messy, long black hair, pale skin, and a metal mask on the lower half of his face. His appearance is not visible, and his eyes are indifferent. He was wearing a bright red half-shoulder cloak, and thick tentacles stretched out from behind. The muscles of these tentacles were also covered with certain armor, like many mechanical tails surrounding the man. He sat on the steel throne of a warship. Behind him was a metal wall engraved with the emblem of the Great Universe Core, with skulls of different beasts hanging on them, such as spoils and collectibles. This man was Adamo, the leader of the Great Universe Core, who called himself the Emperor of the Universe. Seeing this person, Kikiga hurriedly stood up. You'd better have a reason to bother me. Adamo raised his eyelids. His tone was neither salty nor light, and he felt a sense of coldness. Kikiga shivered. Because of his outstanding combat power, he became one of the big leaders. Although he was irritable, he was afraid of Adamo from the bottom of his heart. With the operator's reminder from time to time, he reported what had just happened and waited carefully for the reply. So, are you discovered by a group of unknown forces with advanced technology? Yes, what should we do? Invade their planet, plunder their technology, seize their resources, destroy them, and capture them. Adamo's tone remained unchanged, and he said lightly, Do I still need to teach you these? I understand. Kikiga nodded hurriedly. After hanging up the communication, Kikigassen breathed a sigh of relief, and then became proud. He glared at the operators beside him and roared loudly. Did you hear it? The Emperor asked us to destroy the enemy and wake us up all the dormant guys. We have a war to fight. 2 days passed in a flash, and Han Xiao's main fleet officially set off, leaving Pangulid Star, leaving only a certain number of mining troops. The next thing Han Xiao planned to personally explore is a well-conventional resource planet in the first star area of the border galaxy. The famous planets he remembers are distributed in various regions. Compared with the scale of the entire cluster, the first star area is still smaller. In addition to the star Pangurid, he also has some impression of more than a dozen planets in this star area, all of which are places he has been to in person before. Some of them were resource planets. At that time, he mainly found people to team up to grab resources from the guild, while others were functional planets, such as Stargate Station, Supply Station, etc. The exploration team of the Black Star Army and the tens of millions of spacecraft of the Seneco Exploration Team operate separately. According to the current efficiency, it will take about 17 or 18 days to explore all the planets in the first star area. Therefore, it is expected that the exploration of this galaxy will take about half a year, mainly because it takes a lot of time on the road. After all, Not every planet is native, and ordinary planets can detect quickly. The task force took a high warp spacecraft, and it took only 4 months to cross more than a dozen galaxies to establish a long-distance Stargate channel. During this period, Han Xiao felt that he should be able to rub every impression of the current galaxy. On the other hand, several warships left the troops, carrying mechanical troops sent by Han Xiao, and followed the reverse positioning of the beacon to the location where Kikigia and others were. In the spaceship, rows of mechanical warriors lined up quietly, standing by in the spaceship under Spartan's remote control without any movement. In the cabin, there's a group of guys who are incompatible with the dead mechanical forces. It is a group of mechanical lives under Han Xiao who activated the fire. Everyone, this is the first time that my master has sent us out to fight. We must not let our master down. In the wide room, dozens of mechanical lives were sitting or standing, looking at the serious Yozu. As soon as the words were finished, a silver mechanical life swaggering against the sofa spoke, simulating an impatient tone. "Oomph. Everyone is the first generation of the master's children. You were born at the earliest, so did you think you were our leader?" There were thousands of first generation of mechanical lives created by Han Xiao, led by Yozu, but some mechanical lives were not convinced. The mechanical life that awakens free thinking also has an emotional module. Because the ontology is different, it will basically allow yourself to have a body that is convenient to move through nanodeformation. According to the bloodline of the creature, Silver Flash, I am your eldest brother. Yozu said, this mechanical life that speaks is called Silver Flash. I am usually jealous of Yozu being able to accompany Han Xiao at all times. Yozu is just a floating fish in her. The master's favorite is his thick, long, and powerful Star Destroyer. Fight! Fight! Whoever wins will be the big brother. A red and black mechanical life that was obviously shorter than others jumped around, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. Its original body is a dark energy floating turret called the Red Fireball. Stop making trouble. Yozu waved his hand. I'll make a fuss. Ian flashed his eyes at the right time, and suddenly he pounced, crushing the sofa with his big butt and hit Yozu. Yozu suddenly split from the human form into floating guards, allowing the Silver Flash to pass through and pounce on the air. Bang! Silver flashing arms supported the ground, his body whirls, and a whirlwind leg kicked Yozu's floating guard clone. His body was a Star Destroyer. He dared not fire a random cannon on the ship, but only needed melee combat. The two floating guards suddenly merged into one palm, grabbed the leg that Silver Flash kicked. The metal collided and broke out from Mars. Then Yozu returned to his human form and pulled Silver Flash over his shoulder and fell. Bang! The heavy mechanical body smashed a pit on the metal floor with a slam. Do you still play? Yozu grabbed Ian Shining's feet and refused to let go. His palm released the nanoparticle binding force field, allowing Ian Shining to be unable to nanodeform and retract his legs. Ian Shining fell to the ground. One leg was grabbed, and the other leg was kicked at Yozu one after another, just like fighting with a child, and was avoided by Yozu. The two mechanical lives fought, and the room suddenly became a mess. The mechanical lives around him quickly avoided and left the venue free. Usually in Han Xiao's secondary space barracks, mechanical lives are fighting every day, fighting as soon as they say they are, and there is no ambiguity at all. All mechanical lives are used to it. Didn't you put on the engine oil? Use your strength. The Red Fire group was on the side and shouted loudly. A Vowkeeper next to him couldn't stand it, so he kicked it up and kicked it away as a ball. Don't sink the spaceship. Go to the actual combat room to fight. A Ranger's mechanical life screamed. At this moment, all the movements of mechanical life were frozen, and Sparta's cold voice sounded out of thin air. Master finally gave you tasks, but you were so chaotic. Please reflect on me. Mechanical life has the will to be free, but in the underlying logic, Han Xiao's intelligent control has a higher priority, second only to Han Xiao's own authority. Generally speaking, Han Xiao did not allow AI intelligence to easily take over control and let mechanical lives move freely so that the growth effect would be good. However, Sparta did not want these mechanical lives to continue to make trouble. He took away the control of these mechanical lives on the body in an instant and controlled these mechanical lives to return to the cabin to stand up obediently. However, although these mechanical lives cannot control their bodies, their thinking is still active and they are quarreling each other through online links. Silver Flash. If it were replaced with an open field, you would have become scrap copper and iron. Yozuhaha. Ranger. It's all your fault, we can't move. The Oath Guard Ian Flash. After completing the task, I will demolish you and send you to the Master's place to rebuild it. Silver Flash. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You have the courage to let me shoot it. See if you have a chance to rebuild it. These mechanical life bodies cannot move, but their mouths can speak. Abbreviated as Punishment Stand. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. After Han Xiao's fleet left Pengurid Star, players outside the guilds who were left on the planet couldn't wait to take action. In addition to the 4 major wealthy families pretending to install themselves, they secretly took the lead and convened left-behind personnel from other frontline guilds, including the Drizzle Jianghu Guild of the Heavy Rain Club, the God-Forbidden Area Guild of the Madman Club, the Lingxianpool Guild of the Heavenly Palace, and the Jiangsheng Guild of the Jiangsheng Guild. There are about 60 or 70 left-behind personnel in these frontline guilds on Pengurid Star, and they're studio players. There are 2 types of peripheral members of the guild. One is ordinary players attracted by the guild's reputation and resources, which account for the vast majority. The second is studios of all sizes and big, which undertake all kinds of hard work and tiring work in the guild and charge a certain fee, so it is more organized. Hundreds of guild players gathered together to discuss. Old Russia and Lao Australia are not enough staff. Each club has left less than 20 people here, and there are hundreds of people on both sides. But they are not dispersed, and hundreds of people gather together to mine. Although Lao Russia and Lao Australia colluded with 4 major families, they privately prevented problems. Lao Russia is led by the Guild of Power and Glory. Lao Australia is led by the Kangaroo Boxing Guild, and players from various guilds gathered at 2 locations to mine. There are hundreds of people in each country, which is close to the number of people from the 2 frontline Chinese guilds. It seems to be safer to prevent being attacked. However, they did not expect that the first-line guild of China will join forces to deal with them. After discussing for a while, they decided to split their troops into 2 groups to attack Lao Russia and Lao Australia's resource points. They quickly decided to group and act separately. A certain vein mining base, Kangaroo Boxing Guild resource point. Dozens of old Australian players were wearing worker bee armor and mined hard in the mine, storing resources in the armor and transporting them back to the small guild warehouse on the ground in batches. There are several warehouses in total, belonging to different guilds in Lao AO, and there are studio players patrolling and guarding next to them. Although they act collectively for safety, it does not mean resource sharing. These warehouses are portable warehouses purchased by various guilds from the Legion using funds. They are valuable and equivalent to their location at the resource point. At this moment, the patrol players suddenly changed their faces, and they saw batches of well-equipped frontline guild players appear in sight, rushing towards them from a distance, with the thruster dragging tail flames. Come quickly! Someone attacked our resource point. These clubs and guilds in Lao AO hurriedly recalled the personnel who were digging resources, but it was too late. 200 or 300 players from the frontline guild rushed into this resource point and tore the player guard in the warehouse like a shattering. The old Australian player who rushed back from the mine immediately fought with the first-line guild players. The team battle broke out, and the 2 sides immediately started to fight. Bang, bang, bang. The martial artist charges and cuts the back row, and starts with a combo that strikes the head and faces. The aura shoots. The psychics use all kinds of strange abilities. The field is full of colorful energy. The magician keeps reading the bars, and spells are sprinkled out one by one. The Mine Master uses mental attacks to perform AoE damage and is treated as the back row. The mechanical system causes the most movement and stillness. Various weapons are used to output them. The blue energy rays crisscross the target. The rumbling energy explosion occurs. The steel torrent of the armor-piercing bomb scatters. The soil splashes. The trees break. And the electromagnetic kinetic energy bombs leave fine pinholes on each object. Version 3.0 happens to be a powerful version of Mechanics Shining, because at this time, the mechanical department finally learned the skill of sublimating their combat style, compression ball technology. Compression balls spread out on the field, turning into turrets, small mechanical warriors, and mechanical traps. Various mechanical equipment emerged one after another, and there were many types of control. Whether it is financial resources, combat power, or number of people, the frontline guilds have an absolute advantage, and soon defeated Lao Ao's left-behind personnel and sent people to block the resurrection point and kill them. On the other side, they began to attack several guild warehouses of Lao Ao, and soon exploded the warehouse. The resources collected by Lao Ao during this period were stolen by everyone as spoils. This resource point became a mess. After killing the number of resurrections of the old Australian players in a day, the first-line guild immediately retreated with the spoils. Hundreds of souls floating on the resurrection site watched everyone leave with grief and anger. On the other hand, the old Russian resource points also enjoyed the same treatment and were robbed. Our resource points were destroyed. In a transport ship in the fleet, the Spirit Vodka, which received a message from the left-behind personnel, was shocked. After hearing that it was done by the first-line guild in China, he was immediately angry and immediately sent a message to the guild presidents of Chong Kong and the dynasty to question, "Why attack our resource points?" Bikong Yu pretended to be puzzled. "What are you saying? What do we do this? Everything must be proved evidence. Otherwise I will sue you for slander." Just now, the resource points we left on the planet were destroyed by the people of your Huaxia guild. The left-behind players were blocked and killed after the resurrection points. The game could not be resurrected for 6 days. Why did those Huaxia guild attack us? You asked them to go, it was not ours. Bikong Yu held back a smile. The Spirit Vodka angrily said, "We purchase equipment from you. You promised to provide us with protection. You have violated the agreement." Bikong Yu sneered. He was not unaware of these tricks of foreign guilds. On the surface, he bought some equipment through their channels, but he had already found other Chinese players to cooperate in private, enjoying a complete 10% discount, and secretly concealed them. Chao Xuan Mushuang smiled. "We didn't know about this in advance. After all, those frontline guilds also have their own ideas and are not our subordinates. We have to ask about the situation. Don't worry, we will try our best to convince those guilds." "That would be better." Liquor Vodka nodded. After hanging up the communication, the Spirit Vodka was unhappy. He just felt strange. These first-line guilds joined forces to deal with them. No matter how they looked, they were related to the 4 major families, and they might happen again in the future. Thinking of this, he contacted the captain of the left-behind personnel and instructed, "When you are resurrected, I will transfer you some funds. You can buy some warning devices in the Legion, such as automatic turrets, traps, laser arrays, etc., and arrange them next to new resource points. The more you buy, the better. Don't be afraid of spending money. By the way, you give up your current location and change to a steep place to mine resources." On the other hand, Blue Sky Yu and Chao Xue and Mu Shuang were also discussing. This attack will make them jealous of the rat and spend more money on unnecessary defense measures. Those frontline guilds did not intend to attack frequently. We can say that we convinced those guilds and did not break their promises. After these people establish new resource points and recover for a period of time, they will organize the attacks. By then, there will be a new batch of inventory in their resource points, which is just snatched away. If they continue to harassment like this, the income from their resource points is very limited. As long as they force them to become angry, they can provoke a large guild battle and use their manpower advantages to beat all the backbones of their guilds. Is it insidious or you insidious? Blue Sky gave a thumbs up. Chao Xuemu Shuang shook her head. It's a pity that they didn't send professional players here too. Otherwise our guilds could help the club eliminate some opponents. Professional players are the club's pillars. So, the club attaches importance to the safety of professional players. So naturally, they dare not send the role of professional players to other people's territory. The reason why China Club targets foreign guilds is to protect their own professional players. If foreign guilds are allowed to gain a foothold in their own territory, the possibility of secretly causing trouble for Chinese professional players is not low at all. Others can come across the star domain, but they cannot go across the star domain. The Han Xiao guild is actually a little passive, so they decided to join forces to compete with foreign guilds and defend their own interests. A few days later, another star area, the fleet of the Great Universe Corps led by Kikuga, is slowly sailing towards the beacon. In addition to the main ship that is dozens of kilometers long, there are more than 30 guard ships. All the awakened soldiers are training with millions of people. In the main ship, Kikuga was ready to beat his hands and looked excited. He liked to plunder and was looking forward to the arrival of the war. How long will it take to arrive at the beacon location? Kikuga asked several times every day. Report to the big leader. The positioning of the beacon has been moving these days. I think this is the other party's trick and wants to confuse our sight. So we are now moving towards the position where the beacon was activated for the first time, and the distance is not particularly far. The operator's team leader looked helpless, and he had to answer several times a day. The faster the better, I can't wait. Kikuga said in a rough tone. At this moment, another operator exclaimed, Big leader, there are 3 unknown targets approaching us. It can't be a meteorite, right? Kikuga was stunned. In his impression, few people were able to travel in space like them. So, the first reaction was a meteorite or a comet. Unlike meteorites, they're flying towards us. Big leader, I asked to enter a state of alert. Fuss. Kikuga muttered and waved his hand. Then be alert. The fleet quickly activated various weapons and was ready for battle. Not long after, the 3 spacecraft that Yozu and others were riding appeared, slowly stopped, and confronted Kikijia and others. It's really a spaceship? Kikuga was surprised. The operator hurriedly said, It's true that they are right. They can track our beacons, have very high technological level, and can also sail in the universe. Kikuga looked at the 3 spacecraft for a while and suddenly burst into laughter. What are you afraid of? Look at those 3 spacecraft. How small can they have? Indeed, compared with the main ships of Yozu and others, the spacecraft that is dozens of kilometers long in Kikuga seems very small. In Kikuga's worldview, the size of the spacecraft equals combat power. And look, they only have 3 spaceships, less than 1/10 of us. They can kill them easily. What a shame, it's really embarrassing me. Kikuga shook his head. When everyone heard this, they suddenly felt that it made sense and felt much more at ease. Big head, what should we do now? Kikuga said carelessly. Looking at their spaceship, you will know that they are just small civilizations that have just begun to explore the universe. They don't know what are, so they dare to track our signals and scrupulously. Humph! As seniors, we have to teach them a lesson so that they can understand the taste of fear. At this moment, another operator next to them laughed and said, Big head, they sent us a message to communicate with us. Hearing this, everyone laughed and felt that Kikuga was right. Only civilizations that had just begun to explore the universe would be so naive. Do you think that you can communicate well in the universe? What did they say? Let me see. They said that they are the troops of the Black Star Army. Let us immediately put away our weapons and surrender. Before the man finished reading, he burst out laughing. As if he was infected, almost everyone in the cab couldn't help laughing. Laughter one after another, and the room was filled with joy. Gagaha! Kikuga laughed so hard that she leaned back and forth. Hurry, reply to me with a message. What to reply? Ask them. Have they heard of our great universe core? Ha ha! Kikuga laughed so hard that tears were about to flow out. Black Star Legion? I haven't heard of anything. Do you think I'm very famous? I wonder if their great universe core is the overlord of this universe, and they actually want them to surrender. He has never heard such a funny joke. Kikuga almost burst into laughter, and after a while he calmed down, he couldn't help but say, "This kind of arrogant native is really a source of joy, and it can always make me happy." Before he finished speaking, he wanted to laugh again. "Big leader, do we want to attack?" "Well, kill them." "No, don't kill them. Capture them and give them to the Emperor. The Emperor will definitely be amused by these guys." Kikuga laughed. Just as everyone was laughing, the team leader of the operators suddenly trembled and realized a blind spot that was extremely terrifying. When they were in contact with the natives, they could not communicate with each other at all. But this group of natives has clearly met us for the first time. But why do they understand our language? Why can you communicate with us? He shook all over and was about to report this abnormal situation, but at this moment, an odd phenomenon suddenly appeared on the 3 spacecraft. The trunks of the 3 spacecraft opened, and black machinery surged out. Suddenly, blue and golden lightning came out of nowhere, hitting each machinery, bursting out with dazzling light. "What are these?" Kikuga and others' smiles disappeared, looking at this scene in surprise. The next moment, a silver light shot through, instantly piercing the shield of the main ship, penetrating the main ship's hull dozens of kilometers long, leaving a big hole running through. The tough spacecraft armor was like paper in front of this energy beam. Everyone looked stunned. Before they could react, they shook violently and knocked everyone who was caught off guard to the ground. The harsh alarm sounded suddenly, and the lights inside the spacecraft turned bright red. "Woo, woo, 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 alarm, alarm. The shield is broken. The degree of damage to the hull is increasing 7.8%, 8.6%, 10.3%. Please take measures as soon as possible. Please take measures as soon as possible." With one blow, the main ship broke the defense. Kikuga didn't get up, sat blankly on the ground. Her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief, and her expression was horrified, and there was no relaxation just now. What happened just now? More than 30 warships made by Galaxy-class technology faced the mechanical life and mechanical forces that received the bonus of Han Xiao's mechanical force through the quantum no-distance transmission channel. But the result was no suspense. The battle ended in an instant. The fleet of this large cosmic core had no power to fight back and was wiped out. The main ship was blown into a firework in space. Before the main ship exploded, Kikuga saw that the situation was not good and panicked and wanted to escape in the life-saving pod. However, the life-saving pod was shot halfway by the Red Fire Group. He wanted to break through the siege with his extraordinary combat power, but was kicked by Yozu and caught him. Yozu and others faithfully fulfilled their orders. While exploding the warships, they captured more than a dozen high-level prisoners, including Kikuga. As for the other millions of warriors of the universe, they were wiped out with the spaceship. In the spacecraft, Kikuga and a group of operators were tied up by electromagnetic chains and fell to the ground. The shadow of mechanical life covered everyone, making people so nervous that they were almost breathless. Everyone looked at the tall mechanical life around them in fear, trembling all over. The mechanical life had no expression. Everyone could not see the thoughts of these metal creatures, and they were frightened, not knowing how they would be fiddled with next. Kikuga looked dull, and he still couldn't believe the truth. My own powerful fleet was easily destroyed by this group of strange creatures. Moreover, he had no power to fight back in front of these monsters. The Great Universe Core respects the strong, and there are some superpower members, but this group does not have systematic superpower knowledge. So each superpower is an extremely rare existence in the Great Universe Core and holds important positions. Kikuga became the leader of a team because of its outstanding combat power. He originally had strong confidence in his own combat power, but this confidence had been kicked away by Yozu. His mentality collapsed, and he doubted his life. What kind of monsters are these metal creatures? He plunders everywhere and has never seen such a species of life. What are you? What exactly are you? Kikuga's jaw trembled. I am Yozu, the first generation of Black Star family, and the leader of the mechanical force of the Black Star Legion. Yozu spoke slowly, and the emotionless electronic sound made everyone shudder. Black Star Army. This is the second time today that Kikuga has heard of this title. When he first heard it, he didn't care, thinking it was just a group of natives. However, now his contempt had long disappeared with the fleet, leaving only panic and fear. Kikuga swallowed. What is the origin of this Black Star Legion? Is so powerful. He has never heard of the name of this force, but he only feels it is extremely mysterious. Seeing Kikujumu like a stupid chicken, her face mixed with fear and confusion, Yozu tilted her head, raised her fingers, and shot out a conical light, forming a virtual screen in front of everyone. On the screen, the screens and texts are played in a scrolling manner, all of which are the deeds and experiences of the Black Star Legion. Before the battle began, Philip had already invaded the enemy's spacecraft, and the language of the Great Universe Core had been entered into the database, so it was possible to communicate at this time. In addition to language, the information stored by this fleet was also packaged and copied. The other party's virtual technology was extremely clumsy, and there was no secret in front of Philip. He came and went freely, and he could go in and out as much as he wanted. As the Black Star Legion lifted the mysterious veil, Kikigia and others gradually opened their mouths and were stunned. The origin of the Black Star Legion brought them an unparalleled shock, and everyone's worldview was shattered. Godora, Darkstar, Warfield, Amethyst Civilization, Red Empire. There are so many forces in the universe. Why haven't they even heard it? Super A-level? In Kikuga's impression, Adamo was already the strongest man in this universe. He could not imagine how anyone would have great power far beyond Adamo. Kikuga originally fantasized in his heart that Adamo would lead the army to avenge them. But at this moment he saw the tip of the iceberg of the Black Star Legion. He only had one thought left for Adamo. Don't come over. Did they catch the captive? Han Xiao, who was commanding the fleet to explore another resource planet, received news from Yozu and immediately reviewed the copied information from Philip's database. After taking a look, Han Xiao was stunned. I just said that there is no hidden galaxy-level civilization in this area. It turns out that it is the group of 2 people in the Great Universe Core. They actually have a team here. Han Xiao suddenly realized. I didn't expect that the target of this hidden mission was this group of people. They didn't meet the Empire this time, but instead met me. It seemed that they were still unlucky. Han Xiao smiled in his heart. The territory of the Great Universe Core is mainly located in the middle of the Gaolu star cluster. According to the normal exploration progress, it'll take at least a few years to explore that position, but now I have met this group of people in advance. If you kill an opponent's fleet, the opponent will definitely track it down to the end. Although this group of people cannot have any impact on themselves and the Empire, it is not his style to ignore it. Han Xiao paced with his hands behind his back, thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, this group of people have plundered many planets. They must have information about these planets in their hands. Even if some planets are destroyed by them, they can provide relics of exploration points. This intelligence is very valuable to the Empire and is considered an achievement. If this intelligence is obtained, the total exploration points for the main mission will inevitably skyrocket, which should be able to directly improve the evaluation, and this is a brilliant exploration result. And the Empire will also praise it, making it seem that its exploration is smoother than the war field. This is a good opportunity. Han Zhao's eyes were certain. Although the Great Universe Core was very weak, the intelligence they accumulated was very useful. Turn on the communicator and contact Commander-in-Chief Tarkov directly through Seneco. Black Star, what's the matter with me? Tarkov was a little surprised. He only needed to discuss with Seneco for ordinary matters, but Han Xiao came to him directly. Is there anything special? Commander-in-Chief, I have a new discovery. Han Xiao said slowly. A few days ago, my army soldiers discovered a broken beacon on Pangurid. After repairing, I followed the link of the beacon and sent a force to contact unfamiliar local forces. He told the information of the Great Universe Core and emphasized, According to the information, this force makes a living by plundering. It seems that there are many territories in the middle of the Gaolu star cluster. In my opinion, the planetary information accumulated in their hands can be of great help to our exploration. So that's it. Tarakov's eyes flashed. He pondered for a while and nodded. If you're not wrong, this can indeed allow us to obtain a large amount of information on the planet at once. This is a great contribution. Do you bypass Seneco? Do you want me to allow the war? Han Xiao did not comment. The Empire's exploration code stipulates that peaceful contact should be used to treat indigenous people. If you want to go to war with a galaxy-level local force, the Empire needs the approval of the Empire. If you destroy the indigenous civilization without authorization, it will arouse the Empire's dissatisfaction. After all, the star domain belongs to the Empire, and allies are currently only helping with mining. Therefore, if you want to destroy the Great Universe Core, you need to obtain the approval of the Commander-in-Chief, so that the procedures are complete and there will be no negative impact. Han Xiao had no psychological burden for killing the Great Universe Core. This group of people made a living by plundering and enslaved dozens of indigenous races. They were essentially star pirates. As a star pirate catcher, he felt itchy when he saw the star pirates. Tarakov thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "I will write an order to issue it to the Black Star Army, indicating that your actions are what I mean, and you will leave the matter of robbing the information to you. There's no need to keep this group of people." Okay. Han Xiao nodded. "I will report it truthfully. The Black Star Army discovered this information. This is your result, and the credit is of course yours." Tarakov smiled and sent a signal of kindness. After a pause, Tarakov suddenly changed his tone and had a deep meaning. Renor was sandwiched in the first phase of the development of the 3-star clusters. They have a superior geographical location and seem to have the richest resources, so the senior management of the Empire attaches the most importance to the development of the Renault star cluster. Why did he suddenly talk about another star cluster? Is Renor not the area they explored in the warfield? Han Xiao was slightly stunned. Tarakov continued, "And the Gaolu star cluster. Because there are many desolate universe belts, the high-level officials of the Empire have the lowest expectations for Gaolu, which is also the reason why the fewest people choose to explore Gaolu. But if the exploration of the Gaolu star cluster is smooth, it will be a surprise for the Empire." Han Xiao felt a little moved and understood that Tarakov was revealing the wind direction within the Empire and giving him a certain reminder. The Empire valued Renor more, so he paid the most attention to Renor. The warfield needed more results to meet their expectations. As long as the results of Gaolu are not bad, it is a surprise. It is relatively easier to obtain credit and gain recognition from the Empire. There are both advantages and disadvantages. Seeing Han Xiao thinking, Tarakov smiled slightly and stopped talking about this topic. He deliberately reminded Han Xiao that in addition to making friends with Han Xiao, it was also to inspire the Black Star Army, which was one of his jobs as the Commander-in-Chief. After chatting for a few words to contact each other, the communication ended. At this time, a prompt popped up on Han Xiao's panel. "Beacon of unknown origin completed. You have gained 300 W experience and 70 personal exploration points. You have obtained Bold Explorer Skill Fragment X1. 2 pieces can be synthesized. With a piece of fragment, at least the beginning, you have to try to get the second piece of fragment." Han Xiao was in a happy mood, which was considered an unexpected surprise. Feng Yu's luck was really good. At this point, the panel prompt is not over yet. You trigger the camp mission, destroy the Great Universe Core. Task Introduction. The Great Universe Core is a plundering force entrenched in the Gaolu star cluster. They are committed crimes and are extremely evil. We hereby request the Black Star Legion to eliminate this force. Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Exploration Army Tarakov. Tip. This task is a subtask of Shining World and will reward exploration points. Tip. This task is a series of camp tasks. You can complete the following requirements in this task. Kill the enemy eye. Kill the 10 ordinary warriors of the Great Universe Core. Reward 75 W of experience and explore points 3 points. Kill the enemy 2. Kill the 10 elite warriors of The Great Universe Core. Reward 150W of experience and explore points 6 points. Kill the enemy 3. Kill the 10 spacecraft operators. Reward 200W of experience and explore points 9 points. Break into ship I. Destroy a guard ship. Rewarding 360W of experience, 12 points of exploration. Capture the King I. Kill 1 senior combatant. Rewarding 550W of experience, 24 points of exploration. Capture the King II. Kill 1 big leader. Rewarding 700W of experience, 30 points of exploration. Capture the King III. Kill 1 Emperor Adamo. Rewarding 2200W of experience, 60 points of exploration. After the mission is over, the score will be based on the number of completed targets and performance, and additional rewards will be given. Han Xiao's heart moved. This camp mission is a task issued by the Empire to the entire Black Star Legion, which means that, besides him, other Legion players can also accept it. Han Xiao originally planned to send an expedition mechanical force to crush the Great Universe Core, but he changed his mind at this time. Since players can accept this task, let the players do it. It is not a big problem to spend more time. This large universe core is not powerful, and it is just right for players to deal with it. The player's average combat power is gradually increasing. He simply lets the player destroy the Great Universe Core alone. Except for the spaceship, he does not intend to let any Legion NPCs act together this time. This is the first time that only players have military action. This can enrich players' exploration of events in the Shining World and give them a better experience. Compared to simple exploration, most players still prefer to fight. The people in the Great Universe Core have all the experience of walking. Let the players kill them, just as fertilizing the leaks. Now it is still in the early stage of version 3.0, and no players at the maximum level have appeared. Moreover, players must not replenish ammunition when fighting, and the durability of equipment cannot be repaired. Repairing does not cost money. No matter how small the mosquitoes are, they are still meat. Moreover, the player base is so large, and the accumulation of small amounts makes it into a lot of sand to form a tower. The income is no less than that of the mining resource planet. Han Xiao never ignored the army's arms business, and he made money from war. Let the enemy get together to take the initiative so that you can save some time. Han Xiao's eyes rolled, contacted Philip, and gave some instructions to Yozu. The central region of the Gaolu star cluster, headquarters of the Great Universe Core. An adjutant hurried to Adamo's seat and said tremblingly, "Great Emperor, we have lost contact with the troops of the leader of Kikiga." A cold light flashed in Adamo's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" They planned to invade the beacon's location, but they encountered the enemy's troops in the middle and were annihilated by the enemy. The adjutant was trembling. Those enemies called themselves the Black Star Army and sent us a message. Black Star Army. Adamo frowned. What did they say? The adjutant trembled and turned on the device, expanded the screen, and played the message. The figure of Yozu appeared on the screen, and at his feet was Kikiga, huddling on the ground. "I am Yozu, the leader of the mechanical force of the Black Star Legion. Listen to the people of the Great Universe Core. The Black Star Legion will flatten all your territory, kill all your soldiers, and steal everything from you. Tell your leader, Adamo." The Legion leader will drink with his skull. As he finished speaking, Yozu's arms suddenly turned into a sharp blade with the light of the ghost, and brushed the ground across Kikiga's neck. Puff! Blood spurted out. Kikiga's body and head were separated, his head rolled, and the headless corpse fell to the ground, still twitching. Yozu's tone was emotional. Prepare to welcome the war. After that, the screen went dark and all the information was played. Adamo was originally watching the video indifferently, and when Kikiga was beheaded in front of him, his eyes fluctuated. "Emperor, this is a provocation." The adjutant asked carefully, "What are we going to do?" Adamo slowly stood up. "Call all fleets, all combatants, all the leaders." Adamo's tone was cold. "I will go to the battle myself this time. If they want a war, then I will give them a war. Beacon of unknown origin has been completed." Feng Yu was teaming up with Meat Bao and others to set up a dungeon and was playing the boss. Suddenly, The news of the task being completed popped up on the panel. Her actions were awkward, and she was surprised. It's only been a few days, and the mission has been completed. I haven't done anything yet. Feng Yu looked surprised. She handed the beacon to the Legion as suggested by the mission, and there was no doubt that it must be the credit of the faction. Sure enough, it was the right decision to hand over the things to the Legion. Don't stand there. Hurry up and control the field. The meat bag not far away was swung around by the boss, smashing his teammates away. Feng Yu ignored her and immersed in her own thoughts. She has thought about it these days that the requirement of this mission is to contact unknown forces, so there must be subsequent progress. She immediately opened the camp mission list, and her eyes lit up. As expected, there are indeed subsequent tasks, and it is a large side mission released by the Empire. The Great Universe Corps. The name is a very second-rate. It turns out to be a plunder force. The task requirement is to eliminate this force. It seems to be a collective mission, and there will definitely be many people participating. Feng Yu pondered. Save life. The boss pressed the meat bag to the ground and punched him in the face one after another. The meat bag could only shout one word while the boss closed his fists, and the cry for help seemed very rhythmic. The last layer of blood skin was gone, and the meat bun turned into a white light and cooled down. Feng Yu came to her senses, raised her head, shook her hand, and threw out a large number of compressed balls and put them in a mechanical manner. A large number of mechanical creatures flooded the boss. Not long after, the boss with half of his blood was wiped out by Feng Yu, who showed his power. After playing 3 versions, she found that she was quite talented in this area. Her PK skills were getting stronger and stronger, and this version was a strong period of mechanical systems, and it became much easier to refresh pictures. The mechanical systems above level 100 were welcomed by most dungeon teams, and she was a good thigh in the meatbag team. Everyone withdrew from the dungeon and returned to the Legion's battleship. Why are you distracted? Meat Bao looked resentful. I didn't have to consume the number of resurrections once. Look at the camp mission. Meat Bao opened the camp panel in confusion and saw the mission of destroy the Great Universe Corps, and was immediately surprised. He opened the forum again and found that the Legion players were already excited on the forum. Although the exploration of the main mission is full of unknowns and is quite interesting, players spend most of their time in the spacecraft and have few combat opportunities. Most players are very itchy and usually have to play dungeons. Now the main mission finally has a chance to fight, and all the Legion players are excited. Eliminating a force doesn't sound like a small task. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Shining the World, Rinor Cluster, Jeritan Galaxy. The joint exploration team of the Warfield and Kryn Empire is implementing the preset plan step by step. The fleet adopting a range-based exploration is like a paintbrush, slowly painting the gray unexplored area on the star map into the explored green. The first Stargate transportation network inside the star area was gradually built, and planets were explored one by one. Detailed information was entered into the database, and a large number of space floats were left in the passing area. The exploration process in the Warfield is calm, and there are many resource planets in the Jeritan Galaxy, but they have not encountered an indigenous civilization so far. Herbert was very leisurely for the past 10 days. The huge fleet worked on its own according to the plan. Without his command, he found a star to temper his strength. On a hot red star in the star area, Herbert walks on the surface of the star, and the energy of plasma stars within a diameter of tens of kilometers forms a moving vortex that rotates around him. Under the stimulation of his strength, the cells in his body swallowed the strong radiation around him at a special rhythm, converting them into their own energy, and dazzling incandescent patches appeared on the skin on his body. The stellar furnace exercise method drawn by Han Xiao comes from Herbert. Every martial artist is a fitness-addicted guy. If he doesn't practice for a day, he will feel uncomfortable all over. Heber breathed a sigh of relief, expelling redundant energy from his body and spewing out an arc of energy like prominences, like a red burning wind. With his legs kicked, the huge force turned into a diffuse shockwave. The red energy vortex around him was instantly shattered. Herbert was wrapped in dense aura, breaking through the powerful gravity of the star and ejected, like a beam of light shot towards the universe. He quickly left the outer area of the star and returned to the fleet that was staying outside. Walking into the spaceship, Heber casually put on his cloak and took the communicator handed over by his subordinates. It was news from Krent. His Excellency, we just received the news that the Commander-in-Chief issued an order to the Black Star Legion, requiring them to destroy a local force. Attack the local force? Herbert paused. The Empire's exploration code does not allow the use of violence at will. We who stayed at the Lighthouse Star inquired that the situation encountered by Black Star is a special one. The local force is a plunderer entrenched in the center of the star cluster. By chance, the people of the Black Star Legion discovered that the Empire wanted the planetary information accumulated in the hands of this local force. So the Commander-in-Chief allowed the Black Star Legion to eliminate this force. Hearing this, Heber frowned slightly. They are developing steadily, and the Black Star Army has already started to play jungle. If the Black Star Legion obtains the information accumulated by local forces, it is a considerable achievement and can obtain a large amount of information on the planet at once. Originally, the galaxy they were exploring was more fertile, and the exploration results could steadily overwhelm the Black Star Legion. Unfortunately, Black Star Guy was a little lucky. Heber shook his head. He didn't want to see the Black Star Army get this result, but he could only watch and couldn't help feeling a little depressed. His Excellency the Domineer, our commander has a bold idea. At this time, Krent's liaison officer said again. Troubleshooting Black Star again. Yes, we plan to. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Before the other party could finish speaking, Herbert interrupted the other party. I reached a ceasefire agreement with the Black Star Army. If you don't want to provoke them now, you'd better not do this. This kind of thing is meaningless. After that, he hung up the communication. The Krent Empire was unwilling to die and was unwilling to let the enemy of the Black Star Army get the credit successfully. Heber didn't want to accompany Krent and other cheating guys to do whatever he wanted. The commander sent by Krent this time was a radical faction in the Secret War, so he had deep hostility towards Han Xiao. He simply planned to steal the credit of the Black Star Army and disgusted the Black Star. In Heber's opinion, not only did the success rate be slim, but it would also cause dissatisfaction between the Black Star and the Empire, and it would not have much impact on the Black Star Army. It would be really not worth the loss. In the Shining World, Heber really doesn't want to be hostile to Black Star. It would be great to explore his own area with such a big cake. It would only benefit other Empire allies who will participate in the exploration in the future. In the previous life version 4.0, when players entered the Shining World, many star clusters have been explored here. A large number of external forces were entering and fighting each other, so players had a lot of fighting opportunities. But now the situation is different. It is now version 3.0. Han Xiao lets players get in touch with the plot of the Shining World 1 version in advance. While gaining the initiative, he also faces a different environment from his previous life. When exploring the early stage, they're only empires and allies, and they're all their own people, so the players like the plot line of camp battles and do not have many combat opportunities. Therefore, once the mission of Destroy the Great Universe Core was released, all players who followed the Black Star Army to explore the Shining World actively participated in this collective action. This mission was unlimited, and most players chose to participate. Han Xiao saw that the players were in different exploration teams at this time and were relatively scattered, so he arranged tens of thousands of spacecraft to gather these players back to form an expeditionary fleet. This expedition team has only a small number of Legion NPC warriors, most of which are players. Because it takes a lot of time to reach the central area of the Gaolu star cluster from here, Han Xiao does not intend to let the players stay in the spaceship and rush on the way. This is a waste of time for these high-quality labor. He is planning to let the expedition team conduct linear exploration on the way, explore some planets along the way, and make the best use of things. Similarly, in order to facilitate the return of players, they have to establish a stargate along the way. As a result, the Black Star Legion's exploration plan also changed. The large army slowly explored the border galaxy. The first task force, led by Hardaway, opened the passage from the south to the east of the star cluster, and the second expedition team, where the player was located, opened the second passage from the south to the central area of the star cluster, which was equivalent to fighting on the third line. Therefore, the Legion's personnel were divided again, and Han Xiao ordered Sawia, who was staying at the Broken Star Ring headquarters, to send a second fleet as soon as possible to supplement the exploration team's personnel. After the development of the first two versions, players can now have B-level combat power, and millions of Legion players are enough to stand alone. Han Xiao is quite relieved. As the version changes, players' strength becomes stronger and stronger, and will gradually grow into a force that cannot be ignored, gradually get rid of the identity of cannon fodder, and slowly step onto the stage of the universe. After sending out the player expedition team, Han Xiao ignored them. He directed the fleet step by step every day to explore resource planets, and his free time was used to expand the mechanical force. No accidents occurred during this period, and the waves became calm. 2 more star areas were explored, and more than a month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Han Xiao finally received a report from Philip. The player expedition team, heading to the middle of the star cluster, finally met the scout unit of the Great Universe Corps. The scout unit encountered a player team that was laying space floats. There was only one small reconnaissance ship, carrying only more than 300 players, and the scout unit of the other side had 3 battleships. The encounter immediately broke out. As soon as the scouts discovered this group of players, they rushed up to fight without saying a word, preparing to capture the enemy by virtue of their numerical advantage and interrogate the intelligence of the Black Star Legion. A series of bombs hit the shield of the small detection ship, and a series of explosions occurred, but the flashing shield remained unmoved. Alarm! The spacecraft is under attack. The remaining energy of the shield is 97.1%. 99.7%. The charging is completed, and the threat assessment is being carried out. The assessment is completed. The enemy's firepower cannot break our shield, and the degree of threat is extremely low. Hundreds of players in the spacecraft looked at each other. The Black Star Legion's spacecraft adopts complete galaxy-level technology and even has cluster-level standards in some aspects, such as energy cores, weapons, and shields. In contrast, the spacecraft of the Big Space Legion is too backward and does not have a huge number gap, so it cannot pose a threat to the Black Star Legion spacecraft. The boarding battle was in line with the wishes of hundreds of players. After the 3 enemy scout spacecraft approached, they were preparing to dock the cabin door. At this moment, more than a dozen ejection charge capsules ejected from the side of the small detection ship, and suddenly bite through the 3 enemy spacecraft and embedded into the hull of the enemy ship. The players in the charge cabin are like tigers coming out of the gate, killing and killing inside the enemy ships, unparalleled all the way. These players are basically above level 100, while the members of the enemy ships are basically ordinary people. Not long after, hundreds of players clear the enemies inside the enemy ships and seize the 3 spacecraft. On the other hand, Adamo, who led the army, also received news that one of the scout troops had an encounter and lost contact. However, he did not receive the video data that the scouts should have sent back, and the combat power of the Black Star Legion is still unknown to him. Before the scouts lost contact, they only sent back the news of their encounter with the enemy, and then the link was disconnected. We don't know the process of their fighting with the enemy. The adjutant said, in confusion. Same as Kikiga that time. Adamo narrowed his eyes, and a rare, solemn flashed in his eyes. The enemy's quantum technology may be more than us. When the battle broke out, Philip invaded the enemy's intelligence along with the quantum network and forcibly blocked the opponent's communication to prevent the Legion's intelligence from leaking. The same was true when Kikiga encountered Yozu. So until now, Adamo still didn't know how many spacecraft the Black Star Legion had and how high the combat power it had. On the contrary, Philip understood the location of Adamo's large force from the quantum link, recalled the squad that was exploring outside, and ordered the expedition to march straight towards the enemy's large force. No matter what war, the importance of intelligence cannot be ignored. The Legion's virtual technology crushes the other side, and the Great Universe Corps is like a group of blind men in comparison. Since dominating the universe, Adamo has not encountered an enemy that can make him feel stressed, but this time the Black Star Legion appeared out of thin air has shaken his confidence in winning every battle. This is probably the most powerful opponent I have ever encountered. The Black Star Army is not bad. Adamo's tone was quiet. I would like to call you the strongest. But when you meet my fleet, your fate will not change. Adamo's eyes were cold and full of confidence. This time he brought all his combat power, with a total of 100,000 warships. This is his fleet that he has accumulated for many years, and is his confidence in ruling the universe. In his concept, such a huge force was enough to sweep away all enemies. Central part of the Galu Star Cluster. After encountering the scouts, the expeditionary team gathered the entire army, adjusted the direction, and jumped towards the Adamo fleet. At the same time, the Adamo fleet was also rushing towards the direction where the scouts were lost. Both troops were approaching each other, and the distance was constantly shortening. After 2 days of leap, the two troops finally encountered each other in a cosmic area. I finally found the enemy. Among the tens of thousands of ships of the expeditionary team, many players looked at the dense steel warships outside the porthole and couldn't help but feel excited, ready to move. Players have formed teams one after another, and the 4 major Chinese families and frontline guilds are no exception. The team members of the club have formed their own teams, and the teams of the backbone of the guild and the peripheral members are escorting around the members of their own teams and spaceships. This is not for protection, but for helping their team grab the boss. Destroy the Great Universe Corps is a series of camp tasks, with many branch requirements, basically team tasks. Among them, the highest reward requirements are required to kill the enemy's combatants, big leaders, and even leaders. The number of these characters is limited. Especially the Emperor Adamo, there's only one head, not a single mission, but at most one player team is allowed to share mission rewards. Each club hopes to help their team players get the highest rewards. The players from the Dynasty, Temple, Chongkong, and Yuxiang Eggplant are all in their respective teams, and the 3 pillars in Chongkong are discussing tactics. Minghui Chong finally touched his chin. According to the reward level, the enemy's leader Adamo should have a level combat power, and he can only be killed by the number of people. Flash fried rice. In this case, it is most dangerous to go up and siege his team first. If we want to grab the head, we'd better output while fishing and let others rush to hate. Only the team with the highest output is considered a kill. If we are beaten to death by the boss, it takes too much time to run back to resurrection, and only if we are alive can we get output. Hao Ye nodded. That's right. On another spaceship, Guangdao also led the team members to form a team and even pulled Fengyu. The two have always had a good relationship. Guangdao turned his head and looked at the side porthole. There were rows of Legion battleships formed in an array. The guilds were obviously gathered together, which was obviously different from ordinary players. Seeing this, Guangdao shook his head helplessly. So many guilds want to grab the boss. I think we have little hope. Jiangqing Deputy Captain Xie Xiaojian was very motivated. As long as we don't die, we may not lose compared to the output. This unique boss is not only able to stand on the stance and let us fight. Whoever outputs is higher, the greater the threat, and will be attacked by the boss first, and we may be able to survive to the end. Players have experience. The boss in the Starry Sea is very difficult to deal with, because for normal people, the battle changes rapidly, and they are rarely hated by one person. But whoever has a greater role in the battle will first fight, and the more troublesome opponents are eliminated first. The combat mode is very real. Therefore, when players fight the boss, they are prone to hatred and chaos, and they need to adapt to the situation. Fengyu smiled and said nothing, looking around the army, secretly excited. This kind of big scene can be said to be created by herself, promoting the plot alone, and leading the camp to conquer the task alone. She felt a sense of accomplishment and got double happiness. Because she is the initiator of the siege mission, she also has an independent mission compared to other players. When the Great Universe Core is eliminated, she can get additional rewards that other players do not have. A lot of experience and exploration points, as well as 300 Red Empire contribution points and 1,000 Black Star Corps contribution points. I guess this is the reward for submitting the mission props to the country. This extra reward is extremely generous. Feng Yu has calculated it, but he may become the highest level player at the moment. In the troops of Old Russia and Old Australia, Lieutenant Vodka and Captain Henry were ready to go with the members of the guild, and they also had the idea of stealing the boss. Although the players from their club did not come with them. If they could not get the boss rewards from China, it would be equivalent to helping their players in disguise. Although Lao Russia and Lao AO suffered some losses from Pangulodexing, their responsibilities were that they did not want Chinese professional players to be full of mouths in front of them. At the same time, Adamo, who was confronting the expedition, was also observing the Black Star Army's troops. The other side has only more than 10,000 warships, and we have an absolute numerical advantage, said the adjutant. Adamo nodded slowly. He had 100,000 warships, almost 10 times that of his opponent. The gap between the troops of both sides was too big. However, the Black Star Legion actually had 10,000 spacecraft, and the absolute number was not low. Adamo was a little shocked. In his impression, each warship consumes a lot of resources and has been manufacturing for a long time. He has encountered the strongest race, and there are only a few hundred warships. Originally, he thought quantum technology was the only advantage of the Black Star Legion, but at this time he didn't expect that the Black Star Legion's fleet was not weak either. No wonder the intelligence is blocked. I don't want me to know that they have such a large army. I guess I want to catch me off guard. Adamo's thought flashed, and he secretly broke out in a cold sweat and was very grateful. In order to gather tens of thousands of spacecraft, the enemy must have dispatched all their troops. Fortunately, he also brought all the troops. If he only sent a small team like usual, he would be in trouble this time. Sure enough, it was right to go on the battle in person this time. Adamo's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, "Send me a message to the other side. I want to talk to their leaders." In his eyes, this was a battle that was full of people on both sides. The commander of the Black Star Legion has always been mysterious and has never appeared. Adamo wanted to see what kind of person the leader of the Black Star Legion was. He actually owned tens of thousands of warships, and he felt that this guy was qualified to talk to him. After a while, the adjutant said tremblingly, "Yes, the other party refused to communicate with us." They said, "What did you say?" Adamo narrowed his eyes. "They said you're not qualified to talk to their Legion commander." Adamo laughed hoarsely, not angry at all, and instead had a sensation in his laughter. "I'm not qualified? Who else can be more qualified than me? Forget it. Anyway, it's all dead for a while, so there's nothing to worry about." Adamo shook his head, no longer had the interest in communication, waved his hand, and said slowly, "Attack, annihilate them all." The order was issued, and the next moment, hundreds of thousands of spacecraft fired together. Countless shells dragged their tail flames and shot into the formation of the expedition team like a storm, emitting countless explosions. Adamo originally thought he would see the scene of heavy losses from the enemy, but the following scene suddenly made his eyes frozen. The fire dissipated, and none of the tens of thousands of warships of the expedition team were destroyed, and they scattered with shields. Although the number was small, they wanted to reversely encircle a fleet of 10 times its own number. The next moment, tens of thousands of spacecraft accelerated together. Because the speed and performance far exceed that of the spacecraft of a large universe core, Adamo's troops were charged and inserted into the formation by tens of thousands of spacecraft, and instantly entered the close-up battle. This is the most favored combat method for players. Instead, they are unwilling to use the spacecraft's ship-based annihilation weapon to quickly resolve the battle because they have no experience. Players continue to rush into enemy ships through the charge pole, slaughtering all the members of enemy ships on one hand. The enemy ship's fire was difficult to break through the shield of the Legion warship. Everyone was not worried that the army would fall into the siege alone, and only a very excited thought was left in their minds. I'm unparalleled in dancing. Most players have never tried such a happy monster swipe. With the superiority of cam technology, this battle has almost become a grass-mowing game. Tens of thousands of spacecraft rushed around the bloated fleet of the Great Universe Corps, sprinting wildly towards the central area of Adamo. Unstoppable all the way, instantly tearing the enemy's formation into pieces. Charging is a good time. Charging is a good time. On the main ship of the fleet, Adamo suddenly stood up, pulled off his mask, his face changed drastically, and his face was full of incredible expressions. Their weapons are useless to the enemy. One report was reported, and the losses were sent over. In just a short while, nearly 20,000 warships were captured by the enemy, and even a single spaceship of the enemy was destroyed. This is impossible. How could there be such a big gap in technology? How could they be all superpowers? Adamo no longer had the calmness of winning just now. He was shocked and suddenly realized that he had hit the iron plate this time. The enemy was a more advanced civilization. He could completely beat his civilization. He has been rampant in this universe for too long and has not encountered an opponent that threatens him for a long time. He has long forgotten what awe and fear are. Now the scenes of the fleet's rapid defeat have once again awakened the feeling of fear in his heart. His hands, which had killed countless creatures, trembled uncontrollably. He saw his entire army's future. Adamo suddenly remembered what happened a long time ago. At that time, the Great Universe Corps was just an ordinary wandering civilization, with only a few spaceships. They were still very weak. They carefully explored the universe, overcome difficulties again and again, and gradually became stronger. But no matter where they started, they actually lost the caution of survival. If he is not so reckless, plan carefully before the war starts. If he is not so arrogant, send people to investigate their news carefully. If he is not so angry, not affected by the provocation of the Black Star Army, and does not go to the battle in person, maybe it will not cause the current result. But he didn't know that this was just his wishful thinking. In the face of his crushing combat, power, and intelligence advantages, no matter how he exerts his subjective initiative, the objective result will not change. Now, no matter how much Adamo regrets, it is useless. The excited players are willing to exert their desire to kill, destroying Adamo's fleet like a destruction, and the casualties quickly exceed 1/3. The defeat was like a mountain of fallen, and the crushing combat power made the remaining enemy ships full of courage. No one wanted to stay and be slaughtered. They began to flee one after another. The huge fleet fell apart and fled in all directions. Retreat! Retreat! Adamo came to his senses and roared and ordered. Soon, the main ship and the surrounding frigates turned and joined the fleeing army. The Great Universe Corps came in full force, fleeing with no more than 20 minutes of transformation. The spaceships of various guilds dropped the fleeing enemy ships and chased the main ships directly. Everyone wanted to steal the boss's head. As for the enemy ships that fled to other directions, they were intercepted and chased by many ordinary players who had not yet completed the requirements of other branches and were quickly eroded. Philip has already locked the position of each warship through quantum links. Even if the enemy can escape now, players will still chase after you. When the war started, Philip invaded the database of the main ship and copied all the information within the Great Universe Corps, including the information of various planets they had plundered for so many years. The information needed by the Empire has already been obtained, and the rest is the work of eradicating the roots. Philip only provides assistance, and the rest is completely left to the players to do. Soon, Adamo's escape fleet was alone. He had only hundreds of frigates around him, and was surrounded by many players, and could only escape in a panic. Philip remotely controlled Adamo and other spacecraft, and forced a landing on a deserted planet. The players who were chasing arrived one after another and surrounded Adamo. In the center of a freshly baked crater, the huge main ship like a mountain was inserted into the ground, with rolling black smoke and countless parts scattered around it, as well as the wreckage of other frigates. This ship was Adamo's ship. When Philip forced a landing, he helped the enemy ship turn off the engine and save them energy. Kaka, a figure, walked out of the wreckage of the warship. The armor on their bodies helped them resist the impact force. At this time, it was almost scrapped. However, the falling from high altitude still killed most ordinary members, and 1 out of 10 people survived the fall. The wreckage was ignited with flames and black smoke, and the smell was pungent. Adamo walked out with his head covering. Even though he was strong, he was dizzy and had just fallen, and his bones were all hurt. Adamo could not help but look around at the scene of heavy casualties and injuries. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly rose, and Legion warships landed along the edge of the crater, surrounding Adamo and everyone else. Adamo looked up and saw dense figures appearing on the towering mountain walls around him, all of whom were chasing players, and countless eyes full of desire locked him. The first batch of players chasing came by more than 300,000, and players from major guilds were among them. I can't escape. Adamo was a proud man. Faced with this situation, he couldn't help but feel sad and angry at the end of his journey. Want to kill me? Come on. The next moment, Adamo suddenly roared wildly. The dozen tentacles covered with mechanical ones behind him were like peacocks spreading their screens. The tips shot out yellow laser rays, shooting out in all directions with an astonishing rate of fire. This was a weapon he equipped with to assist in controlling his own superpowers. His superpower is to emit energy lasers through his body. The attack form will also change according to the area of the emission site. For example, the range of the palm will be emitted into an energy shock wave, and the positions of the fingers, toes, tentacles, chickens, etc. can emit accurate beams. During melee battles, his fists and feet can also be accompanied by energy attacks. If the whole body releases energy and turns into a shield, this is a practical panacea. Adamo is the strongest man in the Great Universe Core. His natural disaster level superpower makes his laser far more powerful than ordinary energy weapons. It could be said to be a super enhanced version of a human-shaped turret. His arrogance also comes from his confidence in his own strength. Among the natives in the Shining World, there are very few people who have reached the level of natural disasters. He has never met an opponent. He once could destroy a species on a planet alone. Although he was surrounded by a heavy siege, Adamo was not completely desperate. He was very confident in his combat power. Although these enemies were all superpowers, no one seemed to be his opponent. If all these pursuers were killed, I might have a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, Adamo was excited again, with murderous intent on his face, and launched a Kratzy attack. Wow, swo swo. When the laser attacked, players dodged one after another. The laser hit the ground and exploded large pits with a diameter of dozens of meters. If a crispy player above level 100 is hit, although it will not be lost in 1 second, it will almost be left with blood. It's indeed a natural disaster. Many players felt nervous. This is the first time they have beaten up a natural disaster level figure without the help of NPCs. Everyone was a little confused. They had seen many elite natural disaster level figures in Secret Wars, and almost all of them could kill them in seconds. Everyone didn't know if they could use their current level to kill a serious natural disaster level figure. I've opened the boss. Without much hesitation, more than 300,000 players jumped down from the mountain walls in all directions and launched a charge. You can win if you fight or not. You will know at once. Anyway, if you can't die, just go to death. At the same time as the Adamo fleet was destroyed, Han Xiao, who was fishing at the border of the Gaolu star cluster, received information sent back from Philip, and the planetary information accumulated by the Great Universe Core was sent back. How much has it gained from Kong Kong? Han Xiao blinked, opened the information, and started browsing. Although the power of the Great Universe Core is a castle in the air and is on the surface, they have discovered many planets over the years, and are scattered in several galaxies in the middle of the Gallu star cluster. Some of these planets were originally inhabited by indigenous civilizations, but they were all enslaved by the great universe core. The information inside them is not like the words in the records of the Red Empire in their previous lives. This information records in detail the process of each plunder of the great universe core, and also includes video data, full of killing and blood. Shaking his head, Han Xiao contacted Commander-in-Chief Terekov. The information of the great universe core has been obtained. I'll send you a copy. Well done. Terekov was happy, browsed quickly, nodded and smiled. The Empire will remember your contribution. Before Han Xiao could speak, there was movement on the panel. You have submitted discovery information of the great universe core. Red Empire contribution plus 1,500. Personal exploration points plus 550. Shining World first ring. Evaluation to improve one small level. The main mission of the Shining World is a faction mission. Currently, Exploration Gallu is the first link. All players share the task evaluation, and the task evaluation depends on everyone's total exploration points. This time, it is a special exploration achievement. After more than a month of exploration, everyone's mission evaluation was originally D-, but now all players' evaluations have been directly upgraded to D level. It doesn't seem to be much, but this is the main task of S+ difficulty. It takes a long time to improve each small level of evaluation, and the more you go, the more difficult it becomes. However, the contribution of 1,500 points in the Red Empire is the reward for the revitalization of Han Xiao. Last time, he spent 6,000 contributions to exchange the ultimate knowledge, mechanical life fire, from the Empire, and the contribution is only 2,000 plus. Now he has obtained 1,500 contribution points at one time. As long as he obtains more than 2,000 points, he can redeem a new ultimate knowledge. Due to his status, the cost of redeeming ultimate knowledge is half-fold. Ordinary players in his previous life need points to exchange for one. However, ordinary players can get military ranks by joining the Red Empire, constantly doing tasks to improve their ranks, and can enjoy more and more discounts, but they can't reach their 50% discount even if they reach the top. The hidden mission brought by phone, you made him feel a little fat, and Han Xiao was happy. Such capable players not only need to reward them, but also have to reward them heavily, which just inspires other players to explore hidden tasks. If you don't have a fortune, you won't be rich, so you're still fat when you become a jungler. He was checking the panel, and Terekov didn't stop and said, "This information can save a lot of our manpower. I'll let someone enter this information into the star map later. Since you have sent someone to destroy the great universe core, you will temporarily take over their territory. Anyway, you have adopted a scattered exploration model, so leave a team of people to develop in the middle of the Gallu star cluster." Okay. Han Xiao laughed. This was his purpose, by the way. Compared with the planets in the border galaxy, the center of the star cluster is the most prosperous area in the future. This time, in order to eliminate the great universe core, the expedition team has established a long-distance passage with just one's right. At that time, they can go directly to the central area of the star cluster and occupy all the most famous planets in their previous lives, secretly traveling to Qinsong. I occupied the territory first, and then I had no way to grab the other Empire allies who participated in the exploration, so I could only take a detour. As long as I took down the most prosperous areas in the star cluster, I would make the most money. Moreover, with the preparation of the first long-distance leap, I will not cause others doubts when I go to the east of the star group to secretly take the treasures of the universe in the future. Terekov next stated that he would report to the Empire, ask the Empire to give rewards, and provide additional resource support to the Black Star Legion to help the Legion replenish its manpower. The two chatted for a while before they hung up the communication. Han Xiao connected Philip's vision, and then he had time to turn his attention to the battlefield far away from multiple galaxies to see how the players and Adamo fought. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions continue. The surging crowd continued to charge towards Adamo in the center along the walls of the crater, and it was like a tide. Adamo fought alone, shuttled through the crowd to avoid attacks. Countless beams of energy were released from various parts of his body, like moving turrets, shooting towards the crowds in all directions. Beams of light flew across the crowded battlefield, hitting different positions, and violent explosions occurred, shaking away figures with shields. The battle has been going on for a long time, and countless players are using their abilities. Various rays of light flash on the battlefield, and various abilities emerge one after another. Adamo's negative state has never been lower than 30. Although the duration is short, it cannot resist the number of players, and the negative state is constantly refreshed. The level gap is too large. Adamo's speed has the advantage, and his position is constantly changing. Players cannot lock him up all the time, nor can they hold back hatred. It is equivalent to players in different regions facing Adamo's attacks randomly. As long as they encounter it, players who have just reached level B can basically not withstand Adamo's damage. Players usually push a dungeon boss in a team of several or dozens of people in the dungeon. It is the first time that hundreds of thousands of people fight a real person with an over-level level together. Each team wants to grab the output and doesn't care about accidental injury. The scene is once chaotic. The difficulty of this battle is much higher than all players expected. The various tactics that were thought about before the war were basically useless and could only adapt to the situation. However, the players do not know that Adamo is under countless times the pressure they are. He shuttled through the crowd, originally trying to use the crowd as a meat shield to make these enemies rush to throw themselves into mice and worry about accidental injuries, thereby reducing their attack intensity. But he was shocked to find that these people didn't care about the lives of other comrades and wanted to attack him even if they were fighting to kill them. Even Adamo, who has a cold personality, was shocked by the players. He clearly had no way to escape, but the other party had already gained an advantage, and he even used this kind of fighting style that ignored casualties. This is too cold-blooded. The Black Star Legion is so useless. The player is fearless, and his tactics are useless at all. Adamo can only bear a massive amount of concentrated fire attacks every moment, and has to consume his energy to maintain a shield. The player's attack strength is only at level B, but he accumulates a lot, so he dare not bear so much damage with his body. After all, he does not have a strong body. His shield could not isolate all damage, especially the uninterrupted attack on his mind made his head buzz. Most of his negative states were beaten by the Mind Master. Adamo also had many minor injuries on his body, and his blood volume was slowly decreasing. He did not have much recovery power. Even if he used his strength to stimulate cell division, his regeneration speed could not keep up with the rate of his blood volume decline. Moreover, his strength was consumed so quickly that he felt that in his own state, the chance of killing all the enemies was becoming increasingly slim. Although he thought so in his heart, Adamo didn't want to wait for death as long as he had a little chance of survival. Even if you really can't escape, you will cause huge casualties to your superpowers. Adamo felt fierce. Even if they are about to die, they have to bite a piece of meat on the Black Star Legion. It just so happens that these people are so crazy that they can cause damage to the enemy to the greatest extent. Adamo's figure flashed and then changed to another area. He suddenly clicked under his feet and stepped on a series of mechanical traps. The strong magnetic field grabbed his body, creating extremely strong binding force, making him slow down. "Come here, I'll catch him." One player was overjoyed. Twist. The turrets surrounded by different players' mechanical forces turned one after another, spitting fire towards Adamo, and dense guns and bullets gathered fire. Adamo growled in a deep voice, and the energy shield condensed again, and the rain of bullets hit the shield, splashing endless sparks and broken light. Rumble. His tentacles and fingers shot out energy one after another, and the beam of light was like a peacock spreading its screen, instantly blew up the cannon surrounding him that was attacking him. Immediately afterwards, his feet trembled, released the energy impact with a thud, breaking the mechanical trap that grabbed him and regained his freedom. Adamo was about to retreat when his brain suddenly fainted. More than a dozen spiritual masters around him rushed over and threw a silent mental impact at him. After a moment of delay, a large group of martial artists took the opportunity to rush up, and their fists wrapped in aura bombarded the shield like shells. Bang, bang, bang. The shield began to flicker and shake. Adamo gritted his teeth, and multiple tentacles swept out like whips. As the attack trajectory blew out, the aftermath of energy was gushing out, and a huge force knocked the entangled martial artists out and smashed a large crowd. The ground battle was very unfavorable to him. Adamo tried to fly again, but he felt a huge pressure only more than 10 meters above the ground, and his movements became extremely slow. Looking up, countless magic arrays floating in the sky were superimposed on countless heavy forbidden air techniques. Even if the spells of benevolent magicians are superimposed together, it is difficult to trap the natural disaster level, but Adamo will take a lot of time to pass through the forbidden air realm. He dare not do this because it is easy to become a target, and even if he flew up, he would not kill all the pursuers and chase after them by driving the spaceship. He didn't think his flight speed was faster than that of the spaceship, so where could he escape on this planet? The two sides fought bloody battles, and I don't know how long it took. Adamo was already exhausted. He couldn't remember how many enemies he had killed, maybe tens of thousands, and the opponent accidentally injured his own people several times more than he killed. A bunch of madmen. Adamo spat out a mouthful of blood and dragged his heavy body to continue fighting. His strength was almost overwhelmed, exhausted, and his injuries were getting worse and worse. It seems that I have no chance. Adamo's heart sank into the bottom of the valley, and then he became more and more fierce. At least, the enemy has suffered heavy casualties, and even if they die, they will have to take a group of people on their backs. However, at this time, Adamo avoided the fire concentration again, looked at the crowds around him, and suddenly a flash of inspiration, and suddenly realized an abnormal situation that he had been obsessed with fighting and had been neglecting. After fighting for so long, many enemies should have been killed. The enemy has obviously not reinforced him. So why? The number of enemies has not changed. Adamo was stunned. In his worldview, if a person dies, he must be dead. There is no concept of resurrection in his mind, so there is no consciousness of special observation. The battlefield is so chaotic, with more than 300,000 enemies. He has no time to tell who he has met. In addition, his situation is very dangerous, so he is busy fighting hard and unable to be distracted. Only now have he realized this abnormal situation. Adamo noticed this situation and observed it for a while. His face suddenly changed drastically. This group of people are immortal. Adamo's eyes suddenly widened, with disbelief on his face. The deep despair was like a flash of lightning, which penetrated his whole body in the blink of an eye, and a deep sense of powerlessness appeared in his heart. No wonder I have to ignore the casualties. It turns out that this group of people has no concept of casualties at all. He thought he had caused heavy damage to the enemy. It turned out that it was just his wishful thinking, his resistance. It was just a futile struggle. If there were only many enemies, Adamo still had the desire to fight to the death, but found that the enemy could be resurrected. Adamo's mentality collapsed. He was completely desperate, and his fighting spirit disappeared. Adamo no longer had any luck and roared to the sky, releasing all the remaining strength in his body without any reservation. Rumble. More than a dozen thick beams of light swept across, and they were instantly killed when they encountered it. They swept out blank areas in the battlefield at once. With just this blow, tens of thousands of players were killed. Note, leave all down. This should be the final stage of the boss, and it is about to enter the killing line. A group of players hurriedly transformed into Voldemort, and the light column swept over the head, causing some damage to them just by relying on the hot energy aftermath. More than a dozen light columns quickly dissipated, and after shooting all the essence, Adamo finally squeezed himself dry and shaking, as if he would fall to the ground at any time. Bang! The next moment, a shell knocked Adamo over to the ground. Seeing this, Many players were excited and hurriedly got up, rushed towards Adamo, fighting for a favorable position, aiming at Adamo and outputting it. Adamo, who had almost lost his ability to resist, was like a doll that was scrambled by a group of people, and his hands and feet were quickly torn off, allowing the player to torture his body. His eyes became more and more dull, and the faces of the players around him were as hideous as a demon in his eyes. Adamo suddenly had hallucinations when he was dying, and the faces of these players changed, as if they all turned into his face for a moment. He was in a daze, and his plundering career over the years appeared in his heart, and suddenly he felt a little emotional. Could this be retribution? Puff! The next moment his vision was spinning, and someone pulled his head off. Adamo's eyes quickly disappeared, leaving only a grayish whiteness, losing the breath of life. Ha ha! The killing reward is ours. The Dynasty's contestants team burst into cheers. Tyertzi looked ecstatic. With excitement, he kicked Adamo's head out with a big foot, and the princes and generals shook their head helplessly. This gets the Dynasty. I've died 3 times, but I haven't even touched the hair, so I'm so sorry. Why don't we make them here? The team of professional players from other guilds stared at the Dynasty. The Spirit Vodka and the Captain Henry were a little disappointed. The boss reward was actually taken away by the last championship club. Even if it was given to some other small clubs, it would be fine. I am afraid that the Dynasty will be a strong enemy in this league. During the melee, just now, they kept attacking the Chinese players' team, trying to pretend to be injured by mistake, but they also found that they had suffered a lot of accidental injuries, and they died about 3 times per person. They probably were targeted by the Chinese guild and hurt each other. Although ordinary players did not receive the reward, they were also very excited. Adamo, this is the first real disaster-level boss to die at their hands. This is the first kill of the player against the natural disaster level. On the other hand, Han Xiao also received a report from Philip and breathed out. Finally killed the natural disaster level. If it were replaced by the natural disaster level like the Ashes, the player would not be able to kill him even if he spent the number of resurrections. But Adamo did not have such perverted ability. He was just an ordinary disaster level. Philip made his spaceship crash, but the players had a spaceship to chase him, so he had no way to escape. He could only fight more than 300,000 players, and the players already had B-level combat power, which was enough to achieve qualitative change. Adamo could only die in hatred. In Han Xiao's eyes, this event belongs to the player's milestone achievement and is also a turning point in the change of players' ideas. In the previous life, the player's version 4.0 made the deed of killing the first disaster-level deed. After that, the players knew that they had combat power that could threaten ordinary disaster level, and their mentality changed, becoming more confident and more dying. This is an inevitable thing. The player's subjective initiative is too strong, and this kind of idea will arise sooner or later. However, the impact on Han Xiao is currently very limited, and his combat power and power can suppress the little demon in the hearts of most players. He deliberately asked the players to deal with Adamo in order to let them kill a disaster level as a member of the Black Star Legion and turn it into a legion. Without Philip's help, they could not stop Adamo from escaping, so they would not be able to kill the first disaster level boss. Therefore, this first kill is not only the result of the player, but also the crushing of the camp. As long as the player understands this, it will increase some players' sense of belonging to the camp. Moreover, this first kill was a milestone event, and it was also a collective action of the Legion. Through the memory of collective deeds, many people's bonds against the Legion may be enhanced. After killing Adamo, the mission was not settled immediately, and other players were chasing the fish that escaped to other places. At the end of the battle, hundreds of thousands of players on the battlefield checked the panel, and many people saw a prompt that popped up during the battle. Black Star Legion handed over. Evaluation is improved by a small level. The evaluation of the main mission of the Shining World in the same camp is shared. Not only does Han Xiao have this prompt, but many players also received the news and were immediately surprised. The Legion is helping them expand their results. The players present were happy. After the task was settled, The exploration points accumulated by all players would probably be able to upgrade the evaluation of the main task from the first ring to the sea level. There were no living people present except the players. The players cleaned up the messy battlefield and entered the wreckage of enemy ships to search for spoils. Although the technological level of the Great Universe Core is far inferior to that of the Black Star Core, players have never been able to leave, and they're like locusts to clear everything valuable. Hundreds of thousands of players touched the corpse for a while, and after looting it, they threw down the corpse on the ground and left on a spaceship. The crater is covered with charred traces, with explosions everywhere, and the wreckage of warships is inserted into the ground, with black smoke rolling. The spaceships carrying players rose to the sky, away from the planet, waved their hands without taking away a cloud, leaving only a piece of post-war ruins and unattended corpses all over the ground. On the forum, many players who participated in the killing of Adamo posted a post showing off their first kill. Adamo was the first natural disaster level to be killed by them, and it was very commemorative. Immediately, someone recorded this deed in the Chronicle of the Broken Star Ring. In the 705th year of the Star C calendar, Adamo's first kill was completed. They're a pride, and there are already 3 versions. Everyone saw the natural disaster level for the first time in 20s. During the Secret War of 30s, they personally participated in the natural disaster level battlefield. The strength of the natural disaster level has already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. At this time, one of them was finally killed. Although hundreds of thousands of people were fighting, and the other party was native, and they rely on the Legion to make the other party have no way to escape, the players were still very excited. Someone has analyzed a long time ago that when the combat power system remains unchanged, as the version changes and the level upper limit continues to increase, their importance in the Starry Sea will become higher and higher. The current first kill is new evidence of this statement. Many players can't help but look forward to the future version. Maybe one day, we can also punch Heber and kick Cisco. Unfortunately, Han Xiao didn't know the ambitions of these players. Otherwise, they would have to continue sleeping, and they would have everything in their dreams. The reward for taking the killing was the dynasty. As a veteran wealthy club in China, everyone was not surprised to take away the head of Adamo's first kill. In fact, no matter which of the 4 major families has taken the title, it seems normal to them. If other guilds, or even ordinary players get it, it is really lucky to everyone. Looking at the kill rewards and mission rewards posted by the dynasty, many players only have the envy of them, and the ones they most are other guilds. This is the first kill of the natural disaster level, and the reward is second. The fame brought by the first kill is what the major guilds want. This is the glory of the guild and can be used to attract members. Even if they push out the new natural disaster level in the future, it is not as meaningful as the first kill. Tyertzi was proud and posted a screenshot of the killing moment. The last blow was completed by him. He couldn't help but brag on the forum with a big account, which made everyone envious and jealous. Although he is a professional player, he has never paid attention to self-image construction. As the second in the dynasty team, he always wants to turn over from the butts of the kings, princes, generals, and ministers. The feeling he has always given people is both naughty and arrogant, referred to as naughty. However, as Feng Yu showed off his mission at the instigation of the Mad Knife, all the players' attention was suddenly pulled from Tyertzi by Feng Yu. The screenshots posted by Feng Yu include his own discovery of the beacon and his independent mission as the initiator of the incident. Many players originally thought that the Black Star Legion attacked the Great Universe Core because of the Empire's instruction. When they saw Feng Yu's screenshot, they were shocked to realize that this large-scale Legion crusade was actually a side plot line created by a player. This seems to be the one in their impression that players have the greatest influence on the Legion. My God, is this actually a hidden mission triggered by a player? Feng Yu? This name has a little impression. Isn't these 4 people who followed the Legion commander in the earliest version? It's really a lucky thing to find such a good hidden mission. Many players envied Feng Yu again. These 2 versions of Feng Yu were not revealed, and she made a big splash. In his previous life, Feng Yu was famous for exploring hidden plots. In the 30th version, he gradually became a famous figure, accumulated strength, and became a dark horse in the Third Star Sea League. It is not surprising that there are dark horses every year, and there are many in the third session, because the 30th version is a period of strong rise in the mechanical system, and 80% of the dark horses are mechanical players with awkward results in the previous two leagues. Her independent mission this time was extremely rewarded, and even more rewards than killing Adamo, which made the melon-eating crowd on the forum jealous. There was no need to kill. As long as you fish on the side, you could get more rewards than killing. This is too profitable. Tai Ertzi suddenly became depressed and stopped showing off. He joined the envious army. Compared with other coal professional players, he was very active and liked to get along with the masses in various senses. Feng Yu screenshots are not just these, but also the rewards given to him by Black Star through the faction panel. You trigger the faction mission. The mission is completed. Thanks to your contribution, your camp has achieved exploration achievements. Black Star's favorability for you is increased by 10 points. You have gained 2,500 experience, 20 INAR, and 2,000 INAR. Your Legion's rank level is increased by 1 level. You have obtained a new Legion title. Merit Explorer, Black Star Legion's Glory title. You can receive materials, or equipment worth no more than 500 INAR for free every day. You can obtain 1,000 INAR per month. Any member who provides special intelligence to the Legion can get this title. Looking at the reward of Feng Yue within the Legion, countless melon-eating people are about to drool. Good. The rewards of the Legion are even stronger. 20 INARs are not a small amount. There is also an independent Legion title. The effect of this title is too tempting. 500 INARs are free of charge every day, 15 per month, and 18 per year. The long-term income is considerable, and you can collect money by sitting at home. They have always spent money in the Legion, and this is the first time they have seen someone take money from the Legion. Han Xiao's intention to issue this task was very clear or not. This is the treatment of a hero. The same Legion title is different from the same one. The former is a player who participates in the Secret War, while the latter is currently a unique title. Only Feng Yue has it, and Scorpion Papa is the only one. This also confirms a guess that as long as the method is right, their players can indirectly influence the actions of a camp, and many people are excited. Through Feng Yue's screenshots, many players have figured out how to copy this event. The only way is to find hidden tasks and hand them over to the Legion. Now the Legion is exploring the Shining World. As long as we can discover hidden elements similar to the Great Universe Core, we can get a title, right? It must be so. The Legion has such an achievement title to encourage members to carefully dig out hidden clues. With the example of Feng Yue, countless players were immediately stimulated and suddenly became enthusiastic about hidden tasks. They wished they could explore the planet immediately and dig 3 feet into the ground to find hidden tasks. Looking at the red-eyed, melon-eating crowd on the forum, Han Xiao was secretly happy and smiled. He gave Feng Yu a title alone, which was both honorable and beneficial, just to inspire other players to find more hidden tasks and then hand them over to him. After all, players who have panels are good at finding hidden tasks, and maybe their second fragment will fall on these players. In addition, he also has the intention of cultivating Feng Yue. This girl in her previous life was one of the representative figures of the rise of the 30th Mechanical Department. As a great mentor in the Mechanical Department, if the Mechanical Department has better overall results in this league, she will be able to cheat in the future. Worry, attract more newcomers to choose the Mechanical Department, and there are more high-quality leaks to harvest. Feng Yu is a dark horse in this class. Han Xiao doesn't mind making this horse a little darker. With so many rewards, I'm afraid Feng Yu will be the first player to reach the maximum level. The player is still chasing the remnants of the Great Universe Core, and then he will receive the other party's territory according to the information, without any problems. Han Xiao also withdrew his attention and let the player take action slowly. When he looked around, except for the operator, there were only 2 cadres, Aurora and Ford. Aurora was sitting in front of the operating table, her head hanging down, as if she was about to fall asleep. She didn't need her to manage autonomous driving, and she was already dozing off. On the other side, Fording sat on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest, not knowing whether he was exercising his mind or chatting with the morning star in his mind. Under the leadership of Hela, the other guard officials spent all day in the practical practice room and fought each other for more than a month. After the initial novelty, everyone stopped staring at the exploration progress. Hela could not stand standing beside Han Xiao every day to fish with him, so he pulled other guard officials into the ascetic mode every day. A strong woman with ambition is still quite attractive. Han Xiao shook his head, entered the field of vision of Quantum Network, and contacted Hylon Star. The Black Star Legion's Quantum Network base station has been built in a Morning Star cluster. He can already contact the personnel of the Broken Star Ring through the Legion's internal communication channel, and there is no need to go through the Red Empire as an intermediary. Longton has been living in Heilangsing for more than a month. I mainly contacted Heilangsing to ask about Longton's situation. Not long after, Bennett connected online and didn't contact him for a while. Bennett's voice sounded high and upward, as if full of motivation. Bennett reported on the situation. This month, Longton began to expand, and a large number of people and consortiums came to visit. Aquarium Star was affected by this and ushered in new development opportunities. With the current development speed of Aqua Blue Star, Bennett felt that he could put the alien colonization plan he expected to propose in decades. This is not easy for a surface civilization, but with so many interstellar forces to help, it is easier to carry out alien colonization than slowly climbing the technology tree. With Longton's protection and the safety of alien colonization is guaranteed. Bennett plans to spend 5 years to digest the dividends brought by Longtan, and then officially launches the alien colonization plan for Hylon, which he calls the 5-year plan. Han Xiao felt frightened when he heard it. After reporting on the development of Aquarium Star, Bennett mentioned another thing. About the incident of the radical elements of the Star Pupil God Clan attempting to attack Hylon Star more than a month ago, I have sorted out the materials and evidence, and am preparing to hold the Broken Star Ring Civilization Parliament to propose it in the near future to condemn the Star Pupil God Clan. Yes, since you have this identity, you must make good use of it. Han Xiao nodded. The people of Cisco did something wrong and asked him, the leader, to take the blame. There is nothing wrong with it. I will attend the meeting by remote projection. Black Star, I wonder if you are not convenient to participate in the meeting with projection. Bennett is going to find a town. After all, Cisco is Super A-level. He feels that he is not qualified to do it. Since Black Star is the representative of Hylon Star, it is normal for him to attend the meeting together. Me? Haha, of course it's convenient for me. I've been very free recently. Han Xiao smiled. It's also nice to attend the meeting in person, and you can see Cisco's annoying expression. Well, he doesn't seem to have this organ. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The Broken Star Ring Civilization Council is a civilization alliance led by the 7-star cluster-level civilizations in the star field. The original intention of its establishment is to facilitate the management of the star field. The 3 cosmic civilizations generally do not interfere in daily affairs within other star fields. Most of the time, the star cluster level or superstar cluster level civilizations in the star field are the executive directors. The executive director of the Broken Star Ring is 7-star cluster level civilizations, responsible for arbitration and mediation of conflicts among galaxy-level civilization members in the star domain. Although the goal is to let everyone resolve conflicts, most of the time, the civilized parliament is a large-scale fight scene, and all trivial matters can be brought out to argue, and there are not many times when really solving problems. In the Secret War not long ago, even Amethyst and Krent, who were referees, came to the scene and grabbed their faces and pulled their hair. The civilized parliament on the Broken Star Rings can tell a glance. After all, the Broken Star Ring is one of the chaotic and explored universe borders. The environment is here, and its style of conduct is stronger than other star fields. The way to hold a meeting was that various civilizations sent missions to attend the meeting in person. Once, 7-star cluster-level civilizations finally couldn't stand the fight at the meeting, and later it changed to remote projection to participate in the meeting. Everyone is a projector, and no one can hit anyone. If you have the ability, you come and hit me along the network cable. Such an example seems to exist. In short, the civilized parliament is generally held regularly to resolve backlogs, and the latest meeting was held a few days later, which is the first time that the Hylon Star civilization has attended. Generally, civilizations that reach the galaxy level can get a parliamentary ticket, but Han Xiao made a deal with major star cluster-level civilizations to let Hylon Star join the parliament through the rules. He was the only civilization in the Broken Star Ring to attend the meeting at the level of surface civilization. The representative of civilization is Han Xiao himself. A few days later, the parliament was held as scheduled. Han Xiao received a notice from the Amethyst civilization to connect to the parliamentary venue from the internal channel and log in to his remote projection account. Buzzing, a sound of electric current sounded, and a sudden light flashed in front of Han Xiao's eyes. The next moment, he shared the vision of remote projection, and the scene of the parliamentary venue jumped into his eyes. In front of you is a circular venue, which is a bit like a coliseum. The black tables and chairs on each floor are seamlessly connected rings, with the lowest center gradually rising from the inside to the outside, layer by layer, forming a step-like shape. There is no blind spot in the field of view when sitting in any position, and there is no clear view at all. The dome of the venue and the starry sky shining with stars around, it should be a simulated scene inside. The scene is a thumbnail of the Broken Star Rings, which looks quite atmospheric. Han Xiao lowered his head and found that his remote projection was already sitting in the position. Beside him was Bennett's projection, and the metal nameplate of Sea Blue Star was placed on the table in front of them. The two of them were on a higher floor, looking around the venue, and the remote projections of civilized representatives were being launched one after another, appearing on empty seats. The seats represented by different civilized representatives were separated by a distance and did not sit next to each other. This is the venue of the Broken Star Ring Civilization Parliament. Bennett was amazed, then turned his head to look at Han Xiao, nodded and greeted him. Black Star, you are finally online. I'm not starting yet. I'm early. Han Xiao looked down and glanced at the center of the venue. The projection of his 7-star cluster-level civilization representatives was already online, waiting for all member states to arrive. How long have you been here? Han Xiao withdrew his gaze and turned his head to ask. I am one of the first people to attend the event. Bennett sighed in a tone. I was a little nervous when I attended a meeting of this level for the first time. Come and see it in advance. Naturally, he would not be nervous because of the big scene, but thought that he attended the meeting with the responsibility of the Hylon Star civilization, and his heart was heavy. It was also the first time I personally witnessed the scene of the civilized parliament. Han Xiao smiled. All the civilizations with names and surnames in a star field gathered together. This kind of scene with extremely high participation conditions has not been experienced by most players in their previous lives, and he is no exception. Black Star, thank you. Bennett suddenly said in a serious tone. If it weren't for you, high launching would take hundreds or even thousands of years to sit in this position. You have to be polite. Just take each one of them. Han Xiao was not pretentious and clearly stated that he was for the benefit. He subconsciously wanted to pat Bennett on the shoulder, but his palm passed through the other person's body. For a moment, he almost forgot that the two of them were currently projecting. Benny's characteristic head, without saying anything, would not reduce his gratitude to Han Xiao because of his statement. He had a rich experience and had long understood a truth that a person's motivation is not important, but what he actually did is important. While the two were chatting, many representatives of other civilizations also discovered Han Xiao and all looked at him with complicated emotions. In the venue, the Hylon Star civilization is an outlier. Han Xiao has a cooperative relationship with many civilizations here. All the civilizations here know that Han Xiao helped Hylon Star join the association, and I couldn't help but envy Hylon Star's unique advantages. There is Black Star, a super-level guardian, and now it has become Longtan's base camp. Why is this little breaking planet so lucky? Is it really a hero? No matter how jealous you are, no matter how envy you are, since you're sitting here, it is someone else's ability. The representatives of the civilization here will not have any contempt for the sea blue star. Who made someone else's family produce a super A level? It's impossible to be convinced if you were alone. Not long after, everyone was finally here, and the chatting sound gradually became weaker until it disappeared, and the whole audience was silent. At this time, a star cluster level director stood up and spoke slowly. His voice spread throughout the audience through the nano-level amplification device. I'm very happy to see all familiar friends again. Well, compared with the last meeting, the number of people has not decreased this time. It seems that the security of the Broken Star Ring has been improved. Everyone looked indifferent and secretly complained, and there were too many complaints. This joke was not funny at all. Maybe everyone has noticed that we have new members. The director looked in the direction of Han Xiao and others and briefly introduced Hylon Star Civilization, the regime, the representative of the Sea Blue Federation, Lord Blackstar. Everyone's eyes flashed and nodded in greetings. Han Xiao waved his hand and looked around, with a certain look on his face. He looked at Cisco, who was in the star-eyed god's position on the opposite side, smiled in his heart, and raised his hand to say hello. Cisco had no expression on his face and did not move and ignored him. His Excellency Blackstar is an acquaintance, so I won't introduce it. The director paused and said, "There are all people here, so according to the Constitution, the meeting will begin. The first topic." Next, representatives of various civilizations began to perform in turn, put forward proposals that had been prepared long ago, most of which were long-standing old problems such as trade conflicts, border conflicts, planetary ownership, diplomatic condemnation, etc. The civilized representatives here are specially selected experts with lip-mouthed mouths, and their mouths are as sweet as honey. Every issue has to be quarrel for a long time. In the end, most of them can only give results that temporarily put aside the dispute. The process was tedious and lengthy, so Bennett sat upright, carefully observing every link and learning from experience. Han Xiao had already been stunned for a long time and had entered a state of thinking about the true meaning of the universe and what to eat at night. After staying up for a long time, the people in the queue in front finished speaking, and it was their turn. Proposal No. CL 7984D66, submitted by Hailangsing Civilization. Please make a brief statement. The director of the Amethyst Civilization smiled slightly and gave a reminder. Bennett slowly stood up, took out the materials that had been prepared, read them, and briefly explained the behavior of the group of aviating extremists, and his voice echoed in the scene. Then he looked at Cisco with a heavy tone. We found advanced plight bombs in this group of extremist spacecraft, whose power can destroy the entire Sea Blue Star. This advanced military weapon actually appeared in the hands of a group of extremists. We have reason to think that these weapons are from the Star Pupil God Clan, and their actions were secretly instructed by the Star Pupil God Clan. We think you want to violate the Pan-Cosmic Civilization Contact Treaty, 7th Revised Edition, and eliminate a civilization protected by the treaty. The sponsor of Avidin's Soul is an opponent of the Star Pupil God Clan, a star cluster-level civilization named Talos. However, Bennett insisted that the weapon was funded by the Star Pupil God Clan, and the purpose was to take the blame for Cisco. Everyone present looked strange. They were knowledgeable and knew that Cisco could not do this. A surface civilization who joins the society in an extraordinary way dares to pour dirty water on another super A-level person for the first time he attended the meeting? I am too brave, so it would be better to have a super A-level position at home. I would do whatever I want. The 7-star cluster-level directors exchanged glances with each other, and 6 people glanced at the 7th person in a vague way. This 7th person was the director of Talos Civilization. The Talos civilized director looked at Cisco, smiling, representative of the Star-Eyed God Clan. What do you have to say? This is slander. Cisco looked calm, not anxious or impatient. I will not violate the treaty, and there is no reason to attack Hylon. This group of extremists is not my instruction. Then how do you explain this? According to my speculation, this thing is like this. Not long ago, Aviaton was attacked, and the evolutionary block was stolen, and was finally robbed by Black Star. As he said that, Cisco glared at Han Xiao coldly, and then said, "Due to the attack, some of the survivors of Aviaton have become extreme haters. In the eyes of the Star Pupil God Clan, the evolutionary block is our national treasure. Black Star takes away our national treasure, causing the extremists to be transferred to him. Therefore, this incident is a private act and has nothing to do with the official Star Pupil God Clan. If Hai Lanqing wants to insist that it was me, please give evidence." Han Xiao laughed and finally said, "There is no evidence to die. Do you want to clear the suspicion with a few words?" Each other, since there is no evidence to die, you also want to slander me with a few unreasonable speculations." Cisco said coldly. Director Talos smiled and said, "Put this aside for the time being. Regardless of whether there is any instruction by the Star Pupil God Clan, these attackers are indeed your tribe members, right?" Cisco took a deep breath, nodded slowly, and said, "Although they're the same clan, No need to say, the nature of the Star Pupil God Clan is different from other civilizations. Your tribe should be highly united, but under your rule, an extreme hatred organization appeared, which is the result of poor management." Director Talos interrupted him. "This is our internal affairs. I will start to clean up the souls of Aviaton and dismantle this extremist organization as soon as possible. You have no right to interfere with others." Cisco's tone was tough. "If you need it, as a friendly neighbor, we can also send troops to help you eliminate extremist organizations." "No." Cisco was shocked. "Who doesn't know what your intention was? You said it in public when so many people watched it. It's too shameless." Director Talos laughed, didn't care, and returned to the topic. "After your remedy, we are talking about your responsibility now. These extremists are your tribe, and when they are preparing to commit an offense, they still have the citizenship of the Star Pupil God Clan. According to my opinion, the Star Pupil God Clan is responsible for this matter. In fact, whether it is the same tribe or the citizenship in the interstellar world where people are frequently moved, these factors are not important, either big or small. However, Director Talos deliberately wanted to make things difficult for the Star Pupil God Clan. Even more than one director did this. I feel so too," Director Amethyst said with a smile. Super discussion. Several other Star Cluster-level directors nodded one after another. The Amethyst civilization helped Hai Lanqing speak for Han Xiao's sake, while several other Star Cluster-level civilizations simply wanted to attack the Star Pupil God Clan. The Star Pupil God Clan has the support of the Zuling sect and has developed rapidly. It has the opportunity to become the 8th Star Cluster-level civilization of the Broken Star Ring. Others are unwilling to share their interests. So at this moment, they stood on the same front and took advantage of the situation. The other representatives present were silent, and everyone knew that this was the 7 directors pouring dirty water together. This situation was too rare, and no one was willing to intervene. In the final analysis, who told you that the people of the Star Pupil God Clan wanted to blow up other people's planets and leave a handle for others, and of course they would be targeted. To be fair, if someone wants to blow up their home planet, they will also take their anger at the other party's owner for not tying up their mad dog. For a moment, Cisco seemed to have become the object of being pointed by thousands of people. Bennett was startled. He thought he was at most quarreling with Cisco, but he didn't expect so many people to help them speak, so he couldn't help looking at Han Xiao. Han Xiao smiled and had expected this. He knew that the exposure of this incident gave other Star Cluster-level civilizations the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The Broken Star Ring area had long been divided up by 7 Star Cluster-level civilizations, so he would definitely not want to share it with the newcomers later. So even if he had no evidence, this group of directors would help him. These referees are not without a position. Cisco looked ugly, and he had no choice but to blame him for his crime. It was not that he didn't understand this truth, but he couldn't be asserted because others were victims, and he was indeed a bit in the wrong. He couldn't help but secretly annoy the Avitan Souls organization. These little guys did things and didn't care about causing trouble for civilization. They also implicated themselves in taking the blame for them. It was really better to have a piece of char siu evolve than to evolve them. Then how do you plan to solve it? Cisco said muffled. Director Talos said slowly, I think you need to publicly apologize to AI launching and then give AI launching some spiritual compensation. Compensation and apology are impossible. Cisco said in a deep voice, at most donate. Donations can be considered compensation, but the names are different and the meaning is different. As a civilized leader, he is the image representative of the star pupil god clan. He needs to consider many aspects of influence. It is impossible to publicly apologize for the private behavior of an extremist organization, just like Ghidorah will not apologize for the behavior of the Dark Star. Moreover, Cisco is a super A-level, and doing so will lose a lot of prestige, so he will never bow his head because of such a thing. Bennett came to his senses, and at Han Xiao's instructions, he said with a stern voice, We strongly condemn the behavior of the Star Pupil God Clan and do not accept such unsincere treatment. Then let's not talk. Cisco's eyes were cold, and he looked at Han Xiao deeply, suddenly stepped down and left the venue. The Xingtong Divine Clan is supported by the Zuling sect and has a transcendent status. The Civilized Council has limited binding force on him, so it is impossible to force him to bow his head. However, Cisco cannot do whatever he wants, and it is not without losses. After this incident, the difficulty of the Star Pupil God Clan doubled when it wanted to seek cooperation. He lost the evolution block, and the support of the Zuling sect also weakened. So this storm was very unfavorable to the development of the Star Pupil God Clan. Not to mention that the Talos civilization will definitely promote this matter, mobilize public opinion, attack the reputation of the Star Pupil God Clan, and weaken his super A-level reputation. In Cisco's eyes, Han Xiao was the culprit in all this. If this guy hadn't been determined to blame him, he wouldn't have encountered such a situation. At this moment, Cisco's hostility towards Han Xiao was once again raised. There was also a movement on the panel on Han Xiao, prompting that the favorability of the Star Pupil God Clan has dropped from minus 800 points to minus 1,250 points, and the relationship has changed from hostile to enemy. Sure enough, Cisco was so angry. Han Xiao shook his head. Hylon Star was his maternal star. He could not swallow his anger. Anyway, Cisco and the Zuling sect did not give up on evolutionary blocks, and they were destined to be enemies. It would be okay if the hatred was deeper. If the Aquarium Star was really bombed, Cisco would not apologize and compensate, and maybe she would gloat. However, the dispute over position has nothing to do with right or wrong. Han Xiao doesn't think there is anything wrong with Cisco, and he doesn't care about what means he uses. I don't know what counterattack he will do. Han Xiao pondered. See, Blue Star has peace treaty protection, and Cisco will not attack others. If he wants to fight back, he can only deal with himself. Aesop said that the Zuling sect would send people to deal with him, and that Cisco would definitely be one of them. Han Xiao made up his mind to let the people in the base camp stare at Cisco's whereabouts, which was equivalent to indirectly monitoring the movements of the Zuling sect. At the same time, the Star Pupil God family's mother star, Cisco, disconnected the connection from the parliamentary venue and looked bad. After a while of silence, Cisco sent a message to the Zuling sect. That thing? I agree. The Zuling sect was about to give him a task recently. Cisco was still considering it, but now he has made a decision. The communicator screen reflects Cisco's cold expression. Black Star, you should stay in a shining world and never come back. After leaving midway through the meeting, Cisco did not respect the members present, but neither the 7-star cluster-level directors nor other members were concerned. The Star Pupil God Clan was openly targeted. Cisco was just using his behavior to emphasize his dissatisfaction, and he would still be online at the next meeting. The main owners ran away, and the proposal was temporarily put on hold, and Bennett sat down at the gesture of Director Amethyst. The meeting continued, and the next proposal was carried out, and the atmosphere at the venue became elegant and easygoing. The subsequent proposal had nothing to do with him. So Han Xiao threw the perspective of remote projection into the background and hanged up the phone and went to the forum to catch up. After most of the day, the first day's meeting finally ended. Each time the civilized parliament is held regularly, it will basically take several days to discuss the backlog of proposals. Han Xiao only plans to attend the first day of the day. He does not need to be in charge of the meeting in the next few days. Bennett is enough. After lifting the remote projection, Han Xiao closed the forum and pondered. The Star Pupil God clan was condemned by Hylon, and the next thing has nothing to do with Hylon. Without something actually happening, it is impossible to really do anything to Cisco. Han Xiao does not expect the Star Pupil God clan to compensate or donate. Halen's influence is too small. Even if he condemns the other party, Cisco will not hurt. However, after this incident was brought up, the difficulties Cisco faced did not come from the Aquarium Star, but from the Talos civilization. The Talos civilization secretly funded the deadly soul of Avidan, which was to make this group of people cause trouble for the Star Pupil gods. Although they did not instruct the deadly soul of Avidan to attack the Hylon Star, this unexpected situation was in their interests and just took the opportunity to cause trouble. Han Xiao asked Bennett to condemn him in order to provide an excuse for Talos civilization. Talos knew this tacit understanding. They had wanted to deal with the Star Pupil God clan for a long time, and could still appease Han Xiao for the sake of the Sea Blue Star. They were all needed. So the future of things does not require the trouble of the miserable high launching, but just watch the operations of Talos civilization. Han Xiao contacted Emmys and asked about Long Tan's recent situation. The two of them hang up the communication after half an hour of telephone conversation. Walking to the three-dimensional star map, Han Xiao looked up at the picture of the Gaolu star cluster. The green area that has been explored is currently only a very small piece, shaped like two toothpicks inserted on a green ball, which are two long-distance channels under construction and the border galaxy under exploration. Hardaway's contingent will have 3 months to set up a long-distance Stargate passage. Han Xiao rubbed his chin with his fingertips and thought secretly. According to his exploration plan, the first phase of the task force's arrival in the east of the Gaolu star cluster plane map. Based on his understanding of the Gaolu star cluster, there should be no more storms like the Great Universe Core in the next 3 months. It will be a period of stable exploration, which will be able to explore about 80% of the border galaxies. Time is like quicksand in the palm, and it cannot be held tightly and slips away from the fingers. 3 months later, Red Empire Mother Star, head of state office. Ulan Rayer sat upright, his back straight as a javelin. She held a report in her hand and was scolding a trembling senior official in front of her with a serious tone. The Glorious Federation is acting sneakily and penetrates the areas under our jurisdiction. How did you deal with it? Just watch it without any hesitation? I just made you conservative, but I didn't let you retreat. Come up with a plan for me immediately. I think about it. The senior official wiped his sweat, his tone of difficulty. Ulan Riel's eyes were solemn. The exploration of the shining world had been going on for several months. The Glorious Federation began to be ready to move. At the same time, it put pressure on the Empire from all aspects of economy, politics, and military, and was ready to take advantage of the Empire's energy to explore the new star field to erode the interests of the Empire. This is just the beginning. In the future, the Empire will invest more resources and manpower to explore. The Glorious Federation will definitely become more intense and make the Empire situation more difficult. Although these situations were expected by Ulan Riel, they were also unavoidable. The Glorious Federation is a cosmic civilization of the same level, with equal strength, and the Empire cannot have the best of both worlds. If you want to gain something, you can only pay a certain price. Ulan Riel has long been mentally prepared for this. Didi, at this time, the internal dedicated line suddenly rang. His Her Highness, Tarakov, Commander-in-Chief of the Exploration Army, is on the line. Ulan Riel's eyes moved slightly, waved his hand, and asked the senior officials in front of him to go out. The senior official immediately felt like he was amnesty and hurriedly left the head of state's office, with only Ulan Rayer left in the room. Click on. Ulan Riel nodded. The next moment, Tarakov's remote figure appeared in the room and saluted Ulanriel. Tarakov, how is the current exploration progress of Shining World? Shining World's clearance is the current strategic focus of the Red Empire. Ulan Riel is extremely concerned about the exploration situation and listens to reports every once in a while. The information has been sent to you just now. I'll explain the current situation to you. Tarakov spoke and explained. While listening to the report and looking at the information and comparing with each other, Ulan Riel kept nodding. In general, the progress of the 3-star clusters of Reynolds, Guanhuan, and Gaolu, the Imperial Direct Exploration Army, and the Kren Exploration Team was quite good. Instead, the Black Star Army's exploration team, selected the Gaolu Star Cluster's Black Star Army's exploration team, has achieved remarkable results in the past 4 months. It has discovered a large number of rich resource planets and has also received a territory of local forces, saving a lot of our energy. Moreover, the Black Star Army does not care about its own losses and is setting up a long-distance Stargate channel, not afraid of facilitating the subsequent exploration team. Tarakov said, "Yes, he is a reliable ally." Ulan Riel put down the information, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Because of comparison, she was very satisfied with Han Xiao's efficiency. The Black Star Legion is an ally worthy of training. We should increase our support for all kinds of support. Although Tarakov seemed to have received some benefits and always said good things for the Black Star Legion, as long as the work is completed well, Ulan Riel will not care about the details. In addition, there's another situation that needs to be reported. Tarakov's tone suddenly sank. We have found traces of suspected smugglers. The smuggler he mentioned was the force that secretly passed through the desolate universe belt to the Shining World without the Empire's permission. Ulan Riel narrowed his eyes. Is it not native? Tarakov shook his head. Although there are not many clues, our troop station in the Broken Star Ring, the desolate universe belt of the Shining World, discovered the high curve jump folds left by the unknown fleet, which obviously met the technical standards of the star cluster level civilization. It is estimated that in a while, this group of stowaways will officially arrive at the Shining World. No, maybe someone has arrived at the Shining World before them, but we have not discovered it. Ulan Riel said lightly. As expected, the Glorious Federation, the Void Spirit Sect, and those super cluster-level civilizations took action. Tarakov, I think they will take a detour to avoid the 3-star clusters we developed in the first phase, explore the star clusters deep in the star domain first, and secretly eat our star domain to avoid meeting us. You are right. Ulan Rayer said slowly. You send troops to search for the desolate universe belt between the Broken Star Ring and the Shining World. Once you find the Stargate built by the enemy privately, you could destroy it on the spot. These stowaways sent vanguards to build their own secret Stargate channels in the Shining World, so that they can quickly transport large troops, and most of these Stargates will be hidden in the vast desolate universe belt between the 2 star domains. The Red Empire explicitly prohibits other forces from using Stargates to connect the Shining World privately, which is for this reason. The most effective way to deal with smugglers is to destroy the secret Stargate and allow the Empire to firmly control the Stargate connection rights. Only by ensuring the uniqueness of the channel can we ensure the maximization of the interests of the Empire. Tarakov shook his head. We need more manpower. I know. Ulan Riel nodded. I will dispatch more Imperial troops to the Shining World, and it is time for the second group of Imperial allies to be dispatched. At the same time, a smuggling fleet of the Void Spirit Sect arrived at the Shining World border. Finally arrived. Contact the team. Have they selected a good location in the desolate universe belt? Report the captain. They're already in place, and we are waiting for us. The 2 Stargates can form a fast channel. The smuggling troops usually operate separately, while selecting the location of the secret Stargate in the desolate universe belt. This is the entry. The troops coming to the Shining World are responsible for building the exit. Very good. don't be discovered by the space monitoring float of the Red Empire. We bypass the Dawn Star Cluster and go to the desolate universe belt around the Gaolu Star Cluster to assemble the Stargate and build a temporary base. The Zuling sect also wants to get involved in the Shining World, but this is a long-term job. They are not eager for quick success and insta-benefits. In contrast, the Zuling sect is now more interested in evolutionary blocks and has been obsessed with it. They established a secret Stargate passage near the Gaolu Star Cluster to facilitate the garrison. With the Stargate channel, it is convenient to release super A-level combat power. After all, strong people of this level are basically unwilling to spend several months slowly passing through the desolate universe belt. Black Star has long proved its difficulty. In order to be foolproof, the Zuling sect used more than 1 or 2 super A-level combat power this time. Of course, the 3 cosmic civilizations stare at each other's super A-level combat powers, and once there are abnormal movements, it will arouse vigilance from all parties. If you want to make a super A-level move quietly, you need a reason to confuse others. I've been staying up late recently, and I'm not in good spirits. Today I write less, cultivate my spirit, keep my thoughts smoothly, and adjust my daily routines. P.S. Lu Sun said it well. Someone will die if he is killed, and if he does not vote for the monthly ticket, it will expire. It is the last day of the end of the month. I would like to ask for a monthly ticket, so it is very comfortable, shining the world in the middle of the Gaolu Star Cluster. Since the player expedition team received the legacy of the Great Universe Core and set up a long-distance Stargate, Han Xiao led the fleet to the central area of the star map. There are more famous planets in the middle of the star cluster than the border galaxies and have better quality. Among them is Jin Yaoxing, who is listed on the 200 Shining Main Stars list, was extremely prosperous in his previous life. He was the first-line ruling star of the Empire in the Gaolu Star Cluster. It is one of the characteristic landmark planets of the Shining World. Many people come to visit each year. There is also the core transportation transit station of the Gaolu Star Cluster in his previous life. It had more than 500 Stargate entrances at its peak. It was the heart of the transportation of the Star Cluster, with well-connected connections and belongs to a strategic location. In addition, Han Xiao also occupied a large number of famous resource planets that are famous for producing various rare raw materials in his previous life. In his previous life, these famous planets had a very important position in the Gaolu Star Cluster. Perhaps after the Shining World is opened in the future, the Empire will take back these planets and redistribute the territory. But during the exploration period, these planets are the territory of the Black Star Legion, and the Legion has the right to share planetary specialties, which is enough to accumulate a large amount of rare resources. The exploration has been going on for 4 months, and the progress of each exploration team is almost the same. The war field is taking steady steps, and the Jeritan Galaxy is about to be explored. Although I have gained a lot, the results are within the expectations of the Empire, and the waves are calm. In contrast, although Han Xiao's exploration team slowed down the progress of the first galaxy due to the scattered exploration plan, Han Xiao found a large number of famous planets in his previous lives, which gave the Empire's senior management a lot of surprises. Therefore, the Empire favored him, and the support he gave was getting stronger and stronger. Han Xiao heard rumors more than once that the Krent exploration team quietly followed his method and sent a team to explore planets in other regions. Unfortunately, they had no idea about the specific situation of the planet, had no gains, and had wasted time. Over the past 4 months, the revenue of Shining World has gradually become prominent. The Black Star Legion's revenue in Shining World has almost reached the sum of other businesses of the Legion, and batches of resources have been hoarded in various warehouses. As more planets are explored by the Legion, the benefits are still growing like snowballs. Countless unknown planets are waiting to be mined. Otherwise, the Shining World is a huge development opportunity. The Legion's revenue increased sharply, and the Shining World exploration team fed back to the Broken Star Ring base camp. As the funds became abundant, Sawia continued to expand at the warning of Han Xiao, recruiting more new members who were attracted. The training camp also provided a lot of fresh blood, and the base camp sent more personnel to the exploration team. As for players, as the resource planet increases, the guild is short of staff. They begin to selectively mine resource points. The best resource planet is basically controlled by the four giants, and further down is the First Line Guild. The branches of Lao Russia and Lao AO were bullied so much that they no longer wanted to play on the same planet with the four giants and the First Line Guilds of China. So they chose some inferior planets to establish resource points and compete with the Second and Third Line Guilds of China. In the past 4 months, the average level of players has increased a lot. Feng Yue has become the highest level player at present because of the generous rewards of hidden tasks. She reached level 113 and is still 7 away from level 7. With Feng Yue's deeds as an example, other players are looking for hidden tasks like crazy. Some people have found them and handed them over to the camp. Unfortunately, no second Bold Explorer skill fragment reward has appeared for the time being. Han Xiao has not been idle for 4 months, and the experience punishment period for evolution blocks will last for 7 or 8 months. So he's not in a hurry to upgrade. In addition to supervising the exploration progress and browsing forums every day, we just spend time in the machinery workshop and continuously expand the scale of the machinery army. Nowadays, the number of mechanical warriors exceeds tens of millions, and their performance is very strong. With his high-intensity mechanical force bonus at this time, such a mechanical legion has the ability to destroy some relatively weak galaxy-level civilizations. Among the 5 superpower systems, the Super A-level powerhouses in the mechanical system have the greatest destructive power to civilization, while the other 4 systems pay more attention to personal power. Generally, only the Super A-level mechanical system that masters the Legion can provoke a large-scale interstellar war alone. In the bridge command room, Han Xiao was standing in front of the 3-dimensional star map, staring at the communication channel, waiting for a special message. Today is a special day. The contingent led by Hardaway is about to complete the construction of the long-distance Stargate passage. He is waiting for news about Hardaway. However, before the news of Hardaway arrived, Terakov came early. Didi. Han Xiao took a look and had no choice but to answer the phone. Commander-in-Chief, what's the matter? I've notified you something. We found traces of smugglers. Smugglers? Han Xiao's heart moved. It's probably those forces who ignore the Empire's announcement and want to enter the Shining World under blockade to get a share of the Shining World. Previous Life was an event during the version update. Players can only know from the background introduction, without personal experience. When the players participated, the Shining World had officially opened, and other forces had obtained admission permissions, and the smugglers had basically become a past tense. In the records of the Empire, they fought a protracted battle with the smugglers during the exploration period, and they chased and fled. The star field was too large, and there were many areas that had not been explored. Even the Empire could not eradicate the smugglers. Kill a group, and a new group would emerge after a while. Terakov nodded. It should be some superstar cluster-level civilized troops. You should also pay attention to it. If you find traces of stowaways, remember to report them to me. We need to find their secret Stargate, and ask your troops to help if necessary. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, a new mission popped up on the panel. Han Xiao's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at it. You trigger the mission, Stowaways Clues, repeatable. Task Introduction. The new star field is a treasure. All forces with the ability to get involved are unwilling to watch the Red Empire enjoy this benefit alone. Even if the Shining World is nominally the territory of the Red Empire, it cannot stop their ambitions. As an ally of the Empire, the smugglers invade your interests. The Empire needs your help. Task requirements. Submit a valuable smuggler clue, kill a group of smugglers, and destroy the secret Stargate to smugglers. Task reward. 200W 5000W experience. 50 points, 700 points of Imperial contribution. Note, this task belongs to the Shining World branch mission. This is a repetitive task. You can get a reward every time you deal with smugglers. The reward is pretty good. Han Xiao values the importance of the Imperial contribution. It's just that the stowaways are elusive and not that easy to find. They can only try their luck. Moreover, these smugglers are not natives. If they establish secret stargates, they will face a counterattack from a powerful fleet if they want to eliminate them. Han Xiao only planned to provide clues. He didn't want to fight with the superstar cluster-level civilization casually. The Empire was not afraid of offending them and was suitable for such errands. There should be the Su Ling sect among these smugglers. Han Xiao pondered secretly. Aesop predicted that the Void Spirit sect would bring danger to himself in the Shining World, and he was quite concerned about this. If the Zuling sect wants to deal with me, it will definitely send a large amount of combat power because it needs to hoard troops, and it should not be able to take action in a short period of time, but I still have to be more alert recently. Han Xiao said intimately, if Zisco can position himself, the Zuling sect will definitely let him join, so paying attention to Zisco's whereabouts can indirectly know when the Zuling sect will take action. Unfortunately, the observation mark I left on Cisco had been removed, otherwise things would have been much more convenient. Although Cisco could not remove the observation mark by himself, he could detect being peeped at. When he was fighting, he knew that Black Star had done something on him. It had been more than half a year. He could not have ignored it for so long. He had asked people from his Zuling sect to help him erase the observation mark. There was more than Austin, a super A-level magician. Han Xiao told Terakov about his concerns, and Terakov smiled slightly, as if he had expected it. The Empire has also considered this possibility. The Zuling sect may take advantage of you in the Shining World to snatch your evolution blocks. So the Empire will closely monitor the super A-level trends of the Zuling sect. And the Supreme Lord is preparing to place the second batch of personnel to the Shining World, including many Imperial allies. At the same time, an Imperial Direct super A-level will be sent to follow you to protect you temporarily. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and the second batch of allies. This group of competitors is finally coming. For the sake of evolutionary blocks, the Empire sent people to protect him personally, but Han Xiao knew that the Empire hoped that he would not run around with evolutionary blocks. After getting the ownerless universe treasure, I will go back to the lighthouse star for a while. Han Xiao thought. Since he knew that the enemy was likely to deal with him, Han Xiao decided to restrain himself. After all, the Zuling sect is still very difficult to mess with. To be safe, staying at the outpost of the Empire is much safer than running around. And this is also a place to stay in the Shining World, and it can still support the Legion and supervise Legion exploration. Thank you for the attention of Head Ulan Rayer for me. Thinking of other things in my mind, Han Xiao did not forget to be polite. The head of state recently reviewed our exploration progress. She is very satisfied with your exploration results and expressed her appreciation to you specifically. Terakov said with a smile. After chatting patiently for a while, Han Xiao hung up the communication. At this moment, the news about Hardaway finally came. After waiting for 4 months, the Stargate channel was finally established. Good job. Han Xiao was happy. With the passage, he could finally take away the unparalleled universe treasure of the Shining World. The news about Hardaway also expressed his resentment. He had not had a dispute with Han Xiao for 4 months, which made him very unhappy and wanted to return to Han Xiao immediately and be beaten. Han Xiao was in a happy mood and decided to wait for Hardaway to beat him 3 times a day after he came back, exceeding his requirements. Han Xiao immediately ordered the main ship troops to turn the direction and move towards the Stargate channel. The news quickly reached Seneco. During this period, he had become accustomed to the irregular ways of action of the Black Star headquarters. He was no longer surprised, and he was not suspected. Some scholars who study cosmic sociology believe that establishing an interstellar society with order from scratch requires several prerequisites. First, a communication based on cosmic wars, and a considerable number of civilizations survive and have a certain understanding of each other. Second, there are one or several powerful rulers who can suppress all dissatisfaction and have the strength to force the rules of the universe to form order. Third, significantly shorten the distance scale. of the universe from the perspective of reality and virtuality. That is, transition technology, Stargate technology, and general quantum communication technology. In the eyes of some historians of civilization development, these three technologies are the greatest inventions of the cosmic era, which gives civilizations separated by countless light years the ability to communicate quickly, and thus forms a stable interstellar social system. After 4 months of clearing the land in the shining world, including Han Xiao, the Black Star Legion increasingly agreed with this view. It took 4 months for the Hathaway contingent to come from the south of the Gallu Star cluster to the east. It took Han Xiao's main ship troops less than 2 days to complete the 4-month journey of the contingent through the Stargate passage left along the way. In the eastern border galaxy of the Gallu Star cluster, 2 fleets converge in a space of space. The task force spacecraft returns to their nests like a suckling swallow, embedded in the dock cabin of the main ship, completing the docking. Han Xiao waited in the bridge command room for a while, and soon saw Hardaway and his subordinates hurriedly coming from the dock passage. Lead Commander. Hardaway looked excited, his arms wide open, and he rushed over. Han Xiao twitched his lips, hesitated for a second, but still didn't retreat. He gritted his teeth and hugged Hardaway, and the two of their strong chest muscles made a bang. "It's been 4 months," Hardaway said excitedly. As for being so excited, Han Xiao only felt Hardaway's arms tightly clasped his waist and back, and he looked helpless. He patted his shoulder casually and pulled him away from him with one hand. But he didn't know that these 4 months were extremely painful for Hardaway. His hardening ability required strong, external stimulation to make progress. As a Super A seed, he was willing to become a subordinate of Han Xiao in order to have an opportunity to compete with Super A. After following Han Xiao, he felt that his long-stagnant ability increased again, which made him ecstatic. However, he was sent out in the past 4 months, and his strength, which had finally shown signs of improvement, fell into silence again. Moreover, the task force did not even have a natural disaster-level cadre, and he could not even find a partner in the competition. It was simply unbearable for a combat madman like him. After 4 months, he was already suffocated. At this time, when he saw Han Xiao, Hardaway felt as if he had seen his relatives. In his eyes, there seemed to be a holy halo behind Han Xiao's head, and there seemed to be a chant around him. He realized that he was missing Han Xiao's fist so much. Hardaway was in a good mood and looked at Helen next to him, grinning, and opened his arms and wanted to hug him. "You try touching me." Hyla's cold eyes swept, and the energy of death appeared in her eyes. Hardaway's face froze. He put away his arms awkwardly and muttered secretly, "If it weren't for the Legion commander's sake, I wouldn't behave with your appearance, a Super A seed." Hardaway is a Super A-level seed after all. Don't be so rushing when you speak. Han Xiao, who was standing beside him, felt that Hela's attitude towards the guards was not very good. So he reached out and patted her shoulders and pinched her shoulder blades. "Well, it looks good." Hyla's face suddenly tense, glanced at Han Xiao's palm, put away the red energy overflowing in her eyes, and said with a depressed tone, "Oh." Hardaway greeted Fording and other groups of guards, and then looked at Han Xiao again, saying, "According to your instructions, the task force has set up a long-distance Stargate. What are you going to do next?" Han Xiao did not answer directly, but snapped his fingers and summoned the 3-dimensional star map in front of everyone. He searched carefully on the star map and confirmed the planet with the treasures of the Master Universe in the desolate universe belt area outside the Gallu star cluster. This planet in his previous life was named Amber Star, and it was still a numbered planet without a name at this time. "We are going to this planet." Aurora looked curious. "Is there anything special there?" Han Xiao nodded and made up a reason casually. Some time ago, when a Legion member was exploring the desolate planet, he discovered some information left by aliens. It seemed to be the travel record of some explorers, including information about this planet. It is said that there is a civilization on it. Since it is here, it is time to explore it. There is nothing wrong with this reason. Since it was said by Han Xiao, even though everyone was a little surprised, they did not have much doubt. After all, there was an incident of the Great Universe Core before, and everyone was not surprised by the existence of the natives in the Shining World. Han Xiao did not say anything nonsense. Amber Star itself is a ruin of an extinct indigenous civilization, and that cosmic treasure is stored in this ruin. Space Amber, this is the name of this cosmic treasure. It was not made by an indigenous civilization, but something outside the sky that unexpectedly landed on this planet. It was once regarded as a sacred object by this civilization. In his previous life, as the Empire allies were steadily developed, space-time Amber finally fell into the hands of an Empire allies who participated in the exploration. The ally was Raven Lauder, one of the super A-level members of the Ancients who Han Xiao first met at the Red Empire's mother planet and had a bad relationship with Aesop. Later, Ravenlaud was defeated by another super A-level player in the Super Disaster version. Time and Space Amber was snatched away by others. Later, after countless storms, Time and Space Amber changed its masters several times. One of them was a strong man from the World Tree civilization, and finally fell into the hands of the Glorious Federation. The origin of Time and Space Amber is quite mysterious. Players in the previous life only learned the origin of this thing from special intelligence channels in the later version. This is not a great secret, but the reason for its formation involves the legendary original, and there is a story behind it. As for the effect of Space-Time Amber, it can only be described as special. It basically does not bring any bonus in combat power, but its effect, even Super A-level will be afraid of it. According to Han Xiao's memory of the plot of his previous life, after the birth of the Space-Time Amber, the Super A-level planted in this thing has exceeded the number of palms. Now this thing is a masterless thing. No other competitor knows the existence of Space-Time Amber except himself, and can get it without any effort. Han Xiao is naturally bound to win. A few days later, the fleet arrived at Amber Star and entered the atmosphere. The stars are relatively close to this planet, with the scorching sun. Looking down from a high altitude, the surface of Amber Star is almost deserted. Blowing hot winds blow by, blowing up dust and sand that lasts for a long time, and black and brown dust storms wander aimlessly on the earth, without seeing any trace of civilization. Han Xiao was about to send a detection ship. At this time, Aurora closed her eyes and felt it and shook her head. This planet has no life signals. Your life sensing range can cover a planet? Hyla's eyes fluctuated, and a look of surprise flashed. Seeing everyone looking over, Aurora smiled shyly, but her tone was a little proud. I have made progress, too. Not bad. Han Xiao smiled comfortably. Every time Aurora improves his strength, he will be very happy. After all, this means that Aurora's milk power is more powerful. The effect of Aurora's character card is to return to full state, but that is the product of the panel. Aurora's own milk power is limited, and her ability to mobilize requires her own vitality. His Super A-level cells contain terrifying energy. With Aurora's current ability strength, his consumption of milk filling is very high. Perhaps once or twice, Aurora will collapse. Only when Aurora is promoted to the natural disaster level will her battery life increase significantly, and her milk will be more abundant, making her feel full. When Fording heard this, he said, "There is no life signal. Then the civilization you mentioned may have disappeared, only remains." Han Xiao nodded, looked at the vast yellow sand, and sent a detection ship to sense the underground environment of the planet. In the records of the Empire, the civilization ruins where the space-time amber are buried under the yellow sand. As for the specific process of discovering space-time amber, there is no detailed record, so he does not know the specific location. However, there are interstellar-level detection equipment here, so it is only a matter of time to find the civilization ruins. As expected, before Han Xiao finished watching Hardaway play a game of Veen with another guard officer, the detection ship sent back the news and found many ruins of suspected cities in the desert. However, the detection ship did not find a special energy source, and the energy radar was silent. No abnormal energy signal was found. Well, space-time amber should not be wrong on this planet. Maybe it was because it had not been charged for so long, so there was no energy fluctuation. Han Xiao looked at the ruins marked on the planet map and shook his head helplessly. It seems that I have to search all of them. TSK, why didn't the Empire record the specific process of discovering space-time amber? I have to ask me to find it slowly. After thinking about it, Han Xiao asked the fleet to stand by in outer space for the time being and brought a group of guard officials to the sky above the planet. Looking down at the ground beneath his feet, Han Xiao waved his hand, and a huge mechanical force surged out, causing energy ripples. A huge light door was opened behind him, and inside were densely packed with mechanical warriors, which was a secondary military camp he was carrying. Kerala, countless mechanical warriors flocked out, and thousands of mechanical lives, such as Yozu, were at the forefront of the mechanical forces, looking at Han Xiao. After releasing millions of mechanical troops, Han Xiao closed the secondary dimension military camp. The mechanical army was neatly arranged in front, covering the sky and the sun, like a military parade. You search for the ruins and report them to me if you have any special discoveries. By the way, find out if there is this thing. Han Xiao outlined the appearance of space-time amber in the field of vision of quantum networks and conveyed the orders to all mechanical forces through Philip. Who? The next moment, the mechanical legion in front of me scattered and moved separately, drilled into pieces of yellow sand, and went to explore the ruins. With so many useful mechanical helpers, Han Xiao didn't want to waste his energy searching for so many ruins himself. Master, we discovered a special phenomenon. Not long after, Yozu passed on the good news and brought pictures. Han Xiao took a look and saw a huge room in the picture, like a hall of some kind. The walls and pillars were engraved with model murals. In the center of the room was a large black disc located horizontally, but there were patterns like an integrated circuit matrix on the disc, which might be a creation of a mixture of magic and technology. On the ground around the disc, there are many translucent circular crystals, each about 1.5 meters high, and is wrapped in creatures of the same species. There is no trace of decay in the body, but the expressions and movements are all frozen, without any life signals, like creatures solidified by amber. This phenomenon is the effect of space-time amber. Han Xiao was stunned. He had also been to Amber Star in his previous life, but at that time there were only ruins here, and there were no creatures that had become amber specimens. These creatures should be the race of this extinction civilization. Maybe when Ravenlaw discovered space-time amber, he also took these specimens away. But this is also good news, which means that you're not far from amber in time and space. Han Xiao called on the fleet to arrive, and the spacecraft worked together to suck a desert with a traction beam, revealing the ruins where Yozu was located. The group quickly descended and landed in the ruins, following Yozu's signal to go deep into the center of the ruins and observe the city scene while walking. Although the ruins have been eroded by time, they can still barely restore the original appearance of this civilization when it existed. The buildings are rolling, and the modeled patterns can still vaguely show their former beauty. This civilization seems to have a good artistic attainment. I should have been a pretty civilization before my lifetime, said Fording. Maybe. Han Xiao did not comment, and soon arrived at the center of the site. This was an extremely huge fortress, like a super-large safe house and shelter made of countless hard materials. The Yozu troops were in this fortress. Han Xiao and others quickly entered the hall displayed on the picture. After a rough scan, they found that there were probably no less than 20,000 amber bodies here. Were these things that look a bit like amber? Hardaway touched an amber curiously. The touch was very strange. He could not feel the temperature of the amber, but his palms could not make any progress. Han Xiao casually walked up to an amber and stared at the creatures in the amber. These creatures should be mammalian carbon-based creatures, looking furry, with a bit of sloth-like facial features, about 1 meter tall, maintaining the expression before being frozen, with wide eyes and full of uneasiness. Turning his head to look at Hyla, Han Xiao nodded, "Try attacking." Brush. Without saying a word, a death energy burst out from his eyes and bombarded an amber. The next moment, a strange scene happened. Although the amber was knocked away, it was unscathed. The energy released by Hela spread out on the smooth surface of the amber and was all shifted out. There was no trace of destructive force acting on the amber, as if the energy was like a drop of water, and the amber was like a lotus leaf, which did not absorb water at all. Hyla frowned, not believing in evil, and the energy of death was highly condensed, and she was ready to go again. Seeing this, Han Xiao called her. Okay, don't try again, otherwise you will collapse this room later. Hela had to put away her energy and said in confusion, This thing is immune to my attack, and my mental damage cannot penetrate it. It's not just mental damage. Han Xiao reached out to hold an amber, and the surging mechanical force surged out, and lightning only flowed on the surface of the amber, and the amber did not have any tendency to be electrocoke. To be precise, this thing should be immune to various energy and will not be destroyed. Even if you use brute force, you can only knock it away and cannot cause any damage to it. Han Xiao raised an amber with one hand, weighed it twice, but it was not heavy. Then he let it go, shook his head, and said, Even a super A-level, or even the strongest star destroyer of the cosmic civilization, it cannot cause damage to the amber. Hearing this, everyone was moved. How can there be such a strong material in the world? Even super A-level can't be broken? Impossible. Is it possible? Hela's inspiration flashed. This is another cosmic wonder. Han Xiao touched his chin and pretended to guess. Well, it feels like an evolutionary block. It's also an artificial product. He was not very clear about the formation principle of this amber, but the cosmic wonder, like an evolutionary block, is difficult to explain. According to data from previous lives, this amber seems to have changed the existence nature of time and space, making a small piece of time and space materialize, forming an amber-like effect, wrapping objects in it. The objects wrapped in space-time amber are isolated from reality, as if they exist in a different space where the time scale will not move forward or retreat, and the effect is like frozen space-time. However, according to common sense, the body of a biological body wrapped in amber in this form should not change, just like in a sleeping compartment, and its lifespan is long or even infinite, and its thinking should be frozen. However, according to the description of NPCs in previous lives, they are wrapped in space-time amber, and their energy is also unable to penetrate amber from the inside. But in fact, consciousness is active, and they can even observe the changes in the outside world through vision and hearing, and can also perceive the passage of time in the outside world, just like being trapped in the body. This has become a common-sense paradox, and one of the important factors that are regarded as a wonder of the universe. Only individuals who have been imprisoned by space-time amber for too long will their thinking eventually fall into stagnation and finally erase themselves, fall into silence, and give up thinking. The stronger the person can persist for longer. So this thing can create a cage that imprisons any creature, and there is no worry about the prisoner escaping, and it is also a torture of torture. Even if the goal is Super A. The only problem is that the launch process of space-time amber is relatively long, and it is extremely difficult to get a Super A-level hit. If this thing falls into the hands of the enemy, it will also be a great threat to me. If it falls into my hands, I can reduce the ability to be afraid of. Various thoughts flashed, and Han Xiao turned to look at the black disk with a diameter of about 10 meters in the center of the room. He observed the matrix patterns on the disk for a while, and probably confirmed that this was a circuit of energy conduction and activation. It seems that this thing needs energy activation. Han Xiao waved his hand, and Yozu obediently turned into many floating guards, shooting out light columns and outputting energy towards the disk. Buzz! The disk shook with a loud bang, as if some device was turned on. The circuit lit up in the blink of an eye, and the dust on it fell. The next moment, the disk lit up, showing its real function. It was a screen. An image began to be played on the screen, and a creature of this civilization appeared in the screen and slowly opened its mouth. At this time, the translator had not entered this language, and everyone could not understand what it was saying, but it did not prevent them from understanding the images. The scenes before the demise of this civilization flashed through it, as if they had started from the initial history of civilization, from the development of primitive organisms, learning to use tools, gradually developed aircraft, and suspended vehicles, and were still trying to build interstellar spacecraft. The city was beautiful, and the people lived and worked in peace. Unfortunately, due to the abnormal activities of stellar celestial bodies, the living environment of the planet has changed drastically, and a disaster that is enough to exterminate planetary creatures swept the world. In order to preserve civilization, they used sacred objects to seal up tribesmen and a large number of lives, and stored all the information of civilization in a database. Each site has a database to ensure that every latecomer can discover them. The appearance of the holy object is the space-time amber in my memory. I didn't find the wrong place, and Han Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to look. Using space-time amber requires a lot of energy, which is very difficult for a surface civilization. This civilization recharges the power of the clan, almost exhausts the energy. This has used space-time amber many times. Not only the ruins of this city, but each ruin has many amber bodies preserved. While everyone was watching the video, the troops exploring other ruins have also discovered more amber one after another. At the end of the image, the whereabouts of space-time amber were finally mentioned. It seemed to be stored in a big city, but this was the urban scene before the destruction of civilization, and I don't know which site it is now. Let Philip copy their database information first. As long as he deciphers the language, he will know what the video says in detail. He can also directly locate the ruins of space-time amber according to the map. Han Xiao was preparing to take action, and at this moment, the panel suddenly popped up a prompt to trigger the task. You trigger the hidden task, Traces of Existence. Mission Introduction. Due to the abnormal changes of stars, a catastrophe of destruction swept through the Yasser civilization. Before the demise, the Yasser people chose two paths at the same time. They wanted to save a small number of tribesmen through holy relics, let them survive the disaster, and rebuild civilization in the future, so they were waiting for the later generations to unlock the effect of the holy relics for them. But if no one comes, the Yasser people are willing to become eternal specimens, preserve all the information of civilization so far, and leave traces of their existence in the vast starry sky. And you are the visitors they have been waiting for many years. Unfortunately, the endless years have already chosen their final destiny. Task requirements. Use the holy objects of the Yasser civilization to remove the holy objects' effects on all Yasser people. Rewards. 15 experience, Legend X1, Random Reward X1, Exploration Points plus 780, Bold Explorer, Skill Fragment X1. Hidden Mission. Han Xiao was slightly stunned, and then he saw the mission reward. His face changed and a look of surprise appeared. The second piece of skill fragments, Bold Explorer. Han Xiao suddenly turned his head to look at Fording, who was focusing on watching the video of Yasser civilization. When he was not paying attention, he pressed his shoulders and shook them. "What are you doing?" Fording looked surprised and stared at Han Xiao with joy and confusion. "You are awesome." Han Xiao was in a very happy mood. In his eyes, Fording seemed to be emitting light all over his body. Ah, this dazzling European Emperor's light. Hidden missions have a slight chance to produce Bold Explorer skill fragments. In the past 4 months, players have discovered many hidden missions and shared them with themselves, but he has not triggered this reward. The Goddess of Luck still dislikes him, as usual. But now he took Fording to travel in person. The little Goddess of Luck probably took the initiative to lift up the bottom of her skirt to show Fording the holy light. Han Xiao couldn't help but sigh. With his charming and extremely lucky wife, and the Goddess of Luck behind him is willing to be a mistress. Fording is probably the biggest winner in life of the Black Star Army. Although Nilo also has a high-end lucky halo, he can also put the Goddess of Luck, the little lady who despises the poor and loves the rich, in 108 positions. But he is not handsome. Compared with Fording, Nilo is a younger brother. "You are the most reliable." Han Xiao patted Fording's shoulder with a look of relief. Fording looked dark, the white question mark. Seeing everyone staring at him with confusion, Han Xiao put a layer of calm buff on himself, coughed dryly, and explained casually. This civilization used their holy relics to create this special amber. No one except us set foot on this planet. Then these holy relics are ours. I guess this is another cosmic treasure. Others did not know that Han Xiao had a clear goal when he came to this planet. So he nodded, without doubting that there was him. Han Xiao asked the mechanical troops to search and found the database. Philip copied all the information in it and finally deciphered the language of the Azure civilization. The language pack of the translator was updated, and everyone returned to the black disk and watched the video of the ASR civilization again. This time they understood the content. I'm the leader of the Yasser people, a lucky visitor. When you see this image, we may have perished. No matter what your identity is, please finish this image. The task introduction on the panel has explained the general situation. Han Xiao listened again to improve the details. The image introduced the situation of the Yasser civilization, which was expected. At the end of the image, the Yasser people asked the visitors to complete two things. One was to unlock the effect of space-time amber, and explained in detail their research on space-time amber. However, for this, there are not many research results on the Yasser civilization. The second thing is that if the Yasser people become extinct, they ask visitors to preserve information about the Yasser civilization and leave traces of their existence. Everyone has been living in the universe for many years and has long been accustomed to the destruction of civilization. This is how the universe is. New species are born at every moment and old species are destroyed. If everyone feels it, there is no need to do anything else every day. But every civilization is a miracle of life. Existence is dignity and respect for a civilization's last wish. But before that, we need to do the important things first. With the translation, the site where the space-time amber is located is clear. Han Xiao asked the mechanical troops to bring out all the amber from each site and gather at the location where the space-time amber is located. The flight speed of everyone was very fast, and it didn't take long to land at the ruins where Amber of Time was located. According to the instructions of the image, Han Xiao came to an empty room in the central shelter of the site. A huge mural wall jumped into his eyes, about 8 meters high and 30 meters long, with the history of the Yasser people painted on it. One of the pictures is a meteorite-like black block falling from the clouds. A group of villains below looked up. Han Xiao controlled the mechanical force and floated up. Before coming to this painting, he reached out to touch the meteorite on the painting. The palms are attached to the wall and blow away the thick dust. The dust is swept away and blown away. Han Xiao used his 5 fingers to break the image of the meteorite, and the earth and stones fell. Click! He picked out a pale, white, dim crystal from behind the wall, which was exactly the same as the shape of the meteorite image. Looking at the white crystal in his hand, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. This seemingly ordinary or crystal is the core of space-time amber, hidden in this mural by the Yasser people, so that the mechanical troops can find it with 3-dimensional scanning, but it obviously takes more time. You obtain space and space amber. Space and space amber. An object of unknown origin can freeze space and space to form an amber-shaped entity to wrap various things. The energy consumption will change according to the size of amber. The current energy value, 0. I've got it. Han Xiao is happy. This is the easiest cosmic treasure to buy. After all, no other force except myself knows the existence of this thing. This is the benefit of information advantages. Han Xiao smiled secretly. He landed on the ground, and everyone immediately surrounded him, looking at the amber of time and space in curiosity. Is this the holy object that can create amber that isolates all attacks? Hyla looked at the space-time amber and asked in confusion, "Why don't you have any energy reaction? This thing needs to be recharged to use." Han Xiao explained, and then controlled the cells to spray out surging power and poured into the space-time amber in his hand. Boom! The invisible shock wave exploded from Han Xiao's body out of thin air, like a hurricane. This was the aura that exploded when Han Xiao released his energy with all his strength, and dust rose in the room. The mechanical force of lightning and thunder poured into the space-time amber, and the dim space-time amber gradually became brighter. In the past 4 months, Han Xiao has practiced the Herber Star Melting Furnace Exercise method, spending 3.9 billion experience, and the upper limit of strength has permanently increased by more than 17,000, which is very cost-effective for him. Space-time amber is like a bottomless pit, which can be swallowed up by as much energy, and the energy value slowly rises. The conversion method of space-time amber energy value is independent. Using space-time amber requires a lot of energy, but for mechanics who master the secret energy, there is as much energy as possible. Han Xiao thought about it, and no longer used his own strength. He took out several phantom reactors as power banks, connected space-time amber with energy transmission pipelines, and continuously recharged it. The energy accumulated by space-time amber seems to have no upper limit, and he is not afraid of explosion. After charging, the space-time amber suddenly had an energy reaction. Han Xiao holds the space-time amber in his hand and can feel the internal energy. The method of using space-time amber is very simple. Just activate the internal energy. The use of Yasser civilization is relatively rough and has little reference value. Han Xiao remembers that the owners of space-time amber in their previous lives had a better use method. They can create specific excitation devices that resonate with space-time amber frequency to wrap it up. However, they use neural links to control the excitation devices so that they can use their thinking consciousness to manipulate space-time amber in disguise, and the control reaction is more sensitive and delicate. Han Xiao's current mechanical level can easily create an excitation device, but of course it is not now. He is not in a hurry to test the ability of space-time amber, and just completes the hidden task first. The group walked out of the central shelter of the site, and all the Yasser ambers were moved to the site by mechanical forces, with numerous numbers and endless sight. Han Xiao came to a Yasser amber, took the space-time amber body, and pulled it away. The body cut open the transparent amber that was immune to all attacks without any obstacles. The amber body of time and space can penetrate the amber it creates at will and will not be affected by the frozen space in space. Papa was cut open by the body, and the amber dissipated in the air like a bubble. The Yasser inside broke away from the amber and fell to the ground. Aurora hurriedly helped him up and said in surprise, "He is still alive when there is a reaction of life. His soul has disappeared. Although his body is still alive, he is already a living dead." Hela shook his head. Unlike Aurora, she could sense the soul of life, and although the body of this Yasser was alive, it was an empty shell. Han Xiao scanned it. Due to the characteristics of space-time amber, the body of this Yasser person remained in the state before freezing. Although the brain stopped moving, there was no sign of exhaustion. It was kept alive like the body, which meant that the brain was also frozen. But if the brain was also frozen, then there should be no thinking activity. He guessed that since physical energy will not be consumed in space-time amber, perhaps it is passively consuming soul energy to support thinking activities. So the reason for the disappearance of consciousness is the exhaustion of soul energy. The stronger the individual, the more energy the soul is, so it can last longer. It's not impossible to say this. Thinking of the origin of space-time amber, Han Xiao didn't think this phenomenon was strange. The role of space-time amber comes from the superpowers of an initial person, and it is the freezing space-time that is on the list of super-risk superpowers. Most of the abilities on the list of super-risk superpowers have instances, and this original is the first superpower who was discovered to be able to freeze space and time. The ability to smash Voluto is rare, and it is also an extremely difficult high-level forbidden technique to master in the magic system. The original man was serving in a high-level civilization at that time and died in battle. The original man, whose ability was to rewrite the nature of the object, was his partner at that time, turning his body into crystals that would not decay and buried in the universe in a wandering way. but I don't know if the crystal has absorbed some strange cosmic radiation during the wandering years. It not only retains the ability to freeze space-time, but also mutates its ability, becoming a cosmic wonder. This is the origin of space-time amber, which players only knew in the later version of the previous life. Putting away his thoughts, Han Xiao used space-time amber to remove all the Yasser people's seals. After checking, no one's soul is still alive. Alas, they're all dead. Fording shook his head and sighed. Han Xiao originally held a little hope and felt that there might be some protagonist among the Yasser people who could survive, but unfortunately, none of them could escape the result of extinction in the face of time. Looking at this scene, although everyone was used to the destruction of civilization, they had no intention of talking at this time, and were all silent. You remove all Yasser people's time and space amber effects. Traces of existence completed. You get 15 experience, 780 exploration points. You get random reward X1. You get 1 legend, planet legend, Yasser people. The last witness. You witness the last moment of the Yasser people. A civilization passed away, the last trace of vitality in your eyes. Maybe everything will eventually disappear with time, but at least they have existed and carved for a while. Han Xiao sighed. Philip, bring these bodies onto the ship and burn them and buried them in the universe. Fording looked over. Don't you need space-time amber to leave specimens? Their souls dissipate with civilization. Let their bodies be freed together. Han Xiao shook his head. The physical data of the Yasser people has been scanned. There is nothing special, and space-time amber has not yet appeared. He is going to use this as a trump card and does not want to leave clues. He still remembers his identity as a member of the Time and Space Research Association. This association preserves information about every destructive civilization and popularizes science and exhibits it to outsiders, so that more people can understand the civilizations that once existed in this universe. Giving the information to the Time and Space Research Association should be a better destination for this civilization. Master, do you want me to upload information about the Azure civilization to the database of the Time and Space Research Association? Upload it. Han Xiao nodded. With the Time and Space Amber in hand, the group returned to the fleet and set off for a return. Among different spacecraft, the bodies of the Yasser people were sent into the incinerator and sprinkled into the universe, leaving behind embers all the way, like a tail flame dragging with sparks. The fleet entered the jump mode. Han Xiao temporarily rejected Hardaway's invitation to wrestle and locked himself in the mechanical modification room, preparing to create a convenient use device for space-time amber. The instruments were connected to the space-time amber and were detecting its parameters. Han Xiao stood aside, staring at the space-time amber that was emitting halos at the time. This is the second cosmic treasure I got, which is equivalent to a new trump card method. The evolution block has the effect of genetic evolution, and the space-time amber can freeze space-time. Han Xiao thought secretly. Evolutionary blocks can be used for PY, space-time amber. Maybe it can be used for deterrence? At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since space-time amber can isolate the transmission of energy if the evolutionary block is wrapped, will Cisco not be able to sense it? I feel like it's a big deal. Anyway, I can't use the evolution blocks normally, so it's the same when I need to use them. I just don't know if this can break Cisco's thoughts. But the Zuling sect will definitely not give up. Han Xiao's eyes rolled, and he pondered. He was going to install a convenient and practical device on space-time and space amber first, and then test the feasibility of this idea. Anyway, it would take him a few minutes to build a small device. Putting this aside for the time being, Han Xiao opened the panel and looked at the skill list. The 2 skill fragments of Bold Explorer have been obtained. This skill has been activated. You can be inspired when exploring unknowns and identifying props, and force a part of the information to be obtained. The cooldown time is 7 days, and the side effect is to reduce luck for 14 days. How can I get lucky? All the side effects of luck are nothing to reduce. All the side effects of luck are nothing to me. Han Xiao smiled proudly. Wait, there seems to be nothing to be proud of. He turned around and looked at Han Xiao's eyes were certain. Just try the effect of this skill on space-time amber. He knew the origin of space-time amber, and he could just compare the accuracy of this skill. You use the skill Bold Surveyor on space and space amber. You get the following information. Everything in front of you suddenly shattered and turned into pieces. The perspective suddenly drifted away, flew out of the galaxy, and flew out of the star field, with stars and animals shining brightly and changing stars. It was as if time amber turned into a small boat, carrying him against the long river of time, and saw the phantom of the past. The next moment, as if falling, the perspective suddenly narrowed, and the fragments of things reorganized in front of the eyes, forming a person. A video was played in front of me. This person was on a planet, surrounded by countless enemy troops, and there were dense fleets of fighting in the sky. This person waved his hand and splashed out his ability to freeze time and space, freezing countless spacecraft and superpowers. The picture is immersed in the scene, and Han Xiao knew that the person in the picture is the first person who formed the space-time amber. And this image is a past of space-time amber. Is this skill the way to give information to me, to see some illusions with my own eyes? It's quite similar to the previous Son of Destiny's character card. Han Xiao thought to himself. Soon, the initial man encountered a strong enemy. At this time, the battle screen automatically fast-forwarded. The process was blurred, the details of the fight were omitted, and the result quickly appeared. The initial man's consciousness was severely damaged, his soul was disintegrating, and he was on the verge of death. Another Super A-level partner rushed over and took him to fight and retreat. At this time, the initial man whose consciousness had become blurred suddenly grabbed the shoulders of the companion. I'm out of help. Don't let my body fall into the enemy's hands. Okay. The partner couldn't see his expression through the armor, and he decisively reached out to hold the original man's body to release his abilities. He let go of his defense and did not resist at all. His body crystallized at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually shrinking into a piece of crystal the size of a palm, thrown into the universe by his companions. At this moment, the picture came to an abrupt end, and Han Xiao came to his senses and savored them. Well, although this is the information I have known for a long time, if I don't know, it is equivalent to revealing the origin of space-time amber, which is a relatively important information, and the skill effect is okay. Han Xiao nodded secretly. This effect is suitable for digging out hidden elements, and it can be reused for the same target. The information fragments obtained each time should be different. If you use it too much, you can probably piece together all the information of unknown things. As for the negative state of luck that the 60% reduction lasted for 14 days, Han Xiao ignored it directly. It was already 1, and no matter how low it was, it would not turn into a negative number. The dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. Since there is nothing wrong with the test results, Han Xiao is ready to use the set of wormhole data that the alien god wants after the cooling time is up. If you can't figure out at once, use it a few more times. At this moment, a prompt popped up on the panel, interrupting Han Xiao's thoughts. You trigger a hidden chain mission, the legacy of the original, the frozen time. Mission introduction. Through some means, you learned that the space-time amber was the legacy of a Super A-level powerhouse. He was the space-time frozen of one of the originals. You obtain his legacy. If you can fulfill his last wish, you will have a deeper understanding of space-time amber. First ring mission requirements. Find out the will of the space-time frozen time. Mission reward. Soul connection of space-time amber +1. Han Xiao looked black. What's the thing about this task? He hasn't even heard of it. How did this hidden mission trigger? Oh, I understand. Han Xiao was surprised for a while, and soon understood. Although he had long known the origin of space-time amber, his personal memory had no effect on the panel's judgment. Only when he obtained information through his actions would he be recognized by the panel to satisfy the prerequisite of the hidden task. And using Bold Explorer to obtain the origin of space-time amber, it is the initiator to trigger the task. No player has obtained space-time amber in his previous life, so naturally no one will know that there is this task. He is the first person to trigger this task. As for the soul connection, Han Xiao knows what this is. It is generally common in the magic system and the mind power system. It can be understood as affinity for a specific item. If a person has a higher soul connection to an item, the stronger the power it exerts, and the easier it will be to control it. There is a living example in front of me. Cisco has mastered the evolutionary block for so long that he has left a profound imprint of mind power on the evolutionary block. Moreover, he can get feedback from the evolutionary block and strengthen his own mind power. This is why Cisco has an extremely high soul connection with the evolutionary block, which is a bit similar to the concept of refining magic weapons. In the past life, this function was only enabled to players in the later version. There are only some special equipment or props that come with the concept of soul connection, but it is not absolute. If a player plays an ordinary item every day, it is also possible to enable soul connection. I am not a mind master or a magician. I don't know that I can only form a soul link with this thing in the year of the monkey and horse month. This task directly helped me overcome the most difficult step. In another sense, Spacetime Amber is the body of the original. Perfecting his last wish can increase the soul connection, which may be equivalent to the recognition of the body, haha. Han Xiao grinned and opened the panel. At this time, Spacetime Amber's item introduction also appeared in the corresponding column. Space and Space Amber. Currently soul connection 0/5. With such a reward, Han Xiao is also concerned about this task. Although the existence of the original was too long, as the first batch of Super A-level in the universe, their information is still detailed. Many institutions are keen on studying them. The ice closing time and space is not an unknown person, and it is very simple to get his information. As for the will of the ice crown of time and space, Han Xiao is not worried that he will not be able to find it. According to the judgment method of the panel, he does not need to really study the life of the ice crown of time and space. As long as he browses the information of the ice crown of time and space, the panel should determine that it will complete the requirements and automatically give the next task requirements. When Philip was asked to collect information online, Han Xiao was not idle and began to create simple control devices for Spacetime Amber. As long as you have the depth of soul links, you can not only get attribute feedback from the universe treasures like Cisco, but you should also be able to directly control the Spacetime Amber in your mind. However, you have not received the reward yet, and you also need mechanical equipment to assist in using the Spacetime Amber. Han Xiao quickly completed the manufacturing. At this time, the Spacetime Amber is wrapped in a dark spherical mechanical device. This device can stimulate the energy of Spacetime Amber and is controlled by Han Xiao's consciousness. It also has the function of floating guard, which can fly, release shields, etc. Han Xiao thought about it, letting the Spacetime Amber float and activate the device. Gadudu, the spherical device, cracks a small hole, and the next moment, invisible energy is ejected from the small hole, and the properties of a small piece of space begin to change. The range of influence gradually expands. When Han Xiao cuts off the energy output of Spacetime Amber, the changed space is frozen and becomes a physical amber. The output power of Spacetime Amber seems to be unregulated. The rate of making amber is not fast and constant. At this speed, it takes several minutes to create a 2-meter-high amber, and only when the energy output is cut off, a space-time that has been changed will be stereotyped into amber. After thinking about it, Han Xiao summoned Yozu out for testing, and quickly obtained various test results. After wrapping all Yozu could not move. The signals were isolated and could not communicate with the outside world, and Philip could not convey instructions to him. Han Xiao also tried to wrap only part of Yozu's body, such as wrapping his knees but not his calves and thighs, to see if he could cut off his control of his limbs, but this attempt failed. It seemed that in the process of solidification of the frozen space-time, the edges must be an accessible space. If hindered by material entities, amber will not be formed. This situation is a bit like blowing bubbles. So, if you want to freeze a target, you can only wrap it all. Han Xiao touched his chin and had an idea. Since space-time amber isolates various energy and can shift the energy attack out, it can be regarded as a special outer armor. But at present, it is impossible to control the space-time amber to shape according to the mold they want, and the amber they make will only be a ball. Moreover, space-time amber only lets the energy slide away, not blocking the attack. If you want to play a role on the mecha, you must install it on a large scale because it cannot be shaped. It is still difficult to complete such an operation at present. Perhaps it must be done after forming a soul connection with space-time amber. However, Han Xiao still has a way. These ambers can be moved. He plans to use space-time amber to create some amber balls larger than himself, and then wrap these amber balls with a nano-deformable floating guard device. If he encounters energy attacks, he will use these amber balls as a barrier and cover himself tightly. The effect may be even more powerful than the feat of the meat shield. This is also a special defensive method, Han Xiao said inwardly. No wonder so many people in their previous lives competed for this cosmic treasure. It was not only a powerful means of imprisonment, but also a crisp blessing. Although space-time amber itself is not used for combat, as long as it is used properly, it can also have miraculous effects, and it will help combat more than evolutionary blocks. After testing the actual effect, Han Xiao then sealed the evolution block with space-time amber. At the same time, the mother star of the star pupil god clan, Black Star. Outside the door, the two guards standing guard suddenly heard the leaders roar from the room, were startled, and looked at each other. In the room, Cisco was filled with shock and anger. Although Cisco has lost the evolutionary block, he seems not anxious. His confidence comes from the deep connection between his own mind and evolutionary block. Even if the evolutionary block is not in his own hands, the brand of mind power left on the evolutionary block will give him feedback at any time to increase his mind power strength. It's like the Black Star only gets the body of the evolutionary square, but cannot get its heart. Cisco knows that the evolutionary square still loves himself. Because he can position the evolution block at any time, Cisco always feels that the situation is still under his control. But just now, Cisco was shocked to find that his sensing of the evolutionary block was cut off without warning. For him, it was like his wife who was originally just a compromise with the enemy, who was actually in love with her over time, and she really fell in love with her. Cisco only felt angry and attacked Wuxin, and his mood was green, as if his life was being stolen. How did the Black Star block my perception of the evolutionary block? Didi. Cisco's face turned green. When he was shocked and suspicious, the communicator suddenly rang. He took it out and looked at it. His eyes suddenly shrank, and he gritted his teeth. Black Star's call. Hey, is it Cisco? Han Xiao appeared on the screen. Black Star, what did you do? Cisco shouted. Seeing this, Han Xiao pretended to be surprised. Oh, I haven't seen you for a while. Why has your skin turned green? He teased and saw Cisco's angry look on his face. Without waiting for the other party to answer, Han Xiao laughed and hung up the communication directly. Stop teasing Cisco. In order to verify the effect, Han Xiao took the initiative to call Cisco. When he heard the other party's tone, he knew that the positioning of the blocking mind power was successful, so he had nothing to talk about with Lao Shi. It would be a waste of saliva to say something more. Originally, Cisco's sensing of evolutionary blocks has always been a hidden danger. The enemy is dark, and we are bright, but now it has finally collapsed Cisco's advantages, making Cisco unable to track them. Han Xiao feels much more at ease. The Zuling sect has no intelligence network in the Shining World. If you want to deal with it, it will probably rely on Cisco's sensing of the evolutionary blocks to track it. Now, this move has made the Zuling sect less reliance. Part of the obsession of the episode sect for evolutionary blocks comes from Cisco's mental positioning, believing that they have a great hope of grabbing them back. Once they lose this trump card, they have to consider the evolutionary blocks in the future. Although he decided to stay at the Empire Outpost Lighthouse Star to avoid the limelight during this period, he could not hide all the time. Moreover, the Zuling sect would not be lucky enough to think that the Empire could not guess their intentions. If there was no chance of sneak attack, it would be impossible to directly raid the Empire Outpost. Because of exploring the new star domain, The Empire is currently at a disadvantage among the three major civilizations, and the other two are eyeing each other, and the Zuling sect may not dare to have a head-on conflict with the Empire. Although the possibility of adopting such a radical plan is not high, Han Xiao does not rule out this probability. After all, he changed the plot. Compared with the same period in his previous life, the interests of the forces had undergone subtle changes. He did not know what the Zuling sect would do to seize the evolutionary block. I am not afraid of thieves stealing, but I am afraid of thieves thinking about it. If I can let the Zuling sect retreat this time, I will not be passive all the time. As for whether Cisco will follow the Su Ling sect to deal with him without induction, there is no need to worry about this. Even if it is to check why the positioning of the mind power is blocked, Cisco will come over. The evolutionary block once belonged to Cisco. The Zuling sect would not leave him, his previous master, aside, so he could still indirectly learn some of the action information of the Zuling sect by staring at Cisco's whereabouts. Cisco was about to continue questioning, but found that the communication was disconnected. He was blocked in his throat in one breath, making his heart twitch. After a pause, Cisco had a stinking face and turned to contact the senior leaders of the Zuling sect. The situation has changed. I can't locate the position of the Black Star. What? The senior executives of the Zuling sect were shocked and embarrassed. The action plan has been decided, and such an accident happened. Since we cannot grasp the precise whereabouts of the Black Star, we have to change the action plan. The Zuling sect originally planned to quietly gather overwhelming super A-level combat power, smuggle into the Shining World, and take a sneak attack when the Black Star is out to explore, killing it in one fell swoop. The premise of this plan is Cisco's positioning of Han Xiao. There has been no problem with Cisco's positioning, but at this point in time, Black Star actually came up with a way to suddenly cut off Cisco's sensing of the evolutionary block, which immediately disrupted the plan of the Zuling sect. Originally, they were planning to let a group of super A-level combat forces take action when Black Star is alone, so that Black Star can fight them all alone, so that they can quickly fight and kill Black Star. After the matter is done, everyone can immediately return to the Broken Star Ring through the secret Stargate. Now that they cannot directly determine the position of the Black Star, they may have to give up the killing plan and become a living Black Star to ask about the whereabouts of the evolution block. Their super A-level combat power may be delayed in the Shining World for a long time. In this new star field, the Void Spirit sect has almost no foundation. These super A-level combat powers will increase the risk after one more second. If their secret Stargate is discovered and destroyed by the Empire during the action, these super A-level combat powers will not be able to escape from the Shining World and will become turtles in the jar. I need to report to the head of the throne and the bishop's sect to make a new decision. The senior executive looked hesitant. Because of this change, the risks of this action increased greatly and exceeded his decision-making scope. However, he also secretly glad that this incident happened before the operation. At this time, the smuggle team was still detouring to the Gaolu star cluster. Before the exit of the Stargate channel was established, the super A-level combat power of the Zuling sect was still on standby at home. There was still a chance to change the plan. Okay, Cisco was helpless. Although he was anxious, he knew that he could not order the Zuling sect. Through the Stargate passage, Han Xiao only beat Hardaway for a few days, and the fleet returned to the Empire outpost of the Morningstar cluster. Terakov had been angry with Han Xiao for a long time, knowing that Han Xiao would hide at the Lighthouse Star during this period and personally brought people to greet him at the dock. As the fleet landed, Han Xiao took the cadres off the spacecraft and met Terakov, Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency Black Star. He shook hands and said hello, and the two took a car to the base of Lighthouse Star and started chatting on the vehicle. I wonder who the second group of Imperial allies participated in the exploration? Han Xiao asked casually. Terakov had an expression of, I knew you would have asked this if I had asked, and pressed his bracelet to project information from 11 forces. Han Xiao glanced at it briefly and nodded secretly. He knew all these forces, all of which were famous forces in different star fields, including super A-level allies and star cluster-level civilizations that defected to the Empire like Krent, all of which were owned by the Empire. The Arcane Research Institute of the Constellation Corridor, the Fire Demon Clan of the Old Galaxy, the Dragon Blood Kingdom of the Black Hole Realm, and the giant ship Ring City of the Sea of Stars. There are a total of 4 Super A forces. 3 of them are acquaintances. A few months ago, the Empire's Mother Star and his party, Han Xiao, met 7 Super-level Empire allies, and 3 of them participated in this exploration team. The leader of the Arcane Academy is Ravenlauder, one of the ancients, a member of the famous old people in the universe. The leader of the Fire Demon Clan is an old acquaintance, Bioni, who once went to fight against the strange gods together. The leader of Giant Ship City is also a Super A-level member who has met once, and is also a mechanic. The only person who has never met is Milizaus, the leader of the Dragon Blood Kingdom. This person is also one of the 3 strongest pillars of the country. He is on the same level as the Dark Emperor Claudi, and he is the strongest among this group of exploration teams. Among the 4, Han Xiao paid more attention to Ravenlord, because the area this guy explored was the Galu star cluster like himself, and he was a direct competitor. Ravenlord was also the first master of the Amber in the previous life after the birth of Spacetime Amber. Of course, this time, Han Xiao took the lead, and Ravenlord had missed the match with Amber in time and space. Han Xiao thought for a while and asked. The Empire said that he would send a direct Super A-level to protect me and prevent the raid from the Zuling sect. Who is that person? Terakov waved his hand. The plan has changed. Milizaus and Bioni took the initiative to apply to protect you. This is a better choice. Han Xiao was stunned, then understood something and laughed. They must have put forward the conditions. Yes. Terakov also smiled. They want to exchange for the opportunity to use the evolutionary block. Han Xiao had long expressed his attitude and would not use the evolutionary blocks against other Empire allies for free. If you want to borrow, you need to exchange them with something. Milizaus and Bioni both planned to take this opportunity to trade with Han Xiao. What do you think? Do you agree to their conditions? Han Xiao thought for a while and nodded. Yes. This was one more helper than the original plan, and he was a stronger man. Naturally, he had no objection and could PY it casually. He remembered that the camp specialty of the Dragon Blood Kingdom was various dragon blood potions, which could permanently increase attribute points. Maybe this time I could do a little. Han Xiao had no big goal, just take dozens or hundreds of tons to make it. The second batch of exploration teams have different distances. The fastest people can arrive in more than 10 days, and the slower people may take a month. However, they have already assembled the troops, so they will not delay the extra time. As we arrived at the base, someone had already arranged a residence, and Han Xiao brought a group of cadres to live in. Stay here during this period, stop going out for the time being, and only command the Black Star Army to explore on a long-range basis. He doesn't need to do his own normal exploration. He rests and watches the players work and is very happy. The Central Star Sea, the desolate universe belt. The huge fleet of fallen arcs is slowly moving in the universe, like an ocean of warships. The Zuling sect said that it would postpone the action time. The alien god was awakened, and when he heard Huckison, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. Reason? The Zuling sect said that there was a problem with the construction of the smuggling Stargate. The Red Empire sent a second batch of exploration teams in time. The risk of action increased, and they needed to adjust their plans. So let's be at ease and continue to wait. Huckison reported. Hearing this, the strange god nodded slowly. Then do what they want. There is one more thing. Huckison sneered. The Zuling sect may have the possibility of a strong attack at that time. I hope we can dispatch more fleets at that time. Because the risks have increased, in order to reduce losses, do you want us to send more people? Their style is becoming more and more similar to the Glorious Federation. The strange god's tone was faint, and he didn't care. Just promise them. As long as he succeeded in the evolution block, he didn't care about his casualties. Because the last time Black Star used a fake evolutionary block, the intention of the alien god to find the Su Ling sect to cooperate is to use the Su Ling sect as an intermediary and use Cisco's mental power to position it to avoid repeating the same mistakes. This is also an important link for cooperation between the two sides. But at this time, Cisco's mental power positioning had expired. If the alien god knew this, 80% would probably reconsider cooperation. However, although the Zuling sect has not finalized a new plan, it still does not want the alien god, the front pawn, to withdraw from this operation. So it deliberately concealed the information that Cisco's positioning had expired, found another reasonable reason to explain the reason for postponing the action, and did not mention Cisco's issue. Because of Avita's deep hatred, the Zuling sect naturally would not tell Cisco that there would be alien gods involved in this operation. Therefore, the alien god did not know the changes in Cisco, and was still in the dark, waiting for the action to begin. After staying at Lighthouse Star for 2 days, Han Xiao had read all the information about the Iceman of Time and Space collected by Philip to learn about his resume and life. As expected, after reading it, a prompt popped up on the panel, and the first ring task was completed quite easily. After getting the reward, the soul connection of time and space amber increased a little, and Han Xiao immediately felt a different feeling. In the dark, my spirit seemed to have established a connection with space-time amber and no longer needed auxiliary devices, and I could directly use my spirit to activate the effect of space-time amber. At the same time, a special energy flowed into the body along the soul, making his whole body feel warm, and Han Xiao couldn't help but sigh comfortably. This energy lasted for a while before it disappeared. Han Xiao was very sensitive to his body at this time. He immediately felt that this energy had strengthened himself to a certain extent. He immediately opened the panel to view the new prompts. You have a soul connection with space and space amber. Current number of layers, 15. Space and space amber is golden in quality. Item type, cosmic treasure. You get buff feedback from space and space amber. Feedback from space and space amber. First level, your power limit plus 10%, your strength, agility, endurance plus 50, your intelligence plus 100, your mystery and charm plus 25, your basic space tolerance plus 50%, your basic spiritual resistance plus 20%, and all the space-related skills you master. Receive a bonus of 12%, 24%, buff duration, constant. The effect of the first layer is so good. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Just as the evolutionary block strengthens the Cisco mind power, if you reach a soul connection with space-time amber, you will also be strengthened. Han Xiao took out the space-time amber and tried it. He found that the energy output power had increased and the speed of manufacturing amber had increased significantly, which was about 20% or 30%. It seems that the deeper the soul connection, the faster the amber is made with this thing. Han Xiao looked at the second ring mission, and the reward was also the soul connection +1. The task requirement is to find the whereabouts of the frozen estate race of the time and space and contact the descendants of his inheritance to this day. What's the requirement? Han Xiao's face looked strange. It's not that we can't find the descendants of the ice closer of time and space, but that it's too easy to find. He had read all the information about the ice crown of time and space, and knew that this guy's inheritance race still existed and had always been attached to the civilization that the ice crown of time and space once served. The only problem is, every super-level inheritance race basically has extraordinary talents, and the proportion of superpowered people is extremely high. It has always been regarded as an important resource by various civilizations to support and cultivate warriors. The inherited race of the frozen people of time and space is also protected by the civilization they belong to, and basically no outsiders are allowed to contact. This civilization survived the exploratory war and has become a giant today. It is the glorious federation of one of the 3 cosmic civilizations. I, a super A-level affiliated to the Empire, ran rashly to the territory of the Guanghui Federation. Are you going to sneak in again? If this is exposed, I am afraid I will be beaten to death by the crowd on the territory of the Guanghui Federation. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He was shining in the world and had no time to withdraw. It was obvious that the second ring mission could not be done for a while, so he simply threw it aside. Anyway, the baby is in hand, so he is not in a hurry for the time being. He has another thing to do now. It has been 7 days since the last time I used Bold Explorer, and the cooling has ended. This skill is like an alternative divination. It is very metaphysical no matter how you look at it, but after testing, the effect is indeed outstanding. Han Xiao called out the set of wormhole data that the strange god wanted and curled the corner of his mouth. We can finally see what secrets this set of data is hidden. Although this set of data has been shared with the Empire, under the research of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, it is likely that it will be deciphered in the future and obtain accurate clues. However, today he chose to believe in metaphysics. The panel prompts Bold Explorer to take effect, and Han Xiao's vision once again entered illusion. He already knew how the skill took effect. At this time, he calmed down and watched this information clip. 2 figures appeared in the illusion, surrounded by disordered blue-black space energy, as if they were in a wormhole passage. Both of them were very familiar with each other. One was the former self, and the other was the clone of the strange god. This scene made Han Xiao feel moved. This set of wormhole data comes from the wormhole that the alien god clone had traveled through. The first time the two fought, which was the process at that time. The picture changed, and his past figure escaped from the wormhole according to its original development, while Han Xiao's perspective was always locked in the strange god clone, watching the strange god clone floating and rising in the turbulent space. Here you come. Seeing this, Han Xiao was excited. When he exiled the clone of the alien god, he didn't know what happened later. It seemed that now he could finally know what the clone of the alien god encountered at the other end of the wormhole, which caused the alien god to be obsessed with the coordinates of the wormhole. The next moment, the strange god clone finally passed through the passage, was spit out by the wormhole, and appeared in the dark universe. The strange god clone in the picture could not wait for Han Xiao, and found that he was being put on a roar. He seemed a little annoyed. He stayed in the spot for a while, and suddenly began to teleport in one direction. Han Xiao's perspective kept following the strange god clone. Not long after, the clone of the strange god suddenly stopped, and a strange planet appeared in front of it. There were many wormholes in the outer space of the planet. The roots of plants that were connected to the planet's surface, connecting the planet's surface, and energy light was absorbed by the roots, as if absorbing the nutrients of the planet. Han Xiao's pupils shrank suddenly, and his mind was shocked. He didn't expect that he would see this thing here. Before he could think, the situation in the picture suddenly changed. A dark space crack was cracked out of thin air beside the clone of the strange god, and a dozen slender plant roots suddenly shot out from it, like vines, instantly entangling the clone of the strange god tightly. At this moment, the illusion disappeared, the picture came to an abrupt end, and Han Xiao's vision returned to reality. Damn it, why did it break when I get here? Han Xiao almost couldn't help but swear, and was concentrating on watching the next encounter of the strange god clone. It was over like this. Very angry. Taking a deep breath, Han Xiao recalled the information clip just now. His face was gloomy and gloomy. If this piece of information is shown to others, it will only make people feel that it is worthless and worthless. The entire film has explored the universe, and no one except myself knows what the meaning of this information clip is. I may be the only person who knows what those roots are. It is the cosmic civilization that has been invaded in the late version of the previous life, the World Tree Civilization. The World Tree Civilization is now spanning several versions, and it will appear at this stage. Han Xiao subconsciously bit his nails with a very serious expression. He finally understood that this set of wormhole data was connected to the territory of the World Tree Civilization, and the clone of the alien god happened to travel to that area. The World Tree Civilization is located in the unexplored universe and is very far away from the explored universe. The 3 major civilizations and the World Tree do not know each other's existence. For a powerful civilization, exploring unknown areas is a necessary task, and meeting is a matter of time sooner or later. In a later version of the previous life, the World Tree Civilization discovered the existence of the three major civilizations and finally decided to launch an invasion, breaking out a super large cosmic war where no one can stay out of the matter. At this stage, both sides should not have any intersection. If it weren't for me, the leader of the Dark Star would not have attacked me with the Strange God clone. Then the Strange God would not have met the World Tree Civilization. Oh no, this is probably the biggest butterfly effect I have caused so far. Han Xiao's face was heavy. The information clip just now contains a lot of information. He knew that the World Tree Civilization was a special form of civilization. The World Tree was equivalent to their cosmic treasure or to the highest level one. It was worshipped and nourished by the entire civilization, and it also brought unparalleled benefits to the entire civilization and was a companion relationship with civilization. The World Tree is rooted in the dimension and has a keen perception of energy. The clone of the alien god was discovered by the roots of the World Tree. Although I don't know the subsequent encounter of the alien god clone, it is obvious that the alien god is obsessed with this set of wormhole data and knows that he must have done something, and the two have already had contact. The alien gods are studying this set of data, probably to find the specific location of the World Tree Civilization. He said, "This is the hope for the next step of evolution." Could it be that this bastard was bewitched by the World Tree Civilization and wanted to be a leader? Thinking of this, Han Xiao's face changed. If the World Tree Civilization discovered the location of the three major civilizations in advance due to the visit of the alien god clone, then the invasion of the World Tree Civilization is likely to erupt early, which would be a disaster for the entire explored universe. How can there be a complete egg when the nest is destroyed? If the War of World Tree Civilization breaks out early, then the familiar plot direction will be completely subverted. The advantage of foresight is greatly weakened, and at the same time he will lose the development time to accumulate his own strength. Although he already has the strength of a super A level, in this super large interstellar war with a scale comparable to that of exploration, even a super A level cannot guarantee that he will survive. After all, there are too many super A level people who died in this war in their previous lives. Fortunately, that was just a clone of the alien god. With the nature of the alien god, he might not necessarily reveal the bottom of the outsiders. This guy wanted to find the location of the World Tree Civilization, rather than waiting for the World Tree Civilization to arrive, proving that the alien god might not have disclosed the information that had explored the universe. At this point, Han Xiao could only pray that the strange gods did not tell the world the existence of the three major civilizations. However, if the alien god continues to study this set of data, he will one day get results, dragging everyone into the war, and no one could stay out of it. This is a time bomb that must not be ignored. I can't let him continue to study. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. So far, he has only fought with the strange god twice. Although they are enemies, he knows that he will not be able to do anything to the strange god for a while. But today, Han Xiao had an urgent murderous intent toward the strange god for the first time, and he wanted to get rid of it immediately. The alien god can survive in the cracks between the three major civilizations. It is useless for me to ask the Empire for help. I have no evidence to prove that the World Tree Civilization exists. The Empire will not resolutely eliminate the alien god. Bold Explorer can only act on itself and cannot share it with others. Even if I tell the Empire cannot believe in the existence of the World Tree Civilization. The only way to make the Empire believe is to interrogate the alien god. However, if you want to interrogate him, you must at least catch him first. Otherwise, the alien god would not be able to reveal it on his own initiative. The strange god deliberately told me the abnormality of that set of data and wanted to use me to indirectly use the technology of the Empire to complete the research on data. No matter who finds the area where the World Tree Civilization is first, is a good thing for him. But since it is used, the strange god obviously will not take the initiative to reveal what he saw and heard. Han Xiao frowned, and he found that he did not have much external force to use in this matter. Unless The Empire has also studied this set of data and found that the World Tree civilization was not noticed by the other party. Then in order to keep the entire explored universe confidential, the Empire will have a strong need to get rid of alien gods. It's difficult. The conditions are too harsh. Although the Empire has experience in exploring wars and knows how to hide itself from strange existences, it is now in order, and the Empire may also take the initiative to contact the other party. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. If he had known that this set of wormhole data led to the World Tree civilization, he would not have handed it over to the Empire for research. There are too many uncontrollable factors. Once there is an error, the cosmic war that will only occur in later versions is likely to break out early. Now I only know about this matter. It's too difficult to deal with this fact properly. Han Xiao was in a heavy mood. It needs to be put on the agenda against the strange gods. My current strength is not enough to fight against the strange gods alone. Alas, the experience punishment period is so long. Han Xiao looked helpless. After staying at Lighthouse Star for more than half a month, several new exploration teams that came from afar finally arrived at the Shining World and arrived at Lighthouse Star. Terakov met with the leaders of these exploration teams at the base. Han Xiao came over to join the fun and met with the members of the second batch of exploration teams, intending to shine their faces and meet new friends. In the conference room, everyone entered one after another and saw Terakov waiting here a glance. Then everyone's eyes turned and looked at Han Xiao next to them. Hello, Commander-in-Chief Terakov. Hello, Lord Blackstar. The commanders of the Star Cluster-level Civilization Exploration Team present were all familiar with this new ally of the Empire who mastered the evolution blocks. They all cast curious eyes, and Han Xiao nodded with a smile. Haha, we're meeting again. Bioni laughed and said hello. I heard that the Zuling sect is going to attack you. It seems that you need my help. Before he finished speaking, a person next to him suddenly interrupted and said, It's our help. Han Xiao turned his head to look at the person and saw that the person was a luminous energy body with a blazing red light like a flowing flame flowing all over his body. His structure was a human-shaped creature with no mouth and nose on his face, only a pair of bright golden dragon eyes. You are. Han Xiao was stunned and didn't recognize him. Milizaos. The tone of this energy body was faint. Don't be surprised. This is just a magic incarnation. My body has not landed. Han Xiao suddenly realized, stretched out his hand, and shook his hand with the magic incarnation. It's honor to see you, the king of the Dragon Blood Kingdom and the patriarch of the Spirit Dragon clan in the Star Realm. At the same time, he secretly entered the field of vision of the quantum network and looked at the outer space of a lighthouse star through the monitor of the base. A giant dragon, which is comparable to the main ship, is flying in the outer space of the planet. The dragon's head is hanging with its blue beards, and its body is covered with diamond-shaped dragon scales. The smallest piece is several meters long. The dragon's body is silver, purple, and green, as if there are dazzling starlight rolling between the gaps of the dragon scales. Although it is extremely large, it looks streamlined and agile. This is a spiritual dragon in the Star World. Even among the same clan, this body is extremely amazing. This is Milizaos' body, a non-human intelligent creature. The Star Realm Spirit Dragon is a super A-level inheritance race. It is a blood branch left by a magic blue dragon that once broke through the boundaries and reached the level of Super A-level. It is born with powerful magical talents. Although its reproduction power is not high, the adult Star Realm Spirit Dragon can reach B-level combat power at the lowest level, and the proportion of natural disaster level in the clan is relatively high. Milizaos is the second Super A-level born in this inheritance race. He is a unique dragon magician. He also has the characteristics of a normal mage and a magic loot mage. He can learn various spells, but when using the Dragon Clan's inheritance spell, his power will be greatly bonus. Currently, Milizaos is the commander of the entire inheritance race, and is similar to the identity of Manison, the country of the commander of the armed race. Moreover, because of the strong Dragon Clan, Milizaos is also a member of the Ancients Club, and he is another ancient among the allies of the Red Empire, besides Ravenlord. But the Ancient Man is a loose alliance. He and Ravenlord have different positions, and even have a bad relationship to some extent. Ravenlord is also a magician, and the two have differences on the concept of magic. Obviously, Milizaus has become a new species and is no longer a pure astral dragon. Due to his huge body, he usually uses his mana incarnation to communicate with others. I have long admired the famous name, the Immortal Black Star. Milizaus's voice was hoarse, but his personality was cheerful, not as cold as Claudia, mainly because everyone is super A-level, and only at the same level can communicate equally. With me here, you don't have to worry about the Zuling sect. Maybe they dare not take action when they see me coming. Haha, then I have to prepare the evolutionary block for you in advance. Han Xiao smiled, and suddenly his eyes rolled. By the way, are you interested in making another deal with me? It's still about the evolutionary block. Oh, Milizaus became interested. You understand me very much. Okay, we'll talk carefully when the meeting is over. Ravenlord, who was beside him, glanced at Han Xiao. His face was playful, nodded to Han Xiao as he greeted him, and sat down without saying anything else. Because of Aesop, Ravenlord doesn't want to get close to Blackstar. As a magician, he is not very passionate about evolutionary blocks. Moreover, both of them explore the Gaolu star cluster, and there is a competitive relationship. Ravenlord does not intend to let the relationship between the two knotted and further develop. He is not a person who loves PUI. Everyone sat down one after another and started the meeting. The content of Tarakov's meeting was to explain the current exploration situation. After listening for a while, Ravenlord was quite happy. He also explored the Gaolu star cluster. The long-distance Stargate passage established by the Black Star Legion gave him more choices, which was very beneficial to him. I don't know what Black Star is thinking. Ravenlord smiled secretly. Like Herbert, he steadily explored the Renault star cluster. The subsequent exploration team was not profitable and could only slowly jump. The Black Star Legion burns itself and warms people afterwards as if it doesn't care about its own interests. What kind of spirit is this? This is a selfless, interstellar spirit. He glanced at Han Xiao, and Ravenlord's eyes became more and more interesting. Recognizing Ravenlord's gaze, Han Xiao turned around and smiled at him, with a joke hiding in his eyes. Although the long-distance Stargate facilitates Lavender's exploration, the greatest harvest of time and space amber has fallen into his hands. Moreover, even though Ravenlord can freely explore many areas with the help of the long-distance Stargate, all the richest and most famous planets in his previous life were seized by Han Xiao, and there were few high-quality planets left for Ravenlord. Of course, Ravenlord knew nothing about this. The two of them touched their eyes, as if they had a silent exchange, with deep meaning hidden in their eyes, which can be roughly described as follows. Ravenlord, humph, you lost. Han Xiao, tisk, little girl, you don't know that you're the one who loses. The meeting ended soon, and everyone here dispersed. Since the first exploration teams, such as Han Xiao and Heber, had built the Stargate and Bridgehead, the second exploration teams could directly reach the various star clusters without having to waste time on the lighthouse star. They set off soon. Milizaus and Bioni's troops were also dispatched, but they themselves stayed and accompanied Han Xiao, acting as temporary guards for the evolutionary block. Both of them have super A-level combat powers in the Empire, and neither of them is interested in contacting the Kali Black Star. In a spacious room, 3 people sat opposite each other, and 3 cups of hot red liquid were placed on the table. This was a specialty brought by Bioni from his home. It is said to be a special drink that is loved by the fire demons. Han Xiao took a big sip. The taste was sticky and dense, hot, like a line of fire falling down his throat, warm in his stomach, and a series of -0 and -0 damage prompts popped up from his head. The taste is good. What is this? Han Xiao smashed his mouth, feeling good. This is the magma produced from the fire core. It is also mixed with concentrated alcohol. It is delicious. It actually gave me magma? Han Xiao's mouth twitched. The fire core land, This seems to be the only cosmic treasure owned by the Fire Demon clan. It seems to be a hotbed that allows the juvenile Fire Demon to grow rapidly. Han Xiao remembers that the Extinguishing Legion has always wanted to destroy this thing. After hesitating for a while, Han Xiao still didn't put down the cup. He couldn't help but take another sip and licked his lips. Another drink. Not to mention, this taste is really addictive. I have stayed in the stars, so I can drink some magma. That's the basic operation. Milizaus looked at the cup in front of him, speechlessly. He didn't know whether he should drink it. He shook his head and interrupted the two of them, asking, "Hey Xing, what is the transaction you mentioned before?" Han Xiao put down the cup and smiled. All kinds of dragon blood mixtures in the kingdom of dragon blood are famous in the universe. I want to exchange the dragon blood mixture for the quota using evolutionary blocks. You are the leader of the spiritual dragon clan of the astral realm. I believe that I want some effective tribe members to evolve. Milizaus pondered for a while, nodded and said, "Yes, how to change it specifically?" The dragon blood mixture was a specialty sold for sale, so Milizaus naturally would not refuse. The kingdom of dragon blood is a mixed blood dragon descendant created by the watering of dragon blood. It belongs to the vassal and armed organization of the tribe. The Star Spirit Dragon clan is the foundation he attaches importance to. Add 2 tons of ordinary dragon blood mixture plus 100 kilograms of refined dragon blood mixture in exchange for 100 evolutionary block places. Milizaus was a little confused. Ton. Dragon blood compounds are usually sold in bottles, and Soldan. Milizaus was dissatisfied. Only 10 tons of sea-level individual dragon blood can extract 1 ton of dragon blood mixture, and the proportion of refined dragon blood mixture is even more disparate. I'll just give you a few dragons, so you can bleed yourself. Han Xiao pondered seriously. It's not impossible. You are too dark, Milizaus said angrily. It's not that you have to buy all the places at one time, so take it slowly. Han Xiao smiled. It's a matter of friendship, but still a little more appetite to talk about business. He wants so many dragon blood mixtures, so of course he can't use them all. He mainly uses them to train capable cadres and resell them to players at a high price. By selling specialties from another camp, broadening the Black Star Army's product channels, and increasing the attractiveness of the camp in disguise. This has become Han Xiao's habit. Milizaus was speechless. Although we were big and had a lot of blood, you couldn't catch us in squeeze juice. If you have any concerns, I can let your tribe members experience the actual effect of the evolution block for free. Han Xiao said, "Okay, let's find a piece of open space. I'll call a dragon down." Milizaus nodded. Han Xiao looked at Bioni, who said he had no objection and wanted to observe the effect. The 3 of them went out together and came to a spacious metal square. Han Xiao looked up and saw a giant dragon falling from the sky. The dragon wings swayed, rolling up a howling wind. The Star World spiritual dragon landed in the square with a bang, and the earth shook slightly. Han Xiao looked up and down. The giant dragon was slender, about 1,000 meters tall. It had 2 pairs of wide dragon wings on its back. It had 3 pairs of dragon claws in front, middle, and back. The dragon's neck was high, like a thick python, curved, with its dragon's head hanging down, and a pair of cold dragon eyes staring at the 3 of them. This is a normal astrological spirit dragon. Compared with Milizaus, the body size is not that exaggerated. This astrological spirit dragon does not have the habit of running naked. It is covered with black metal armor, and most of its body is wrapped in special heavy armor. The armor is also equipped with mechanical weapons, including ship-based turrets, warship shields, etc., which can be said to be fully armed. Such a heavy dragon can be directly used as a warship. The machinery and create a heavy beauty. And on these armors and dragon bodies, there are a large number of magical circuits, shining with glimmer of light, which is obviously enchanted. This is my armed dragon guard. You can try the effect of the evolution block first. Milizaus said, as a super A level, he also has his own elite troops, and the armed dragon guard is the same as Austin's Forbidden Witch Force. Wow, this big guy looks so loud. Han Xiao's eyes are shining. The style of this giant creature is so armed that it really tastes too much for his appetite. The evolution block was temporarily unpacked, and Han Xiao activated it, and the dark evolutionary energy surged out, wrapping up the armed dragon guard, forming an evolutionary black cocoon. Croc. Not long after, the black cocoon broke like a newborn baby breaking out. In the keen perception of the 3 super A-level keen perceptions, the aura of this armed dragon guard grew a lot, and the body size became significantly larger, and the heavy armor on his body became less suitable. The armed dragon guard suddenly looked up to the sky and spit out a brilliant silver-purple dragon breath. The surging column of light was like a fountain rising into the sky, constantly spreading like a gorgeous sea of light, and exploded with broken jade-like light at a height of thousands of meters like fireworks, with amazing momentum. It looks good. Bioni was a little jealous. If the females of the Fire Demon clan were strengthened, they would be able to withstand more of his passionate essence, which would definitely be conducive to reproduction of their own inherited race. Milizaus was very satisfied with it. Okay, at this price, I'll buy 2,000 places first. How can 2,000 be enough? Although your spiritual dragon clan in the Star Realm is sparsely populated, there are still millions of dragons no matter how you want. Buy more. Han Xiao urged him. Let's talk about those later. Milizaus snorted. If we buy tens of thousands of places at one go, our Star Realm Spirit Dragon clan can be renamed the Anemia Dragon clan. I have another request. Han Xiao laughed dryly. Looking up and down at the armed dragon guard in front of him, I think your spiritual dragon in the star world is quite beautiful. What do you want to do? Milizaus was alert. Do you mind if I recruit a few star dragons and spirit dragons as partners? Don't even think about it. Milizaus was so angry that he almost couldn't maintain his magic incarnation. Be a partner? Do you think I didn't see your eyes full of? You are afraid that my tribe members want you to be a mount. Too much. If you don't ride me, forget it. Milizaus had read Han Xiao's information before coming and had already understood his skin. However, after actual contact, Han Xiao's skin was still thicker than he expected. It would be fine if he blatantly raised the price, but he also expressed his desire to ride him in front of him that he was so shameless and super A-level. However, Milizaus was not disgusted. Instead, he liked Black Star style. More than 80% of the super A-level people in the universe are cold every day, fearing that others would not know that he was a big shot. Occasionally, he was quite happy to meet someone with a different style. After living for so long, either I became indifferent to everything or I became more fond of novel things. Milizaus and Aesop had a common topic. Both of them were trembling. Central Star C, bright silver cantilever, and the mother star of the Void Spirit Sect. In a huge hall, the bishops sat around the round table, arguing endlessly, talking about the issue of evolutionary blocks. It is not a trivial matter to dispatch a large number of super-level combat powers at one time. It requires the highest level of the Su Ling sect to make decisions. Due to the Cisco's changes, the bishops' group had different opinions. I think we should give up this plan. Along with the words, a bishop stood up and his tone was calm. We have lost the sensing of the evolutionary blocks and have been in a dilemma. According to the latest information, the Empire has noticed our attempts. The Black Star returned to the outpost of the Lighthouse Star and hid under heavy protection. The Empire also assigned him 2 bodyguards, namely Bioni and Dragon King Milizaus. If we continue to plan, we will face 3 advanced combat forces of the Red Empire, which are already in the category of head-on conflict, and violate our original intention. The Lighthouse Star is under high alert. As long as our smuggling fleet appears in the supervision sector of the Lighthouse Star, it will be discovered by the Empire. At that time, they will face the Lighthouse Star defenders who have completed the war deployment. The risk is too great. Everyone looked at him and remained silent. More importantly, we have lost the positioning of the evolution block. If the Black Star hides it, we have no way to find it. Capturing the Black Star alive is also an extremely difficult task. The harvest is not proportional to the risk. We, after a pause, the bishop sighed, give up the evolution block. Everyone could not refute, and subconsciously turned their heads to look at the main position. The seat of the head of the church was vacant at this time, but everyone knew that the discussion that happened here had reached the head of the church. The discussion has reached a deadlock, and the rest depends on the leader's choice. After waiting for a while, a three-dimensional projection suddenly appeared in the center of the round table, and the projection changed into several lines. This was the reply from the head of the church, and the bishop looked over one after another. The head of the Taoist replies have 4 messages in total. First, the gods have been revealed, and the evolution block is still on the black star. Second, plan changes attack the lighthouse star. Third, new action targets are added, allowing the use of Scepter of Gods to try to kill Milizaos. Fourth, the Glorious Federation promises to provide assistance. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel.